Chapter 131. Chapter 131. Had plastic surgery. As soon as Ding Shan entered the room, the staff members who had raised their hands foolishly in response to Ding Shan were slightly excited. They started discussing among themselves, "Ding Shan is too good-looking. Oh, my God. I didn't dare to say anything when she looked at me. Why do I feel like she has changed? Could it be that she went for plastic surgery in 2 months? Don't talk nonsense. I think she's a little fatter. She's more symmetrical than before. It's normal for her to look better." Everyone whispered to each other. Ding Shan's appearance had given them quite a shock. It turned out that there was a fundamental difference between a celebrity and an ordinary person. That temperament was not something that an average person could compare with. The cameraman was a more experienced professional. He coughed lightly and said, "All right, haven't you seen beauty before? All of you have been in the industry for quite a long time. Look at your useless looks. Hurry up and get to work." Someone laughed and joked, "We don't have as many beautiful artists as you do. You must be pleased to be able to work with Ding Shan this time. Ding Shan is not someone that can be easily photographed." The cameraman glared at him but did not refute him. Based on Ding Shan's status, she was quickly a big shot in advertising and movie promotions. Naturally, he had not had the opportunity to work with her yet. This time, he was invited by director Yin to shoot a variety show poster. It was already a perfect opportunity, and he had not expected Ding Shan to be one of his mentors. He had attained a lot. In the future, he could be considered to have gained a valuable collaborator on his resume. However, the photographer was also troubled. Before he came, he had already learned that his target for today's shoot was Ding Shan. Therefore, he browsed through many of Ding Shan's previous photographs in advance, hoping to learn more about her. In advance, he tried to figure out Ding Shan's shooting style. However, the photographer looked around for a long time. In the end, he could only pick out a few barely passable photos and scrutinize them. The Ding Shan in the photos was undoubtedly exquisite. The photographer's shooting techniques were also very professional. The lighting, the atmosphere, and the tone of the pictures did not seem to have any significant problems, but they just made people feel that they were very plain. There was no feeling of surprise. Logically speaking, with Ding Shan's looks, it was easy for her to take a photo out of the circle. From the photographer's point of view, Ding Shan's face was 360 degrees without any blind spots. She looked good no matter how the photo was taken, but one thing happened. There was no emotion in Ding Shan's eyes. This was the only conclusion that the photographer came to after looking at the photo. These photos all had a standard feature. Ding Shan was like a doll, wearing a graceful and sweet princess dress. She wore cute accessories and looked into the camera. She did not fit in with the surrounding background, and her eyes were calm. The smile on the corner of her mouth looked very strange. It lacked the most basic emotional interaction in a photo. This gave the photographer a headache for the entire night. It was naturally good to be able to work with Ding Shan, but how to take a good photo of Ding Shan became a big problem. Although some artists had flaws in their facial features, they could use all kinds of filming methods to use their strengths and avoid their weaknesses. They could even create their unique characteristics. However, Ding Shan's conditions were so perfect that there was no room for people to display their abilities. No matter how hard they shot, they could not produce any results. The photographer did not want to waste this rare opportunity. He could only brace himself and think about using all his strength to stir up Ding Shan's emotions when the time came. He had just seen Ding Shan's condition with his own eyes. She was very energetic. How did she become like that the moment she entered the studio? The photographer scratched his head in distress and directly participated in the work of setting the scene. His mind recalled and built the background according to Ding Shan's previous image. The image of a female artiste would not change easily. Moreover, Ding Shan had always had the appearance of a national daughter. She was not old, and from so many photos, it could be seen that her image and temperament were more suitable for that kind of gentle and lovely girl. Those photos would also be regular commercial work if her expression were a little more vivid. Although they were not as outstanding as those full of personality, they were at least suitable for Ding Shan. Moreover, the photographer also knew about Ding Shan's recent news. With her tragic background and vicious family, there should be a lot of emotional value in Ding Shan. He would fight for it if she could not smile in front of the camera later. Taking a group of photos of her expressionless face that revealed her fragility and calmness was also in line with her current image. After all, the public sympathized with Ding Shan now. Her fans were almost turning into her own mother's fans. Taking a group of photos like this would also be excellent publicity. It would also solve the flaw of Ding Shan's soulless smile. Chapter 132. Chapter 132. Ink dress. The photographer was so busy outside that he was about to fly. He racked his brain to think of a plan. In the makeup room, Ding Shan sat in front of the dressing table. She took off her hat and waited for the makeup artist to come and put on her makeup. Unexpectedly, it was an acquaintance. The young makeup artist participated in the jewelry interview the last time. The last time Yang Hua barged into the makeup room, she recorded the critical evidence. At that time, she saw Yang Hua's bad attitude towards her and wanted to help, so Ding Shan had an impression of her. When the little makeup artist saw Ding Shan, she smiled excitedly but restrained herself. "Sister Shan." Ding Shan smiled back. "We meet again." The little makeup artist was so happy that she couldn't hide it anymore. "You still remember me?" "I'm so happy." Ding Shan smiled gently. "Your makeup skills are excellent, and you're also good." "Of course, I remember you." Ding Shan realized that this little girl was similar to Xiao Zhao, and her eyes were sparkling when she looked at her. Little Makeup grinned and became shy. "I'm already your fan. I know how difficult it is for you. So when I saw what you did later, I was happy for you. That Yang Hua doesn't deserve to be your manager." In the past, the little makeup artist was a light-hearted person and did not dare to say anything. Now that Yang Hua had been fired, she finally dared to say these words. However, after she finished speaking, she was afraid to trigger Ding Shan's sadness, so she quickly said, "Sister Shan, you're even more beautiful than the last time I saw you. I don't even know how to apply makeup on you. There's no place for me to put my skills." Xiao Zhao, standing beside her, also said, "That's true. I think Sister Shan is excellent without makeup. She looks very elegant. However, for the poster, it's better just to put on some simple makeup. Otherwise, she'll be too plain compared to the other coaches." The little makeup artist nodded in understanding. "Then, shall we do the same as last time? Put on light makeup with an elegant style." Ding Shan raised her head slightly to make it easier for the little girl to operate. She instructed lightly, "You put on some makeup first. I'll see how it feels." The little girl put on makeup for Ding Shan gently. Ding Shan's skin was so soft that it could be broken with a puff of wind. The more foundation she put on it, the more it would cover up the original luster of her skin. So, she just put on a simple foundation and emphasized eye makeup. In a short while, she was done. The little makeup artist looked at Ding Shan's face with a longing look. She felt she didn't have much to show off, but nothing was left for her to put on. Xiao Zhao also walked over to take a look. "It's pretty good. It's clear and natural. It suits Sister Shan very well." Ding Shan opened her eyes and looked at herself in the mirror. Her style was the same as usual. It was faint and appeared pure and gentle. The ends of her eyes were deliberately pulled down slightly by her eyeliner, making her look even more innocent. This was the image of Ding Shan in front of the public in the past. If she wore a proper princess dress, there would be no difference. However, Ding Shan's comeback this time was to subvert the public's impression of her. How could her makeup be the same as before? Humans were visual animals. Their clothes and style would always leave a deep impression on people. Ding Shan turned her head and said to Xiao Zhao, "The clothes I prepared are in the suitcase. Go and take them out." Xiao Zhao nodded and went to open the suitcase curiously. Sister Shan's bag was prepared by her herself. Xiao Zhao did not know when Ding Shan had designed her clothes. When the clothes were taken out, Xiao Zhao was shocked. This dress was completely different from Ding Shan's previous style. There was no princess-style fluffy skirt, nor were there sparkling diamonds. Instead, it was a retro country-style dress interwoven with a rich black and linen color. It was like an ink painting. Because the fabric was made of linen, one could feel the elegance of the skirt even before putting it on. In addition, the tailoring was exceptional. It was layered on top of each other. It looked very casual but also seemed to be full of details. Xiao Zhao could not help but exclaim, "Wow, This looks like a dress from a wuxia novel. It's so special. Sister Shan, are you going to wear this? Ding Shan curled the corners of her lips and picked up the eyeliner on the dressing table. She gently outlined it at the end of her eyes and slightly elongated it. Her eyes instantly lifted. It was no longer those innocent and big round eyes. Instead, they were long and narrow fox eyes that revealed craftiness. With the spirit in Ding Shan's eyes, it seemed to move one's soul instantly. Ding Shan picked up a lipstick that was even darker in color and applied it to her lips. Then, she took the clothes in Xiao Zhao's hands and went to the cubicle to change into them. Under Xiao Zhao and the little makeup artist's amazed eyes, she took out a jade hairpin and tied her hair up. Instantly, a gentle, unique, and complex look was completed. Ding Shan blinked her eyes and curled her lips slightly. How is it? Does it suit me? Chapter 133. Chapter 133. Contrast. Xiao Zhao and the makeup artist looked at Ding Shan in a daze. When they heard what Ding Shan said, they couldn't help but nod. It fits. It's so pretty. Xiao Zhao seemed to have discovered a new continent. She looked around Ding Shan a few times, and her eyes were filled with amazement. Sister Shan, this style fits you. How did you think of it? The contrast is too big. Ding Shan kept adjusting her hairstyle and replied indifferently, I'm tired of being a little princess. I'm not as docile as they think. I'm getting older. I can't do it the same way as before. If I do, my acting path will become more narrow. It's just that I like this style more now. The makeup artist walked forward and helped Ding Shan fix the hairpin neatly. She pulled out a few strands of her beautiful hair, appearing elegant and natural. Then, she sized up Ding Shan, and her eyes lit up. She quickly took out her eyebrow pencil and adjusted the shape of Ding Shan's eyebrows. Together with her eyeliner, the shape of her eyebrows became slightly raised, and the color of her eyebrows became heavier. With Ding Shan's lipstick, her temperament instantly changed, making Ding Shan feel entirely different. Her black hair, red lips, and thick eyebrows reached her temples. She was full of ancient charm, perfectly matching the ink-black dress on Ding Shan's body. It couldn't be compared anymore. Xiao Zhao and the makeup artist both sighed at the diversity of Ding Shan's beauty. This combination would quickly turn into a commonplace appearance in today's society. It would seem out of place, or perhaps a movie studio style was too cheap. However, when it came to Ding Shan, it was as if it was natural. When they thought back to the makeup, it merely felt incredibly awkward. Ding Shan should be like this. Xiao Zhao stared at Ding Shan. She said thoughtfully, actually, I've noticed it before. Sister Shan, the temperament on your body has changed. Although you're still very gentle, after experiencing so much, there's an additional sense of stubbornness and arrogance in your bones. When you're not smiling, your eyes are icy. It suits this style. Perfect fit. Xiao Zhao excitedly closed her palms. This style is not easy to control. Everyone in the industry is fighting to borrow a gown, but they have forgotten that our ancestors' things are the most beautiful. Sister Shan, this style of yours is the first. It will make their eyes light up and lead a wave of excitement. The makeup artist also nodded excitedly. Right. This style is tough to control. Gentleness doesn't necessarily have to be cute. Sister Shan, this style of yours is also very gentle, but it still has an unyielding aura that has endured trials and tribulations. I don't know how to describe it, but it's special. Ding Shan smiled gently, and the corners of her eyes flew up. Thank you both for giving me a lot of confidence. Ding Shan had long detested those makeup and filming models. Every time Yang Hua borrowed a princess dress, Ding Shan felt like a doll waiting for its owner to change her clothes. She did not need to have any thoughts. She just allowed herself to pose for them. No one had ever asked Ding Shan what she liked or tried out different styles for the sake of Ding Shan's acting. It was always the dream color of a princess dress, fresh flowers, fairy tales, and a series of young girls' hearts. Sometimes, Ding Shan felt that they did not care about their career or that they had always been old-fashioned and thought that the nation's daughter should be young and dreamy. Little did they know that this greatly limited Ding Shan's beauty. When Ding Shan was young, she was carved out of jade, and it was normal for her to be treated as a doll. However, as she grew older, her temperament and appearance unknowingly changed. After her facial features opened up, if one observed, one would realize that she did not have a cute appearance at all. Instead, she was more like a cat or a fox. There was a seductive yet distant feeling in her eyes. Her charm and coldness intersected, pure and lustful. However, people did not dare to profane her. In the past, Ding Shan always lowered her head and stood behind Yang Hua. When she was about to open for business, she deliberately curled her eyes into a stiff smile. Therefore, the superiority of her facial features was rarely noticed by others. Even in the filmed works, most directors did not pay too much attention to Ding Shan's appearance. They thought that Ding Shan was just an obedient and cute image that did not conflict with the role. It would be fine if her acting skills were good enough. In the movie, Ding Shan won the Best Actress award. She also played a little girl who pursued her dream. She was naive and innocent. The audience felt that Ding Shan perfectly portrayed that kind of beautiful feeling. That role was simply Ding Shan herself. Chapter 134. Chapter 134. Couldn't live without Ding Shan. Little did they know that the happiness and beauty of the character had nothing to do with Ding Shan. Ding Shan had never experienced that kind of life before. She had relied entirely on her imagination to figure it out. She had conquered the audience with her acting skills. In the end, she was considered to be acting her true self. Ding Shan did not have the opportunity to change in the past, but it was different now. Ding Shan finally had the choice in her hands. She could take a gamble and make bold changes. Ding Shan was not as frightened and quiet as she was in her previous life when she was with Ding Wan and Yang Hua. In this life, she could use the opportunity to make a comeback. Ding Shan could display her charm to her heart's content. There was a lot of confidence and arrogance in her eyes. The thorns she had encountered along the way finally turned into magnetic energy. The indifference and calmness she had experienced in her previous life were mixed. It was an excellent display of Ding Shan's body. It made Ding Shan more mysterious and irresistible. Xiao Zhao picked up her phone and started to record the video around Ding Shan. I have to record all of this to witness this historic moment. I can guarantee that no female artiste would be so creative in their transformation. Ding Shan looked at herself in the mirror and curled the corners of her lips, revealing a faint smile. Let's go and shoot. Xiao Zhao and the makeup artist followed closely beside Ding Shan and accompanied her to the shooting location. The moment Ding Shan appeared, it was another big sensation. It was even more shocking this time than when Ding Shan first came in. The photographer never expected Ding Shan to choose such a brand new style. Even more unbelievable was that this style was so suitable for her. If someone had suggested that the photographer changed Ding Shan's style before her appearance, the photographer would have scolded him for being crazy. Ding Shan, the daughter of the nation, the little angel from the human world, had always been gentle and respectful. Although her smile was a little stiff, it was still lovely. How could she change her appearance to one that was as otherworldly as the human world? But now, the photographer only wanted to give himself a hard slap. He was a fool. As a photographer, he did not have any imagination at all. He did not discover any more possibilities in an artiste. The idea that Ding Shan came up with was simply fantastic. The photographer did not hide his joy at all. He grinned at Ding Shan. Good. This is too good. Ding Shan, I see a new kind of power in you. The photographer was sure he could sense the feeling from Ding Shan's inner body. It was not the same aura as before. Her appearance and her inner body had also undergone a qualitative change. Without a doubt, this change was more suitable for Ding Shan. The photographer muttered in his heart, "Thank God. Now I don't have to worry that Ding Shan won't smile when she takes a photo. She is standing there now. A look from her eyes is more attractive than any smile." The other staff members looked like they had never seen Ding Shan before. They couldn't help but keep looking. Did Ding Shan change her style? So beautiful. It was so beautiful. There was no shortage of beautiful women in the entertainment industry. Some were bright and beautiful, like Yang Lu. Some were like the girl next door and princesses like Ding Shan in the past. However, none of them had the style that Ding Shan had now. In the past, Ding Shan could rely on her uniform style to kill her way out of a group of female celebrities. Now that she had changed to such a special feeling, no one in the entertainment industry could rival her. Ding Shan's current beauty made everyone sigh in admiration. This entertainment industry could not do without Ding Shan. Ding Shan looked around and saw that the photographer had just set up a background and was not very satisfied. It was apparent that the photographer was still planning to take a set of standard photos for her. It was no different from her previous pictures. Ding Shan only asked politely, "Do we use this background to shoot?" But her clear black and white eyes looked at the photographer with a slight frown. The cameraman immediately perked up and quickly said, "No, we can't use this anymore. Could you wait for me? It'll be done soon." After saying that, the staff quickly got busy again. They tore down the background that had just been built and mobilized the team to look for materials and props. No one complained. Anyone could see that this scene was trash in front of Ding Shan. It did not match her current image at all. "How could I make such an ugly thing?" She quickly hid it so that Ding Shan would not be angry. She frowned slightly. For some reason, it made her feel terrified from the bottom of her heart. If the former Ding Shan was a little angel in the human world, the current Ding Shan was like a goddess. She carried the mysterious power of the ancient East. She was cold and noble. Ordinary people could not provoke her. Chapter 135. Chapter 135. Lotus Flowers. At this moment, the photographer was brainstorming in his mind. Unlike his previous worries, when he saw Ding Shan's new look, his mind burst with countless inspirations. In the entertainment industry, he was used to meeting the requirements of all the artistes step by step. It was almost the same, and he was gradually becoming stereotyped. But now, the photographer felt that he had a desire to create something that he had not thought about for a long time. Retro, traditional culture, nature, returning to the basics, countless keywords kept appearing in the photographer's mind. The photographer could not help but look at Ding Shan repeatedly. He took one look and then ordered people to look for something. After another look, his eyes lit up, calling people to look for another prop. After a flurry of work, the scene for the shoot was finally almost completed. Xiao Zhao and the makeup artist were dumbfounded as they watched the scene unfold. The execution of the shooting team hired by director Yin was unbelievable. In such a short period, the studio's background had changed drastically, and several lotus flowers had even been brought over. Even this was possible. Ding Shan raised her eyebrows with great interest as she looked at the newly set of scenes. The photographer carefully adjusted the position of the lotus prop a few more times and doused a few more drops of water on the fresh lotus flower, making it look even more alluring. The photographer nodded in satisfaction as if he wanted Ding Shan's affirmation. He could not wait to discuss his thoughts with Ding Shan. "Do you know why I used the lotus flower?" First, the lotus flower can represent a different kind of collaboration and an attitude that cannot be underestimated. Moreover, the lotus flower is not tainted by mud, isn't it just like you? The photographer never forgot to make his work closely related to Ding Shan's character. "Look, this is your first program since the scandal of your family. It's your comeback, so you must express your attitude. I use a lotus flower, which just so happens to echo your image of a native family that just got rid of the mess, blooming alone and standing tall and graceful. How is it?" The photographer excitedly expressed his thoughts and looked at Ding Shan with anticipation. Ding Shan smiled. This photographer was dedicated and thoughtful. He thought about her well. It was hard for him to come up with so many ideas in such a short time. Ding Shan smiled and nodded, giving the photographer an affirmation. "I think it's perfect. Lotus flowers are often drawn in ink paintings, matching my style today. Your inspiration is not bad. You even considered my situation." "Thank you." The photographer was delighted. "It's your choice of style that gave me the inspiration." Then he paused and looked at Ding Shan's dress. He said in a low voice, "But I feel something is missing. The color tone of your dress is intense, and it feels like a rich ink painting. Just the lotus flowers and the background are too thin. What other elements feel like ink paintings?" The photographer was in a dilemma. Having such a good inspiration was not easy, so he had to make it perfect. He had a feeling that Ding Shan's photos would be published. Ding Shan stood in the same place politely and waited quietly. She was not in a hurry to disturb the photographer's train of thought. Xiao Zhao was straightforward. After thinking for a while, he said directly, "Why do you need to find other things? Why don't you add a few ink paintings? As the background, isn't it just right?" The photographer looked at the venue and shook his head after thinking for a while. "No, although ink paintings echo with the dress, it's easy to steal the limelight. The background is too much, and it's messy. It doesn't have that cold feeling. It's tacky. Xiao Zhao didn't have a choice this time. He wanted to look for an ink painting element, but it couldn't be an ink painting. What else could it be? Ding Shan spoke softly. What about calligraphy? Some elegant calligraphy could be placed at the back without any pattern. Does it have the same feeling as what you said? The rice paper is white so that it wouldn't affect anything. If the calligraphy was a little messy, it shouldn't be too overwhelming. The photographer clapped his hands hard. That's right. An ink painting skirt, a lotus flower, and calligraphy. These three should be a perfect match. How could I be so muddle-headed? I forgot about this. When Xiao Zhao saw that the problem had been solved, she was pleased. However, after thinking for a while, she still asked, then where can we find the calligraphy works now? Can we use the finished products directly? After saying that, she looked at the other staff members with anticipation. After all, they had already found the lotus flower. The calligraphy works should be very easy to find as well. They had wasted some time. The program team staff would come to fetch Sister Shan to the recording location in a while. Time was tight. The staff member replied swiftly, "I'll get it right away." Chapter 136. Chapter 136. Scene. The photographer called out to the staff member, "No, our props are too ordinary. They can't reflect the theme of this time. What I want is an independent attitude. I don't want an artistic youth with a calligraphy brush." The moment the photographer said that, the entire place fell silent. The staff members looked at each other, not knowing what to do. If they didn't use calligraphy props, what should they do? Should they find someone to write one now? Especially, the cameraman also felt that his request was a little too much. He scratched his head anxiously and looked at Ding Shan apologetically. "I'm sorry, but I feel that you're in perfect condition now. We can shoot great work. We can't be perfunctory." Ding Shan nodded in agreement. "I understand. I don't want that kind of definitive work, either. Since we're going to shoot it, we should try our best to make it perfect." The photographer smiled happily. It was great that Ding Shan could understand his thoughts and was willing to cooperate. Many artists clearly did not understand but always questioned the professionalism of others. They were cold-faced and unwilling to cooperate. In the end, everyone was in a bad mood, so naturally, they could not shoot any good work. Xiao Zhao looked at the time and said awkwardly, "But there's still an hour before we have to go to the recording location. There's still a lot of work to be done there. It's too late to get someone to write calligraphy works to take photos." Xiao Zhao also hoped that Ding Shan's photo could be taken ideally. She racked her brain to think of a way. Why don't we use a pure-colored background first and then use a computer to synthesize it? We can change many styles then. We can choose one. Technology is so advanced nowadays, many divine images were made using computers. Xiao Zhao's suggestion was not a good idea. The photographer sighed and could only compromise. "All right, that's it. I'm afraid that using a computer to make it won't be as agile as shooting on the spot, but we still have to put work first. Let's hurry up." Even though the photographer had countless inspirations and was eager to realize them, this was still his job. It was his responsibility to complete it according to the stipulated time. He couldn't let his impulsive actions delay Ding Shan's upcoming journey, and it was already not easy for her to be willing to understand his thoughts. It wasn't good for him to ask too much. He only hoped that he would have the opportunity to work with Ding Shan again. When that time came, he had to leave enough time to shoot an innovative blockbuster properly. The photographer was slightly disappointed, but he still braced himself and picked up the camera to signal that Ding Shan could get ready to shoot. Ding Shan blinked her eyelashes and hesitated for a moment. Then, she suggested, "Why don't I write on the spot? Our style this time should be more casual and natural, and we don't need professional calligraphy. I can write a few words, and we can also take photos on the spot." As soon as Ding Shan said this, the cameraman's eyes lit up. He looked at Ding Shan excitedly. You can write calligraphy?" Xiao Zhao was also a little surprised. "Sister Shan, you know this. It's too easy for the netizens to find trouble with you. Let's be safe." Xiao Zhao was not to be blamed for being worried. Regarding such things, the netizens had always looked at it through a magnifying glass. It was effortless for them to find trouble with her. If they said that Ding Shan did not know anything, she would pretend to know. In the world of Pensai calligraphy, she might even be challenged by others. If they said that Ding Shan was not a professional, she would still have to maintain her appearance. In the entertainment industry, such things were too common. Therefore, the artistes did not dare to quickly set up the image of a top student or educated youth. It was too easy to fall apart. If they were not careful, they would be slapped by professionals. Xiao Zhao still wanted to persuade Ding Shan that there was no need to risk her life for a poster. With her current appearance, she had already beaten up many people. She could not be tarnished just because of a prop. Ding Shan shook her head gently. Trust me, it's fine. This kind of thing is a hobby. I've never said that I'm a calligraphy master. It's normal to write something when taking a photo. It's all for the sake of the photo's effect. The photographer agreed very much. That's right. Only by interacting with the prop like this could Ding Shan's style today be captured. It was great that you could write it yourself. Don't worry, if there is a bad voice, I'll help you clear it up. Although I'm not very famous, I definitely won't let you get scolded by yourself. The photographer's expression was sincere and honest. Ding Shan could tell that he wanted to shoot this work well. It was not because of the work but because of the artistic expression in his heart. Ding Shan smiled. It's all right. You're an excellent photographer. Let's create a perfect work together. How can we be scolded? Don't overthink. Let's start quickly. Chapter 137. Chapter 137. Charm. Ding Shan's consolation gave everyone a lot of confidence. That's right, the fact that Ding Shan could change her style so quickly showed that she was very thoughtful. There was no right or wrong in art, to begin with. Everyone had their understanding. If the netizens could ignore Ding Shan's beauty and point out the wrong side of a prop, then they had too much free time. Ding Shan had already said they could try it, so what was there to worry about? This was the first time the team had met a female artiste who was so cooperative, thoughtful, and bold. Their impression of Ding Shan was even better. She was beautiful, and her personality was so good. She was perfect. It was impossible not to like her. Having decided to do it, the team started to get busy again. They moved an old wooden table over and brought over long xwan paper, brushes, ink paper, and inkstones. Everything was complete, and under the guidance of the photographer, they set up the scene. Ding Shan walked over with giant strides. She raised her right hand gently. Her wrist was slender, and her skin was snow white. She picked up a brush and dipped it in thick ink before writing directly on the xwan paper. Her fingertips were like scallions, sticking tightly to the wooden brush, making Ding Shan's skin whiter. Even though the people present did not know much about calligraphy, they all agreed that Ding Shan's movements were too graceful. It was light and clear as if the pen's tip had landed on one's heart, causing it to itch. However, although Ding Shan's movements were graceful and casual, her writing style was the opposite. Ding Shan exerted a slight force on her wrist. The pen was sharp, with a pause, a turn, and then a little raise. Every movement was elegant, without a trace of sloppiness. Ding Shan's head was not completely lowered. She only lowered her eyelids slightly, appearing to be a little careless. However, she did not hesitate at all in her movements. Everyone present was silent, not daring to make a sound. They raised their heads, wanting to see what Ding Shan had written. In the huge studio, only the rustling sound of Ding Shan's brush brushing across the promotional paper and the sound of the photographer frantically pressing the shutter could be heard. The photographer could not even wait for Ding Shan to finish writing. He kept changing directions and took pictures of Ding Shan's lowered eyes as she wrote. He even gave her a few close-ups of her hand holding the brush. It was exquisite with a unique allure. This was a high-class feeling that other sexy high heels and red lips could not compare to. Ding Shan was bold and decisive. She wrote a few sketches in a carefree manner. She put away the brush and looked at the photographer. "Are you done snapping?" "I'm almost done writing. You can hang it up now." The photographer flipped through the pictures and nodded ecstatically. "Okay, this is enough. Hang the pictures up. Let's take some other pictures." A few staff members took the pictures from Ding Shan and looked in surprise at the calligraphy in their hands. Their mouths were wide open. Wow, this is really... Ding Shan's calligraphy gave people an indescribable feeling, but it was stunning. The others were a little curious. How was it written? Could it be used? The photographer followed Ding Shan's movements throughout the process and naturally saw the calligraphy written by Ding Shan. At this moment, he was all smiles. He looked at Ding Shan as if he had seen a treasure. He was indescribably satisfied. The moment the few words were hung up, the others also let out soft exclamations. No wonder they were so surprised just now. Ding Shan's words were so different from her appearance. That wasn't right either. In the past, Ding Shan gave people the impression that she was the nation's obedient and cute daughter. These few words were elegant and carefree. The strokes were vigorous. Even if she didn't know calligraphy, it could be seen that this style was very grand and majestic. It was unrestrained and expressive. If it was the Ding Shan of the past, it was unrelated to this calligraphy piece. However, looking at Ding Shan's current state, she seemed very confident. It was very acceptable for her to write such a piece of calligraphy. It was the first time Ding Shan had written in front of many people. She pursed her lips slightly and said, "You're showing off in front of so many people. I didn't know what to write either. I just wrote a few lines of poetry that I like from memory. It should be suitable for the occasion." Everyone looked at the words that hung on the back like a graceful swimming dragon and could not help but exclaim, "Don't be modest. How was this a hobby?" It was an incredible ability. Although they did not know how to write, they could tell that this was not something that an ordinary person could write. Xiao Jiao sighed helplessly, feeling the admiration of Ding Shan from the people present. Sister Shan was starting to radiate charm again. She was just so outstanding. How could this be good? Chapter 138. Chapter 138. Do as you please. Ding Shan calmly met everyone's gaze and smiled a little shyly. Ding Shan did not study much about calligraphy, but when she was young, she yearned to be able to go to school like an ordinary child. Even if her parents signed her up for a lot of extracurricular tutoring classes, she could still have a lot of new partners, and she would also be able to learn many novel skills. This was something that Ding Shan, who had been in various studios and film sets since she was young, had always dreamed of. Therefore, Ding Shan was particularly interested in this aspect. Other than the various skills that she had to master as an artiste, which Ding Won had forced on her and found a teacher to tutor, Ding Shan also liked to memorize various poems secretly. She would learn cultural knowledge on her own. Cultural knowledge was easier to learn. Ding Shan would find information on her own and secretly learn it. However, most of the music teachers that Ding Won found for her only taught her a little before they ended in a hurry. For Ding Won, she would be fine if Ding Shan knew a little bit of everything and could put on a show at a critical moment. There was no need to waste time and money to learn those things. Therefore, Ding Shan studied and practiced independently, and she tried all means to ask the teacher for advice. Once, Ding Won found out that she had contacted the teacher privately and scolded her, saying that her thoughts were not in the right place. What was the right place? To make money? Ding Shan was not convinced but did not dare to resist. She could only practice more secretly. This was how dancing persisted little by little. She remembered that one time, a classmate of Ding Shan's at school contacted Ding Shan. Out of curiosity, the child was very enthusiastic toward the classmate who was a star. He kept asking whether it was fun to be a star. He complained that his handwriting was too ugly, and his parents forced him to learn calligraphy. It was not fun at all, and he was tired every day. However, Ding Shan could not even complain. Who should she tell her suffering to? She would instead learn calligraphy for a day and a night than face so many reporters. The classmate also showed Ding Shan his handwriting. At that time, the little Ding Shan had not been exposed to this kind of culture and felt it was very novel. It turned out that there was so much attention paid to writing. At that time, Ding Shan naively went to find Ding Won to learn calligraphy. However, Ding Won impatiently rejected her. Ding Shan still remembered that Ding Won's face was dark then, and he was cursing at her. "Damn it, I've never studied any books in my entire life, and I can still write. Do you still need to learn this stuff? You need to write your name well. You don't need to write anything other than signing your name." This matter could only be dropped. Later on, Ding Shan shot a movie. An old actor often drank tea and wrote to relax on the set. Ding Shan would often run to him to watch. As time passed, the aging actor would also call Ding Shan over to explain to her. He would let Ding Shan practice on her own. Ding Shan looked forward to the break time on the set every day because only then would she be able to come into contact with new things that she had never come into contact with before. However, her happy time was quickly interrupted by Yang Hua. Yang Hua felt that Ding Shan was not doing her proper job on the set. Since she had time to hang out with the old man, she might as well take on an advertisement. She complained to Ding Wan. Later, she could no longer look for aged actors. Therefore, Ding Shan did not learn calligraphy. She only remembered that the old actor had once said something to her. He said, "Writing is just like being a person. You have to pay attention to following your heart. There aren't so many rules. Just let your hands follow your heart. You, little child, are still young, but your nature has been restrained. You've lost your self-esteem." In the past, Ding Shan had always been cautious and was constantly bullied. Her writing was also well behaved, and she did not dare to make any mistakes. Her writing was delicate and pretty, but she had lost her integrity. Ding Shan did not understand the words of the old playwright at that time. She thought that she had written poorly and was despised by the old man. However, when she was writing just now, Ding Shan thought of this sentence again and suddenly understood. Words were just like people. The words written by a person were closely related to their state of mind. In the past, she was scared every day and was forced by Ding Wan and Yang Hua to be a perfect daughter who could not make any mistakes. Naturally, she did not dare to write as she pleased. However, now, she had freedom and a goal to pursue. The little things that she had accumulated over the 2 lifetimes had gathered into a complicated emotion. The moment she picked up the pen, it was as if she had learned it by herself and started writing along with her feelings. Ding Shan did not know if her writing was good or not. She only felt that her emotions seemed to have a channel to vent after she finished writing, and her heart was delighted. She had never thought that she could write such bold and aggressive fonts. Chapter 139 Chapter 139 Days to Live. The photographer was utterly excited. He pressed the shutter with his fingers and wanted to create sparks. He jumped up and down to find all kinds of angles for Ding Shan to pose. He looked at the original picture in the camera, which was already heaven-defying. The photographer did not hide his praise at all. He praised Ding Shan endlessly. "Yes, that's it. Look down at me. If you're not careful, you can try to put the brush against your chin." The photographer directly lay on the ground in the end, made a strange pose without any image, and focused on guiding Ding Shan. From this angle, Ding Shan's jaw, which looked like a work of God, was fully displayed, further accentuating her coldness. Holding the brush, she lowered her eyes slightly, looking like a goddess looking down at the world. The beautiful lotus flowers and elegant calligraphy made the background look messy, but it was full of a sense of high class. The photographer sat on the ground. He did not bother to get up. He looked at the camera with a smile on his face. "This is great. This is the feeling I want. This is the one I'm most satisfied with." Ding Shan relaxed her body and restrained the fierce aura on her body. In an instant, she returned to her usual appearance. She smiled gently and asked, "Is that enough? I feel that you took a lot of photos." The cameraman's assistant stood by the side with a reflective board in hand. He had been following the cameraman's angle back and forth, wishing he could go up to the sky and down to 360 degrees to capture Ding Shan's beauty. At this moment, the assistant was panting from exhaustion. The assistant laughed at Ding Shan's words and joked, "Take more photos. There shouldn't be enough memory cards. The shutter is almost double taking." The cameraman was intoxicated. After experiencing a great shoot, he felt that his relationship with Ding Shan had become much closer. The cameraman sighed from the bottom of his heart. "Ding Shan, you're born to be a celebrity. Even if you don't act, you'll become a famous model. Your state of mind is fast and accurate. I don't want to waste any angle." Ding Shan smiled and said, "Then it will be a big project for you to edit the photos later. Don't be unable to choose them when the time comes." The photographer laughed loudly. "I'm willing to stay up all night. I can't bear to delete any of them. Wait for me to fix them, and I'll send them all to you to choose from. If your photos aren't popular, I'll just quit the photography world." Xia Zhao walked over and helped Ding Shan put on her clothes. She reminded her softly, "Sister Shan, it's almost time. Let's go and change." Ding Shan nodded and smiled gently at the photographer. "You've worked hard today. I'm looking forward to your work." After saying that, she turned to the staff present and said, "Everyone has worked tough today. Being able to take good photos is all thanks to your hard work. I'll order afternoon tea later to express my gratitude. I still have work to do, so I must leave first." Everyone cheered and shouted, "Thank you, Sister Shan." Although Ding Shan was not old, and there might be others who were older than her, Ding Shan's every move was filled with charm. This kind of temperament was more charming than many older artists. It made people unconsciously want to get close and look up to her. Sometimes, calling her sister was not a matter of age. It was a matter of heartfelt conviction and recognition of Ding Shan's status. Ding Shan understood what everyone meant. She smiled and narrowed her eyes. She waved at everyone and quickly went into the house to change. When Ding Shan came out, the follow-up work was being done in an orderly. Only the photographer stood at the door with a hesitant look. Ding Shan asked curiously, "What's wrong? Do you have any other questions?" The photographer shook his head and waved his hands repeatedly. "No, there's no problem. Everything is perfect." But his expression was still challenging to explain. It was clear that he had something to say. Ding Shan chuckled, "What words you say? I must leave here in a while, and then I may have a problem because I also cannot move away from the schedule to cooperate." When the photographer heard this, he took a breath nervously. In the end, he couldn't help but ask, "Actually, I have a personal question to ask. Before I came here, I checked your information. How should I put it? I thought today would be tough, but I didn't expect it to be so unexpected. It's such a surprise." As he spoke, the photographer observed Ding Shan's expression and carefully asked, "So I'm very curious. You're so talented, why did you take such?" Chapter 140. Chapter 140. Some people should be angry. The photographer could not continue. No matter how happy the two of them worked together and how good Ding Shan's temper was, it was still impolite to ask such a question. No female artiste would be willing to listen to such words. However, the photographer could not help it. Everything that happened was too magical. He almost thought that he was dreaming. It turned out that he had met a model who was highly outstanding in all aspects. It was so satisfying to take pictures. Ding Shan understood what he meant. She chuckled at the nonsensical pictures she had taken in the past. "Are you trying to say why I took such ugly pictures?" The photographer quickly shook his head. No. Your face is good-looking, but it doesn't show 1/1000th of your beauty at all. Your eyes in those pictures are especially empty, as if someone was holding a knife to your neck to force you. But today, you are full of energy. Are you going to study? What good ideas do you have? This is like a completely different person." After the photographer finished speaking, he felt too excited and said a little bluntly. He covered his mouth and looked at Ding Shan apologetically. Ding Shan did not mind. She smiled and shook her head to indicate that she was not angry. What the photographer said was also correct. Those photos in the past were just a job for her. She just stood there and dressed beautifully. When others asked her to laugh, she would laugh. She would hold her face and never cover her mouth. This was also the first time Ding Shan found joy in this job. She integrated her inspiration and creativity into it. She took the initiative to cooperate with others to complete the work. All of her emotions and states were from the bottom of her heart. Ding Shan did not want to complain about the past with this first-time collaborator. She only joked mischievously, "Maybe I suddenly became smart. I was too stupid in the past." However, the photographer suddenly became severe. He said with extra determination, "No, I know. You are a piece of unpolished jade, not an idiot. I have more or less heard about your matter. I can only say that your rough jade was covered in dust in the past. It's a pity, but from now on, you will shine. The entertainment industry is truly remarkable with you. I am looking forward to your return to variety. I will support you." When Ding Shan heard the cameraman's words, her teasing expression gradually turned severe. She thanked him sincerely. "Thank you. I will do my best." The two of them looked at each other and smiled. They seemed to appreciate each other. A good collaboration would have a positive impact on both parties. To Ding Shan, such a partner was many times better than those directors from the past. Xiao Zhao packed up her things and went to look for Ding Shan. "Sister Shan, Director Yin has sent someone to pick you up." A smiling man followed behind her and enthusiastically went forward to take her luggage. "Hello, Ding Shan. Just call me Little Lu. I'll be in charge of assisting you in recording all your work during this period." Director Yin has instructed me to listen to your arrangements. If there's anything, please tell me. I'll take care of it. Yin Hui was very considerate. Although Ding Shan had Xiao Zhao by her side to help as her manager, it was inevitable that Xiao Zhao would be unable to be in two places at the moment. She was also not familiar with the recording studio, so he had arranged for someone to be Ding Shan's assistant during this period. Ding Shan nodded. Thanks to Director Yin for his concern. I'll have to trouble you for this period. Xiao Lu smiled honestly. That's not necessary. I'm also Sister Shan's fan. You don't know how happy I am to have been sent by Director Yin. However, Xiao Lu was cursing in his heart. Wasn't he happy? Director Yin had spent a long time in the company before choosing him. Actually, in terms of seniority, it was not his place to be an assistant to an artiste who was at the level of the best actress. However, it was probably because he did not have an outstanding appearance and did his job correctly that he caught Director Yin's eye. Before he came, Director Yin had specially dragged him along for a long time, telling him that he had to take good care of Ding Shan. When necessary, he had to pass on crucial information. He had to keep an eye on the other contestants and not harass Ding Shan in any way. He had to ensure Ding Shan's reputation. If there were any scandals, he would be fired. Xiao Lu felt that this was not an ordinary matter. Director Yin had been focusing on his work recently. Although he used to be very flirtatious, it had been a long time since he had paid so much attention to a female artiste. Ding Shan was a big shot, but she shouldn't have placed too much emphasis on gossip, right? Director Yin's expression when he said this was very thought-provoking. He also said that if Ding Shan fell in love with a younger and more handsome man, some people would go berserk. Xiao Lu was still very puzzled at that time. Who exactly was someone? Chapter 141. Chapter 141. Don't work so hard. Yin Hui had always been generous. He gave his employees good pay and benefits. This time, Xiao Lu was sent to take care of Ding Shan. Yin Hui even gave Xiao Lu a bonus. Therefore, Xiao Lu was thrilled and attentive. When he saw Ding Shan, he felt like he had seen his parents. He made up his mind to take good care of Ding Shan. He had a task to do. Moreover, Ding Shan was so special. If she could receive exceptional care from Director Yin, would she be the future lady boss? Xiao Lu kept gossiping in his heart. On the surface, he tried his best to act like he was doing his job. Ding Shan again bid farewell to the photographer and staff and followed Xiao Lu into the nanny van. Xiao Lu dragged his luggage and sighed. Sister Shan, your luggage is too little. I estimate you will stay at the photography venue for 1 to 2 months. Ding Shan looked at her luggage and did not feel that there were too few things. There were still a lot of things that Xiao Zhao had stuffed into it. It's all right. I have brought everything that I can use normally. I don't need too many things. Xiao Lu nodded when he heard that. He smiled and said, Sister Shan, you are different. Before I came over, I met other colleagues who went to pick up artistes. Everyone was exhausted. It was said that there were a few luggage bags alone. Even 2 people could not push them over. I was already prepared. I did not expect that you did not give me a chance to perform at all. Xiao Zhao asked curiously, other than Sister Shan, has everyone else arrived? Chen Tong also came. Xiao Lu nodded and replied, yes. Sister Shan still had filming work, so she was a little late. The other artistes arrived one after another in the afternoon. However, they also put down their luggage and went to rest separately. After saying that, Xiao Lu lowered his voice mysteriously and said, Chen Tong brought most things. I went to help move the luggage and almost moved the entire house. The regular staff members were more neutral and did not dare to speak carelessly. However, Xiao Lu had already subconsciously thought of Ding Shan as the potential wife of the boss, so it was not a big deal to talk about this. Xiao Lu raised his eyebrows privately. However, Director Yin has arranged separate rooms for each instructor. Sister Shan's room is the largest, so you don't have to worry about being affected by others. After saying that, he observed Ding Shan's reaction in the rear-view mirror. Director Yin's special treatment was very exceptional, but it was not very obvious. Did it mean that he was pursuing her? How would Ding Shan react? Ding Shan had known about this long ago. She thought Xiao Lu was trying to gain a good impression of the program team, so she nodded lightly. Thank you for the concern of Director Yin. Xiao Lu looked away in disappointment. Why was Ding Shan's reaction so cold? Could it be that she did not like Director Yin? Or was he mistaken? Xiao Lu's expression fell into Xiao Zhao's eyes. Xiao Zhao narrowed his eyes and stared at the back of Xiao Lu's head suspiciously. He was a little displeased. Why was this program team's assistant so talkative? She even spoke up for Director Yin. Could he be a spy sent by Director Yin? Could it be that Director Yin took a liking to Sister Shan? The more Xiao Zhao thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. She warned herself that no matter how busy she was at work, she had to stay by Ding Shan's side. She could not let others take advantage of her. Sister Shan had just returned to her normal state. She could not have anything to do with the behind-the-scenes boss of the show. It would not be good if someone with ulterior motives took advantage of her. Director Yin was still a playboy. She must not have any designs on Sister Shan. Far away in the photography base, Yin Hui, busy with his work, sneezed. He rubbed his nose and muttered, "Who scolded me? Could it be that workaholic Xiang Hong is unwilling to invest and is scolding me behind my back?" He stopped and took out his phone. Yin Hui called Xiang Hong. "Old Xiang, it's me." On the other end of the phone, Xiang Hong stopped his work and pinched his brow tiredly. His voice was hoarse and lazy. "What's wrong?" "I'm busy." Yin Hui frowned. "What's wrong with you? I rarely hear your tired voice." "Don't push yourself too hard. You're still young, and the money you earn is enough to last you for several lifetimes. Don't push yourself too hard." Although Xiang Hong was usually a workaholic, everything he did was out of interest. He liked the feeling of being able to give pointers, and no one had ever been able to force him to work. However, it was different this time. In the past 2 months, Xiang Hong had taken care of the company's affairs for the next 2 months. He treated one day as 2 days and was extremely busy, all to squeeze out 2 months of vacation. Now, there were only some trivial matters left. After settling them, Xiang Hong could go and watch Yin Hui's variety show with ease and tease the little fox. Xiang Hong had never been so attentive to things other than work. He thought it was a spur of the moment, but in the past 2 months, no matter how busy his job was, he squeezed out time with the thought of seeing the little fox. Xiang Hong did not complain and persevered. He was still looking forward to it. Sometimes, just thinking about it made Xiang Hong feel like he was crazy. Chapter 142. Chapter 142. Presents a gown. Yin Hui advised him earnestly, "Brother, look at me. I'm under a lot of pressure, but I also understand the principle of having a green mountain to live on and not being afraid of having no firewood to burn. If I'm exhausted to death, no matter how successful my variety show is, it can only become my legacy. It's the same for you." Yin Hui half-jokingly said, "No matter how much money you earn, if you die young from exhaustion, it will become an inheritance. You can only use it by investing in my media company." Xiang Hong sneered, "Don't worry, even if I donate all of it, I won't give it to you. I'm afraid you won't be able to enjoy my hard-earned money." Yin Hui chuckled, "Don't be so stingy. Just treat it as donating to me, okay?" Xiang Hong curled his lips into a smile. "You're out of money again. You're simply burning money by doing those things. I think if you can't earn it back this time, you'll be sent by Uncle Yin to work as a coolie. I think Africa is not bad, and it suits you." Yin Hui snorted confidently. "That's impossible. Let me tell you. I'll succeed this time. I have a feeling that I, Yin Hui, will be lucky. This variety show has gathered countless of my efforts. It's simply unreasonable if it's not popular." After saying that, he did not forget to suck up to Xiang Hong. "Of course, all of this cannot be done without Xiang's support. You've invested enough. I've spent all my money on the edge of a knife. I've built the best stage in the country. I've also built a room for the artists to practice dancing and rest, especially the one that some people yearn for. I've built an extra luxurious room." As the certain people that Yin Hui was referring to, Xiang Hong raised his eyebrows. "Did I ask you to be special? I gave you an investment, and you think about these useless things daily." Yin Hui curled his lips in disdain. "Fine, fine. You didn't ask me to be special. I was overthinking, okay. You didn't ask me to be special. According to Ding Shan's status, staying in a big room is not too much. No one will gossip. I know the rules." Xiang Hong also knew that Yin Hui would not act recklessly. He just had a foul mouth. However, Xiang Hong did not want him to be so smug. He thought he controlled him because he was good to Ding Shan. Although it was true to a certain extent, Xiang Hong did not want to expose too much. Yin Hui was too gossipy and talkative. If he controlled him, he would tease him every day. Xiang Hong curled the corners of his lips and refused to say anything more. He did not especially ask about Ding Shan. On the other hand, Yin Hui could not hold it anymore and took the initiative to explain. I picked a lot of unattractive boys in the company to be assistants to help Ding Shan record. You don't have to worry about that. If anything happens, I will know immediately. I know you know, brother, I am on your side. Yin Hui cursed in his heart. Xiang Hong, this old fox, had turned into a shrew. He was too calculative and was still unwilling to reveal his relationship with Ding Shan. Ding Shan's side was watertight as if she did not know Xiang Hong. They were too strange. Even Yin Hui could not make heads or tails of it. A secret relationship, or was it in the process of being pursued? No matter what, this was the first time in his life that Xiang Hong's traces of love had been discovered. He had to always keep an eye on it and walk on the front line of gossip. Yin Hui smiled and asked, "How is it, Chief Xiang? Do you have time to come and inspect your work? As an investor, you should come and take a look. This is the work of your brother's growth. Just take it as relaxation. Come quickly." Xiang Hong had this intention, but he only replied indifferently, "Got it. I'll come when I have time." Yin Hui did not try to persuade him further. He understood Xiang Hong. He was a work monster who only knew how to engage in business battles. He was a financial tycoon who was not interested in the entertainment industry. It was not easy for him to agree to come. Hence, Yin Hui smiled and said, "All right, I'll wait for you. Anyway, Ding Shan should be here soon. I'll go and welcome her." Xiang Hong could hear the hidden meaning in Yin Hui's words. He frowned helplessly. After thinking for a while, he could not help but exhort, "You've only arranged a good place for her to stay. How's the styling? Where's the jewelry? I'll send a few dresses over later." Ding Shan had not worked for 2 months, and not many endorsements were left. Xiang Hong was worried that Ding Shan would be at a disadvantage in terms of style. Yin Hui smiled smugly. "All right, thank you for your strong support, President Xiang." He knew that Xiang Hong, who had not bloomed once in 800 years, could not help it. Yin Hui was a love expert. He knew that with Xiang Hong's situation, it was okay if he was not tempted, but once drawn, he could not control himself. One should never underestimate the courage of a single diamond bachelor in his mother's womb when it came to love. Wouldn't he be unable to resist giving her a dress? Chapter 143. Boyfriend. Xiang Hong said that he wanted to give her a dress. That meant that it was not ordinary. A limited edition luxury brand was just a routine operation, but it had also gilded his show. Yin Hui smiled like a profiteer, sandwiched between Xiang Hong and Ding Shan. He had earned quite a bit of price difference. If Xiang Hong was good to Ding Shan, it meant he was good to the show. He had made the correct decision in his life by signing Ding Shan as a mentor. Xiang Hong snorted coldly and hung up the phone. If it weren't for the fact that he was worried that Ding Shan's comeback wouldn't go well and didn't want to see those idiots on the internet saying that Ding Shan was evil, he wouldn't have bothered to care about Yin Hui's variety show at all. But now, not only did he invest and worry about it, he even planned to go and stay there permanently after the work was done. What if Yin Hui found out that he didn't just want to go and inspect the work but to stay there? Xiang Hong thought of Yin Hui's gossipy face and frowned in annoyance. How troublesome. He shouldn't have suggested that he signed Ding Shan in the first place. Xiang Hong called the company's internal line. "Zhu Yang, come in for a moment." Zhu Yang hurriedly walked in. "Boss, what are your orders?" Xiang Hong said plainly, "Contact a brand and send some gowns to Yin Hui. Tell them that you only want limited edition gowns that no one else has worn before." Zhu Yang immediately understood. If he suddenly said he wanted to send a dress to President Yin, it must be for Ding Shan. Zhu Yang knew that Ding Shan's position in Xiang Hong's heart was not ordinary, but he still could not make up his mind. He asked hesitantly, "Then, which grade of a brand should we look for? Is there any standard?" Xiang Hong's face showed a blank look for a second. He frowned and asked Zhu Yang, "You're asking me, do you think I know about this?" Zhu Yang was at a loss for words. He also realized that he had asked a stupid question. Xiang's clothes were usually custom-made by someone. He never paid attention to the clothing brands, let alone the attire of female artistes. Xiang Hong said helplessly, "Do as you see fit. Money is not a problem. Whichever brand can send it right away can give them a chance to work with Xiang Group, but it has to be suitable for her. Beauty must be enough, understand?" Zhu Yang quickly nodded. Understood. This was to find a dress for Ding Shan without considering the price. This would be easy to handle. Without scruples, Zhu Yang could immediately see the top luxury brands and send over a limited edition dress. Moreover, for the chance to work with Xiang Corporation, those brands would probably fight to the death to send the dress over. The dress was lifeless. No matter its expensive or limited edition, it was still a dress. How could it be more valuable than working with Xiang Corporation? Zhu Yang accepted the mission and turned around to do it. "Wait!" Xiang Hong called out to Zhu Yang, his fingers unconsciously twirling, squinting his eyes. He instructed, "Don't look for tacky dresses. She's more suitable for a bright and elegant dress. Send many for her to choose from. Remember, don't expose too much." Xiang Hong's gaze was dangerous. He could send dresses to make Ding Shan stand more beautiful on the stage, but he absolutely could not let those male trainees and the audience see too much of Ding Shan's more attractive appearance. Those sexy and charming aspects were for her to exhibit in front of him. He could not expose too much of that in front of the screen. Zhu Yang pursed his lips, nodded, and quickly left. It was amazing. Just a moment ago, President Xiang only said he would send gowns to President Yin's side, but later, because of jealousy, he said he would pick them for Miss Ding Shan. He even helped Miss Ding Shan pick out the style of the gown. It's suitable for someone a little more flamboyant and generous. No matter how you looked at it, it sounded like he was a boyfriend. "Boss, why are you so warm all of a sudden?" Zhu Yang silently sighed in his heart and quickly mobilized the people from the other departments for a meeting. There was nothing he could do. Although the boss's request was straightforward, it was challenging to choose. Zhu Yang was a man who did not know much about the fashion industry. He could only brainstorm. He chose a few styles, but none of them were suitable. When the other party heard it was for Ding Shan, they sent some princess dresses that did not conform to Xiang Hong's previous style. Zhu Yang was not satisfied. Under the suggestion of a girl in the secretariat, he contacted a foreign niche brand. In the end, he found the not-so-tacky, bright and generous dress that Xiang Hong had mentioned. After he sent the invitation, the other party agreed immediately. He heard that it was for Ding Shan, but he did not feel that the style was out of place. Instead, he said he would find some unique styles for her to choose from based on Ding Shan's temperament. Zhu Yang was delighted. He paid a deposit and told the other party not to expose Xiang Group for the time being and to send them directly to Yin Hui. Chapter 144. Old Xiang's Good Taste. After the gown was settled, Yin Hui received the notice. When the time came, he would make up an excellent reason to send the dress to Ding Shan. Yin Hui had a thought-provoking smile on his face. This old Xiang was swift and decisive. Why didn't he usually treat him so warmly? He was ungrateful when it came to women. While Yin Hui silently clapped for his good brother, Xiao Lu led Ding Shan and Xiao Zhao over. Little Lu greeted Yin Hui loudly from a distance. "Chief Yin, I've brought teacher Ding Shan over." Yin Hui smiled and went forward to greet him. "You're pretty fast." Yin Hui and Ding Shan exchanged pleasantries. "How was it? Did the photo shoot go smoothly?" As they spoke, he sized up Ding Shan, and his heart trembled slightly. It had been a long time since they had last met. Why did Ding Shan seem to have changed? The difference in her facial features was not huge, but why did she seem to be even more beautiful than before? Her entire aura had become much more potent. Even though she was dressed, she was on the level of a beauty that could outshine the rest. In the past, Yin Hui never realized Ding Shan's beauty. He was not interested in those obedient girls and preferred the sexy type like Yang Lu. He had a slightly different impression of her on the day the contract was signed when he saw Ding Shan's decisiveness and openness that differed from the rumors. In addition, he had witnessed Ding Shan and her family's battle of wits and courage. Later, he felt that this girl's temperament was not like an ordinary person's, and she had steeled her resolve to cooperate. However, Yin Hui had never paid much attention to Ding Shan's appearance. When he saw her today, he was shocked. Was Ding Shan this good-looking? As expected, Xiang Hong's eyes were still poisonous. Good boy, you've never been in a relationship before, but your taste in beautiful women is accurate. However, Yin Hui was still unwilling to believe that his taste had made a mistake. Ding Shan did not have such a soul-stirring beauty in the past. Yin Hui had always been outgoing and cheerful and unwilling to hide anything. He was puzzled and asked Ding Shan, "Why do I feel like something has changed in you? But I can't tell. Where have you been these 2 months?" Ding Shan did not expect Yin Hui to ask this suddenly. She was a little stunned for a moment. She blinked and looked at Yin Hui innocently. Xiao Lu's face was full of shock. He kept winking at Yin Hui. "Boss, why are you asking this? Aren't you embarrassing her? Why are you so straight all of a sudden? If you request this in front of so many people, it would be weird for them to respond to you." Xiao Zhao was the first to react. She was a little unhappy and retorted, "Our sister Shan is naturally beautiful. There's no need for that." Ding Shan then reacted. She chuckled and said, "There has indeed been a change. I've gained 10 pounds. I was a little malnourished in the past, and my energy wasn't terrific. Now I've gained weight, exercised at home for 2 months, and feel much better." Yin Hui smiled embarrassedly. "Ah yeah, I didn't mean anything by it. The main thing is that you're too stunning now. I don't discriminate against plastic surgery at all." Then, he thought of Ding Shan's miserable look and nodded in understanding. "You were indeed too skinny in the past. You looked listless. You were beautiful, but you lacked a bit of feeling. Now that everything is fine, you can finally feel better. Congratulations. I'll take this opportunity to do it all over again. You'll be more popular than before." Yin Hui looked at Ding Shan with satisfaction, his eyes filled with admiration. A friend's wife could not be bullied. Of course, Yin Hui did not have any other intentions. He was just happy with Ding Shan's change. His show indeed had the potential to explode. Everything went exceptionally smoothly. Ding Shan had become so beautiful. When the time came, with Xiang Hong's limited gown, just her face alone would be able to attract many fans. Ding Shan accepted Yin Hui's blessing with a smile. Ever since Ding Wan's family of 3 and Yang Hua were caught, her life had become much more comfortable, and a huge rock had temporarily fallen to the ground. The current life was also new to Ding Shan. After 2 lifetimes combined, she had never had such a free and easy working life and state. But at the same time, it was also full of challenges. Even though Ding Shan had memories of her previous life and could play the role of a goddess at certain times, from the moment Ding Shan was reborn and broke off her relationship with Ding Wan, this path was already a new path Ding Shan had pieced together on her own. No one knew what factors would appear that were different from her previous life. Therefore, although Ding Shan was happy, she did not dare to let her guard down just because she had been reborn. Ding Shan cherished this stable life she had lost and regained more than anyone else. Chapter 145. Female Coaches Meet. Someone came to look for Yin Hui and asked him to go over the stage effects again. Yin Hui left in a hurry and reminded him again before he left, "Ding Shan, you're my trump card this time. If there's anything inconvenient, just tell me directly. Little Lu will share it with you." After saying that, he looked at Little Lu meaningfully. Little Lu understood and quickly replied, "I promise to take good care of teacher Ding Shan." Yin Hui smiled and left. Ding Shan smiled and said to Xiao Lu, "Don't be so nervous. I'm not that serious. Just call me Ding Shan." Xiao Lu shook his head. "I will call you teacher Ding Shan. You were originally invited to be a mentor. Everyone will call you that. You don't have to be so polite. This is a show of respect." Ding Shan's personality was outstanding. She did not act like a big shot because of her status as a movie queen. However, this was how the entertainment industry was. They bullied the weak and feared the strong. Xiao Lu was worried that if Ding Shan were too approachable, she would be bullied. Hence, he decided to emphasize Ding Shan's status as a mentor. Ding Shan did not insist further. She knew very well that this was how the industry was. People who did not have much ability would call them teachers for the sake of their faces. There was no real meaning to it. They were just polite, and there was nothing to be conflicted about. Xiao Lu led Ding Shan and Xiao Zhao to the dressing room. "Teacher Ding Shan, go and apply your makeup first. I'll send your luggage off." Ding Shan had already removed her makeup from the shoot earlier. Her stage makeup was thicker than usual, so she had to prepare earlier. Xiao Zhao walked forward. Sorry to trouble you. I'll accompany Sister Shan to apply her makeup. Little Lu replied in a crisp voice. All right, you can go straight and use the makeup room. After saying that, he dragged her luggage upstairs. Yin Hui was very generous. He rented a building. The dormitory, dining hall, and practice room were all available. There were several filming locations and large-scale stages. It took several months to build and was both luxurious and grand. It completely satisfied the daily lives of hundreds of people, including the artistes and staff. When the recording officially started, it became sealed. Xiao Zhao accompanied Ding Shan to the makeup room. When they entered, they saw that people were already applying makeup inside. Coincidentally, one of them was Chen Tong. At this moment, Chen Tong was chatting and laughing with the woman beside her. She was laughing so hard that she looked very intimate. Ding Shan took a look. The other person should be the gold medal manager. The 3 female coaches were arranged to apply makeup here together. When the 2 people in the room heard the sound, they turned around. The atmosphere became a little strange when they saw Ding Shan, who had entered. Ding Shan smiled and nodded, greeting them. Ding Shan did not know either of them, so there was nothing to be polite about. Moreover, at the moment, Ding Shan's news was causing a stir in the circle. Many people also maintained a wait-and-see attitude toward Ding Shan. There were even some people who secretly had a lot of opinions about Ding Shan. Chen Tong was one of them. She came early and acted very familiar with the manager. Ding Shan did not have to go and ask for trouble. After greeting her, Ding Shan did not lack etiquette. She walked to the empty makeup table by herself. The makeup room was huge. There were too many items for the artistes, so everyone had plenty of space. Ding Shan sat in her seat and did not interfere with the others, saving a lot of awkwardness. Chen Tong had been watching Ding Shan's movements the whole time. When she saw that Ding Shan had gone to the other side with a simple greeting, she silently rolled her eyes. She did not have a good eye. It was okay if she did not take her seriously. The senior manager of the industry was here, but she still had that indifferent look on her face. What was she pretending to be aloof for? What was there to be proud of with so much dirt on her? Chen Tong's heart was not in balance, and she did not want to initiate a conversation with Ding Shan, so she took the initiative to get closer to the manager. Sister Li, tell me, our current job is not easy. We work diligently, and the heat will be stolen if we're not careful. Everyone loves to watch gossip now and doesn't pay attention to the work anymore. After saying that, she shot a meaningful glance at Ding Shan. Her words were full of hostility, and everyone present could tell she was talking about Ding Shan. Ding Shan pretended not to hear her and even pulled Xiao Zhao, telling her not to be rash. The other party only dared to scold her this way, and she had no ability. If she got angry at this time, she would fall into her trap. She would say that she was guilty and that she was right. She did not dare to scold her directly, so she would just pretend that she did not hear it. 146 Chapter 146 Challenge. Xiao Zhao glared at Chen Tong and remained silent in anger. On the other hand, the manager had a calm attitude. She glanced at Chen Tong and did not respond to her. She only smiled faintly and did not want to respond to Chen Tong's sentiments. Chen Tong did not feel awkward. This manager was competent. It would be beneficial for her to take the initiative and have a good relationship with her in the future. If they got together with this manager, the 3 female mentors would naturally throw Ding Shan out. However, she did not expect the manager to take the initiative to talk to Ding Shan. I've never had the chance to meet you in the past. Sister Wang of our company seems to have a good relationship with your little manager. Before I came here, I heard her talk about you. I finally met you today. Ding Shan did not expect Sister Li to take the initiative to talk to her. She quickly turned around and replied politely, I've heard of you too. It's a pity that I've never met you before. It's my honor to be able to work with you this time. Although it was a polite remark, Ding Shan said it very sincerely. In comparison, Chen Tong's words just now were too inappropriate and too fake. The manager's name was Li Yang. She looked very bold. One look and one could tell that she was the type of woman who was swift and decisive. When she heard this, she smiled. The rumors are not false. You are a natural-born big star. I can tell with one look today that all your scandals in the past don't count. Yang Hua is a blind person. She deserves to end up like this. As a gold medal manager, when Li Yang mentioned Yang Hua, she had some additional disdain from her peers. Even though Yang Hua was considered one of the top managers in the industry in the past, she relied on Ding Shan's power. It was one thing for Yang Hua to deal with those unrated people on her own, but for someone at Sister Li's level, she did not think much of her. Ding Shan was able to destroy her family and simultaneously expel Yang Hua from the industry. It was a great satisfaction and made Li Yang and the other managers vent their anger. It was bad luck to ruin the reputation of the management industry because of a scum. Therefore, there was the need for Sister Wang to say that Li Yang already had a good impression of Ding Shan. Ding Shan could tell that Li Yang was kind to her and smiled slightly. Thank you for your compliment. There are many things that I did not understand in the past. I would like to ask for your advice in the future when I have the chance. If others respected her, she would return the favor. Ding Shan felt that since the other party gave her face, she should be humble. As a junior, this was normal. However, this scene changed in Chen Tong's eyes. Chen Tong gritted her teeth and looked at Li Yang and Ding Shan, who were very harmonious. Her eyes were so jealous that they were almost red. Ding Shan was indeed hypocritical. She was acting high and mighty just a moment ago. When the other party finally gave her a chance, she climbed up the ladder. She was just like her. She had taken a fancy to Li Yang's strength and wanted to take the opportunity to get some benefits. She even said it nicely and gave her pointers. Who didn't know what she was thinking? Look at her hypocritical look. It was disgusting. Chen Tong said in a weird tone, "Oh, it's Ding Shan. Look at me. I was so happy chatting with Sister Li just now that I didn't even notice. I'm sorry. Are you here to participate in the show? I thought it was just a rumor on the internet. After all, you seem to have had many things happen to you previously. I was quite worried. It's so good to see you." Ding Shan looked at Chen Tong coldly. After that, she didn't say anything else and allowed Chen Tong to talk to herself like a clown. Chen Tong was not amused. It was as if she had punched cotton. Her face was stiff as she sulked. The makeup artists all worked in silence. They were afraid of getting involved in the conflicts between the artists. There was gossip everywhere in the industry, especially among female artists. There was bloodshed. If they could not control their ears and mouths, they would not be able to survive. Chen Tong did not get any benefits from Ding Shan. She vented her anger on the makeup artist and shouted angrily, "Can you be gentler? It hurts so much. Do you even know how to put on makeup?" The makeup artist apologized submissively. I'm sorry, Sister Tong. I'll be more careful." Chen Tong was upset, and her tone was not good either. "Alright, who's your sister? You should be more professional in this job. You have to know that there are specializations in the industry. Not everyone can be like Sister Shan, who can cross over to be a mentor." After saying that, she looked at Ding Shan provocatively. "Sister Shan, don't you agree?" Ding Shan cast her gaze at Chen Tong and coldly curled the corners of her lips. She ignored her, yet she was still unwilling to give up. She wanted to start a fight so badly. Would she think she was a vegetable if she did not cooperate with her? 147 Chapter 147. Fighting openly and secretly. This time, Ding Shan did not avoid it. Instead, she stared at Chen Tong with a cold smile. She sized her up from head to toe. Her eyes seemed deep in thought, and she was not in a hurry to speak. Chen Tong felt a little uncomfortable under Ding Shan's stare. She squeezed out a stiff smile and asked, "Sister Shan, why are you looking at me like that? Am I wrong? I admire you." Ding Shan kept staring at Chen Tong with her eyes, but she was still unwilling to speak. Chen Tong felt more and more guilty. She took the initiative to look away. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became very strange. It was hushed. No one knew what to say. Ding Shan finally smiled. "Oh, I just realized. You are called Chen Tong, right? I'm sorry, my memory is not good. I can't remember the names of many new people in the industry. You said you admired me for crossing over. I thought I should at least give you a polite response. Unfortunately, after thinking for a long time, I still can't remember your name or representative work. Don't blame me if I'm wrong." Ding Shan looked at Chen Tong's increasingly ugly expression and smiled even more sincerely. I am indeed in the acting industry and have never participated in a talent show before. However, Director Yin invited me warmly. I also want to give it a try. Are you also crossing over? I don't think I've seen you act in any shows before. Xiao Zhao rolled her eyes and started to play along with Ding Shan with a mischievous smile. Sister Shan, you don't know. This Miss Chen Tong is not a crossover. She also debuted in a talent show. At that time, many people even said she was little Ding Shan. However, she usually participated in variety shows. Naturally, you don't know about it, Sister Shan. Ding Shan nodded her head as if she had suddenly realized something. So that's how it is. Look at me. I usually only care about big-budget movies and TV series, so I don't know anything about variety shows. Miss Chen has participated in so many variety shows. I'm sure you have a lot of experience. Please help me. Then, she pretended to be angry and said to Xiao Zhao, stop saying things like little Ding Shan. The media is talking nonsense. Don't you know anything? How does Miss Chen look like me? You can't say that just because I entered the industry early and have some fame. It looks like Miss Chen is borrowing my fame. Xiao Zhao held back her laughter and quickly agreed. Yes, I said it wrong. Miss Chen Tong, don't blame me. Chen Tong's face turned green and white. She gritted her teeth and said stubbornly, how can that be? Sister Ding Shan is right. It's all nonsense from the media. It doesn't count. How can I be angry? No matter how angry Chen Tong was, she could only grit her teeth and swallow her anger. In front of so many people and with Sister Li, the senior manager, around, Chen Tong naturally could not become angry out of humiliation. Chen Tong's expression was hideous. She cursed in her heart. It was a pity that Ding Shan and that D*MN manager had taken out the press release she had previously released and used it to talk about things. All of a sudden, she was in the wrong. In the past, she had indeed used Ding Shan's fame to make her debut and wanted to enter the film industry. Ultimately, she failed and could only participate in some variety shows. Initially, she thought that Ding Shan was done for this time and that she could take the opportunity to show off. Who would have thought that Ding Shan would come back and even come over to participate in the same variety show as her? How could she be willing to accept this? She even said she only cared about big-budget movies and television dramas and did not know her. Wasn't this mocking her for having a low status, being unable to participate in variety shows, and not being worthy of being compared to her? Chen Tong was hit where it hurt, but there was nothing she could do. She could only sulk and refuse to speak anymore. Ding Shan saw that Chen Tong did not speak anymore, and the corners of her mouth curled up into a smile. She could not go too far in front of Sister Li, a gold medal, distinguished, manager. The show had not started yet, and it was not a glorious thing for a female teacher to quarrel in front of everyone in the dressing room. She just needed to give Chen Tong a little warning. Didn't Chen Tong say that she was not a diamond in the rough yet had come to take on this porcelain job? She wanted to let Chen Tong know that she had to look at her strength before talking about others. It was true that she had never participated in variety shows before, but at least she had some achievements in the acting industry. Chen Tong used her name to make her debut. She could not become an actress and could only go into variety shows. Since when did she have the right to mock her? Li Yan listened to the exchange between Ding Shan and Chen Tong. She did not say a word. She knew that with her around, the two of them would not fall out the first time they met. Initially, Li Yan did not intend to participate in these things. The conflicts between female artists were the scariest. There were thousands of reasons to fight for resources, endorsements, popularity, fans, and even male artists. Behind the scenes, the fights were even more bloody. Ding Shan's and Chen Tong's fight was just a small fight. Li Yan had seen it many times. However, after Ding Shan finished speaking, she could not help but laugh. 148 Chapter 148. Interested. Li Yan gave Ding Shan a meaningful look. This little girl was quite surprising. She had initially thought that Yang Hua had spoiled her. Under unreasonable long-term control, although she had the intention to resist, it was inevitable that her personality would be affected. From the beginning, Chen Tong had deliberately ignored and ostracized Ding Shan. Li Yan could feel all of this, but she did not care. After all, Ding Shan was not very close to her, so there was no need for her to get involved. She did not want to embarrass Dingshan too much, so she initiated a conversation to liven up the atmosphere. What Li Yang did not expect was that Chen Tong seemed to hold a grudge against Dingshan. She was full of malice and was unwilling to let it go. She kept speaking rudely, ridiculing that Dingshan had come to participate in the variety show. As for Dingshan, she also changed from her initial silence and started to fight back. Dingshan's way of fighting back made Li Yang's impression of Dingshan even better. In the entertainment industry, being too honest meant that one would be bullied. However, few good people were willing to protect a righteous person's self-esteem kindly. In this kind of Vanity Fair, honesty meant that one was easy to bully and could be used. However, if one were too rigid, one would also be disadvantaged. One had to know that it was easy to break if one was too harsh. If one's temper were too hard and too foul, one would sooner or later offend others and be caught by others. Li Yang was very optimistic about Dingshan's handling of the situation. Chen Tong had provoked her many times, but Dingshan had tolerated it. This proved that she was magnanimous and bigoted. When she retaliated, she also grasped her limits. She did not shed all the pretense of politeness and gave Chen Tong a warning. Her words were watertight. Whether true or false, she had said everything that needed to be said. No matter what, Dingshan was still a movie queen. Even if she had crossed over to participate in variety shows, there was no reason for her to be bullied by a newly debuted variety star. Li Yang looked at Dingshan with admiration. This time, she said from the bottom of her heart, "Dingshan, you are indeed a good seedling." Acting alone was not enough. Only people like Dingshan, who had strength, emotional intelligence, and a temper, could stay in the entertainment industry for a long time. Dingshan now had the potential to become a superstar in the future. Dingshan looked at Li Yang apologetically. She felt a little apologetic for bickering with Chen Tong in front of her senior. "Sister Li, sorry to disturb you." Li Yang smiled and shook her head. She gave Dingshan a comforting look, indicating that she did not care about these things. Then, she turned her head to look at Chen Tong and smiled. Li Yang had seen many minor celebrities who could not stand the loneliness and wanted to climb up the ranks but could not bear to see others being good. However, no matter what, Chen Tong could be considered to have some ability. Among the female artists, regardless of whether she used tricks or had an actual ability, she still had some fame. Yin Hui invited her to be a mentor. For the program to be broadcast smoothly, she had no choice but to maintain her good looks. Li Yang's expression was icy, but she said warmly, "Dingshan is right. Chen Tong, you have debuted in a talent show. I remember that your ranking is not bad. You are young and promising. I have never participated in a variety show before. Speaking of which, I am not even considered to have crossed the border. If there are things that you don't understand, you have to teach me." Chen Tong was a little nervous when she heard that. She could not be bothered to sulk anymore. She quickly explained, "Sister Li, I didn't mean that. You are a senior. How many A-list artists have you trained before? Why would you need me to teach you anything? I'm not talking about you." The more she explained, the messier it got. She was about to admit that she had said it on purpose just now. Chen Tong was so anxious that her face turned red. Dingshan sneered, but she looked at Li Yang as if she was deep in thought. Li Yang's words just now were intended to smooth things over. She had to give her some face no matter what. Coincidentally, Li Yang turned her head and gave Dingshan a look. Dingshan silently turned her head and didn't say anything. Then, Li Yang smiled and continued to say to Chen Tong, "What's the big deal? The three of you have been invited by Director Yin to be mentors. We have to put in all our effort and work together. Once the show is done, there will naturally be a lot of benefits. It's not impossible to rely on this to become popular. I, as a manager, don't care about these things. You have to work hard." Li Yang smiled. She looked like a peacemaker, but her tone was significant. It was also a good opportunity for Chen Tong to grasp a lifeline. Chen Tong wanted to become more popular than anyone else. Chen Tong's anger subsided, and a smile hung on her face again. "Yes, President Yin's preparation this time was perfect. I also agreed to come because I saw this point." Li Yang nodded. "Then I'll look forward to your performance. Don't ruin the big event because of some little emotions. That won't make up for the loss." 149 Chapter 149. Exclusive sponsorship. Li Yang's few words quickly appeased Chen Tong. In an instant, she put on a smug look and smiled faintly. She glanced at Ding Shan and did not provoke her anymore. Li Yang was right. Since the matter was already set in stone, the most important thing was to work together for a win-win situation and win the show together. Ding Shan licked her lips and wanted to get a share of the show. It did not matter. After all, she would not know anything at that time. She would not need to bribe the script if she made a fool of herself. There would naturally be people scolding her on the internet. She would show her professional side, and it was enough to crush her. She wanted to let the people in the industry and the netizens see who the little variety show princess was. Ding Shan should obediently stay in the entertainment industry. Chen Tong smiled as if nothing had happened just now. She said to the makeup artist, "All right, continue applying makeup on me. I wasn't targeting you just now. Don't take it to heart." The makeup artist saw her temperamental and didn't dare to say anything. She replied carefully and started applying makeup on Chen Tong again. She was cautious, afraid that Chen Tong would get angry again. The makeup room returned to silence. The three female mentors closed their eyes to rest and waited for the recording to begin. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Xiao Lu stuck his head in and said, "Excuse me, I'm here to look for teacher Ding Shan." Ding Shan turned around and saw Xiao Lu. She smiled and said, "Have you sent them over? Thank you for your hard work." Xiao Lu smiled as he walked in. He did not expect that there would be a few people behind him. They were pushing a long-moving clothes rack. There were all kinds of dresses hanging on it. The style was simple, and most of the colors were of calm and dignified color. However, the eyes of those in the industry were highly discerning. When Xiao Lu brought these clothes into the room, the people immediately knew that the fabric and the cut were not ordinary brands. Chen Tong watched Xiao Lu lead the people and push all the dresses on the hangers in front of Ding Shan. He said as if he was presenting a treasure, "Teacher Ding Shan, you can pick out the dresses later. These are all prepared for you." Ding Shan was a little stunned. She glanced at the dresses and hung them neatly together. There were quite a number of them. Even though they were hanging there, it could be seen that they were all costly. Ding Shan looked at Xiao Lu with some confusion. She did not know what was going on. She had never heard that the program team would provide her with gowns of this level. Xiao Lu knew that Ding Shan would not readily accept it. With Li Yang and Chen Tong around, it was not easy to make it too obvious. He could only follow Yin Hui's private instructions. He said thoughtfully, "Teacher Ding Shan, have you forgotten? This is what we agreed on in the contract. The program team will provide you with the costumes. Everyone is the same. It's just that it's a coincidence." Once the program team announced the sponsors, some brands came looking to sponsor you alone. They felt that your style was suitable for their brand's new season of gowns, so they quickly brought it to you to try it on. Ding Shan looked at Xiao Lu's expression. No matter how she thought about it, she felt something was wrong. Was there such a coincidence? Previously, she had been plagued by scandals, and many people did not think highly of her participation in variety shows. Why would a luxury brand that she had never worked with take the initiative to sponsor her? Ding Shan was puzzled, but when she saw Li Yang and Chen Tong looking at her from the corner of her eyes, she did not want to make it too public. She could only ask in a low voice, "Are you sponsoring me? Did Director Yin say anything?" Xiao Lu nodded happily. Director Yin said it's up to teacher Ding Shan to choose the ones here. Xiao Zhao nudged Xiao Lu from the side and gave him a look. He was anxious. How could this Xiao Lu be so stupid? Wasn't he trying to draw hatred for Sister Shan in front of the other two female coaches? Couldn't he give them to her in private with these good things? Xiao Lu worked in a media company, so how could he not understand these things? However, from Xiao Lu's point of view, the fights between female artistes were endless. Even if this gown were given to Ding Shan in private, it would be easy for others to find the problem during the recording. Then, teacher Ding Shan would be even more embarrassed. Therefore, after Xiao Lu and Yin Hui discussed it, they unanimously decided to send the gown over in front of Li Yang and Chen Tong. They would put the matter in the open. Even if they were angry, they couldn't blame Ding Shan. This was the sponsorship the program team had attracted. Since the other party was willing to sponsor Ding Shan, what could you do? Xiao Lu giggled, "Teacher Ding Shan, Director Yin said that even though the other party was a little stingy and only said that they would sponsor you, you dressed up nicely and gave our program a face. Director Yin took the initiative to agree first. Please don't take it for granted. Don't mind him. 150 Chapter 150. Chen Tong's eyes turned red. Ding Shan looked at the gown and started to worry. If she agreed to it, it would make her look unique. If she disagreed, Yin Hui's words would raise the issue on the program team's face, so she couldn't directly reject it. At this moment, Li Yang smiled and tried to persuade Ding Shan. Little Ding, this is a good thing. Look at how beautiful these gowns are. Which girl doesn't like beautiful clothes? If they sponsor you, you can wear them. I like to see beautiful women like you wearing beautiful clothes. It's a feast for the eyes. Li Yang naturally wouldn't be jealous of Ding Shan. She was a manager herself and had been pulled here to determine if a contestant had the potential to debut. It didn't matter what she wore. She wouldn't bother with Ding Shan. Moreover, Yin Hui had already spoken. It was hard to say if it was a sponsorship, but it was obvious that he had an unusual attitude towards Ding Shan. He seemed to be taking extra care of her and directly told her about the matter in front of many people. Li Yang had been in the entertainment industry for many years, so she could still see through this. Therefore, she went with the flow and came forward to persuade Ding Shan. Ding Shan looked at Li Yang hesitantly but did not nod her head. This matter was a little strange, and Ding Shan felt it was weird. Although she trusted Yin Hui and knew that he would not harm her, there were endless incidents in the entertainment industry due to various resources. It was even more important to pay special attention to the female artists' gowns. If their origins were unknown, they would be ridiculed by the crowd. Ding Shan did not want to suspect anyone, but there was no harm in being cautious. Ding Shan smiled at Li Yang and then said to Xiao Lu, "Leave it here for now. I'll talk to Director Yin later and decide. I've brought my clothes. I can wear my own." Xiao Lu did not know what to do. He did not expect that Ding Shan would still refuse to accept it at this point. Ding Shan comforted him, "I don't mean anything else. I hope that nothing will go wrong. Everything is for the outcome of the show. There's still some time before the official recording. It's just a change of clothes. There's still time." Little Lu nodded and did not insist anymore. Li Yang looked at Ding Shan with a smile and sighed. "If my artists were half as sensible as you, I wouldn't have to worry so much. It's good for you to be cautious. That way, you'll be around for a long time." Ding Shan was embarrassed and explained, "I've been at a disadvantage before, so I didn't dare to ask carefully. This is a bit sudden, so it's better to ask." On the other side, Chen Tong watched as Ding Shan acquired a brand new line of gowns. One look and it was evident that the style was expensive. Her heart was already in an imbalance. In the end, not only did Ding Shan not happily accept it, she was still making excuses. This time, it struck Chen Tong's heart. Ding Shan was still playing hard to get what she did not have. What was the meaning of this? Was she trying to anger her on purpose? Li Yang was not an artiste at all. She did not need any gowns. Ding Shan was showing off in front of her on purpose. She tried to be unique and even pretended to be aloof and arrogant. Chen Tong's eyes were completely red. She repeatedly questioned, "What does this mean? Only Ding Shan has it. When Director Yin and I signed the contract, he did not mention that we would treat each other differently. Everyone is here to participate in the program. Why is it that Ding Shan has a sponsor, but we don't?" Ding Shan and Li Yang glanced at Chen Tong indifferently, unwilling to pay attention to her. Xiao Lu's face was stiff, but he still explained earnestly, "Teacher Chen Tong, didn't I say just now that this is a request from the brand side? They are only sponsoring Teacher Ding Shan. Director Yin can't do anything about it. However, Teacher Chen Tong, you don't have to worry. Director Yin promised in the contract to prepare clothes for the instructors. They are also brand names so that everyone can choose from them." Although Xiao Lu called Chen Tong teacher, everyone could see that Xiao Lu's attitude toward Chen Tong was much colder than when he spoke to Ding Shan. This address was originally a form of courtesy, but Chen Tong was still young and did not have any representative work, so it was a little strange for Xiao Lu to call her teacher. It was even a little ironic. Chen Tong could not help but snort coldly. "What a joke. Why would I lack a few sets of clothes? I don't like people to make things special. Everyone is here to participate in the program, Not in a beauty contest. Xiao Lu replied calmly, yes, teacher Chen Tong is also lovely. Without the help of the program team's clothes, she will be very photogenic. There is no need to worry about these things. Xiao Lu was someone who had worked his way up from the bottom. He would say anything good to him. Even though his expression was cold, he could still say flattering words with which no one could find fault. Chen Tong was rendered speechless by Xiao Lu's words. She held her breath and had nowhere to vent it. 151 Chapter 151 Was not afraid of taking risks. Ding Shan looked at Xiao Lu in surprise. She did not expect Xiao Lu to be so flexible. He was a powerful character. Although Yin Hui sent Xiao Lu to care for her, he was still a program team member. Ding Shan initially thought Xiao Lu would care about the other guests' faces. She did not expect him to stand on her side and reply to Chen Tong. Fortunately, he was rather discreet. Even though everyone could vaguely hear the perfunctory and implied meaning in Xiao Lu's words, there was no problem with the literal sense. It was not good for Chen Tong to make a fuss over this. Chen Tong gritted her teeth. She felt that she had lost face. She threw the thing in her hand on the table and stood up angrily. She threw a sentence, "Who cares?" Then she walked out quickly. Her high heels clicked with an ear-piercing sound as she stepped on the floor. Chen Tong's little assistant hurriedly chased after her. They could vaguely hear Chen Tong venting her anger on her little assistant as she walked. The little assistant was coaxing her in a low voice. Xiao Zhao stood beside Ding Shan and silently rolled her eyes toward where Chen Tong had left. She had no ability but could vent her anger on the people around her. She had not even gotten angry but was already acting like a big shot. She was jealous of Sister Shan's dress. Did she not think if she had the qualifications to do so? On the other hand, Ding Shan shot a cold glance at Chen Tong's departing figure, then turned her head and dismissed her. She would not allow people to be happy with her. Since she was already dissatisfied with her, there was no need to force anything. It was wrong in Chen Tong's eyes, no matter what she did, so what was there to worry about her for? Li Yang shook her head helplessly and said meaningfully, "It seems that it will be very lively during this period. Some people can't stay idle." Ding Shan smiled and said, "That's someone else's matter. I won't offend others if they don't offend me. It's naturally good to live in peace. I'm not afraid of people stirring up trouble." Li Yang looked at Ding Shan curiously and said, "So this is your personality. Why do I feel that you have matured a lot?" After saying that, she smiled again. "That's right. I almost forgot that it's normal for you to become mature. When a person matures, it doesn't depend on their age but on their experience. You have experienced days that ordinary people can't imagine, so naturally, you will mature a lot." Ding Shan nodded. "I do understand a lot of things." Li Yang looked at Ding Shan with appreciation, and her tone became a little more intimate. "If you have to fight, then fight. There's no reason not to take what you've given away. I didn't finish what I said just now. It's good to be cautious, but you'll miss the opportunity if you're too cautious. Opportunities in the entertainment industry don't come every day. No one knew what would happen tomorrow. The god of luck would descend on anyone. Strength was the foundation. Only those who dared to bet would win." Li Yang's eyes seemed to see through Ding Shan's heart. She looked at Ding Shan with a faint smile and said slowly, "You put aside the movie and didn't act in the TV series. Under the circumstances where your future in acting was almost ruined, you chose this variety show without any foundation. Isn't this a big gamble in itself? Just go ahead and do it. Why do you care so much?" Li Yang's words were very straightforward but didn't offend anyone. Ding Shan looked back at Li Yang and smiled faintly. Li Yang's eyes were sharp. There would be many people who would question her decision to record a variety show. Perhaps they would even imagine that Ding Shan had given up on herself. Did she not want to be an actress anymore? Or maybe they would think Ding Shan was short of money and wanted to learn from others to earn various bonuses. But Ding Shan herself knew that she was relying on variety to quickly change her image to pave the way for her future actions. It didn't matter if others didn't understand, as long as she was moving towards her goal. But Li Yang saw through Ding Shan's plans. With decades of experience as a manager, she instantly understood the reason behind Ding Shan's move and admired it very much. Without destruction, there would be no establishment. Ding Shan had ideas and courage. Moreover, Li Yan could also tell that Ding Shan liked those gowns very much. She was just afraid of attracting trouble and did not dare to be too particular. It was just that the opportunity to make a comeback was not easy to come by. It could be said that every step was frightening. Ding Shan did not dare to take too much of a risk. Hence, Li Yan advised Ding Shan that this decision was originally a big gamble. Why should she be afraid of taking risks? If she wanted to do it, she should not overthink. She should do it freely. Ding Shan understood and looked at Li Yan with gratitude. She thanked her sincerely. "Thank you, Sister Li. I was wrong." 152 Chapter 152. People poaching. Li Yan waved her hand and smiled. "You're a good teacher. I already said that if my artistes were half as smart and sensible as you, I would have woken up from my sleep laughing." Ding Shan was a little embarrassed. "I can be quite stubborn sometimes. I'm not smooth enough when it comes to doing things." Li Yan did not think so. Being an artiste is just as simple as doing your job well. Everything needs an artiste to deal with it tactfully. What's the point of having a manager? Speaking of which, Li Yan's eyes lit up as she asked Ding Shan, "Are you not going to look for another manager? Come to our company. I will personally take you. Don't worry, I have already taken out the few that I have. It will be much easier. I can put all my energy into you." As a top manager in the industry, Li Yan was invited by Yin Hui to oversee things. She was fawned on by Chen Tong. It was clear that she was outstanding. The reputation of her agency has always been excellent. Such an invitation carried a lot of weight. It was an opportunity that others would not be able to get even if they crushed their heads against the wall. Ding Shan was slightly stunned. She did not expect Li Yan to want to be her manager. Ding Shan's surprise had scared Xiao Zhao to death. Xiao Zhao anxiously stomped her feet on the side and looked at Ding Shan resentfully. She also looked at Li Yan angrily but did not dare to speak. Why was she snatching people away? She couldn't just bully people just because she had been a manager for longer than her. She could also become a mighty manager if she had more time. Sensing Xiao Zhao's uneasiness, Ding Shan turned around and looked at her with a smile, indicating for her to be at ease. Then, she politely rejected Li Yan. "No, thank you for your good intentions, Sister Li. I only want to have my studio. If possible, I also want a company and sign some artistes. This has always been my wish." Although Xiao Zhao is young, she has improved very quickly. It's acceptable for her to be by my side. Li Yan was a little disappointed but was also within her expectations. People said that once bitten, twice shy. Yang Hua had severely tortured Ding Shan, and it would be strange if she was still willing to be controlled by a manager. Suppose she had the ability, who wouldn't want to be her boss? After the disappointment, Li Yan felt relieved. "That's good too. You've been in the industry for so many years. You know everything. Indeed, you don't need a strong manager to take care of you. I'm also impatient. If we work together, we might even quarrel." Li Yan joked and smiled at Ding Shan cheerfully. Then, she looked at little Zhao and nodded. "Your sister Wang often praises you, saying you're smart and hardworking. In the future, if you follow your sister Shan, you'll have a bright future too." Only then did Xiao Zhao feel relieved. She put away her pathetic look and regained a bit of calmness. She smiled politely and said, "Sister Wang always found me talkative in the beginning, asking all kinds of questions to annoy her. Later on, I was afraid of her. I'm still young, so I followed Sister Shan so that I would work hard." Li Yang sighed with emotion and said, "There are talented people in every generation. Young people like you are good and energetic." Ding Shan replied, "Sister Li, you don't lose to us. Everyone says that you have a unique taste. You being able to participate in this variety show has given me a lot of confidence." These were Ding Shan's sincere words. At Li Yang's age, it was not easy for her to join in the fun. She probably would not have been willing to participate in this young variety show if it were not for selecting a few good seedlings for the company. However, she was here and in a very relaxed state. She did not seem out of place, which was very admirable. Ding Shan and Li Yang looked at each other and smiled. The atmosphere was very harmonious. Li Yang came early and finished her makeup earlier than Ding Shan. Her assistant accompanied her to rest first. Only Ding Shan and the others were left in the dressing room. Xiao Zhao read the following procedures to Ding Shan from the side. "In a while, we will rehearse once and record an opening. After that, we will need the coaches to prepare a short show and make a stunning appearance. Sister Shan, do you want to dance later? Ding Shan thought about it and shook her head. It's my first appearance. There's no need to expose too much. The audience won't be used to it. Leave the big moves for later. I'll sing a simple song. Xiao Zhao nodded to show that she understood. She did not want Ding Shan to dance so early, either. Chen Tong was a singer and dancer. It would be disadvantageous for them to bump into each other initially. Although Xiao Zhao was very confident in Ding Shan's ability, there was no need to use too much strength initially. 153 Chapter 153 Fishtail Gown. Xiao Lu did not say anything. When Li Yan tried to persuade Ding Shan, he stood at the side sensibly. At this moment, he felt that the time was ripe, and Ding Shan was no longer as hesitant as before. Hence, he tried to persuade her again. Sister Shan, do you still want to ask Director Yin about these gowns? Ding Shan turned around and took another look. She stood up, went forward, and flipped through the gowns. She accepted him again. I'll wear this one. Since it's goodwill from the sponsors, I'll accept it. Let others say what they want to say. I came here to be the most outstanding, so I'm not afraid of being special. Xiao Lu smiled. It's great that you think so. It's not special. Other artists might not wear the clothes prepared by the program team. They are all smart and want to wear the most outstanding clothes, most of which are prepared by themselves. It's just that none of them are as good as yours, Miss Ding Shan. Ding Shan held up a long gown. The dark green silk fabric matched the smooth and gorgeous lines. There were no unnecessary decorations. It was completely tailored to reflect the extreme green and noble silk to the fullest. It was low-key and elegant in the crowd of gowns. Ding Shan took the clothes into the changing room and put on the gown with the help of Xiao Zhao. The green color of the dress was not too deep. It was a kind of lush green in the forest. Not only did it not make her look old, but it made her already very fair skin look even whiter. The silk fabric was faintly glowing. When the light shone on the dress, it was like a flickering wave of light was floating on it. The dress was a close-fitting design that outlined Ding Shan's curvy figure. Because of the unique fabric, the dress looked incredibly texture, so even if it traced Ding Shan's exceptional waistline, it did not appear vulgar. Instead, it was a low-key, high-class sexiness. Xiao Zhao brought a pair of silver high-heeled shoes for Ding Shan. Ding Shan stepped on them slowly, becoming even more graceful. At the bottom of the dress was a mermaid tail. A small section hung on the ground. Following Ding Shan's every move, the hem of the dress floated gently and swayed gracefully. Along with her jet-black long curly hair, Ding Shan looked like a queen of the forest. She was elegant and graceful yet revealed a sense of mystery. Little Lu could not help but praise, Teacher Ding Shan, you're too good at choosing clothes. This set suits you too well, and it's a style that you've never seen before. What's this called? Simple but not simple. High class. Ding Shan was also delighted. She slightly adjusted the creases on her waist and curled the corners of her lips. I'll try out the other styles later. I like this dress design philosophy very much. To simplify is to be simple. It's better than those that are filled with decorations. Moreover, rarely it fits incredibly well. Could they have custom made it for me? That's thoughtful. Xiao Lu explained, these are all new styles yet to be released by this brand. There's only one of each style in the world, and they're all representative works of the chief designer. It's said that when he made them, they were all made according to the perfect size. Before sending them to teacher Ding Shan, he never thought that they would fit so well. Their designer is still waiting outside to make some changes for you on the spot. Now, there's no need for it. Xiao Zhao was overjoyed. It's so beautiful. This dress is amazing. It won't be too grand, and it won't be too bold either. It's perfect for our first appearance. This is an appropriate beauty. It was just as Xiao Zhao had said. Ding Shan's temperament was much calmer than before. Her eyes were full of confidence, and she was much more relaxed. Now that she was wearing this elegant dress, it showed her beauty more. It was because she was not distracted by the gorgeous and complicated gown. That situation could only be considered as the shift taking over the host. It was not because people wore clothes but because the clothes were oppressive. Her thick black hair scattered on the elegant green gown. Her skin was extremely white, and her lips were a faint red. When the several colors collided, it was surprisingly harmonious. Ding Shan's eyes rolled around, and she smiled slightly. Her pearly teeth were somewhat exposed, and she was beautiful beyond comparison. Xiao Lu was in high spirits as he said, "Quick, let's find a place to take photos. Where's the photographer? We must take a few more photos to be worthy of such a beautiful teacher Ding Shan. Such a unique gown." Xiao Zhao was already prepared. "The studio's newly hired photographer will be here soon. We didn't let him follow us when we went to take the posters just now. For such an occasion, the studio has to take some photos for promotional purposes." Ding Shan nodded. "Our studio has just been set up and hasn't been promoted yet. I'll have the studio take good care of my photos and highlights in the show." Xiao Zhao made an okay gesture. "Don't worry, Sister Shan. I've gathered all the immortals together. They'll be trendy." 154 Chapter 154. You don't like her. Xiao Zhao's words were not an exaggeration. When Ding Shan reorganized her studio, Xiao Zhao sent out the recruitment information and received a resume like a tidal wave. In any case, Ding Shan's popularity was there. She wanted to hire people to set up her studio, and there was an excellent market for it. Moreover, Ding Shan's dirt had just been cleared during that period, exposing many dark and aggrieved years. It had indirectly increased Ding Shan's favorable impression of her, so most of the people who sent in their resumes were Ding Shan's fans. When everyone saw the news, their hearts ached terribly. They hated Ding Wan and Yang Hua so much that they wished they could take care of Ding Shan themselves. When they saw the recruitment news, it was as if their wishes had come true. They all tried their best to work by Ding Shan's side. Since they were working everywhere and Ding Shan's treatment was perfect, why didn't they work by Pretty Sister's side? They did this job not only for the sake of money but also for love. Who wouldn't want to work with a lovely sister every day? They relied on their ability to chase after celebrities. They would use their professional skills to protect Ding Shan. As a result, most of the fans who met the recruitment criteria had sent in their resumes. Xiao Zhao was too busy at the moment. She had to stay up for a few nights before she managed to compile the list and select her friends from the studio. Ultimately, she saw more than half of them were Ding Shan's loyal fans. The rest of them were also recently attracted by Ding Shan. It could only be said that there were many hidden talents in the fan group. Talents from all walks of life gathered in the studio that Ding Shan had just established. Everyone was young and were all Ding Shan's fans, so they quickly got along well. They were all very professional, and each had their duties. A studio that was not considered significant but had everything was quickly on the right track. Recently, they had been laying the groundwork for Ding Shan's comeback. They waited for the program to start broadcasting and heavily promoted Ding Shan. When Xiao Lu heard Xiao Zhao's confidence, she asked doubtfully, "Is it that good? Are you bragging? Can you be more professional than our company?" Xiao Zhao snorted a little arrogantly. "A big company may not be that good. We work from the bottom of our hearts. We're hot-blooded. What about you? Do you dare to say that you don't force a smile every day to make money?" Ding Shan frowned and patted Xiao Zhao, motioning her not to talk nonsense. She said to Xiao Lu embarrassedly, "Xiao Zhao is used to being by my side. Don't mind her. Of course, your company is professional. Director Yin has already done a very successful job." Xiao Lu was not angry. He even looked like he agreed. "What she said is very true. I do it to make money. I was lucky to be assigned to you, teacher Ding Shan. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so relaxed." Xiao Lu winked and said softly, "Look at that makeup artist by Chen Tong's side. How pitiful." She was used for venting Chen Tong's anger for no reason. She could only endure it for the sake of her job. If it wasn't for earning money, who would like to face these artists who don't know how to respect others daily? Xiao Lu looked at Xiao Zhao enviously. "It's rare to see an artiste like Miss Ding Shan. I'm quite envious of you. Honestly, I've been doing this for so long that I've become numb. I've never met someone with your personality." Xiao Zhao smiled. "Of course. Sister Shan is the best. That's why I dare to tell you the truth. I can tell that you don't like Chen Tong, or rather, you don't like arrogant artistes like her. That's why I said that." Xiao Lu smiled bitterly. But in the entertainment industry these days, those kinds of artistes are the majority. Those working here can only make a living with a smiling face. Xiao Zhao did not know what to say. The current atmosphere in the entertainment industry was indeed like that. Even many celebrities acted like big shots, humiliated the staff in public, and deliberately bullied others into satisfying their dirty sense of superiority. Those who did not know would think they were not celebrities but gods. Fortunately, she was by Sister Shan's side when she entered the industry. Although she had had a hard time under Yang Hua's hands, everything ended. Xiao Zhao looked at Xiao Lu sympathetically, unable to do anything. Ding Shan sighed. As an artiste, she might not understand the topic between Xiao Lu and Xiao Zhao very well. Still, she had also seen the behavior of some artistes who bullied the staff. Ding Shan comforted Xiao Lu. Director Yin should be a good boss. Although we can't change the atmosphere of the entire entertainment industry quickly, if we work hard, we will be able to influence more people one day. Don't feel too much pressure. Although it's work, you should be happy. 155 Chapter 155 Could not stand still. Xiao Zhao also joined in to liven up the atmosphere. That's right. You can jump ship to our studio if it doesn't work out. Our treatment here is excellent. Xiao Lu laughed. What an honor. Teacher Ding Shan's studio poached me. When I find an opportunity, I will jump ship. The three of them chatted for a while before the cameraman rushed over. A young man carrying a camera pushed the door open, panting. Sister Shan, I'm here. I was delayed on the way here. I'm not late, am I? Ding Shan replied, just right. It's not late. The young man smiled shyly and looked at Ding Shan, his eyes filled with admiration. Xiao Zhao asked Xiao Lu, where's the better environment? Let's go. Little Lu thought for a moment and replied, there's a floor-to-ceiling window that can reveal the garden outside. Let's go there. The young cameraman actively cooperated and said, the weather outside is perfect. Sister Shan's outfit is also very suitable for taking pictures with nature's background. The few of them finished discussing and were ready to set off. Xiao Zhao carried a few bags in her hands and was about to help lift Ding Shan's skirt. The cameraman quickly walked forward and said, Sister Zhao, let me do it. Ding Shan teased Xiao Zhao and glanced at her. Sure, Sister Zhao. Xiao Zhao's face turned slightly red. Sister Shan, don't tease me anymore. The few of them chatted and laughed as they walked out the door. Coincidentally, they bumped into Chen Tong, who was about to enter the dressing room. Chen Tong sneered as he sized up Ding Shan's dress. Jealousy seemed to be burning in her eyes as she said in a sarcastic tone, are you done? Sister Shan has good taste. This dress is worth a lot of money. It's a pity I don't have the fortune to wear such a beautiful dress. I also don't have the privilege of being surrounded by so many people. Ding Shan raised her eyebrows and replied unceremoniously, Miss Chen, if you work hard, you might have this fortune. The opportunity is fair. I'm just afraid that you won't be able to catch it when the fortune comes. Chen Tong stared at Ding Shan angrily. Ding Shan also looked back with a sneer. There were some sparks between their eyes. Chen Tong and Ding Shan looked at each other for a while. They were getting more and more dissatisfied in their hearts. Why did Ding Shan still dare to be so arrogant now? She was an outdated artiste. She had relied on her previous works for many years to make a living. She blamed all the mistakes on her family and manager. Did she think that depending on her comeback, she would be able to redeem her reputation? She would never let her succeed. As long as Ding Shan was around, she would always be known as Little Ding Shan. Everyone would only pay attention to her. She was not even a substitute and would never be able to squeeze into the ranks of actors. She had been recording variety shows for several years, was still not very popular, and could not stir up any ripples. Only when Ding Shan was finished would she have the chance to use the title of Little Ding Shan to replace her. A smile gradually appeared on Chen Tong's face as she hypocritically said to Ding Shan, Sister Shan is right. As expected of the movie queen, her words are especially philosophical. I have to learn from you. Ding Shan looked at Chen Tong coldly, not intending to pay attention to her hypocritical face. Chen Tong did not care. She seemed in a perfect mood as he nodded at Ding Shan and walked into the dressing room. Just as the two of them brushed past each other, Chen Tong seemed to have lost her balance. She staggered and was about to fall onto Ding Shan's body. Ding Shan subconsciously turned to the side and instinctively reached out to help Chen Tong. Xiao Zhao also quickly protected Ding Shan. When Chen Tong walked over, Xiao Zhao was cautious, and she was afraid that Chen Tong would become angry out of embarrassment and want to harm her sister, Shan. She did not expect that she would live up to her expectations. She could not stop playing tricks. The fake fall was too obvious. However, everything happened too suddenly. Although Xiao Zhao protected Ding Shan, no one would have thought that Chen Tong's target was not Ding Shan but Ding Shan's gown. Chen Tong fell exaggeratedly. With an "aio" sound, she helped Ding Shan to stand up. However, she seemed unable to control herself during the process and stepped on Ding Shan's gown. Before the photographer holding the hem of the dress could react, Chen Tong forcefully stepped on the hem of the dress. By the time he responded and quickly put it away, Chen Tong had already stood up with an apologetic look on her face and apologized to Ding Shan. "Aya, Sister Shan, look at me. I'm too stupid. I accidentally lost my footing, and I think I stepped on your dress. Are you all right?" After saying that, she bent down apologetically and stared at the hem of the dress. Vaguely, Ding Shan could see the smug smile on Chen Tong's face. 156 Chapter 156 Vicious Woman. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation. Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. The cameraman looked as if he was facing a great enemy. He held the hem of the dress in his hands and was extremely flustered. He anxiously patted the mark on the hem. With a face full of self-blame, he said, "It's all my fault for not holding it properly. What should I do now? Sister Zhao, I didn't do it on purpose." Xiao Zhao's expression was as if she had eaten a dead fly. She glared at Chen Tong, then hurriedly squatted down and snatched the hem of the dress from the cameraman's hands to scrutinize it. She had taken every precaution, but he had not been able to prevent this vicious woman from making a move on the gown. It was the first day they had met, and she could not wait to do these little tricks. She looked like AB*TCH. How unlucky. Xiao Zhao's heart ached as he looked at the skirt. The silk fabric was initially delicate, so when Chen Tong stepped on it, there was a stain that could not be removed, no matter how hard she tried. Xiao Zhao stood up in a huff. She said to Chen Tong rudely, "Miss Chen, isn't your carelessness a little too much of a coincidence? Our sister Shan hasn't yet moved, and you're about to fall head first. Those who don't know might think someone has done something to you. Now that the dress is dirty, we have the right to ask Miss Chen to compensate us." Xiao Zhao was furious. This Chen Tong had been dishonest before she came. She had sent out many articles to smear her sister, Shan. It was Sister Shan who had advised her to try her best to maintain peace for the sake of the big picture. However, Chen Tong was too much. She had ruined Sister Shan's benevolence and kindness. Xiao Zhao looked at Chen Tong with some unyielding attitude. She acted like a manager and stood before Ding Shan, seeking an explanation. 157 Chapter 157 Hidden Figure. Chen Tong's expression froze slightly as the corners of her mouth twitched. "Sister Shan, by saying that, you're angry with me. I also know that it's my fault. Can't I compensate you with my entire fortune?" Ding Shan also smiled. "Miss Chen, you're exaggerating. Although this dress is expensive, it won't cause you to go bankrupt. It's just that I've just changed into it, so it's a bit of a pity." Chen Tong took a glance at the dress. She was a little moved, but she still pretended to be wronged. "The sponsor sent this. It's not good not to wear it on stage. If you have to, Sister Shan, change into a clean one. Let me wear this one. I dirtied the dress. I'll bear the responsibility. Just treat it as if I bought it. Wearing it on stage will give me an explanation." Xiao Zhao could not hold it and cried speechlessly. What? Wasn't this person a little too shameless? She could even be heard from 10 miles away. She had dirtied Sister Shan's gown, yet she still wanted to wear it herself. She must have gone crazy from jealousy. Ding Shan was also a little surprised. This Chen Tong had thought that she was just a bad person. She did not expect her to be so brainless. Could she even say such childish words? Could she be naive to think she could use such a method to steal her gown? Chen Tong put on an expression that said, "I'm doing this for your good. I can accept this injustice." She tried to use the most shameless way to take advantage of her. It also showed that she had no other choice. Ding Shan shook her head helplessly and walked forward. She bent slightly, leaned close to Chen Tong's ear, and said softly, "Miss Chen likes this dress. I have a lot of it in my room. I can lend it to you. However, these dresses are just right for my size. For you, Miss Chen. Ding Shan glanced at Chen Tong's figure meaningfully and smiled. They might not be suitable for you. I don't think you can wear them. Chen Tong's expression changed instantly. She subconsciously lowered her head to look at her figure. Her face immediately turned red. She could no longer maintain her hypocritical expression. She glared at Ding Shan in exasperation. You. Ding Shan's voice was very soft. Only a few people around could hear her. Xiao Lu held back his laughter and silently turned his head away. As the only male present, he did not dare to agree when he heard Ding Shan ridiculing Chen Tong's figure. He could only secretly give Ding Shan a thumbs up in his heart. Xiao Zhao, however, felt very relieved, and a smile returned to her face. Sister Shan was mighty. She should let Chen Tong weigh her abilities properly. She even coveted Sister Shan's gown. Didn't she think how her flat figure could support such a stylish gown? Sister Shan's flesh was growing in the right places. Her figure was slim and slender, but she was plump. Once she wore this gown, her figure was vividly outlined. Anyone who saw it and praised her as a peerless beauty. Was Chen Tong worthy? After Ding Shan finished speaking, she winked at Chen Tong with a smile that was full of mockery. Chen Tong was so angry that she could not even speak properly. She did not expect Ding Shan to mock her figure. Usually, there would be undercurrents between female artists. Everyone would say a few words with fake smiles and play tricks behind their backs. However, Ding Shan, this unusual person, dared to shed all pretense of friendship with her face to face. Chen Tong had never encountered such a situation before. She was used to being eccentric, but if she had to say something to her face, she would not be able to say it out loud. She could only fly into a rage out of helplessness. She glared at Ding Shan and gritted her teeth as she said in a low voice, "What do you mean?" Ding Shan stood up straight. Her height advantage meant Ding Shan had to lower her head slightly before she could look directly at Chen Tong. In addition, Ding Shan had finished her styling, and her entire person was full of energy. She was in a battle with Chen Tong, and suddenly, Chen Tong's aura seemed to have weakened quite a bit. On the other hand, Ding Shan looked down from above. She was at ease. Ding Shan lifted the hem of her dress and looked at it. There was a small stain, but the color was not deep, and the position was not noticeable. It did not affect the overall styling of the dress. Therefore, Ding Shan looked at Chen Tong calmly. "I like this dress very much. Unfortunately, I can't part with it. I'll go to the bathroom to clean it up." Chen Tong's goal was not achieved. Instead, she was ridiculed by Ding Shan, which made her feel even worse. She was so angry that she forgot about the occasion and ridiculed Ding Shan. "Sure, it's good that Sister Shan doesn't mind. This little stain doesn't affect you. After all, Sister Shan, it's been long since you've worn such a high-end gown. It's normal for you to consider it a little more precious." Ding Shan looked back at Chen Tong expressionlessly. She was not affected by Chen Tong's words at all. It had been a long time since she had attended an event, and it had also been a long time since she had a decent endorsement. Since her career had gone downhill, the resources had worsened. However, this did not mean that she had never worn an expensive gown before or that she was not worthy of wearing a costly dress. Clothes were meant for people to wear. Why would there be a need to differentiate between different grades? These people in the entertainment industry raised the stink of the problem. Chapter 158. Out of stinky workers. Chen Tong was still not willing to give up. Her mind was filled with thoughts of returning the humiliation to Ding Shan. She started to speak without thinking. "What a pity. Sister Shan is a big shot, yet her resources are so poor. I heard that your previous manager and your father had an unusual relationship. Why would she dare to treat you like that?" She pretended to be enlightened and looked at Ding Shan provocatively. "Ah yeah, I forgot. Your father doesn't seem to be biological either. No wonder." After saying that, she pretended to be annoyed again. "Look at me. Why am I talking about this? Sister Shan, don't take it to heart." Ding Shan's expression grew colder and colder as Chen Tong spoke. She frowned and stared at Chen Tong. Xiao Zhao was so angry that her entire body was trembling. She took a big step forward and was about to curse out loud. This bad woman, how dare she use such a thing to poke Sister Shan's sore spot? Had she gone mad? Did she have any bottom line? Xiao Lu reacted quickly and stopped Xiao Zhao. They were in the corridor. There were already many people who had heard the commotion and were standing at the door to watch the commotion. Many staff members were coming and going. If Xiao Zhao scolded Chen Tong or made a scene at this time, someone would spread the news. He would make a fuss. This was not a good thing. Xiao Lu was also angry in his heart. Xiao Zhao was worried, but Xiao Lu was more experienced and rational in dealing with these matters. After stopping Xiao Zhao, he walked in front of Ding Shan and warned Chen Tong coldly in a low voice, "Miss Chen, please have some self-respect. Some things are not to be said casually." Chen Tong was not afraid at all. She shrugged his shoulders indifferently. "Isn't this matter known to everyone? Why can't it be said?" Sister Shan herself revealed this. "It's also the truth. She shouldn't mind. You're quite loyal. Sister Shan hasn't said anything yet. You're just a handyman. Why are you so fierce?" Chen Tong rolled her eyes at Xiao Lu. "You're not brought here by Ding Shan, right? You were the one who was responsible for delivering the dress just now. So, you're the staff here. I was invited here by your president, Yin. What kind of attitude do you have towards me? Do you still remember who you work for? How dare you threaten me when you're just a stinking employee?" Xiao Lu had secretly rebuked Chen Tong in the dressing room earlier. Chen Tong had long been dissatisfied with Xiao Lu. Now that Xiao Lu was in a hurry to protect Ding Shan, it made Chen Tong even more unbalanced. If Xiao Lu had been brought here by Ding Shan, it would have been fine, but he was one of Yin Hui's subordinates. He had been sent to give Ding Shan a gown and to protect her. What was the meaning of this? Openly telling everyone that Ding Shan was unique. Was she a big shot? Did that mean that he did not need to pay attention to her? Chen Tong could not swallow her anger. When facing Ding Shan, she had to be a little more restrained. But when facing Xiao Lu, she directly took on the air of a high and mighty celebrity and criticized him without holding back. Xiao Lu sneered. "Yes, I am a part-time worker, but I have professional ethics. I know what to say and what not to say. No matter who I work for, I will not work for Miss Chen. You don't have to worry about that." Xiao Lu was also starting to get excited. He had long disliked Chen Tong. It was one thing for her to look down on these workers, but she dared to talk about teacher Ding Shan like that. Since Director Yin had sent him to assist teacher Ding Shan, he was responsible for protecting her. Furthermore, after getting along with her, there was no need to say much about how good a person teacher Ding Shan was. If it was someone else here, he would not bear to hear Chen Tong say those words to hurt teacher Ding Shan. Xiao Lu's gaze was determined. He had already made up his mind. He was not afraid that his words would offend Chen Tong. Even if he were to cause trouble with Director Yin, he would still dare to say such words. If worst came to worst, he would just quit. What was so great about it? Xiao Lu did not show any weakness as he looked back at Chen Tong. He clenched his fists tightly, and blue veins popped on his arms. He stood firmly in front of Ding Shan. Ding Shan was silent for a moment. She raised her hand and patted Xiao Lu's shoulder gently. Xiao Lu turned his head to look at Ding Shan and gave her a look that said, "Don't worry." Ding Shan smiled slightly. "I'm fine." Then, her eyes hardened. Her gaze instantly turned cold. She looked at Chen Tong. "Miss Chen, since you know that Xiao Lu was sent to me by President Yin, you should show some respect. You are used to being overbearing in your territory, but this is not the place for you to behave atrociously. And if I remember correctly, Miss Chen is not the big boss now, right? Aren't you also working for a company?" 159 Chapter 159. Have I ever been afraid? Chen Tong was stunned. No one had ever said that about her. She had never thought that even as an artiste, she would still earn money for her boss. She could be considered a part-time worker. Chen Tong was unwilling to admit it. She asked sharply, "How can it be the same?" Xiao Zhao immediately snorted. "How is it different?" Chen Tong's eyes reddened. She immediately felt wronged. "All right, the three of you are ganging up on me. Is there no one else in our company? I can't record this program today." Xiao Zhao looked at Chen Tong in disbelief. Was this person starting to act shamelessly? She had started the trouble first. If it did not go her way, would she stop recording? Little Lu frowned and continued to warn Chen Tong. "Miss Chen, I must remind you that you have signed a contract. If you do not participate in the recording, you will have to pay the penalty for breaching the contract." Chen Tong sobbed as she raised her voice, deliberately saying to the people around her, it's not what I want to stop recording. I'm not in the mood. Sister Shan has a problem with me. If we record together, the effect will not be good. Then I might as well quit. I want to see Director Yin. More and more people gathered in the corridor. When they saw that Chen Tong seemed to be crying and there were two people beside Ding Shan, who appeared to be aggressive, they immediately began to speculate in whispers. What's going on? Is there any gossip? I don't know. Chen Tong seems to have been bullied. No, I came early. I think Chen Tong dirtied Ding Shan's dress and was talking about compensation. Oh no, it should be Chen Tong who provoked her first. She wants to wear Ding Shan's dress. The gossip in the entertainment industry was usually spread like this. Many people did not know the truth of the matter, but when they saw something, they would add fuel to the fire and spread it. It became several versions. Xiao Zhao frowned and shouted, "Everyone, quickly go and do your own thing. There's nothing here. Everyone, disperse." The people around nodded and agreed on the surface but were unwilling to move their feet and leave. Such a thing happened backstage on the first day of the recording. Who would not want to watch the show? That was Ding Shan. How long had it been since she appeared? There was news the moment she appeared. She had a gossipy constitution. Chen Tong was secretly pleased with herself. What was the use of Ding Shan's sharp tongue? She had just returned to the entertainment industry and had not kept a low profile. How dare she treat her like this? Did she still think she was the movie queen who could call the wind and summon the rain in the past? Things were different now. It was time for her to see what would happen to people who did not know how to behave in the entertainment industry. Ding Shan listened to the discussions around her and lowered her head. She smiled meaningfully and then looked at Chen Tong. "Miss Chen, don't be sad anymore. The recording is more important. Can you accompany me to the bathroom to deal with the dress?" Chen Tong looked at Ding Shan with some confusion. She did not understand why Ding Shan suddenly changed the topic and asked her to accompany her to deal with the gown. However, on second thought, Ding Shan did not mock her like before. Instead, she invited her to be alone with her. She must have been afraid and embarrassed to admit defeat in front of everyone, so she found an excuse to apologize to her. Was she going to calm down this storm? So many people were watching, and Ding Shan still politely asked. Chen Tong could not directly reject her. After all, everyone had seen how she dirtied Ding Shan's dress, so she had to cooperate a little. Therefore, Chen Tong pretended to be magnanimous and nodded. "All right then, Sister Shan, I'll go with you." Ding Shan curled the corners of her lips, and her eyes were cold. "Then let's go." Xiao Zhao and little Lu were worried and looked at Ding Shan hesitantly. Xiao Zhao wanted to go with Ding Shan but was stopped by Ding Shan. She went to the bathroom alone with Chen Tong. Once they entered the bathroom, Ding Shan locked the door. Before Chen Tong could react, she was still saying proudly, "Sister Shan, what are you planning to say to me? Just say it. I'm not an unreasonable person. I'll cooperate with you on the recording if you can make me feel better. This is your first show since your comeback. You don't want any accidents to happen, do you?" Ding Shan's expression darkened. She quickly turned around and pushed Chen Tong against the wall. She walked forward and pressed down on Chen Tong's wrist. She sneered condescendingly, "Accidents? You think you're qualified to create accidents for me?" Chen Tong was so scared that she screamed, "Ah, what are you doing?" Ding Shan smiled wickedly. "Go ahead and scream. If you're not afraid of losing face, scream louder. Let everyone see your ugly face. I'm not afraid of any gossip. Haven't I had a lot of scandals in the past? Do you think I'm afraid of them?" Chen Tong looked at Ding Shan with some fear. "You're crazy, crazy." No matter how arrogant Chen Tong was, she never thought that Ding Shan would trick her into going to the bathroom and start fighting. Which female celebrity in this era would dare to hit someone? Ding Shan must be crazy. 160 Chapter 160. Don't provoke the senior. Ding Shan smiled as she admired Chen Tong's flustered expression. Her eyes were filled with a strong sense of oppression. "I don't mind being a little crazier. Do you think you can suppress me just because you dirtied my gown and acted like you were crying? Not embarrassing you outside is my respect for this show." Ding Shan held onto Chen Tong's wrist tightly with one hand and extended one leg forward to suppress Chen Tong's struggling body. Chen Tong could not move and was so scared that her face turned pale. Ding Shan extended a hand and slowly approached Chen Tong's cheek. "But if you don't know how to appreciate favors, then don't blame me. You're right. This is my first program after my comeback. I hope that it can be successfully recorded, so you better behave yourself. Chen Tong retreated in panic, but she was firmly pressed against the wall by Ding Shan. No matter how hard she tried, she could not dodge. Moreover, Ding Shan's tone was light, and her words were even more frightening. Chen Tong's voice was even tinged with a trace of crying. You dare? Do you dare to touch me? Do you still want to hit me? The netizens will not let you off if there is even the slightest wound on my face or body. Chen Tong could feel Ding Shan's fingernails gently scratching her face. It was as light as a feather. However, it became highly frightening when coupled with Ding Shan's gaze. If Ding Shan scratched her face, even if Ding Shan did not have a good ending, she would not be able to reap any benefits. If her face were ruined, everything would be over. The current Ding Shan looked so scary. Chen Tong could not guarantee that Ding Shan would not accidentally scratch her face. Chen Tong started to be afraid. She wanted to admit defeat but could not say it out loud. Because of her face, she could only threaten weakly. I will not let you go after you bullied me today. Let me go before I do anything. Otherwise, I will call someone over. Even though it was a little embarrassing to be suppressed on the wall, it was nothing compared to her safety. After all, she was the one who was being bullied. When she called someone over, everyone would only blame Ding Shan. Chen Tong opened her mouth and was about to shout. Ding Shan sneered. Her strength did not waver at all. She looked at Chen Tong and continued to speak unhurriedly. I told you earlier that you can shout. I'm giving you face. If you don't want it, then let everyone take a look and listen. Why don't you let me go and complain to your boss? That's right. Based on your relationship with him, he might listen to you if you act coquettishly. Chen Tong was stunned. She looked at Ding Shan in disbelief and hurriedly denied. What nonsense are you talking about? We have nothing to do with each other. Don't spread rumors. Ding Shan shrugged and let go of her pressure on Chen Tong. She continued, we both know very well whether I'm spouting nonsense or not. You know very well how you got your resources and your job. I can also guess who paid for the press release and news smeared me. Those people outside probably don't know yet. Should we call them over? Ding Shan stood calmly on the spot and looked at Chen Tong's shocked expression with a sneer. What? You can't believe what I know? Then let me give you a piece of advice. In this circle, you should never look down on seniors who entered the industry earlier than you, and you should never provoke them. No matter how bad she is, she might understand the unspoken rules of this circle better than you. What do you think, Miss Chen? Chen Tong regained her freedom but did not make any moves because she was shocked by Ding Shan's words. She stood rooted to the ground in a daze and did not make a sound. She was clamoring to find someone to come over. At that moment, Chen Tong and Ding Shan's positions instantly changed. Chen Tong lowered her voice, not daring to be heard by others. Sister Shan, it's not like that. Don't tell others, but it's not like that. Chen Tong was a little incoherent. She wanted to refute firmly, but she was shocked and at a loss for what to do when her privacy was so directly exposed. How could Ding Shan know? She had debuted for a long time without any success. As time passed, it was inevitable that she would be anxious. That was why she joined the company's CEO and became a secret lover. Occasionally, she could even obtain variety resources. However, all of this was done in a highly secretive manner. The CEO had also spent money to pay the relevant people to keep quiet. How did Ding Shan find out? If others discovered that she had traded her body for everything, no one would like her. The CEO's wife would come to the company and tear her apart. Chen Tong looked at Ding Shan with fear and trepidation. At this moment, she wanted to give in. Why had no one ever told her that Ding Shan was like this? She stood there coldly and quickly grasped her lifeline. 161 Chapter 161 Had a handle on him. Ding Shan's expression was a little cold. She looked at Chen Tong as if she was looking at an object. She said emotionlessly, actually, I'm not interested in your private life. I'm just telling you, don't try to provoke your senior. I joined the industry many years earlier than you and didn't do it for anything. You can't talk about my affairs. Everyone knows about my family situation, but you shouldn't say it, understand? Chen Tong dared to be angry but did not dare to say anything. She could only lower her head and reply awkwardly, I understand, Sister Shan. I said the wrong thing. Chen Tong was not stupid. In the current situation, she would not be able to gain anything from confronting Ding Shan head-on. Her weakness was in Ding Shan's hands, which was a big problem. It was better to fool her about today's matter. First, it was not too late to think of a solution later. How could Ding Shan not see through Chen Tong's thoughts? However, since Ding Shan dared to expose the matter directly, she was not afraid that she would make things difficult again in the future. In the end, Ding Shan looked down on people like Chen Tong. Her business ability was not that good. She only relied on Boss Bang to obtain resources. She used her power as an excuse to forget her identity and live in a false dream, and she thought she was a really respected big star and started to misbehave. The nature of this kind of person was that she was stupid and evil. She only knew how to flatter and sow discord. She said that she was shrewd and she always said stupid things. However, what if she was not smart? She even knew how to judge others. Ding Shan knew that Chen Tong had initially thought she was already outdated and dared to come to record variety shows to steal the limelight from her. She was dissatisfied in her heart. In the end, it was because she was jealous that her treatment was better than hers. Her heart was out of balance. Aang Shan could understand all of these. However, Chen Tong should never have made things worse by using her family as an excuse and saying she wanted to stop recording. Those vampire-like family members were what Ding Shan hated the most. Even though she had already separated from them, Ding Shan still could not tolerate Chen Tong using such a sarcastic tone to mock her background. That was the pain in Ding Shan's heart. No matter how mean Yang Lu was, she did not mention this matter in front of Ding Shan. She knew that some words could be used to tease and ridicule, but some words could be said to be heart-wrenching. After anyone with a moral bottom line heard about the matter of Ding Shan's original family, they would not use this matter to mock Ding Shan. There was an instinctive sympathy and pity. Even though this kind of sympathy and pity was not necessary for Ding Shan, this was the most basic respect between people. The relationship between Yang Lu and Ding Shan was delicate. They always quarreled. Even in her dreams, she wanted to snatch Ding Shan's title of Best Actress. However, she knew about fair competition and respected Ding Shan's experiences and choices. Therefore, even though Ding Shan hated Yang Lu, she could calmly accept Yang Lu's doubts and treat her with respect as an opponent. But what about Chen Tong? She was destined to be an unpresentable person when she said those words. She would only use Ding Shan's sad story to hurt Ding Shan. It was a pity that such things no longer hurt Ding Shan. It was just that she really could not bear to see Chen Tong, a villain who had achieved success. No matter how bad her family relationship was, it was not the right time for such a person to comment. Moreover, Chen Tong still wanted to stop recording. Ding Shan did not wish for anyone to use any reason to cause trouble on her road to recovery. Therefore, she deliberately avoided people watching the show and brought Chen Tong to the bathroom. Ding Shan had no objective evidence of Chen Tong having an affair with her boss. It was just that the unspoken rules in the entertainment industry did not need to be guessed. Ding Shan had long heard of Chen Tong's company. In her previous life, the boss of her company was a frequent guest at various cocktail parties. Ding Shan had seen many such bosses in her earlier life, thanks to Ding Wan. At a party, Ding Shan could see the so-called successful people dressed up during the day and indulging in debauchery at night. There were a few people whose names would be exposed by Ding Shan. They might even destroy half of the entertainment industry. However, Ding Shan had no interest in caring about these things. Ding Shan did not want to recall her previous life's dirty memories. However, they could still be of some use at this time. The boss was passionate, and Chen Tong became popular quickly. He had an endless variety of resources, so if one thought about it carefully, one could guess something was up. Sure enough, when Ding Shan probed a little, Chen Tong panicked. When she saw Chen Tong's expression, Ding Shan knew her guess was correct. 162 Chapter 162 was better than. It was a pity that Chen Tong did not understand. How long could the perfect life she got in exchange for her body last? She was only one of the CEO's lovers. It was uncertain whether he was willing to continue investing in Chen Tong or not. Even if the CEO was willing to deal with Ding Shan for Chen Tong, Ding Shan had a way to retaliate. It was just a leak. How simple was that? The person she should be afraid of should not be Ding Shan, but those who had done all kinds of nasty things. Therefore, Ding Shan was not worried that Chen Tong would hold a grudge against her in the future. In any case, it was enough for her to be afraid since they had already fallen out. With a stiff smile, Chen Tong tried to curry favor with Ding Shan. Sister Shan, everything is a misunderstanding. I am still young and insensible. Don't lower yourself to my level. Chen Tong screamed in her heart. Since she started her career, everyone had to be polite, although she had not become famous. Who would have thought that Ding Shan would force her to apologize to her in the bathroom today? She even had to pretend to be especially sincere. What the hell? Who asked her to feel guilty? Chen Tong gritted her teeth and forced herself to pretend to be pitiful. She clasped her hands behind her back and swore in her heart that she would remember this humiliating moment. Ding Shan raised her eyebrows indifferently and said with a smile, "It's good that you can think it through. We are going to work together, and I find it troublesome. I will make things clear today, so I can be more decent in the future. What do you think?" Chen Tong smiled bitterly and said in a low voice, "I understand. I will cooperate." Ding Shan no longer cared about her. She picked up the hem of her dress and went to the sink to wash it briefly. Then, she turned around and unlocked the door. She smiled at Chen Tong and said, "Let's go out then." Chen Tong's face was stiff. She followed behind Ding Shan and walked out. He was no longer as arrogant as when he came. Ding Shan walked with ease. She calmly accepted the curious gazes of the other staff members. She walked back to where Xiao Zhao and Xiao Lu were. The photographer from the studio was still holding the camera and waiting at the same spot. Ding Shan raised her voice slightly and shouted, "All right, it's all a misunderstanding. Let's take some photos. Miss Chen's emotions have calmed down. There's no need to worry." Then, she smiled at Chen Tong. "Miss Chen, right?" Chen Tong understood. She looked around and bit her lip. Then, she decided and smiled, "Yes, it's all a misunderstanding. Fortunately, Sister Shan is magnanimous. I was too impatient and was afraid to delay Sister Shan's styling. That's why I said the wrong thing. Fortunately, Sister Shan didn't mind. Sister Shan, this gown of yours is too beautiful. Other than you, no one else can wear it to such an effect. The photos taken will amaze the entire internet. When the time comes, I'll be the first to give you a like." Chen Tong's smile was exceptionally bright. It was a completely different person from before. There was no longer any trace of her arrogance. Her attitude towards Ding Shan was like that of a good sister for many years. The more harmonious they were, the more harmonious they would be. However, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that their attitudes had undergone an earth-shattering change after Chen Tong and Ding Shan entered the toilet. Not only did she apologize to Ding Shan in front of everyone, she even took the initiative to say that Ding Shan was the only one who could wear Ding Shan's gown. Clearly, they were trying to curry favor with her. After all, she was still feeling unbalanced and wanted to snatch Ding Shan's dress. Something was going on between the two of them. However, there was no way to know what exactly had happened. Chen Tong had already apologized, but she still acted as if they were sisters and spoke politely to Ding Shan. Ding Shan also smiled as if nothing had happened. The crowd could not tell what had happened and felt it was meaningless. They all dispersed resentfully. Xiao Zhao's face scrunched up. She glared at Chen Tong with disdain and cursed inwardly. What a two-faced fellow! It would be a pity if she did not put on an act. Just a moment ago, she was still sobbing and saying those crazy things. She kept calling her sister Shan, saying she was too impatient. What was she doing earlier? Chen Tong felt wronged as well. She had lost all her face in front of so many people. Her face was burning as she hurriedly greeted Ding Shan. Then, "Sister Shan, hurry up and go. I can't hold you up any longer. Let's meet at the recording studio in a while." Then, she hurriedly hid in the dressing room. Xiao Zhao glared at Chen Tong's fleeing back and spat. Then, she quickly asked Ding Shan, "Sister Shan, what did you guys say when you went to the bathroom? She didn't say anything stupid to anger you, did she?" Xiao Lu's face was filled with joy. Look at Chen Tong's expression. It must be that Teacher Ding Shan said something to subdue her. "Teacher Ding Shan, what exactly did you guys say?" 163 Chapter 163 Reaping a Fanboy. Ding Shan gave a mysterious smile. "If she doesn't listen to you when you speak properly, then you will naturally use your way of communicating with her. It is indeed very effective. Some people bully the weak and fear the strong. She will be afraid for herself if she knows that you are not to be trifled with. Xiao Zhao snorted proudly. We should let her learn a lesson. Otherwise, she will think that we are vegetarians. Let her wait. If she dares to post any more nonsense online in the future, I will not be lenient. I guarantee the studio will retaliate fiercely and let her hide under the covers and cry. Xiao Lu gave Dingshan a thumbs up and was full of admiration. Teacher Dingshan, Director Yin even sent me to help you. I think I am still too inexperienced. I cannot help you, but I must learn more from you. Then, he looked at Xiao Zhao. He teased, you have a big temper. If it weren't for me stopping you just now, you would have rushed up to beat up Chen Tong. You almost got into trouble, do you know that? It's right to hit back at her on the internet, but don't get into a conflict in front of her, especially in such a public place. How many pairs of eyes are staring at you? We can't do it openly. Xiao Lu looked at Dingshan with extra sincerity. He advised, Teacher Dingshan, actually, in that situation just now, if it happens again, you shouldn't put yourself in danger. If you meet someone who won't listen to the carrot and stick, you might get into trouble. What if you get hurt when you're alone? Just let me handle this kind of thing. I'm on Chief Yin's side. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. I won't drag down your reputation. Let me say the harsh words. Chen Tong won't dare to do anything. Dingshan was a little touched when she recalled how Xiao Lu had resolutely protected her in front of her. This kind of kindness from the person she had just met made her feel especially warm. Xiao Lu was right. He was not her employee. He was one of President Yin's subordinates, so she could stay out of it. He could have pretended to remain silent as if nothing had happened or said a few perfunctory words. It would not affect him. However, he kept a cold face and protected her in front of Chen Tong, warning her repeatedly. She and Xiao Zhao had been sisters for many years. However, Xiao Lu stood up for her, which made Dingshan feel a little embarrassed. Dingshan looked at Xiao Lu's honest look. She gently advised him, don't be too impulsive. Didn't you say that work isn't easy? If you offend someone for me because of this, what will happen to your job? It wasn't easy to explain things to Director Yin either. But thank you very much. I'm touched that you have such intentions. Xiao Lu chuckled, but President Yin's orders were for me to take good care of Teacher Dingshan. Even if President Yin doesn't admit to it and wants to fire me, I won't regret it. Teacher Dingshan, I mean it from the bottom of my heart. Although I'm just a lowly person, I can tell the difference between good and bad. I also have a sense of justice and professional ethics. Xiao Zhao saw Xiao Lu's silly look and couldn't help but tease him. Looks like you've become our sister Shan's fan. Why? Can't wait to find an excuse to jump to our studio. Dream on. Xiao Lu rubbed his head and smiled shyly. Dingshan's charm had indeed conquered him in a good mood to work beside such a beautiful, gentle, and bold beauty. He did not want to consider the salary. Moreover, he had also been stimulated by his passion for work. It was as if he had returned to the time when he had just started working. He was full of energy and a sense of novelty towards everything. Xiao Lu had a hunch that Dingshan would create a new peak in her career. This was because Dingshan seemed to have magic power in her. It was a topic that other people could envy. As long as she was around, many unexpected things would happen. Dingshan would also always make incredible moves that continuously corrupted the minds of the onlookers. He only wanted to shake the flag and cheer at her every move. This was probably the chosen star. Dingshan laughed as she watched Xiao Lu look at her with admiration. She shook her head helplessly. She seemed to have a strange physique. Wherever she went, she would receive a fangirl. This kind of Xiao Zhao same type expression. She had seen it many times. 164 Chapter 164 Big Devil. Xiao Zhao and Xiao Lu quickly agreed and became comrades in arms in the trenches. Their relationship became much closer, and they were no longer as polite and distant as when they first met. They gathered together and began to whisper and ridicule Chen Tong. Then, they openly praised Dingshan. No one knew where they came up with the words, but the two spoke one after another, and neither of them was willing to be outdone. They changed their ways to express their inner admiration for Dingshan. Xiao Zhao started to get jealous and took out her qualifications to intimidate Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu, who had just met Dingshan on the first day, lowered his head dejectedly. He reluctantly admitted that Xiao Zhao was indeed the person who knew how to praise Ding Shan the best. Ding Shan did not know what to say. Why were other people's managers and assistants so mature and capable, but hers were dumb and dumber? Even though she thought so, a doting smile still appeared on Ding Shan's face. Enough. Are the two of you primary school students? I blushed as I listened by the side. It's not as exaggerated as what you said. Is it like what you said, something so beautiful and smart that it could move heaven and earth? Are you complimenting me? Xiao Zhao and Xiao Lu said in unison, yes. Ding Shan held her forehead and sighed. She raised her hand and stood between them. Stop. Are you two comparing who is more childish? Xiao Lu, Xiao Zhao is used to messing around. You should also mess around with her. Little Lu looked delighted. I think it's pretty good, Teacher Ding Shan. It's been a long time since I've had such a relaxed and happy working atmosphere. Don't think that I'm childish. Ding Shan smiled slightly. Looking at Xiao Zhao and Xiao Lu's energetic faces, she felt a little emotional. They seemed to be only a few years younger, but no one knew that her soul was 20 years older than theirs. After experiencing a lifetime, Ding Shan felt that her gossipy heart had long disappeared. She had never experienced such a noisy and bickering time. She would be so happy even if she talked nonsense with a good friend. Ding Shan said to Xiao Lu, don't call me a teacher in the future. It's weird. Just call me Sister Shan with Xiao Zhao. Xiao Lu did not decline this time. He pursed his lips shyly and then called, Sister Shan. Ding Shan reminded him again, don't feel pressured. Since CEO Yin has sent you to me, follow me and work normally. There's no need to tell CEO Yin about today's matter. Since it's already settled, don't let him be distracted. Ah, this, Xiao Lu scratched his head in embarrassment. He had come with a mission, and the situation was tense just now. He had already. Ding Shan saw that Xiao Lu's expression was not correct. She tugged at the corner of her mouth and asked helplessly, did you already tell him? Xiao Lu nodded with a depressed expression. It was not his fault. President Yin had said that he had to report to him in time if there were any problems. Moreover, Chen Tong had been aggressive just now. He was afraid that the matter would blow up. As he was speaking, Yin Hui hurriedly ran over with a worried look on his face. How is it? Where is she? Yin Hui sized up Ding Shan from head to toe. He was immediately shocked by her beauty. Wow, Ding Shan, this gown suits you so well. Then, he thought of the serious matter, and his expression became serious again. That's not right. Where is Chen Tong? Didn't you say that there was a fight? Ding Shan quickly explained, it's not a big deal. We've already settled it. You don't have to rush. Yin Hui heaved a sigh of relief. It's all right. I came over immediately when I saw the news. Are you all right? Where did the dress get dirty? There are still so many of them. Let's change into another one. Ding Shan touched the dress and shook her head. I quite like this dress. The dirty parts have already been cleaned. Look, can't you tell? Yin Hui sized it up again and nodded. The effect is excellent. It will look perfect on camera. Ayo, it's a good thing that you're all right. If anything happens to you in my territory, that big devil will eat me up. Ding Shan did not understand and frowned slightly. Big devil. Yin Hui came to his senses and smiled awkwardly. Oh, it's the sponsor. They're so enthusiastic about sponsoring us to make you look good. If anything happens to you, I won't be able to explain myself. 165 Chapter 165. Overzealous. Ding Shan nodded her head doubtfully, but she still felt that something was not right. If it were a sponsor, he would not address them as such unless they were very familiar with each other. Could it be that her sponsorship came from another source? Did the boss and Yin Hui know each other? Ding Shan asked indirectly. It just so happens that I haven't expressed my gratitude yet. At a time like this, I didn't expect that a brand would take the initiative to sponsor me. I've checked. This is a very niche brand overseas. It has always been famous for its custom-made and rare styles. Generally, it doesn't lend out gowns. Is President Yin on good terms with them? The corners of Yin Hui's mouth twitched. How was it that he was on good terms with them? He could still find it with Xiang Hong's help, no matter how rare it was. It was just that he didn't know what the little couple was up to. Xiang Hong had to make it so mysterious. Even if he was in the pursuit stage and did good deeds without leaving his name behind, how could she pursue them? However, Xiang Hong had already told Yin Hui early on to keep his mouth shut. Yin Hui didn't dare to speak carelessly and ruin this master's business, so he could only give a vague and superficial reply. Yes, we have a good relationship. Once they heard that I have this show and had invited you, they came here because of your reputation. In the end, you're still very charming. Look, isn't this completely suitable for you? It's much more stunning than your previous appearance. Ding Shan nodded and did not ask any more questions. Yin Hui probably had his plans. She did not know much about business matters, so it was not good to ask too many questions. Yin Hui quickly changed the topic. You don't have to worry about Chen Tong. I'll handle her. She didn't do anything to you, did she? Then, he approached Ding Shan apologetically. He lowered his voice and said, I didn't want to invite her, but there are some aspects of the world, you know. She came from a talent show background, so she's quite suitable. It's not good for me to reject her. After recording, there's nothing to worry about, but I also know that she's quite annoying in other aspects. Don't be angry. Ding Shan had guessed it. For Yin Hui, there must be many things to consider. Regarding professionalism, it was customary for Chen Tong to rely on her previous experience to participate in a variety show. If there were other favors, it was indeed not easy for Yin Hui to refuse. Ding Shan nodded in understanding. It's all right. I've already made things clear just now. From now on, we won't interfere in each other's business. Just record the program properly. Yin Hui smiled. Thank you very much. Don't worry, I'm on your side. If she still dares to cause trouble for you, I'll directly ask her to quit. Let her go and find whoever she wants to cry to. I won't serve her anymore. You don't know. Just the day she came, she caused me a lot of trouble. Many of my employees were angered by her, but you can't. You're the most important. Yin Hui was determined to create a top-notch variety show. He wanted to use this as a springboard to expand his media company. This process involved a lot of business dealings. There were many things that he couldn't help but do. However, he still had to distinguish between his interests and interests. Ding Shan was someone that Xiang Hong had taken a fancy to. In the future, she might even be his sister-in-law. Wasn't she family? Could he let his people suffer? Moreover, even if he did not look at this layer of the relationship, just looking at Xiang Hong's investment, he could not let Ding Shan be bullied. No matter who she was or how mighty the power behind her was, could it be more powerful than Xiang Hong? Xiang Hong and Ding Shan were his big money bags. This could not be neglected. Yin Hui smiled brightly. The way he looked at Ding Shan was like looking at a god of fortune. Xia Zhao stepped forward in time and interrupted Yin Hui's increasingly passionate gaze. She said to Ding Shan, Sister Shan, let's take some photos. We'll start recording in a while, and we're running out of time. Xia Zhao always felt that Yin Hui was strange. He was always overly enthusiastic about Sister Shan. Even if Sister Shan was outstanding, it wasn't to the extent of making the big company boss say something like, "You're the most important, right?" His attitude was still so concerned. Perhaps he had other motives. Ding Shan also felt that it was strange. If Yin Hui had taken the initiative to find her and was willing to hire her to record the show for 3 times the pay, it was because he had taken a liking to her reputation. He wanted to rely on her to bring popularity to the show. It would be reasonable for him to be slightly more polite to her. However, Yin Hui's attitude towards her did not decrease after so many things had happened. Instead, he became more and more solicitous. It had utterly surpassed the level of enthusiasm for ordinary collaborations. It was as if she was not the mentor he had hired. Instead, she was the program's investor. He was constantly paying attention to her emotions. Not only did he especially send Xiao Lu over, he even got her sponsors and gave her a dress. No matter how one thought about it, it felt strange. 166 Chapter 166, meters tall. He was a rich second generation, the boss of such a big company. He had many things to do, but he cared so much about her. What was he after? Ding Shan did not want to think Yin Hui had taken a fancy to her narcissistically. Even though Yin Hui's attitude was warm, Ding Shan could feel that how he looked at her was simple, even a little ingratiating. This was even more strange. What did she do to make Yin Hui ingratiate himself with her? Could it be that he was so polite to her just for the sake of the show? However, it was not convenient to ask such a question. Ding Shan could only remind herself that she had to pay more attention to Yin Hui's attitude in the future. She had to figure out what he wanted from her. Otherwise, she would always find it strange. Yin Hui also noticed that Ding Shan and Xiao Zhao were suspicious of his attitude. He smiled awkwardly. He did not know how to explain it, so he pretended nothing had happened. He said, "Then go quickly, take more beautiful photos and promote the show." Yin Hui thought that he could not care less. Anyway, Xiang Hong had just called and said he was coming to watch the show recording. He still had to entertain this devil for a while. As for the matter between him and Ding Shan, he would leave it to the two of them. As long as he took good care of Ding Shan and recorded the show, everything would be fine. Ding Shan smiled politely and left with her people. The photographer, silent all this while, finally found an opportunity to apologize to Ding Shan in a low voice. "I'm sorry, Sister Shan. It was all my fault for not protecting the dress properly. That's why Chen Tong stepped on it." Ding Shan shook her head generously. "You don't have to apologize. If Chen Tong wants to cause trouble for me, no matter how well you protect me, she can find another reason." The photographer nodded and raised his camera to signal. "When I saw the chaotic scene just now, Chen Tong didn't notice me, so I turned on my camera and recorded the entire process. Sister Shan, don't worry. Even if she still wants to make a fuss about this matter in the future, we have evidence. The matter is clear. She was the one who provoked you first. I also recorded what she said." Ding Shan stopped in her tracks and looked at the photographer in surprise. "You recorded it? You?" Xiao Zhao patted the photographer excitedly. "Not bad. You reacted so quickly." The photographer smiled shyly. "I can't be of much help either. I just thought it would be better for us to leave some evidence behind. It's not our fault, so why should that shameless person bully us?" Ding Shan laughed out loud and said, "Well done. I didn't expect you to record it. I didn't even think of this method." Xiao Lu also praised. "Just now, Xiao Zhao said that all the gods in the studio were gathered together. I didn't believe it. From the looks of it, the division of labor is obvious, with Sister Shan taking the lead to subdue Chen Tong, and Xiao Zhao attacking from the side. There was support to protect the evidence. It's not simple." Xiao Zhao raised her head proudly. "Of course, we're a young team, and our brains work fast. We specialize in dealing with such people." Ding Shan patted Xiao Zhao. "Keep your voice down. Haven't you had enough arguing?" The cameraman said, "She knows how to act pitifully to gain sympathy. Other people might be unable to hear what's happening from afar, but this video of mine is the first angle. I've recorded how she calls out for help and acts pitifully. If this were to be released, Chen Tong wouldn't be able to argue. When that time comes, she won't be able to tear off the label of Green Tea Lady." This was probably one of the benefits of being a young person. They were brave enough to speak the truth and were honest and cute. Ding Shan nodded satisfactorily. "All right, but you guys still have to be more careful in public. Keep the video well. We don't need to take the initiative to start a war on the internet yet. If Chen Tong knows she's in trouble and backs out, everyone will be happy. If she still doesn't understand, this video will come in handy." The other three nodded their heads. After experiencing such a small episode, Ding Shan became even calmer. Her comeback had probably shattered many people's beautiful dreams, but there was nothing she could do. As long as she did not fall, those people would never be able to replace her. This confidence Ding Shan had always had it. Xiao Zhao also felt the same way. She muttered, "Quick, take a photo of Sister Shan. Sister Shan's aura today is more than 1.8 meters. Let those who still want to cause trouble like Chen Tong see what a real queen is." 167 Chapter 167. The scenery in his eyes. The photographer quickly squatted down on the ground and guided Ding Shan to make different poses. The more he took, the more energetic he became. The place that Xiao Lu found was perfect. The bright floor-to-ceiling windows allowed sunlight to pass through the woods outside. The soft sunlight shone through the glass into the room and onto Ding Shan's body. The reflection of Ding Shan's skin was sparkling. It was as if the sunlight was dancing on her body. She wore a green fishtail dress that resonated with the forest behind her. It was very pleasing to the eye. Ding Shan's expression was indifferent. Occasionally, she would reveal a smile. Along with the style of the dress, her entire person was elegant. Her every move exuded a familiar charm. The photographer continued to guide her. Sister Shan, tilt your head a little more. Could you give me the side profile? Beautiful. One more shot. Look in the direction of Sister Zhao. Xiao Zhao held up a reflective board and looked at Ding Shan conscientiously. The smile on her face was almost overflowing. On such a warm afternoon, the bright floor-to-ceiling windows, the gentle sunlight, and the beauty in front of the windows pleased the eye. Xiao Zhao was mesmerized by the scene. However, such a beautiful scene was not only seen by the three people present. A figure stood not far away from the floor-to-ceiling windows for a long time. His figure was tall and straight, but he deliberately stood at the edge of the wall, revealing only half of his body. He looked in the direction where Ding Shan was filming from afar. Xiang Hong was wearing a low-profile custom-made suit. From head to toe, he was black. To conceal himself, he even wore sunglasses. In such a warm corner, he seemed a little out of place. However, Xiang Hong had broad shoulders and a narrow waist. His legs were incredibly long, and his figure was comparable to that of a male model. He wore sunglasses, revealing his sharp jawline. His entire person exuded a noble air and showed a sense of distance from strangers. However, this kind of person stood at the corner of the wall and looked at Ding Shan not far away. The corners of his mouth faintly curled up. Xiang Hong felt like an outsider who had accidentally entered a fairy tale world. That woman was surrounded by sunlight, and the warmth was somewhat dazzling. She smiled, and her eyes moved as if she had a small hook that could seduce people's souls at any time and place. He could not bear to disturb her, so he could only watch from the side. He wanted to get close to the warmth, but he was afraid. Xiang Hong had never thought that he was a pretentious person. On the contrary, he should be a person who had a strong desire for control and possession. However, at this moment, he suddenly seemed to understand what was meant by wanting something but being afraid of losing it. She was there, but he only wanted to watch from afar. He was worried that if he got too close, he would accidentally shatter the warmth that was as beautiful as drowning someone. Conversely, the photographer wanted Ding Shan to stick close to the floor-to-ceiling window and interact more with the scenery outside and the sunlight. He asked her in a caring manner, "Sister Shan, are you afraid of heights? Can you go closer to the window?" Ding Shan handsomely raised her eyebrows. "I'm not afraid. I like to go to the amusement park and ride roller coasters the most." Xiao Lu frowned and shook his head frantically. "Sister Shan, what's so fun about that kind of thing? It's so scary." Ding Shan smiled. "You don't understand. It feels like I'm flying." Ding Shan slowly walked towards the window and closed her eyes. As she felt the sunlight on her face, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. "That's the feeling of freedom." The photographer took a few pictures in a row. "Yes, that's the feeling. It's so beautiful." Ding Shan opened her eyes and looked at the beautiful scenery outside the window. It was as if she had blended into the light and shadow. It was as if she would fly back to the forest in the next moment. It was so beautiful that it was unreal. Ding Shan was looking at the scenery. At the same time, she became the most beautiful scenery in Xiang Hong's eyes. It had been a long since he last saw Ding Shan at the jewelry event. During this period, Xiang Hong only looked at Ding Shan's information on the internet. Although Xiang Hong did not reduce his interest in Ding Shan just by looking at the photos and videos, when Ding Shan appeared in front of him, this kind of impact and surprise still brought him a lot of surprises. This was the first time Xiang Hong had maintained a sense of freshness and enthusiasm for a woman for so long. He did not hesitate to spend 2 months finishing the work to participate in the recording as soon as possible. Xiang Hong's expression relaxed slightly. The tip of his tongue touched his cheek. At this moment, he was sure he wanted to embrace this ray of sunshine. Under the premise of protecting this beautiful thing from being broken, he tried to blend in, hug her, and let this ray of sunshine belong entirely to him. 168 Chapter 168. To attract attention, Ding Shan was unbridled in front of the camera, exuding charm. Her bright and beautiful appearance attracted the hearts of everyone present. Who wouldn't like to see beautiful things? After a while, Ding Shan was a little tired. She tidied up her lengthy hair, took the warm water from Xiao Zhao, and sipped on it. Xiao Zhao moved closer to the photographer. "How was it?" "The effect was pretty good, right?" The photographer was beaming with joy. "Not only was it pretty good, it was simply amazing." I didn't even need to do much retouching. Sister Shan's condition is unbeatable. I made the right decision coming here. To be able to take such photos every day. It was satisfying. Xiao Zhao felt honored. That's right. The photographer who took the poster just now praised Sister Shan. I already feel that Sister Shan's popularity will soar to unprecedented heights once the show airs. After saying that, Xiao Zhao was a little worried again. No, I have to prepare in advance. What if Sister Shan's popularity is so high that people like Chen Tong, who can't bear to see Sister Shan's good side, will stir up trouble in a flustered manner? I have to make an emergency plan. Ding Shan stood at the side and blinked her eyes contentedly. She looked at Xiao Zhao like an obedient child. She appeared harmless, but her eyes were flickering with a crafty light. Xiao Zhao's worries would happen. However, Ding Shan did not want to think about these things right now. If she overthought things that had not happened, it would just be unnecessary trouble. At the very least, she would have to deal with whatever came her way. Xiao Zhao looked at Ding Shan's expression and shook her head helplessly. Sister Shan was exemplary in every way except that she did not fight for anything. As long as others did not provoke her, Sister Shan always insisted on being kind to others. She was never willing to take the initiative to hurt others. Fortunately, after experiencing what happened to Ding Wan and the others, she learned to resist. Otherwise, what could she do? As they were discussing, Yin Hui came over and asked, "Teacher Ding Shan." Ding Shan was in a good mood. She smiled and said, "Director Yin, don't call me that." Yin Hui smiled and said, "I'm here to invite you to go and record. How is it? Are you done filming?" Ding Shan lifted the hem of her dress and said as she walked, "I'm done filming. Is it time already? We were too engrossed in filming and didn't notice. Let's go quickly." Yin Hui winked and said, "Actually, it's not time yet. I want you to check the camera's position early so we can adjust it in time and guarantee that you'll look beautiful." As it was a closed-door variety show recording, filming was done all day. Therefore, every instructor would be assigned to a follow-up group responsible for recording the instructor's usual activities. Those talented artists would be divided into dormitories. A follow-up group would record their daily training and life. This model would be more enjoyable. Like the nurturing department, it would allow the audience to see the talent artists learn and improve continuously from the first day of recording. Under the training of a few instructors, they would gradually become qualified artistas and debut. These talent artists' task was not only to perform on the stage but also to rely on their usual performance to make more audiences like them. Fortunately, in each round of voting, they would obtain more votes. Only the 9 people with the highest votes could indeed debut. This was not a small challenge for the talent show artists. There were about 100 people in the beginning, so how could they stand out among these 100 people? How could they make the audience notice them quickly by getting more footage and keeping it in the projection at the end of the broadcast? There was a lot of knowledge in this. For those who came to participate in the talent show, who dared to say they did not have ambition to make their debut, all kinds of eye-catching behavior would appear. Everyone would rely on their abilities to see who could step on to climb up. This was a big attraction. Moreover, the audience was no longer as easy to serve as before. Many variety shows and TV dramas had already spoiled the audience's appetite. Showing too much on purpose would instead cause them to lose interest. Only the hidden and apparent attractions would excite them as they keep coming up with a good show in their minds. Therefore, there was a saying in the industry that it was impossible to participate in variety shows without acting skills. Many seemingly casual and evasive actions might be the angles and lines the parties involved had meticulously planned out. The smiling faces and quarrels in front of the cameras might also be the scripts that a few people had discussed. This was also why Yin Hui worried about Ding Shan's reputation and directly sent Xiao Lu to keep an eye on her. 169 Chapter 169 Demon King's Secret Crush. It wasn't just because the boys were handsome and afraid of having any sparks with Ding Shan. More importantly, Ding Shan might not have any thoughts, but if any of the young boys blinded by fame and fortune couldn't think things through, the target of the hype was set on Ding Shan. If they rushed to do something terrible and wanted to rely on Ding Shan to attract attention, that would be a bad thing. Not only was it hard to explain Xiang Hong's side, but it was also very impolite to Ding Shan. Therefore, Arranging a group of follow-ups around the coaches was to record the coaches' daily routines and teaching. It was also to ensure that the coaches could be protected by the crowd so that they would not be disturbed by the talent show artists. However, if a coach wanted to contact someone in private, it could only be said there was no limit to the hype. Yin Hui had specially assigned Ding Shan, the most professional follow-up director. Similarly, he had repeatedly warned her not to cause any trouble and to ensure that Ding Shan's working environment for the past 2 months was pure and beautiful. Ding Shan left gracefully like a butterfly in her high heels. Xiao Lu, Xiao Zhao, and the cameraman followed behind to take care of her. Yin Hui looked at the backs of Ding Shan and the others and sighed in relief. He had been worried sick. To ensure that the show would be broadcast smoothly, he went through a lot of trouble to stabilize Ding Shan, a guest with her popularity and the devil behind her, who had invested in being Xiang Hong. After thinking about it, he had made so many arrangements. There shouldn't be any problems. Yin Hui smiled confidently. Where else would the world find such a serious and responsible boss like him? Just as Yin Hui was about to leave, he suddenly noticed a black figure not far away from him. He widened his eyes and turned to look, shouting in shock, "Xiang, no way, how did you?" Ding Shan left, and Xiang Hong no longer hid. He stood alone and handsome not far away. Yin Hui seemed to have discovered some big gossip. He looked at Xiang Hong, then looked in the direction Ding Shan left in, his face full of excitement. "No way. Did I interrupt your date just now?" "Not bad, old Xiang. You pretended to be mysterious to me and sneaked over to look for Ding Shan. Ding Shan is one of us. Why was she so calm just now? Is this the self-cultivation of a movie queen?" The corners of Xiang Hong's mouth twitched. "What nonsense are you talking about? She didn't see me." Yin Hui's face was confused. "I'm not saying this, but what are you trying to do? What is the relationship between the two of you? This makes me curious. Right now, I feel uncomfortable all over. Did you come here to hide to see her? Could it be that you?" Yin Hui could not believe it. His mouth was so wide that it looked like he could swallow a fist. "You have a crush on her?" Xiang Hong frowned and strode over. He kicked Yin Hui. "Are you looking for death?" Yin Hui dodged nimbly. The gloating smile on his face could not be hidden anymore. His face turned red as he covered his mouth and repeatedly nodded. "I was wrong. I won't spout nonsense anymore. What kind of person are you, Xiang? How could you do such a useless thing?" Xiang Hong took off his sunglasses and stared at Yin Hui coldly. "Keep your mouth shut, or I'll withdraw my investment." Yin Hui made an oath-making expression. "I promise, I'll never reveal anything. I'll help you get my sister-in-law with all my heart." Xiang Hong's ears were slightly red. He snorted coldly and put his sunglasses back on. He cleared his throat and returned to his usual unapproachable manner. "Let's go and watch the recording. I'll be following you for the next 2 months." Yin Hui was so happy that he almost jumped up. He was afraid that Xiang Hong would fly into a rage out of humiliation, so he could only endure it. He bent down strangely and bowed to Xiang Hong. "It's my honor, Chief Xiang. It's fine if you don't make a sound, but you're going to amaze everyone with a single feat. Once you make a move, Ding Shan will be my sister-in-law sooner or later." Damn it, Xiang Hong had a secret crush on her. Who could understand the excitement in his heart right now? Was it the end of the world? Xiang Hong chased his wife to him. The workaholic wanted to stay here for so long to watch Ding Shan's recording program. Yin Hui felt that his head was a little dizzy. Was this world already magical to this extent? Xiang Hong took the lead and walked in the direction that Ding Shan had left. Yin Hui followed behind and quietly took out his phone. He opened a group chat called Down with the Demon King and shared this explosive news with the other 2 group members. "The Demon King has a crush on her and has started chasing his wife. Come quickly." 170 Chapter 170. To defeat the Great Devil. In a short while, question marks began to appear in the group chat, filling the screen with disbelief. This was the secret chat base of Yin Hui, Li Chen, and Lin Sai. Because the 3 of them were usually plagued by Xiang Hong, they had no way to deal with the ruthless Great Devil. Therefore, they set up a group chat called Down with the Demon King and occasionally ridiculed Xiang Hong in the group chat. Although they were good brothers, Xiang Hong was so unreasonable. Every time Yin Hui suffered at Xiang Hong's place, he would come here to complain to his other 2 brothers. the three would find some consolation. They continued to act as usual in front of Xiang Hong. Once, when Xiang Hong discovered this group chat, Yin Hui was so nervous that he was afraid he would destroy the last consolation for the three of them. In the end, Xiang Hong raised his eyebrows arrogantly and sneered, "Childish. The three of you together can't beat me. Do you want to try?" Yin Hui wanted to cry but had no tears. He quickly shook his head and refused. What a joke. Xiang Hong's family background was thick, yet he started from scratch like a monster. Within a few years, he continuously annexed various large companies and gained a place in multiple fields. He steadily established his business empire. He was ruthless, just like a heartless money-making machine. However, he was still happy about it. He loved to see others struggling under his control. After so many years, the three of them had long been convinced by Xiang Hong. The group name was just his final stubbornness. Xiang Hong had always been known for his iron-blooded methods in the business circle. Everyone wished they could stay far away from him for fear that Xiang Hong would target them. If they did not lose a piece of flesh, they would also be skinned. Only Yin Hui and the other two had coincidentally become Xiang Hong's brothers. They admired Xiang Hong from the bottom of their hearts and had long been used to Xiang Hong's coldness. They knew that Xiang Hong only focused his passion on the business war that he liked and was not interested in other things. Therefore, he appeared a little cold, but it did not affect the fact that he was still a loyal and good brother. Yin Hui and the other two dared to be angry but did not dare to say anything. They could only ridicule Xiang Hong behind his back. Xiang Hong did not mind, so the three kept this group chats with peace of mind. Yin Hui was the one who spoke the most because the other two were doing well in their careers. They were as busy as Xiang Hong every day. They were expanding their territories in different fields and occasionally had business dealings. A meeting could also be considered a gathering. Only Yin Hui, the poor second generation of the rich, was not entirely out of the control of his family. He had the dream of being a media tycoon, but his family permanently blocked him. His career was not going well, so he could only run to Xiang Hong's side every few days. Initially, he wanted to seek comfort and help, but he received a lot of service in the end. However, he was constantly provoked by Xiang Hong's sarcastic remarks. Fortunately, Yin Hui was thick-skinned. Otherwise, he would not have lasted until now. As soon as Yin Hui's message was sent out, it instantly received a passionate discussion from the other two people. Li Chen sent a few question marks consecutively. He could not believe it. "No way, Yin Hui. Why are you talking in your sleep in broad daylight? You can't talk nonsense. If old Xiang knows you're spreading rumors like this, he will send you to South Africa." Lin Sai had always been very reserved. Out of the four, he and Xiang Hong were the most compatible because they were equally reticent. At this moment, he only sent one sentence. "Are you crazy?" Yin Hui pursed his lips proudly, his fingers typing rapidly on the screen. "If you don't believe it, then forget it. He's right here with me now." He admitted it himself. "Anyway, please don't blame me for not telling you this news. I'm going to watch the show first." Li Chen hurriedly urged him to stay. "Come back here. You're going to get beaten up if you talk half-heartedly. Tell me what happened." Yin Hui was a little proud that only he knew this secret in the world. He dawdled for a long time and did not reply, deliberately making the two people anxious. After a long time, his phone buzzed. Yin Hui then continued typing unhurriedly. "I can only say that old Xiang is serious this time. He's going to stay with me for 2 months. With his workaholic nature, isn't that true?" 171 Chapter 171 Admission Tickets. Once Yin Hui said this, the group instantly fell silent. Everyone knew how much Xiang Hong loved his work, and these brothers knew it very well. They had once discussed that if Xiang Hong were able to rule the world for the rest of his life, in the end, even when he was too old to walk, he would still sit at his desk and sign a contract to acquire other companies before he died. According to Xiang Hong's usual abnormal arrogance, they suspected that Xiang Hong would only spend his life with a career that was always full of challenges. Xiang Hong couldn't put down his work and meet them. No one dared to make such an unreasonable request, which would only get Xiang Hong's sneer and disdain. But now, Xiang Hong wanted to leave his beloved work for 2 months to watch a variety show's recording. The magical level of this kind of thing told them that the earth was about to be destroyed. Li Chen was silent for a long time. He carefully asked the group, is he obsessed with his work? Yin Hui, is there any commercial potential in your show that you haven't discovered yet? Old Xiang must be there to investigate, right? Yin Hui sneered, Li Chen, didn't you mock my show a few days ago for being a lousy show? Now you're saying that it has commercial value. I hope so too. Unfortunately, old Xiang is here for a woman. I caught him peeking just now. Li Chen couldn't believe it, even if he was beaten to death. No, you're lying to me. You're challenging my worldview. It's impossible. How could this be possible? Was he going to peek? When he wanted to take over someone else's company, he would directly snatch the trade secrets to take a look. What was there to peek at with that arrogant temper of his? Li Chen seemed to have suffered a blow. No matter what, he was unwilling to admit that Xiang Hong could do such a thing in his impression. Lin Sai, on the other hand, was calm. He quietly interjected, no wonder he was so abnormal some time ago. Li Chen thought he had found resonance and quickly said, right. He's so perverted. How could he chase girls on the show like a young boy and even peek at them? That's too abnormal. Lin Sai sent 6 dots, wake up. I mean, Xiang Hong was already abnormal previously. Didn't you feel it? He was more ruthless than before. Some small companies did not even dare to breathe. He used to play cat and mouse games, but recently, he seemed to be in a hurry. It was an indiscriminate blow. So that's why. Li Chen was dumbfounded. I thought he was in a bad mood and venting. After all, it's not the first time he's done this. Could it be that he's trying to squeeze out time to fall in love? Those companies that suffered were too miserable. They used their short lives as stepping stones for Xiang's love. How many entrepreneurs' business dreams were shattered just like that? It was to make time for the big devil to pursue his wife. Lin Sai did not say any more nonsense. He sent a message with great interest, wait for me, I'll be there soon. Then, there were no more comments. Most likely, he had already left for Yin Hui's recording base. Li Chen could not help but say, I'm still overseas, wait for me. I want to witness it with my own eyes. Otherwise, even if you beat me to death, I won't believe it. If there's any situation, you must share it in time. Yin Hui, I have high hopes for you. Yin Hui raised his eyebrows. He tapped his finger lightly. No problem. I want to know more about the qualification to enter the venue. Xiang Hong has invested in me. If you want to come in and watch the show, you guys have to show your appreciation. Don't worry, I'm not picky. No matter how much it is, it's just my intention. I'll wait for you guys. Yin Hui was elated. He had learned this from Xiang Hong. There were no unscrupulous businessmen. He just happened to be short of money right now. If he wanted to watch Xiang Hong's show, he would have to buy admission tickets, otherwise, wouldn't the recording base that he had spent an excessive amount of money on building be available to anyone who wanted to come? Yin Hui walked quickly to catch up with Xiang Hong. When the great devil arrived, he had a sense of urgency to lead the inspection work. This was the biggest investor. Before Yin Hui's big boss limelight was fully blown, an even bigger boss was waiting for him. Now, he could only hurry to help Xiang Hong prepare to watch the recording room. Looking at Xiang Hong's low-key suit and oversized sunglasses, one could tell he was still playing low-key. He was also pursuing his wife mysteriously. He was tough to please. 172 Chapter 172 Versus. Xiang Hong had already arrived at the recording studio by himself. He looked around and walked up to the second floor. He entered an empty room that Yin Hui had reserved. Yin Hui caught up with him, panting. He teased, you found a place by yourself. This is the command room that I reserved for myself. I haven't had the time to decorate it yet. Can you get used to it? Yin Hui was busy every day and had countless things to deal with. Naturally, he couldn't care less where he was. Therefore, the room had only a simple table and a few chairs. However, this was the best viewing spot. It had a panoramic view of the entire scene, making it convenient for Yin Hui to conduct the stage recording. The whole two-layer glass overlooked the stage below, and only a dark wall could be seen from below. Xiang Hong seemed to have come to his own office. He looked around with some disdain. Sitting on the chair, he stretched out his long legs and said calmly, it's not bad. The environment is not bad, and the stage is very modern. Yin Hui was like an obedient student who his teacher had praised. He smiled and said, it's not easy to get your praise. I've spent all my effort. I don't know how much money I've spent. Xiang Hong nodded and took out his phone to make a call. It's me. Prepare the supplies for the room. I'm on the second floor. On the other end of the phone, Ziyang replied swiftly, yes, boss. Yin Hui raised his eyebrows and secretly laughed in his heart. With Xiang Hong around, he did not need to worry. He was a very particular person wherever he went. He would not be able to stand in such a shabby room. Look at the imposing manner he used to make the call. That understated tone. He really should learn how to be a big boss from Xiang Hong. Yin Hui put on an act and took out his phone. It's me. Get some good tea for Xiang and me. I'm on the second floor. The person on the other end of the phone was confused. Director Yin? Is that you? Are you going to drink tea? Aren't you going to drink fruit juice? Yin Hui was usually carefree and did not put on any airs. Moreover, he loved to eat snacks and drink drinks. He was like a child who had not grown up yet. He suddenly became so cold and said he wanted to drink tea. This scared the staff. Was this still the lively, cheerful, and naive boss? Yin Hui was taken aback and replied unhappily, if it's not me, then how can it be a ghost? Hurry up, don't let President Xiang wait for too long. Only then did the staff on the other end of the phone react. All right, President Yin, I'll buy tea now. It was President Yin who usually said that tea was the favorite drink of old men. How could that thing be better than drinks? Therefore, there was no such thing in the company. Because the recording was about to start, Yin Hui had brought over quite a lot of things, but there was only coffee and fruit juice. He could not just casually buy some good tea for Director Xiang. He had to buy some good tea. Yin Hui's face was full of black lines. He hung up the phone speechlessly and sighed. There was no harm without comparison. His boss had failed well. Yin Hui smiled innocently at Xiang Hong. Brother, wait a moment. I'll serve you tea in a while. The corners of Xiang Hong's lips curled up. It was rare that he did not tease Yin Hui. Instead, he comforted him. You're becoming more and more like a boss. It's good. Starting a company is all about vision and execution. The rest is not important. Yin Hui was overjoyed. I think so too. I've failed with so many companies before. My dad said that I'm not cut out to be a boss. I don't think that my personality is compatible with the employees. Xiang Hong couldn't help but glance at Yin Hui. You're a little silly, but you did a good job this time. Your company can start now. Yin Hui was angry and happy. He shrugged and decided to pretend that he hadn't heard anything. Having been Xiang Hong's brother for so many years, he knew he couldn't be so kind as to praise him. He probably wouldn't feel good if he didn't insult him. However, Lin Sai and Li Chen were already on their way here. It had been a long time since the four of them had gathered together. It was an excellent opportunity for them to look at how Xiang Hong, this iron tree, bloomed. Perhaps they could find some exciting places to tease Xiang Hong. Just thinking about this scene made them feel good. 173 Chapter 173 Moving House. Xiang Hong did not know Yin Hui had already spread the news that he had come to watch the recording. There were also two gossipers on the way. This small temporary office was about to usher in the most joyful moment. Yin Hui smiled evilly. Just wait and see. Usually, it was Xiang Hong's vicious tongue that attacked indiscriminately. Now, he had a soft spot. It was their turn to tease Xiang Hong, the big devil. Zhu Yang received the order and brought out his top-notch personal assistant's work efficiency. He arrived very handsomely with a group of people. Everyone was wearing white gloves, and the sofa, coffee table, carpet, coffee machine, and tea set were all available. There was even a treadmill. Zhu Yang was holding a box in his hand. Inside was the economics magazine that Xiang Hong liked to read and the tea he wanted to drink. The group moved to the second floor in a hurry. Yin Hui was speechless. Zhu Yang, are you moving your boss's office here? Zhu Yang nodded in greeting. Director Yin, long time no see. The boss's office is too big. I can't move it here. I've tried my best to replace all the supplies with ordinary replacements to satisfy the boss's daily needs. Zhu Yang's face was full of sincerity as if it was a pity he couldn't move the office over. Yin Hui sighed as if he had given up. You two crazy workaholics can't even tell when one is joking. If that office of his moves over, even my small temple won't be able to accommodate it. Zhu Yang smiled and didn't say anything. The boss had a need, so he would do his best to satisfy it. Moreover, the boss would be here to accompany Miss Dingshan to record for 2 months, so he had to be fully prepared and not make any mistakes in front of Miss Dingshan. As a qualified employee and one Xiang Hong had exploited for a long time, Zhu Yang looked forward to Dingshan becoming his boss's wife as soon as possible. He wanted to save his boss, who only knew how to work. He wanted to give the entire company a beautiful tomorrow. Xiang Hong turned his head and asked, "Where are my magazines?" Zhu Yang hurriedly carried the box and walked forward. "Boss, I've brought them all." Yin Hui went forward to pick up the magazine and flipped through it. He returned it to Xiang Hong in disdain. "Big brother, aren't you here to see Dingshan? Why did you bring these things?" Xiang Hong seemed to be a little puzzled. He raised his eyebrows and looked at Yin Hui. "Is there a conflict between these two things? It's not like they will be recording all the time. I'll read the magazine to relax when I'm free." Yin Hui widened his eyes exaggeratedly. "You call this relaxing? I can read the words on it. I can't even understand the words when they're put together. It's even harder to understand than foreign languages. Do you call this relaxing?" Xiang Hong snorted coldly. "That's because your brain is stupid. How can you blame it on the magazine if you can't understand it?" Yin Hui took a deep breath. As expected, workaholics are workaholics wherever they go. "I didn't need to ask this question. I thought you had changed." Seeing that Xiang Hong was ignoring him, Yin Hui turned to the side and muttered softly, "You still want to woo Dingshan just like that? I don't think you'll be able to catch up to her in 8 lifetimes. You are a boring work machine. Which girl would like that?" Xiang Hong glanced at him lightly and asked Yin Hui threateningly, "What are you mumbling about?" Yin Hui turned around smiling, "No, I'm just saying you're a big boss. You're always strict with yourself, and don't forget to study even when you come to my place. But it's not easy for you to have 2 months. Just relax and don't be too tense. Girls don't like men who are too serious." Xiang Hong stared at Yin Hui suspiciously and refused to admit it. "Do I need to please others? I don't care if others like me or not." Although he said that, he quietly put the magazine back into the box. He cleared his throat and pretended as if nothing had happened. "Zhu Yang, go make some coffee." Zhu Yang quickly set up the coffee machine and prepared coffee for Xiang Hong and Yin Hui. Yin Hui saw that Xiang Hong had slapped his face so quickly and laughed secretly. When he heard that Xiang Hong wanted to drink coffee, he tried to stop him. "The tea leaves will be delivered soon. Don't you like tea?" Hearing that, Zhu Yang explained, "The boss rushed back right after the last overtime. Last night, he stayed up all night to make arrangements. He only rested for a moment on the way here." 174 Chapter 174 Instructor's Seat. Yin Hui gave him a thumbs up. "Model worker, my role model." Zhu Yang was making coffee while the rest of the people were moving things orderly. They filled this rather shabby temporary office with all sorts of things. Because they were all relatively large items, it was very lively for a moment. A few young, strong men carried the sofas upstairs. The staff looked from afar and knew it was Director Yin's office. They worked even harder and did not dare to be absent-minded. At this moment, Chen Tong, dressed up, walked out from backstage with the help of her assistant. Immediately, a staff member stepped forward and wanted to take Chen Tong to the instructor's seat. Chen Tong saw that people were moving some things to and fro at the room's second-floor door. She asked in puzzlement, "What's going on upstairs? Why are they moving the sofas inside?" The staff smiled and replied, "It's our Director Yin's office. He will be supervising the work upstairs. It's probably because he didn't finish tidying up earlier that he has the time to move some things today. I heard a friend is coming, and he would be entertaining the friend." Chen Tong nodded and didn't overthink it. She was assisted in ambling. At this time, Ding Shan also walked over. However, she didn't use Xiao Jiao to help her. The fishtail dress was very light, and even though Ding Shan was walking in high heels, she was still walking very smoothly. The dress wrapped her body, but Ding Shan walked with great ease. She was very accessible and easy and immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. On the contrary, it made Chen Tong, wearing an elegant dress and needing to be supported to walk, look a little comical. Chen Tong lifted the hem of her dress and said with a fake smile, "Sister Shan is here." Ding Shan nodded lightly. She was not friendly, but it could not be seen that the two of them had just gotten into an argument. Ding Shan's attitude was neither warm nor cold, and she walked straight to the instructor's seat. Chen Tong secretly gritted her teeth and forcefully lifted the hem of her skirt. She also strode forward. However, she stumbled after just 2 steps because the dress was too heavy. Her assistant and the staff were so scared that they went ahead to help her up. He was extremely clumsy. Xiao Zhao quickly followed behind Ding Shan. She turned her head to look at Chen Tong, then secretly laughed and said, "Is she here to attend some ceremony? That dress is too gorgeous. Is it necessary? The more complicated it is, the more it means she is not confident. She wants to use this method to attract people's attention and make them think she is gorgeous. Why didn't she take a look at the occasion?" Ding Shan curled the corners of her lips. "It's already a pity that she can't wear my dress. If she wants to be in the limelight, she will naturally try her best to wear something more eye-catching. In a while, isn't the teacher going to show her talent? I'm curious about what she is going to do." Ding Shan moved forward. When she saw that the second floor was lively, she asked curiously, "What's going on?" The location of the room was perfect. It was just diagonally above the stage. They could see everything that was happening on the scene. It should be used as a director's office or something like that. Why did they keep moving some furniture into it? Xiao Lu explained in time, "It should be President Yin moving things. He wants to supervise everyone's recording and make suggestions." Ding Shan nodded in understanding. Yin Hui had a good sense of variety. His words were funny and humorous. With him around, the show should not be boring. Ding Shan and Chen Tong came to the teacher's seat one after the other. There were 5 seats in total. Chen Tong glanced at the center seat and turned her eyes. She lifted the hem of her skirt and was about to sit down. This was the middle seat, where the cameras gave the most shots. Chen Tong did not want to miss such a good seat. It was just that she came at the wrong time and happened to bump into Ding Shan. Chen Tong still felt a little guilty, but she could not resist the temptation of the middle seat. She planned to strike first and gain the upper hand. Ding Shan would be too embarrassed to fight for a chair with her in public, right? Ding Shan, indeed, did not want to fight for a seat. It was not because she dared not fight for a seat with Chen Tong in public, but because Ding Shan had never bothered to fight for a middle seat. In the past, regardless of whether it was a press conference or stage, she would always be in the middle seat with Ding Shan's results and fame. However, Ding Shan would always give up her heart to an old artist who was more experienced than her. Sometimes, Yang Hua would get angry. She would call Ding Shan a fool for giving the camera to someone else. Ding Shan would not listen to her and always secretly moved her position. This was because Ding Shan never felt that she would only be outstanding if she stood in the middle. People would be biased, but the camera would not. When the camera framed everyone fairly, everyone would be presented on the screen. If this person were outstanding enough, the audience could find him at a glance, even if he was in the corner. 175 Chapter 175. Why? By the same logic, what could they do if one's virtue did not match one's position and sat in the middle? Ding Shan did not want to argue with Chen Tong. Only 5 instructors were responsible for watching the performance and giving their opinions. It was not a competition that required competition to have a chance to perform. The cameras were all high definition and wide angle. It was more than enough to capture all of them with 5 people in the same frame. Moreover, each instructor was assigned a filming team to be in charge of following the camera. Was she afraid that there would be no cameras? Ding Shan mocked silently in her heart. Chen Tong was probably suffering from participating in the talent show. She was constantly thinking of stealing the cameras to perform. After all, she had only made her debut after fighting her way out of hundreds of people. It was impossible for her not to have the ability to steal the cameras. Without a word, Ding Shan was about to sit on the chair next to her. At this moment, the staff member rushed over to stop them. "Teachers, wait." The seats had already been arranged. President Yin had specially instructed that to prevent the teachers from compromising with each other and refusing to take the middle seat, the director's team had arranged it and helped the teachers make a decision. The staff member's words were watertight. He smiled at Ding Shan and extended his hand to indicate the middle seat. "Teacher Ding Shan, this seat is yours." Chen Tong's expression immediately turned ugly. She secretly hated Yin Hui for repeatedly not giving her face. He had left all the good tea to Ding Shan and ignored her. Ding Shan's strength was not as good as before. Why did Yin Hui value Ding Shan so much? Although Chen Tong did not feel good in her heart, she still had to put on a show. Previously, she had already sat in the middle seat to seize the opportunity. Now that she heard what the staff member said, if she did not get up, that would be too awkward. Therefore, Chen Tong smiled fakely. She pretended to be surprised and said, was it arranged? It's my fault for sitting down without asking clearly. It's mainly because my clothes were too heavy today and I didn't notice it. I just wanted to sit down and rest quickly. Sister Shan, come and sit down. After saying that, she stood up and left her seat. She stood at the side unwillingly as if someone had bullied her. Her face was full of grievance. Ding Shan did not decline. Since it was arranged, she would listen to the program team's arrangements. Ding Shan took a step forward and came to the middle seat. She tidied up her gown and sat down calmly. She looked as if she was supposed to be like this. Chen Tong was unhappy at the side. She clenched her fists tightly and glared at Ding Shan with hidden bitterness. What? She still looked like he did not care about anything. She was pleased in her heart. Chen Tong didn't know why Yin Hui was so good to Ding Shan. She was the one with a bright future, but why did Yin Hui always treat Ding Shan, a person who had almost gone through life, as a particular person? Chen Tong thought jealously that maybe there was something shameful between Ding Shan and Yin Hui. HMPH, it made sense. Besides that, what other reason did Yin Hui have to take care of Ding Shan from the beginning? He had even thought of the seating beforehand. It was a joke to have Ding Shan sit in the middle. Ding Shan was even using her matters to threaten others. Wasn't she playing dirty with Yin Hui? An actor who didn't act came to record variety shows and even sat in the middle. Who would believe that there was no shady business? As Chen Tong thought about it, she angrily sat down on the chair beside Ding Shan. Unexpectedly, she was stopped by the staff member again. The staff member had an apologetic look on his face. However, he still braced himself and said, "Teacher Chen Tong, this seat belongs to Teacher Li Yang. Your seat is here." The staff member pointed to the rightmost seat. He gestured for Chen Tong to sit there. Chen Tong almost gasped for breath. She stared at the staff member in disbelief. Her eyebrows were twisted together, and her voice had changed pitch. "I'm sitting at the side. Are you sure you didn't remember wrongly? What's wrong with your program team? Do you know how to arrange seats?" Chen Tong did not expect that she would not be able to sit in the middle seat but was assigned to the side seat. Even Li Yang, that manager, had a higher status than her. Although she also wanted to please Li Yang, it was because of her connections. She had so many artistes under her command. It would be a piece of cake for Li Yang to pick one of them to shoot a TV series with her. That was why she was very polite to her. But now that the recording was about to begin, *TCH Ding Shan's status was higher than hers because of Yin Hui's unspoken rules. It was okay if she sat in the middle, but Li Yang was more valued than her. 176 Chapter 176. Quiet. Chen Tong was not convinced. She felt that she could not step down from the stage. She stood rooted to the ground with a face full of anger. She waved away the hand that her assistant was supporting and shouted, "Where's my manager? Come over quickly." Chen Tong's manager discussed the performance with the director for a while. When she heard Chen Tong's shout, she hurriedly ran over. "What's wrong, Xiao Tong? Where are you not satisfied?" Chen Tong pointed at the seat arrogantly. "How did you communicate with her? Just to let me sit here?" The manager looked at the people around her with an awkward expression. She walked forward and tugged at Chen Tong carefully. "Don't shout. Little ancestor, there are only 5 seats in total. Where is the difference?" Chen Tong's face was full of unwillingness. "Anyway, I don't want to sit at the side. They can't even see me. How am I going to perform well?" Ding Shan frowned in frustration. Her head hurt from Chen Tong's unruly noise. She turned her head and looked at Chen Tong coldly. "Then, where do you think is the best place to sit, Miss Chen?" "The seat below me. If you have the ability, come and sit." Chen Tong widened her eyes and looked at Ding Shan's expression. She snorted coldly and turned her head away. She did not dare to confront Ding Shan head-on. Chen Tong's manager immediately became nervous. She quickly apologized to Ding Shan. "I'm sorry, Miss Ding Shan. Xiao Tong is young and not very sensible. I'll try to persuade her again." Then, she whispered to Chen Tong, "Sit down. It's the same here. You just debuted not long ago. Based on your seniority, You should sit here. Chen Tong understood in her heart. It was just that the staff had changed their positions repeatedly just now, and she couldn't take it. Now that she had found her manager, it would be too embarrassing if she went over to sit down. Chen Tong acted coquettishly towards her manager and stomped her feet on the spot, acting like a little girl. Her manager was old and usually doted on Chen Tong. Moreover, Chen Tong had the protection of the big boss behind her. Naturally, her manager would listen to her no matter what. At this moment, seeing Chen Tong acting coquettishly again, the manager sighed helplessly. Don't be willful. Look at how beautiful you look today. You're just like a little princess. You're the focal point no matter where you sit, okay? Xiao Zhao's ears were sharp. When she heard Chen Tong's manager comforting Chen Tong, she curled her lips and rolled her eyes in disdain. What little princess? Whose princess would be as unreasonable as her? Did she think everyone would pamper her and let her do whatever she wanted? Ding Shan also heard it and turned her face away speechlessly. Chen Tong's manager coaxed her like she was coaxing a 3-year-old child. However, the more Chen Tong persuaded her, her temper became bigger. Tears would come at any moment. She was about to cry. Ding Shan said in time, Chen Tong, Teacher Li Yang will be here soon. Do you want her to see you crying because of a seat? Teacher Li Yang is a senior, after all. Do you want Teacher Li Yang to give up her seat for you? Or do you want my seat? Chen Tong's eyes were red, and she wanted to retort, but Ding Shan was already impatient. Her face was cold, and her gaze was calm and emotionless when she looked over. Chen Tong immediately recalled how Ding Shan had suppressed her in the washroom and did not dare to speak. Ding Shan said in a low voice, "You're young, and you've debuted late. It's not embarrassing to sit by the side. If you go past Teacher Li Yang and me and sit in the middle, people will hate you instead. If I give you a way out, you'd better come down quickly and be quiet, understand?" Ding Shan's eyes fell on Chen Tong with a faint threat. Her expressionless face made it very difficult to get close to her. Chen Tong's manager repeatedly bowed to apologize to Ding Shan and patted Chen Tong anxiously. Gritting her teeth, she said in a low voice, "That's enough. Quickly sit down. It was President Wang who fought so hard to get this recording opportunity for you. Don't offend anyone." The moment Chen Tong thought of her boss, her arrogance disappeared. Indeed, this opportunity was not easy to come by. As soon as Yin Hui's recording plan was out, she had her eyes set on this program. It had been a long time since she had a severe program. Although Yin Hui's company had failed quite a bit, it was good that he was stupid and had a lot of money. He would be willing to invest in the program. That was why she got President Wang to do her a favor and found Yin Hui, who allowed her to participate in the program. 177 Chapter 177 Know Some Manners. Chen Tong thought that she was someone with connections. With Director Wang's face, Yin Hui had to be more polite and treat her better. Unexpectedly, Yin Hui was very polite to her, but he was even more polite to Ding Shan. He wished that he could raise Ding Shan. Was this the difference? Ding Shan was Yin Hui's mistress. He used this opportunity to create a show to help Ding Shan come back. She had been deceived and had wasted her efforts. She had even gotten CEO Wang to do her a favor. It was not easy for her to get this favor by acting coquettishly. Chen Tong lowered her head dejectedly. She had begged for this opportunity. If she caused any trouble, CEO Wang would be angry. He would even blame her for not being sensible. If she were to fall out of favor, then CEO Wang might not give her any other resources during this period. Chen Tong had no choice. She gritted her teeth and acted as if nothing had happened. She sat down at the edge of the seat and snorted. "Then I will sit here. It's pretty good too." Ding Shan smiled sarcastically and did not look at Chen Tong anymore. Chen Tong felt that she had lost face and was still trying to find an excuse for herself. "I didn't expect that CEO Yin, who looks so young, would be like the other old-fashioned program teams. There's no need to care about seniority regarding things like seats. Aren't they just for everyone to sit on?" Ding Shan looked ahead and saw a few people carrying chairs to the second floor not far away. She replied indifferently, "Didn't I already remind Miss Chen that in the industry, you should never look down on seniors? Seniors are seniors. Seniority doesn't come from just saying a few words. This is a courtesy. Miss Chen's confidence is good, but if you don't want to be scolded, it's better to know some manners." Ding Shan choked Chen Tong. She was so angry that she didn't speak anymore. When she met Ding Shan, she had never mentioned Ding Shan. Ding Shan always used the words of seniority and seniors to pressure her. That's right, she was indeed inexperienced and young. Most of the people in the industry were her seniors, but so what? Did Ding Shan think she was capable just because she sat in the middle? It was all thanks to Yin Hui, who had pulled strings for her. When the show recording started, she would show Ding Shan her skills and let her experience them firsthand. Sometimes, a senior with seniority did not necessarily mean that she was capable. A person with no seniority like her could crush her instead. She would become the most dazzling focal point of the show. When that time came, she would see how Ding Shan would be proud of herself. She would not be able to use ridiculous words like seniority to suppress her. So what if she had Yin Hui's support? She did not believe that Yin Hui would be able to find a substitute for Ding Shan to perform on stage. Ding Shan was a child star and an actress. What good performance could she have on the talent show stage? She would expose herself sooner or later so the audience could see that not everyone could participate in variety shows. Upstairs, Xiang Hong stood by the glass window and looked down at everything that had just happened. When Ding Shan appeared with her skirt up, Xiang Hong stood up and walked to the window to watch silently. He saw Ding Shan calmly sitting in the middle and impatiently saying something to the woman next to her. She looked like a small animal that had been disturbed from its peace. Her hair stood on end as she fiercely expressed her dissatisfaction. Xiang Hong watched this scene with great interest. Finally, he saw the woman next to her appear afraid of Ding Shan and sat at the furthest seat with an unconvinced expression. Xiang Hong narrowed his eyes and was in a perfect mood. Ding Shan was indeed still that little fox. There was always a way to solve the problem. Yin Hui frowned in distress. This Chen Tong is troublesome. I have also made a mistake that will lead to eternal hatred. If I had known that she had so many things to do, I wouldn't have agreed to let her come over as a mentor even if CEO Wang had said that she was pretty. Xiang Hong asked, so her name is Chen Tong? Yin Hui nodded. Why? Have you heard of her? Xiang Hong recalled that when he was in front of the large French window and Ding Shan was taking photos, the assistant next to her seemed to have mentioned this name. She said she could not bear to see Ding Shan's good side and that she might take revenge or bribe the team. Xiang Hong did not quite understand these things in the entertainment industry, but he understood that this woman had a grudge against Ding Shan. Seeing the scene just now also confirmed this thought. 178 Chapter 178. Told her to leave. Xiang Hong looked at Yin Hui unhappily. I didn't give you enough investment. And you even let others stuff these shady people here. Yin Hui looked helpless. It's not about the money. CEO Wang is the big brother of the entertainment industry. I'm trying to build a media company here, so I can't afford to give him a face. Who knows why he's so old that his eyes are blurry? At his age, he has taken a fancy to a woman like Chen Tong, who can make the world go round. No matter what, I have to stuff her in. I'm too embarrassed to refuse. Xiang Hong snorted coldly. Those who don't know would think Grandpa sent his granddaughter here for further studies. Does he know that his granddaughter is so annoying? Yin Hui sighed. I don't know what's going on either. When I was young, I could be considered to have experienced great storms. When I'm old, my taste is so bad. Could it be that he likes to be lively? Ah yeah, brother, don't be anxious. I've already told Ding Shan that Sister Shan will be the main character. If Chen Tong makes a fuss, I'll replace her. However, the recording is about to start, and it's too late to replace her at the last minute, so I can only endure it. Xiang Hong raised his eyebrows. Endure? Do you think this word is in my dictionary? Let her go. Yin Hui had a bitter expression on his face as he pressed his palms together and pleaded for Xiang Hong to leave. I beg of you, brother, it wasn't easy for me to gather all the people. Although that Chen Tong's character is a little bad, she's still capable of being a professional. I won't tarnish my reputation. If I replace her now, where am I going to find another? You're so generous. First, let her off. No, let me off. Besides, with her around, won't it just accentuate our Ding Shan's gentleness, understanding, kindness, and generosity? Xiang Hong frowned in disdain. Then, he stared coldly at Yin Hui. Our Ding Shan, what does that have to do with you? Yin Hui covered his mouth, and his face was full of black lines. I was wrong. Your Ding Shan, yours. All right. Only then did Xiang Hong regain his calm expression. He walked over to the newly moved sofa and sat down. From this position, he could see the scene downstairs. Then he slowly said, "All right, then let her stay. I want to see what Ding Shan will do." Yin Hui heaved a sigh of relief and replied relaxed, "Ding Shan is not simple. If it were up to me, I would say that No, you don't have to worry at all. Ding Shan is mighty. She didn't need me to go and settle the conflict. I think Chen Tong seems quite afraid of Ding Shan now." Xiang Hong smiled slightly but did not say anything. Xiang Hong naturally knew that Ding Shan was not easy to bully. Her cunning and intelligence were something that he had never felt from a woman in all these years. She was like a mysterious treasure. She kept revealing her surprising side. Xiang Hong wanted to hide Ding Shan, just like when he got a toy when he was young. He just wanted to bring it to his private territory so that no one would covet it. He tried to hide it and play with it secretly. However, Xiang Hong knew that Ding Shan was not a toy, nor was she something he could hide secretly. She was a living person, a star who loved the stage. She was still shining brightly on the stage, and he wanted to use this method to approach her and get to know her. He wanted to see what other attractive side she had that he did not know about. Zhu Yan brought the brewed coffee to the table and placed it on it. He scanned the room and slightly lowered his head to report to Xiang Hong, "Boss, the room is almost ready. Do you have any other areas that you are not satisfied with?" Xiang Hong scanned the room and nodded. "That's it. It's all right." Zhu Yan bowed slightly respectfully. "I'm sorry, this is the best I can do. If anything is missing, boss, please tell me." Yin Hui quietly came over and sat on the sofa. He touched the smooth, soft feel of the couch and used his shoulder to bump Xiang Hong. "That's enough. I'm a second-generation rich kid, after all. How can I be compared to you? I look especially pitiful. I know you're rich, but you don't have to show off like this. Aren't you just staying here for 2 months, and it's only during the recording period?" Xiang Hong looked indifferent. "The money I earn won't be spent in a few lifetimes. I like to show off, can't I?" Yin Hui raised his hand as if he was surrendering. "Sure, I never dare to doubt your ability to earn money." After saying that, Yin Hui looked at the sofa and said to Ziyang, "Ziyang, bring another small sofa over to the side." Ziyang was a little puzzled. "Director Yin, isn't this sofa enough for you and the boss to sit on?" Yin Hui chuckled and looked at Xiang Hong meaningfully. "Make sufficient preparations. It's for meeting the guests." 179 Chapter 179. Chen Tong was isolated. Xiang Hong did not overthink it. He thought it was just Yin Hui bringing some of his business partners and other investors over for a visit. He did not have any object irons and gestured to Ziyang. "Listen to him." Ziyang accepted the order and took out his phone to contact someone to send over a small sofa. Yin Hui smiled brightly. He thought, "Li Chen, Lin Sai, don't say I don't miss you guys. The seats have been prepared for you guys. I'm waiting for you guys to come over and watch the show." Downstairs, Li Yang arrived late. Due to her status as a manager and her age, Li Yang chose a calm and imposing suit and walked over quickly with a very experienced aura. Ding Shan was the first to stand up and greeted politely, "Sister Li, you're here." Chen Tong slowly stood up and smiled brightly. "Sister Li." Then, he quickly sat back down. Li Yang nodded at Chen Tong perfunctorily. Then, she walked over to Ding Shan and pulled the seat to sit down. "Ah yeah, I look old. I got tired after coming to the venue to take a look. I went back to the lounge to sleep for a while. I didn't expect that all of you would be here already. This gown of yours is nice. It suits your skin color." Ding Shan smiled and praised Li Yang. "Sister Li, this suit of yours has been chosen well. It looks especially fitting. It must be custom made." Li Yang touched the suit and smiled, but she did not say anything. She only nodded. "Yes, it's custom made. I quite like it." Ding Shan could tell that this suit probably meant a lot to Li Yang, but it was apparent that Li Yang did not want to reveal too much. Ding Shan was not interested in prying into other people's privacy either. The two only chatted intermittently while waiting for the recording to begin officially. Chen Tong sat at the side. She was anxious when she saw Li Yang and Ding Shan chatting passionately. She was initially sitting at the edge of the seat with only Li Yang by her side. However, Li Yang had turned her entire body towards Ding Shan's side and only cared about talking to Ding Shan. What was this? Was she isolating her? Why was everyone taking care of Ding Shan? Chen Tong tried to join in the conversation. Sister Li, this suit suits you very well. It's just that the material used is a little mediocre. It doesn't match your status. It's too low-key. Li Yan glanced at her and replied indifferently, is that so? I think it's pretty good. What status can I have? It's all because others are giving me a face. Miss Chen, you're flattering me. Chen Tong saw that Li Yang didn't appreciate her kindness and looked a little cold, so she immediately became anxious. Li Yang had a lot of resources in her hands, so she couldn't let her and Ding Shan become close. In that case, wouldn't Ding Shan compete with her everywhere in the future? She had to pull Li Yang over to form a team with her. Chen Tong smiled and continued, I know a few brands. When the time comes, I'll ask them to send more suits to Sister Li. Sister Li, wearing a suit at your age is indeed more elegant. After saying that, Chen Tong felt that something was strange. When she came to her senses, she anxiously wanted to explain, I didn't mean that. Li Yang did not show her emotions. At this moment, it was impossible to tell what she was feeling. Her tone was still indifferent, that's right. I'm old. It's more comfortable for me to wear a suit. I'm not like Miss Chen. You're young and beautiful. The thick and heavy dress looks perfect on me. I won't trouble Miss Chen to worry about the brand. My clothes are all custom made by a single person. I'm used to wearing them. Chen Tong bit her lips and smiled awkwardly. She didn't say anything. Damn it. She had said the wrong thing at a crucial moment. However, she was telling the truth. This Li Yang didn't know how to appreciate favors. No matter how amazing she was only a manager. She was still serving as an artiste. How could she not like the brand she introduced? The material she wore was so ordinary, and it was even custom made. How shabby. But Ding Shan's eyes lit up. She raised her eyebrows and seemed to be deep in thought. Li Yang's usual style of work was very straightforward and neat. She was known as the hardworking third lady in the industry. No matter how hard it was to get resources, it was a piece of cake for her. It was because she was a very persistent and intelligent person. Whatever she saw, she persisted to the end, no matter how hard it was. At the same time, her vision was very sharp. She was always able to snatch the right resources for the right artists. Over time, she made a name for herself in the industry. Her credibility and reputation became better and better. She had become an investor who took the initiative to come to the door and ask to recommend artists. However, Li Yang had always been notably low-key. She had never heard of any of her matters. It seemed that she had deliberately protected this aspect very well. 180 Chapter 180, Change of Program. Ding Shan guessed in her heart. From the looks of it, the suit on Li Yang's body should have been custom-made for her by someone she valued much. The way she said she liked it very much was also her love for him. Ding Shan glanced at Chen Tong lightly and lowered her head to smile. She felt sorry for this fool who wanted to curry favor with Li Yang. She couldn't even praise the right person and didn't have the most basic observation skills. The boss behind her had spoiled her. Chen Tong noticed Ding Shan's gaze and that ambiguous smile. She was so embarrassed that she became angry. Ding Shan's smile was not noticeable. To cover it up, she lowered her head and only smiled for a moment. However, this moment's smile was like a thorn piercing Chen Tong's heart. It made Chen Tong feel as if nothing she did was right, and she was treated like a clown by Ding Shan. Chen Tong was highly disappointed. Since Ding Shan came here to record the variety show with her, she encountered obstacles everywhere. First, she was not valued, then she said the wrong things and offended people. With Ding Shan around, it made her seem so annoying. Chen Tong did not want to be like this, but she could not help but compete with Ding Shan every time. Seeing Ding Shan get everyone's attention and love just like that, she felt uncomfortable from the bottom of her heart. Wasn't she just an actress who became famous when she was young and then went downhill? What was there to be proud of? Relying on her fame when she was young, always taking advantage of her savings, and deceiving the feelings of the audience. She pretended to be pure and innocent. She had been in the entertainment industry for so many years, and there might be many dirty things that had not been exposed yet. Other than acting, what other skills did she have? She was just a little clever with her words and always quibbled. How could she see her as a joke? Chen Tong's eyes turned. She had an idea in her mind. She signaled her manager with her eyes. When her manager saw Chen Tong's expression, she knew this troublesome artiste would do something. Her manager leaned over helplessly. Chen Tong whispered into her ear and ordered, "Go change my appearance program. I want to perform something even more amazing. I want to sing a song with an octave, the one from my album." Chen Tong's manager frowned and advised her earnestly, "Don't do anything rash. The program has already been set. How can you change it just like that? Also, your voice, isn't it feeling well recently? Stop singing." Chen Tong's eyes widened. "If you want to go, then go. I want to sing. How can I let others know my strength if I don't sing? The first episode of the program has to attract the audience. I also want to show those talent show artists who are worthy of being respected as a mentor." Chen Tong's manager looked troubled. Chen Tong's voice was not that good. She had released a record before, but most of it had gone through a lot of tuning. Now that she would sing the live version, wasn't that fooling around? When Chen Tong saw her manager looking at her with a disapproving look, the evil fire in her heart grew even more vital. She threatened her in a bossy manner. "You don't listen to me now, do you? Do you believe that I will fire you immediately? Do you not believe in my singing? I have sung before and will be able to sing today." The manager sighed. She didn't dare go against this pampered little princess who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. In any case, if she disagreed, she would be fired. She might as well pray that she would be able to finish singing in a while. At least, it wouldn't be too outrageous. That way, she would still be able to keep her job. Chen Tong smiled because her manager had gone looking for the director. She secretly glanced at Ding Shan and thought, "I'll show you the charm of a little princess on stage in a while." Xiao Jiao also came to Ding Shan's side and asked her in a low voice what she should perform. Now, she had to go and find the director to confirm the final program list. Because she wanted to ensure authenticity and freshness, Yin Hui deliberately cancelled the rehearsals, filling the coaches with a sense of mystery. Everyone relied on their abilities to prepare the program presentation. This was also a big surprise for the talent show artists who were coming to the venue. They did not know what program the coaches would perform, and their hearts were filled with anticipation. This also decided which coaches they would choose as their teachers. Ding Shan thought briefly and whispered a few words into Xiao Jiao's ear. Xiao Jiao's eyes lit up. She made an okay sign and ran away happily. 181 Chapter 181. Is it Xiang? When Li Yang saw this scene, she smiled. "Are you here to ask about the performance in a while? Speaking of which, I'm worried. I'm not a celebrity, so why would I perform in any show? Director Yin is being ridiculous, including me. It's really..." Ding Shan comforted her. "Everyone knows you're not an artiste, so they will understand. This isn't anything difficult. It's just that with us opening the show, the artists of the talent show will be excited. When they see that their coaches will be nervous and put in all their effort on stage, they will have more courage. This is also one of the highlights." Li Yang nodded in agreement. "That's true. There's no need to hide why I chose to participate in this show. I've spent a lot of money to select some talents and sign with our company." Li Yang smiled self-deprecatingly and continued, "But there's no denying that there are a lot of talent shows. I chose to believe in Director Yin because I liked his devious ideas. They're extraordinary and also very energetic. Unlike other shows, where they rehearse several times and still have to act as if they were pleasantly surprised. I don't have that kind of acting skills." Ding Shan was also amused. "Sister Li, you're so quick with your words. You're telling the truth. I participated in this program because Director Yin's ideas are very creative. He's young and energetic. The program he creates will also be extraordinary." Chen Tong pretended not to care and listened at the side. Initially, she wanted to eavesdrop on the program Ding Shan would perform in a while. She did not expect that after talking to Li Yang for a long time, Ding Shan still did not get to the point, and Chen Tong did not want to cut in and ask about the topic rashly. She could only sit there uneasily and wait for the recording to begin impatiently. Chen Tong rolled her eyes. How annoying. If she had known earlier that she would stay in the lounge for a while longer, she would have sat there and listened to the hypocritical conversation of the two people, isolating her. She really could not stay there for even a minute. Ding Shan and Li Yang did not think so. The two of them got along very well. It was pretty interesting to talk and look at the arrangement of the scene. A staff member came to deliver water to the 3 people who had already arrived at the scene. After politely putting the water on the table, he said, "Teacher, please wait for a moment." He comforted them. "The other 2 male teachers are almost done. The recording is about to begin. Please be patient." Ding Shan and Li Yang also nodded in understanding. Chen Tong's entire body was filled with annoyance. She took the water bottle and drank a few mouthfuls as if she was venting. Li Yang joked, "Young people nowadays all like to look good, regardless of gender. I have a lot of boys under me, and they have more makeup than me. As an artiste, they have to pay attention to their image." Ding Shan also smiled cooperatively. Chen Tong snorted coldly, "I don't think so. When men put on makeup, they are neither men nor women. It's so scary. They don't have any masculinity and even make us wait for them. They're not gentlemanly." Li Yang was still smiling. "Miss Chen, you can't just focus on your beauty. To look good on camera, which artiste can go on stage without makeup? That would be disrespectful to the audience. We came early. Wouldn't it be good to have a chat?" Just as Li Yang spoke, the headset of the staff member who came to deliver the water made a sound. The staff member stopped what he was doing and turned slightly to the side. He held onto the headset and said, "What's missing? Didn't I ask you to keep it this morning? Didn't I leave it with Lisa? She went to buy tea leaves for President Yin to entertain President Xiang. Where can we find her people now?" The staff member was in a mess. He hurriedly packed up his things and apologized to Ding Shan and the other 2. "I'm sorry, teachers. Please wait for a moment. I need to take care of some things first." After saying that, he was about to leave. "Hey, wait a minute," Chen Tong called out to the staff member. The staff member turned around hesitantly. "Teacher Chen, is there anything else?" Chen Tong's face was filled with curiosity and a tinge of excitement. "I think I heard you mention President Xiang just now." "Which President Xiang?" The staff member did not understand and replied in a daze. "It's President Yin's good friend, President Xiang of the Xiang Group." Chen Tong's spirits immediately rose. "Xiang Group's director Xiang? He's here too?" The staff member nodded and explained, "Yes, Director Xiang and our boss are friends. We've invested quite a lot in this show. He's here to watch the recording." Chen Tong's face was full of joy. She waved her hand and said, "All right, you can return to your work." The staff member left quickly. 182 Chapter 182. Chen Tong meet. Chen Tong could not hide her excitement. There was no one else by her side to talk to, so she did not care about the awkwardness just now and moved closer to Li Yang. She said in a low voice, "He came. Sister Li, you should know Xiang." Then, she looked at Ding Shan with a meaningful and probing look. "Sister Shan, have you heard of him?" Ding Shan did not understand why Chen Tong was so agitated. However, on second thought, it must be some powerful big boss that made Chen Tong look so mysterious. However, she did not have any impression. Therefore, she shook her head and did not reply. Li Yang reacted very quickly. As a manager, she naturally understood business investment and knew which people she could not afford to offend. This Xiang Hong that Chen Tong mentioned was ranked in the top few people she could not afford to offend. In terms of strength, Xiang Hong should be the number 1 person she could not afford to offend. Fortunately, Xiang Hong had never been involved in the entertainment industry, so he was not very well known by the people in the industry. Li Yang said slowly, "I've heard of Xiang Hong. They say that he is young and reckless, that he is extraordinary, and that he is a rare business genius. However, there have never been any rumors in the industry. I didn't expect that he was good friends with President Yin. This is the first time I've heard of this. It's also because of this relationship that he invested in the show." Chen Tong chimed in excitedly, "That's right. That's the Xiang Corporation. It's at the level of a god. He's never had anything to do with the entertainment industry, but he's here in person this time." Chen Tong's smile was full of emotion as she muttered to herself, "I want to see what this Xiang looks like. Everyone says that he's young and promising, so he must be a good-looking person." Then, she tilted her head and teased Ding Shan, "Sister Shan, you don't even know Xiang. You've been in the circle for so long, it shouldn't be so. I'm not looking down on seniors, but there are some things that you don't know just because you've been in the industry for a long time." Chen Tong looked smug, as if she knew what a fantastic person Xiang Hong was. Ding Shan laughed and asked, "Oh, is this Xiang the Tang monk? Can he make people live forever? Otherwise, why does Miss Chen look like a vixen who smells the fragrance of meat?" Chen Tong's expression changed, and she glared at Ding Shan. Ding Shan rolled her eyes slightly but still said coldly with a smile, "Miss Chen, you're so happy. Those who don't know would think that you and Xiang have a good relationship. Who would have thought you don't even know what he looks like?" Chen Tong was so angry that she was in a daze. "Sister Shan, let's have a good chat. Why are you scolding me? I may have offended you, but you shouldn't have attacked me like that, right?" Ding Shan's expression turned cold. "Who is the one who has been deliberately provoking me? I advise Miss Chen to say less. Don't let others hear that you're so concerned about some big boss. Don't think that female celebrities are superficial people who only care about money." Ding Shan was not polite at all. Chen Tong's repeated verbal provocations had long worn out Ding Shan's patience. She was trying to probe whether Ding Shan knew Xiang or not. She was trying to pry into Ding Shan's privacy. She wanted to see if Ding Shan knew about these wealthy businessmen behind their backs. Was she using unspoken rules to get to the top? Hearing Ding Shan's denial, Chen Tong used the words that Ding Shan had previously used to mock Chen Tong for not knowing how to respect her seniors to mock Ding Shan. It was as if she was well versed in the world's ways and learned all kinds of information about the industry better than Ding Shan. Ding Shan only felt that Chen Tong's brain seemed to have been dug out by someone. How could there be such a foolish woman who did not have a good outlook on life? Not to mention how amazing Xiang was. Even if Chen Tong were on good terms with him and obtained any benefits, Ding Shan would not be jealous. Some people chose specific paths that Ding Shan did not want to comment on, but that was not the path she wanted to take. Moreover, Chen Tong had only heard of Xiang's deeds and did not know him. What was there to brag about? Ding Shan really could not understand Chen Tong's train of thought. She shook her head speechlessly. Chen Tong also rolled her eyes. She was indignant in her heart. It was like this again. Why was Ding Shan always able to act as if she was high and mighty? What was there to be ashamed of if she admitted that she wanted to get to know rich people and obtain better opportunities? In this circle, who did not climb up like this? Why did she, Ding Shan, look down on others? Chen Tong secretly swore to herself that she would wait and see. She did not waste her efforts participating in this program. Although there was a small interlude and an annoying person like Ding Shan competing with her on the spot, it would not hinder her outstanding performance on the stage. Perhaps, she could even get on Xiang Hong's good side. If she could get to know someone at Xiang Hong's level, she would laugh her head off even in her dreams. 183 Chapter 183 Thoughts. Chen Tong thought proudly that Ding Shan could be used as a foil for her. She could let Ding Shan pretend to be aloof and distant and see how long she could act. At that time, when she saw that she had won Xiang's favor, Ding Shan would be dumbfounded. At that time, no one would call her little Ding Shan anymore. Her fame would spread all over the country. It would be so popular that everyone would forget about Ding Shan. It was also time for Ding Shan to be a little more polite. She had to thank Ding Shan for walking right into the trap. If she had not come to participate in the talent show, she would not have been able to find a suitable opponent to complement her excellence. She was not good at acting, but when it came to performing on stage, Ding Shan was an amateur. How could she compare to her? Although she had started her career under the name of Little Ding Shan, if Xiang found out that she was younger and prettier than Ding Shan, wouldn't that be a great opportunity? Since Chen Tong had successfully debuted, she did not like others to call her Little Ding Shan anymore. However, there had never been a moment when Chen Tong was glad she had this title, because as long as this title existed, she and Ding Shan would be compared. With the contrast, wouldn't there be even more praise for her? The other two male mentors arrived just as Chen Tong was calculating in her heart. Both of them were very young. One of them was dressed in a suit and was Chen 11, who had debuted as a singer. The other was a new hip-hop artist named Su Yang. He was dressed very fashionably, and his expression was excellent. His arrogant manner contrasted sharply with Chen 11, who was calm and gentle beside him. The two male coaches' styles were very different and represented two different music genres. Chen 11 hurried over with a smile and greeted Ding Shan and the other two. He bent over slightly to shake hands with them and kept on exchanging pleasantries. Ding Shan and Li Yang gently shook hands one after another and returned the greeting with a smile. Chen Tong also changed her attitude from earlier, as if she was not the one who said that the two male coaches were neither male nor female and had no gentlemanly demeanor. She raised her hand with a smile and firmly held Chen 11's hand. She blinked her eyes as if she was trying to act obediently. "Hello, Chen 11. I've wanted to work with you for a long time. You're handsome." After Chen Tong greeted him, she held Chen 11's hand for a long time without letting go. Chen 11 was stunned for a second. Fortunately, he quickly reacted and replied with an even more enthusiastic smile, "Sister Tong, you're too polite. I've always admired you." As he said that, he pulled his hand back forcefully and continued to stand there with a smile on his face. No one could find anything wrong with him. Chen Tong was not very happy. She pouted her lips as if she was acting cute. "Why are you calling me Sister Tong? You are already calling me old." Chen 11 smiled and did not say anything. He walked straight to his seat and sat down. When Chen Tong saw that Chen 11 was not paying attention to her, she gave him a resentful look. What was going on? How could he be indifferent to her? Su Yang was left standing in the same spot. He probably had not participated in many shows before, so he seemed awkward. Although he looked very arrogant, he was also very polite. He politely greeted Ding Shan and Li Yang but did not say anything. He looked like he was not very good at socializing, and there was a kind of contrast between him and his young self. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Su Yang was a straightforward boy despite his extraordinary appearance. Su Yang called out to them in a daze, "Hello, teachers." Ding Shan smiled in response to Su Yang's greetings, and her expression became gentler. Ding Shan had an impression of him. Although Ding Shan did not usually come into contact with rap music, she once heard that Su Yang wrote a song for some old heroes. The melody was shocking, and the lyrics pierced the heart, describing a period of history from a novel angle that made Ding Shan's nose ache. It was the first time she was moved from the bottom of her heart by the passionate singing of rap songs. This kind of musical talent was rare, and it was a song that only a person with a pure heart could write. He used a more rhythmic and stimulating way to sing, and the effect was perfect. After listening to it, other than being moved, her blood boiled. Therefore, Ding Shan's first impression of Su Yang was excellent. She even looked at him a few more times out of curiosity, wanting to see what kind of person would be able to write such a song. She did not expect him to be so young. He was amazing. Su Yang seemed to have sensed Ding Shan's gaze. He tilted his head uncomfortably and silently greeted Chen Tong again. Chen Tong's attitude changed drastically. She looked at Su Yang with some disdain and nodded perfunctorily as a greeting. Chapter 184. Out of Tune. From Chen Tong's point of view, people who dressed strangely were all trying to attract attention. They were so childish that they wanted to die and live in their world. Moreover, it was said that rappers had terrible tempers and had stopped going to school early to learn to be bad. Look at how this Su Yang is dressed in a mess. He thought that he was handsome. Chen Tong did not take Su Yang seriously. She felt that Chen 11 was still the best. He was gentle and handsome, and his songs were terrific. There were many of his songs on her playlist. It was fate that she could be in the same program as Chen 11. She should suggest that the program team let her and Chen 11 collaborate more on the stage. That would be called A Handsome Man and a Beautiful Woman. It would be more eye-catching, and the audience would love to watch it. The executive director then went on stage and adjusted the microphone. He bowed politely and said, "Hello, everyone. I am the executive director of this program. My surname is Sun. Thank you for the great support from the 5 teachers. The recording is about to begin officially. May I know which teacher will go on stage first?" Chen Tong stood up slowly and said in a reserved manner, "Let me do it." The order of going on stage had already been decided. To be polite, Director Sun asked again in public. Ding Shan and the rest understood. They did not have any object irons. Director Sun nodded and turned around to leave the stage. Chen Tong nodded at the others with some pride and walked backstage to get ready. Before she left, she even looked at Ding Shan with a slightly provocative look on her face. She seemed highly confident. When Ding Shan saw Chen Tong's meaningful smile, she knew that Chen Tong was the one who requested to be the first to go on stage. She probably felt she had a plan and wanted to take the lead and get a round of applause. Ding Shan curled the corners of her lips slightly and did not give a response. Chen Tong might have some strength, but it was not to the extent of stunning people. Ding Shan knew this in her heart. If she wanted to perform on stage, then let her do it. Ding Shan had no patience in playing any games of flattery and derision with Chen Tong. It seemed that Chen Tong had already treated her as a competitor, and Ding Shan did not want to bother about it. After some preparation, Chen Tong walked onto the stage. The music started playing. Everyone present was a little surprised, but they quickly understood. Chen Tong had chosen the most challenging song on her album. However, due to the great difficulty and strong melody, it was also the most popular song. It was reasonable for Chen Tong to choose this song, but it was too difficult. They did not expect Chen Tong to dare to sing the live version. The staff present were all intrigued and looked at Chen Tong on the stage with anticipation. Everything went smoothly when Chen Tong opened her mouth. After all, she had also debuted in a talent show. Chen Tong's voice was sweet, accompanied by a beautiful and light melody. It was also quite pleasant to the ears. Chen Tong's eyes were curved, and she smiled sweetly at the camera. She picked up the heavy hem of her dress and strolled on stage like a princess. However, gradually, the music became louder, and the atmosphere became increasingly intense. Everyone was waiting for Chen Tong's high voice to perfectly display the chorus. Chen Tong took a deep breath, but her voice changed its pitch halfway through the song. Everyone's heart was in their throats, but they followed Chen Tong's voice and fell back to where they were. Chen Tong's reaction was fast, so she adjusted it in time. She changed the high pitch to a standard pitch, so she could be considered to have muddled through. The first high pitch failed, and the entire song became plain. Panic flashed through Chen Tong's eyes, but soon after, the second climax arrived. Chen Tong was afraid. With the first failure, when Chen Tong wanted to try the high note again, her voice became tighter and started to go out of tune. The harder Chen Tong tried, the more nervous she became. The song was a mess, and she made several obvious mistakes. The most eye-catching high notes all failed. It could only be considered that Chen Tong had barely finished singing the song, and nothing was outstanding about it at all. The camera swept across the four people below the stage. Ding Shan's expression did not change, nor did she intend to mock Chen Tong. She still smiled faintly and clapped politely. Li Yang was tactful. She commented very well. Chen Tong's voice is lovely. There was no mention of singing skills at all. However, when the camera turned to Chen 11, he had a severe expression. He even had a faint frown. Not until he noticed the camera that Chen 11 immediately changed his word. He smiled and said, "It is indeed lovely. It is very nice to listen to." Although the change in his expression was only for a moment, it was still noticeable. After all, Chen 11 was a musician himself. He was more sensitive to songs and had higher requirements. It was already very respectful for him to be able to say a few words of praise against his conscience. 185 Chapter 185. No redo. Su Yang looked dispirited. With a cold face, he expressionlessly clapped his hands twice and then stopped. He did not care about the camera. Anyone could tell that he was not interested in Chen Tong's performance. Then, the camera moved to Ding Shan, which lasted for a long time. The director team was very sharp. Before the official recording, they had already noticed the subtle atmosphere between Ding Shan and Chen Tong. After all, many of the staff members had already seen the short episode at the dressing room door. Moreover, Chen Tong had always been known as Little Ding Shan. Although the two of them were in different fields, when they met in the same variety show this time, there would be some sparks. Even if there were no sparks, the director team would still think of ways to find some material. Although Ding Shan had already agreed with Yin Hui not to accept malicious editing, such gimmicks could still be produced. The directing team knew their limits and could record it truthfully. As for whether there was any grudge between Ding Shan and Chen Tong, the audience would have to guess for themselves. Ding Shan noticed the camera, but her expression did not change. She only smiled faintly. She was polite but not enthusiastic, as if she was enjoying a typical performance. She did not boast or have any meaningful expression. She did not deliberately support the show. The curve of her lips was always faintly discernible, and there did not seem to be any change in her mood. The director team did not get what they wanted, so they could only turn the camera away in disappointment and aim at Chen Tong again. At this time, Chen Tong had just finished singing a song. She was panting, and her expression was hideous. She stood on the stage, sulking. The host came up to the stage in time to ease the atmosphere. "Thank you, Teacher Tong Tong, for bringing us the performance. This song is lovely. I hope everyone can support our teacher Tong Tong's song. It's been hard on you. Please come down the stage to enjoy the performances of the other teachers." Unexpectedly, Chen Tong frowned. She held her earpiece and said, "No, let's do it again. The sound effect of the earpiece wasn't good just now. I'll re-record it." The host stood on the stage awkwardly, not knowing what to do. The cameraman stopped what he was doing, and the recording studio fell into a strange silence. Director Sun walked out and said, "Teacher Chen, what we want is this kind of one-time performance, so even the rehearsal has been cancelled. You don't have to worry. It's very realistic, and the audience will like it." Chen Tong asked impatiently, "I don't like it. I already said that there's something wrong with the headset that your program team prepared. What's wrong with me doing it again?" Director Sun chuckled, but he wasn't in a hurry. However, he still insisted, "We have recording arrangements. The other teachers and contestants are still waiting to go on stage. Teacher Chen, it's better to follow our rules. Everyone only has one chance to perform." Director Sun looked at a machine facing the contestants in the waiting room. Director Sun took the opportunity to say, "In the future, all contestants, no matter how many times you practice off stage, you will only have one chance to perform on stage. Failure or success is a difficult problem that you have to overcome. You cannot blame anyone. This is the value that we want to convey on stage. We hope the rookies can cherish the stage and give the audience the most realistic picture." Then, he said to Chen Tong, "Teacher Chen, you have to set an example. Otherwise, the contestants will think that they are lucky. Everyone would want to come again. Our program will then go on recording until next year. Please leave the stage." Director Sun's words could be said to be merciless. He even used his advice to intimidate the contestants in the room who were watching the coach's performance. Rules were rules. Even the coaches did not have the right to control the stage and occupy other people's time. The stage was sacred and solemn, and everyone had a fair chance. Although this variety show was an observation and training program that let the audience see the usual training, the final performance represented the results. Only during the short period on the stage would whoever could control the setting be able to soar to the sky. Success is never accidental. With such rules, the stage performance is so precious the contestants will work hard in their daily practice to provide more hot-blooded material for the recording. The director team can be said to be well-intentioned. 186 Chapter 186 Rhetorical Question. Chen Tong was still standing on the stage, but Director Sun rejected her proposal in public. The shame and anger from her performance's failure mixed with the awkwardness at this moment. Chen Tong's eyes immediately turned red. She said unwillingly, "Who cannot make mistakes? It's not like I'm a robot. Could it be that I'm the only one who will have problems? I've already said that it's the headphones that are not good. Everyone might not perform smoothly when the time comes, so how can we broadcast it to the public? Can't we edit it a little? The audience doesn't know how many times I've sung." In the waiting room on the other side, many contestants were shocked by Director Sun's words. Most of them started clapping spontaneously. Too many things could not be controlled in the entertainment industry. If people with backgrounds participated in the competition with them, then if they enjoyed any special privileges, they would have no choice but to continue participating. They had to continue being the green leaf for others. However, if the director team could keep their promise and everyone only had one chance to perform, it would not be bad if everyone relied on their abilities. At the recording studio, Chen Tong's manager had a sad expression on her face. She ran over anxiously and waved at Chen Tong from the audience. "Xia Tong, come down quickly, it was already very nice just now. Trust me." The manager had no choice but to coax Chen Tong off the stage first. Otherwise, the more Chen Tong said, the more mistakes she would make. How could she continue to stay here in the future? The collaboration this time was about to be ruined. This was the first time Chen Tong felt that she was not confident on stage. This time, she was no longer fierce to her manager. Someone came to coax her, so Chen Tong used this opportunity to walk down the stage. She wiped her tears in a wronged manner and was pulled away by her manager. The host heaved a sigh of relief. After hosting so many shows, he was most afraid of an artist like Chen Tong. If she insisted on solving the problem on stage, she would not let it go. No matter how many smooth words she had, she could not hide it. Fortunately, this was only a recording and not a live broadcast. Otherwise, it would be the most embarrassing performance accident in the entertainment industry. The host took a deep breath and warmly invited Su Yang to go on stage. Su Yang frowned slightly as if he was unhappy about what had just happened. When he heard the host's words, he looked sad. He got up and quickly walked to the stage. However, when the music started, Su Yang changed his expression. He was confident and put the microphone to his mouth. The high-level rap kept hitting the ears of everyone present. Everyone instantly forgot about the awkwardness and dullness just now. They started to dance along with the music. The smile on Ding Shan's lips widened, adding some true feelings to it. She swayed her body slightly along with the rhythm. Su Yang's voice was very varied. His clear, youthful voice was very enchanting. However, when he sang the high-pitched part, he was full of energy, and his lung capacity was astonishing. After a long rap that did not stop, Su Yang put on a relaxed ending pose. He panted slightly and smiled brightly. He appeared demonic. Some staff members were little girls who could no longer hold back their low screams. After Su Yang's performance, he stopped smiling and returned to his cold appearance. He bowed slightly, turned around, and walked off the stage. Chen Tong had already been comforted by her manager and sent back to her teacher's position. Seeing Su Yang leave the stage, Chen Tong seemed to want to find some comfort. She asked Su Yang, "Is the sound quality not very good? I can't even hear the accompaniment. The equipment is too bad." Then, she seemed to want to prove something. She said to Ding Shan and Li Yang, "Sister Li, you have to be careful later. Also, Sister Shan, you haven't sung on the stage before and have no experience. There's nothing you can do about this situation. Don't feel pressured. Unlike me, I'm just a bit of a perfectionist, which is why I lost control of my emotions." Chen Tong was anxious to find an excuse for her earlier performance and put on a professional look. It was customary for her to want to explain her mistake as the equipment was not good. Moreover, she had indirectly hinted to Li Yang and Ding Shan that she had made a mistake. It was probably impossible for the two of them, inexperienced, to make a mistake. Chen Tong said these words purely to make up for it. At least everyone would be polite and push the blame onto the equipment. Then, she would still be able to save her face. Moreover, they were all in the industry. There was no reason to ruin her reputation. This was a natural thing. However, Chen Tong forgot that the person she was asking about was Su Yang. 187 Chapter 187 Cooperation. Su Yang sat back in his chair and glanced at Chen Tong when he heard that. Then, he blinked and said, "No, this equipment is very powerful. It's top-notch professional equipment. It's more than enough for one person to sing." It was unknown if he was sincere or doing it on purpose. Su Yang spoke very seriously as if he did not realize that Chen Tong was waiting for him to help her out by being polite. After Su Yang finished speaking, he retracted his gaze and acted as if nothing had happened. He turned his head away. Chen Tong was stunned. She stared at Su Yang in disbelief. She did not expect that she would be fooled again. This show was bizarre. The people who came to participate were all weirdos. It was enough to have Ding Shan target and ridicule her. What was up with this, Su Yang? Ding Shan couldn't help but turn her head to the side and snigger. This Su Yang was evil. He was so severe and irritating, yet he said it so sincerely that no one could catch his faults. Others might not have seen it, but Ding Shan was sitting in the middle, close to the two male coaches. She could see the impatience in Su Yang's eyes and the evil smile that flashed across his face after he finished speaking. Ding Shan snickered for a moment before she immediately returned to normal. She sat down demurely. It would not be good if a camera were pointed at her while the recording was in progress. However, she did not know if the camera could capture Chen Tong's current expression. Her face was as ugly as if she had eaten a fly, and her expression was filled with disbelief. It was as if she had not expected to receive such an answer. Chen Tong represented a group of people. Although Chen Tong was not old, she had thoroughly learned the hypocrisy and disgusting tricks of the entertainment industry. Ultimately, she had become a part of this so-called big divat. She did not think anything was wrong with performing a few more times and then using editing to deceive the audience. She also did not believe director Sun would publicly refute her face. She also did not think that Su Yang, as a peer, would not cooperate with her. Her rotten and twisted values were met with obstacles everywhere here. She probably did not understand why the unspoken rules she had taken for granted suddenly changed and did not work. Perhaps she thought that everyone had gone crazy and were all targeting her. Ding Shan had said long ago that as long as one persisted, there would always be a brand new force that could overthrow these unethical practices in the entertainment industry. Artists like Yang Hua's agent and Chen Tong, who were typically inactive, would eventually be eliminated by the audience. The audience was not stupid. How could they not be able to distinguish between the fake and the real? Yin Hui's show was a trend that would only push future shows to place more emphasis on authenticity. Director Sun's set of values should have been the essential quality of every performer, but now it had become a rule that was required to be followed. This was also a kind of tragedy. Fortunately, it was not too late to change now on. If there were more and more shows like this, the atmosphere in the entertainment industry would change rapidly. In his previous life, Yin Hui had been crowned god because he was a pioneer in breaking the deadlock in the entertainment industry. It made the audience realize that the various works they had been fed were all garbage that countless people had processed. The entertainment industry that should be seen was so real and exciting. It was time for Chen 11 and Li Yan's performance. Li Yan smiled at Ding Shan and was politely supported by Chen 11 as they walked onto the stage together. Ding Shan was a little surprised and looked at the two people on the stage curiously. Li Yan said she did not know what to perform and was very worried. She did not expect that she would work with Chen 11. Chen 11 chose a new song of his own and could be considered to have relied on this program to promote it. The song immediately brought people into a gentle atmosphere as soon as the song was sung. His voice was soft, and the melody was long. It seemed exceptionally romantic. Taking advantage of the interlude, Li Yan recited a love poem. It was as if they had crossed space and time. The two of them had a profound and affectionate exchange. The male voice was gentle, and the female voice was mature. There was a kind of magical artistic atmosphere. After the program ended, everyone was pleasantly surprised by this idea and evaluated it exceptionally highly. Li Yan laughed heartily. I still have to thank Chen 11 for being willing to bring a pig teammate like me along. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know what to perform. Usually, I would tell the artists to be more natural on stage. I didn't expect that when it was my turn, I would only discover that I was so nervous on stage. Everyone laughed out loud in agreement. It was not easy for Li Yan to be forced to open her business as his manager, but this also showed that she cooperated with the program team. She made her variety show debut and completed it in a very creative way. Chen 11 smiled politely at the side, showing the attitude of a junior. He gave the show's main character to Li Yang, who acted as a greenhorn. 188 Chapter 188. Ding Shan went on stage. The awkward atmosphere left behind by Chen Tong was finally wholly broken. If Su Yang's performance just now was said to have forcefully brought everyone into a lively atmosphere, then Chen 11 and Li Yan's singing and recitation were meant to soothe everyone's injured hearts. It brought the atmosphere of the show back to its normal comfortable state. Moreover, Li Yan's performance made Chen Tong seem a little unreasonable. Even the top managers in the industry did not act like big shots. They respected the rules of the show and were active in performing. Why did Chen Tong challenge the rules and make the show unique? When Chen Tong came to this show, she felt that she was being ignored, while Ding Shan had been making the show unique. However, she did not expect that she would become the target of public criticism after a long while. Everyone thought that she was deliberately acting like a big shot. However, she had been neglected from the very beginning. Chen Tong had some bitterness that she could not say. With a stiff face, she pretended to smile as if nothing had happened and barely managed to maintain the last bit of dignity. Now that she had reached this stage, she could only try her best to salvage the situation. Who asked her to be unlucky and be the first to go on stage? She would not have tried to show off if she had known earlier. She did not expect other people's performances to be so well prepared. Then, wouldn't she be easily defeated? That's not right. Chen Tong slowly looked at Ding Shan and smiled gloatingly. Wasn't there still Ding Shan? Chen 11 and Su Yang were professional singers. It was not surprising that they sang well. Li Yang was not an artiste. She could be considered to have muddled through by reciting a song. Her opponent had always been Ding Shan. Chen Tong comforted herself in her heart. There was no need to compete with others. As soon as Ding Shan finished performing, everyone would talk about her. No one would remember her little mistake. Li Yang might have gotten away with it, but Ding Shan was still an A-list artiste. Since she had come to participate in the show, it would not be appropriate for her to get away with it as Li Yang did. She was looking forward to what kind of show she could perform. Out of the 5 coaches, 4 had already completed their performances. Everyone's gaze was focused on Ding Shan, and they were looking forward to it. Since Ding Shan's accident 2 months ago, the internet has been a bloody mess. Probably not many people in the country knew about Ding Shan's exciting search that lasted more than a week. It could be said to be a glorious feat in the entertainment industry. Since then, there has been no news about Ding Shan. It was just as she said, she had rested for 2 months. Previously, many people had guessed that Ding Shan would not easily give up the exposure from those hot searches. After all, to dominate the hot searches for more than a week, this was popularity for which no amount of money could exchange. Ding Shan had been going downhill previously. Taking advantage of that popularity and casually making use of it was normal. Many people were going crazy with envy behind her back. They wished they could have a big fight with their families and do a paternity test. But Ding Shan kept her word. She resolutely gave up on the present bonus and chose to take a short break. It had to be said that this move was unexpected and also gained a good impression. Some people said that Ding Shan was hurt and felt sorry for her. Some people said that she was seriously ill and worried for Ding Shan. Some people said that Ding Shan was retreating to advance. She was brilliant. In short, no one knew what Ding Shan was thinking, but everyone could not forget the impact that Ding Shan had brought to them. Even though 2 months had passed, when Ding Shan was mentioned, it would still remind them of that day when the entire internet was in sensation. No one had expected that Ding Shan would come to participate in the variety show. The staff at the venue had signed a confidentiality agreement and could not reveal it to the public. However, this did not prevent them from screaming in excitement at the scene. The host politely invited Ding Shan to go on stage. Ding Shan gently raised her hand to cover her chest and slowly stood up. She gracefully lifted the hem of her dress and walked towards the stage in high heels. Many of the staff were Ding Shan's fans. They could faintly hear the girls whispering, "Oh my God, sister has changed so much, so beautiful." Even the cameraman was working very hard. He aimed at Ding Shan and shot an extremely long shot. He followed Ding Shan onto the stage and captured her swaying figure and the hem of her dress dancing as she walked. Ding Shan stood on the stage, smiling as if she was shining. 189 Chapter 189 Memory Kill. On the second floor, Yin Hui and Xiang Hong were drinking tea on the sofa. Xiang Hong looked casual, but his eyes were slightly lowered. His eyes were fixed on the stage downstairs. Yin Hui sneered, "Old Xiang, your eyes look like you're about to eat Ding Shan up. Is it necessary? I finally know why you don't appear in front of Ding Shan anymore. With your current appearance, don't scare away the mentor I finally invited." Xiang Hong glanced at Yin Hui coldly and snorted lightly. "You're in a pretty good mood. When Chen Tong performed just now, the way I looked, I was also about to eat someone up." Yin Hui's expression froze slightly after mentioning this, and a crack appeared in his smile. "Isn't that obvious? Who would have thought she would change the program on her own accord and even sing like that?" Yin Hui gritted his teeth. Chen Tong messed up the first program and almost ruined it. She was clever and managed to salvage the situation. Although the final effect was not particularly good, it could be seen at least. Before starting the recording, Yin Hui had already decided on the rules with the production team. He couldn't break the rules just because of Chen Tong. There were still so many contestants left. How was he going to manage them in the future? However, Yin Hui quickly regained his calm and thought things through. Forget it. Her actions won't affect anything. When the show airs, it will be a hot topic. The variety diva will be the first to appear on stage, and her high-pitched voice will encounter a Waterloo. She chose it herself, so she can only endure the comments from the netizens. It won't affect my show much. There are still a few other coaches supporting her. Then, Yin Hui looked at Xiang Hong with a mischievous smile. From now on, it's up to Ding Shan. Even though he said Yin Hui was a little nervous, he was afraid that Ding Shan would be as timid as Chen Tong. Chen Tong was not the focus of this show. No matter how she acted, it would not stir up any topic. Ding Shan was the hot topic that Yin Hui wanted to create. Yin Hui would like to eat her up if something happened to her. Xiang Hong looked down at Ding Shan on stage, and his eyes revealed a hint of gentleness. She will be able to do it. Yin Hui nodded and placed his hands in front of his chest to make a praying gesture. God bless, Ding Shan must do her best for me. Just as he said that, the music on stage started playing. Yin Hui was stunned. Xiang Hong had always been unfamiliar with the entertainment industry and did not like to watch any television series or movies. When he saw Yin Hui like this, he was a little puzzled. What's wrong? Yin Hui was a little excited. This song is so familiar. What's its name again? I can't remember, but I used to love this song. On stage, Ding Shan stood coldly. She held the microphone and smiled faintly as she listened to the long intro. Below the stage, everyone was stunned for a moment. Like Yin Hui, they were reminded of the familiar accompaniment and felt it was amicable. Someone reacted quickly and said in surprise, "It's the theme song of Little City Girl." Then, the director criticized them. The program was recorded, and they had to keep quiet. Everyone's faces were surprised, suppressing the excitement in their hearts. They could only turn it into physical movements. They raised their hands and swayed along with the accompaniment, cheering Ding Shan on stage. Little City Girl was a childhood memory. Back then, it was famous all over the country. Everyone ran home after school and waited in front of the television to watch the TV series. The parents would not blame them. Because this TV series was suitable for both young and old, everyone was affected by the joy, anger, sorrow, and joy of the little girl played by Ding Shan. In one scene, the little girl, played by Ding Shan, runs in the heavy rain to find her family. Everyone cried out their hearts. In that era when Weibo was not very popular and there were no hot searches, this TV series became a shared memory in the hearts of the entire nation. It was also a big reason why Ding Shan became the daughter of the country. And now, Ding Shan sang this theme song again. Suddenly, everyone's memories were pulled back to that time. What a precious memory, Ding Shan spoke slowly. It had been many years since the television series. The theme song did not have any techniques, and it was all a warm feeling. The lyrics were catchy and coupled with Ding Shan's gentle voice. It was as if the girl from the small town had grown up. She became the person everyone had been looking forward to, standing on the stage, slowly telling them about her childhood. Everyone had a feeling of completion. It was as if the heart-wrenching girl in their memories had appeared in front of them after so many years. They were like old friends, laughing and talking about the past together. 190 Chapter 190. Touching the hearts of people. Ding Shan had a lot of bad things happen to her recently. It made everyone think that Ding Shan was just like the little girl in the TV series who was struggling to find her family. After suffering a lot, she remained kind. At this time, Ding Shan was as beautiful as a painting, standing on the stage and singing with a smile. The little girl's figure gradually overlapped with Ding Shan's current appearance as if to tell everyone that she was all right. She had already become a very outstanding and happy person. All the hardships in the past were not worth mentioning. Some emotional staff had already begun to wipe away their tears quietly, crying as they said, "It wasn't easy. It wasn't easy for Ding Shan." Someone beside them choked with sobs and said, "She was worth it. She was telling us that she was perfect." Yin Hui stood up excitedly upstairs. "How clever. I was still worried that Ding Shan, as an actress, wouldn't have this variety of performance experiences so that everyone would feel a sense of distance. However, she chose the theme song of her famous work and instantly closed the distance between her and the audience. This wave of memories killing is too good." Xiang Hong narrowed his eyes slightly and looked carefully at Ding Shan. Xiang Hong had seen quite several of Ding Shan's works. Some were high quality when she was young, while netizens had criticized others as useless in recent years. Ding Shan's emotions seemed to be found in movies and television works. Everyone said that Ding Shan had acting skills. After all, she was a movie queen and was recognized by the industry as talented. However, Xiang Hong always felt that Ding Shan's emotions in movies and television works seemed to be separated by something. Perhaps her acting skills were excellent, but those were all due to Ding Shan's talent. Many of the highlights could be seen where Ding Shan was dull and numb. Only when the director called for filming to begin did Ding Shan feel as if her soul had been injected into her. She was like a handful of water, performing whatever she wanted. Therefore, the more Xiang Hong watched, the more confused he became. What exactly was Ding Shan supposed to be like? The little fox that he spent the night with? Or the exquisite doll that had no expression in front of the camera? Or any of her roles? Xiang Hong was unwilling to admit other possibilities. Only the night he met Ding Shan gave Xiang Hong the feeling that she was honest, alive, and irresistible. The more he watched movies and TV shows, the more confused Xiang Hong felt. Therefore, he decided to come and see Ding Shan for himself. At this moment, Ding Shan stood on the stage gently and sang slowly. There was a smile in her eyes as if she was reminiscing and looking forward to the future. Just like that, a song was sung by Ding Shan in a storytelling atmosphere that touched people's hearts. At this moment, Xiang Hong seemed to understand that Ding Shan was three-dimensional. Not only did she have a sly side, but she also had a gentle side. He had previously thought that Ding Shan's disguise was good, but he was wrong. He felt he was only moved by the little fox that night, but he was also wrong. No matter which side this woman revealed, it seemed to be able to move his heart. Just like at this moment, when she stood on the stage and sang, his heart was beating happily and sourly. Yin Hui came in front of Xiang Hong and waved his hand. "Old Xiang, what's wrong? You're hopeless. You've completely fallen into it. Sigh. Brother, welcome to the grave of love." Xiang Hong did not even bother to look at Yin Hui. He only frowned slightly. "Shut up, it's too noisy." Yin Hui resigned himself to his fate and shut his mouth. He did not dare to disturb the infatuated man in love. Ding Shan's singing soon came to an end. The extent of her beauty made everyone present feel that time had passed too quickly and they had not heard enough. It turned out that Ding Shan's singing was also so good. Not only did the goddess know how to act, she even sang the theme song so well. It was simply too surprising. Except for one person. Chen Tong frowned and stared blankly at Ding Shan on the stage. She had a feeling that she had been deceived. What was going on? How could Ding Shan sing so well? It must be an illusion. Ding Shan was too cunning. She had chosen such a well-known theme song from the television series. With the work filter, it appeared that Ding Shan's singing was not bad. She did not have any skills at all. It must be like this. At this moment, the camera turned to the coaches below the stage. Chen Tong forced a smile on her face, but it was evident that she was absent-minded. The director deliberately gave Chen Tong a shot. He did not expect Chen Tong to react, so he directly recorded Li Yang beside her. Li Yang smiled and praised Ding Shan. "In my lifetime, I can still hear Xiao Hua singing to us. It feels like she's living happily in a parallel world. I'm delighted. The most important thing about a song is to move people's hearts. You've done it." 191 Chapter 191 Linkage. Little Flower, Xiao Hua, was the name of Ding Shan's character in Little Town Girl. Ding Shan was only about 8 or 9 years old at that time. Her character was an abandoned orphan who her kind grandfather adopted. Her grandfather was not well educated. When he picked up the child, he was a baby girl wrapped in a cotton quilt, so he named her Little Flower, Xiao Hua. Little Flower had a rough life. She and her grandfather depended on each other for survival. It was not easy for him to raise her. The days were so hard that the audience's hearts were beating. One after another, they cried. However, the Little Flower was so sensible that it made people's hearts ache. The little girl went to school independently. She cooked and cared for her grandfather. Her face was always filled with a bright smile. In the drama's second half, Xiao Hua ignored her biological parents' goodwill and resistance. She cried and ran home to find her grandfather. That was the first time in the drama that Xiao Hua cried her heart out. Her feelings for her grandfather moved the audience. Ding Shan acted very well. Every expression was genuine, and there was no trace of acting. It was as if she was Xiao Hua, the girl raised by her grandfather. Bean-sized tears fell like beads because she cried too hard. Her whole body trembled. She tried her best to break free from her biological parents' shackles and even rolled on the ground. She was panting, but her lines were noticeable. Grandpa is my family. Xiao Hua can't live without Grandpa, and Grandpa can't live without Xiao Hua. Ding Shan flawlessly performed this line, and it made people's hearts break. The audience wanted to run to the TV to help Xiao Hua go home. Then, Xiao Hua ran home with her petite body and hugged her grandpa, who was so old that his eyes couldn't see anymore. This long sequence of scenes, accompanied by the theme song, was shot to the end, and little Ding Shan perfectly controlled it then. This episode surpassed the works of many big shots in the same year. Little Ding Shan's acting skills and exceptional talent were also displayed, and she was named National Daughter. It wasn't until a long time later that the plot and theme song of the movie Little Town Girl became one of the segments that would be on the leaderboard of the tear-jerking action. It could be said that it was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, and the audience was broad. Therefore, when Ding Shan finished singing this song, everyone present revealed feelings of nostalgia, relief, surprise, and other emotions. It was like what Li Yang had said, seeing Ding Shan and Xiao Hua interact once again in their lifetime was a great regret. In the movie, the plot stops at the part where Xiao Hua chooses to return to her grandfather's house and stay in the small town to study, leaving the audience with endless fantasies. And now, everyone believed that Xiao Hua was like Ding Shan. Even though she had experienced hardships, she had already grown into a dazzling young lady. Even Chen 11 could not help but praise, "I didn't expect teacher Ding Shan to act so well and sing so well. How are we singers going to live like this?" Chen 11 was a discreet person and had a very likable personality. Her joke at this moment could be considered a disguised acknowledgement of the show's success. Regardless of whether there was any technique or how good her singing was, it could move the audience. This meant that the show was a success. Su Yang was still sitting at the side. He did not have any intention of speaking, but his expression had softened quite a bit. Even a faint smile on his face was difficult to detect. His gaze was evident as he looked at Ding Shan on the stage. It was rare for him to be so severe. Chen Tong heard everyone praising Ding Shan and secretly gritted her teeth. However, Chen Tong also understood that from the moment the recording started, she was destined to be compared with Ding Shan. She originally wanted to use this comparison to step on Ding Shan's body. She wanted to perform well, but unfortunately, she failed and allowed Ding Shan to seize the initiative. Since things had come to this, other than Su Yang, who did not like to speak and did not express his stance, she was the only one among the 4 coaches who had not spoken. If she did not tell her stance, it was inevitable that others would think that she could not see Ding Shan's good side and would be jealous of Ding Shan. Compared to her initial performance, Ding Shan's performance could be considered to have grasped the audience's hearts. It was cunning, and she could not help but admire it. Chen Tong took a deep look at Ding Shan and thought, "I have underestimated you. I did not expect you to be such a difficult opponent. As expected of an old senior in the industry, I did not even realize that you had such a move in the past." Chen Tong picked up the microphone and smiled brightly. She teased, "Sister Shan, you hid it from us." It was as if she had a perfect relationship with Ding Shan. 192 Chapter 192 Younger Sisters. The host did not know what Chen Tong was up to this time, so he could only follow Chen Tong's words and continue to ask, "Looks like little Tong is also very surprised. Previously, no one had heard Ding Shan sing, right?" Chen Tong pretended to be angry and glared at Ding Shan. She said shyly and timidly, "It's all Sister Shan's fault for being too stingy." She didn't even reveal that she was so amazing. "Previously, I was worried that Sister Shan would not be used to participating in the talent show variety show. Now, it seems like I'm worrying too much." After saying this, it seemed that Ding Shan was not sincere and deliberately hid it from everyone. Ding Shan raised the microphone and replied to Chen Tong with a smile, "Little Tong entered the industry late, so she probably doesn't know me very well. I've always liked singing. I'm also very excited to be able to participate in the show this time." Chen Tong still wanted to say something, but Ding Shan didn't give her a chance and turned her face away. She looked at the camera and said, "But I can't blame little Tong for feeling surprised. Indeed, I rarely appear in front of everyone in such a way. It's been a long time since I've seen everyone. I hope that the new Ding Shan will be able to bring everyone a surprise." The host promptly supported her. "Wow, I'm so looking forward to it." Ding Shan's variety show debut is much more enjoyable than watching it on the big screen. Everyone must lock onto our show and see what kind of surprises Ding Shan will show us. Ding Shan bowed slightly and walked off the stage with a smile. When she passed Chen T's seat, Chen Tong turned her body to avoid the camera and looked at Ding Shan meaningfully. Sister Shan is hiding her abilities. Being an actress means she's smart and plays the emotional card. Ding Shan looked down at Chen Tong from above. The camera could still record Ding Shan's expression. Ding Shan heard Chen Tong's sarcastic remark that she did not have the ability and only knew how to play the emotional card to stir up the audience's memories. Ding Shan knew that Chen Tong was panicking. She pretended nothing had happened, but deep down, she was extremely jealous. However, she could only call her sister Shan and pretend to be on good terms with her in front of the camera. Ding would not bear to do that. At most, they would not have any interactions. Why would she make things difficult for herself? However, since Chen Tong was willing to do that, Ding Shan could not embarrass her in public. The two of them could only move in secret and play Tai Kai. Ding Shan felt tired and did not want to play this fake game of the two sisters with Chen Tong. However, it could not be denied that sometimes, Chen Tong's eccentricity could bring some convenience to Ding Shan. For example, just now on stage, Ding Shan was agonizing over how to introduce her original intention of participating in the show to everyone. After the four coaches finished performing, the show ended immediately. If she said too much on stage, she would inevitably be suspected of stealing the scene. Fortunately, there was Chen Tong, who could not keep her calm and took the initiative to say that it was hard for Ding Shan to hide it from everyone. While Ding Shan explained, she also expressed her stance and aroused the audience's expectations. It had to be said that although Chen Tong was emotionally unstable and extraordinarily jealous and annoying, she could still be of some use at times. On such an occasion, Chen Tong should have decided to treat her as a competitor. Although the directing team would not step on one of them, it was customary for them to use some of the scenes of the two of them as an excuse. Ding Shan thought, why not push the boat with the current and use Chen Tong's competitive mentality and the arrangements made by the director team to perform well? It would be a pity she did not receive the benefits delivered to her door. Ding Shan had an idea in her heart, and a wicked smile faintly appeared on her face. She gently put her hand on Chen Tong's shoulder and smiled with a rare bit of sincerity. Then you should learn well. I have a lot more to teach you, sister. After saying that, she strode back to her seat, leaving Chen Tong baffled. What nonsense was Ding Shan talking about? Being called little sister was originally a pleasing thing. Who wouldn't wish to be taken care of at a young age? However, this was the first time that Chen Tong felt that this title was so uncomfortable. For some reason, she was shorter than Ding Shan. What was her tone of comfort and sympathy? Chen Tong rolled her eyes. What the hell? Why is Ding Shan so weird? Who's her sister? Who wants to learn from her? 193 Chapter 193 Lin Sai's appearance. The director team was delighted. After Ding Shan's performance, she received a good response after the recording. A hot search could be reserved. Movie queen Ding Shan's variety show returns, singing tearjerker to trigger memories. What a good title. Ding Shan was indeed the queen of topics. She had won this round. Director Sun laughed so hard that he couldn't even see his own eyes. Compared to Chen Tong, who only knew how to stir up trouble, Ding Shan's clever way of winning his favor and bringing topics to the show was the dream of all directors. If all the artists were as brilliant as Ding Shan, there would be no need to worry about the show's popularity. In the beginning, Director Sun didn't have high expectations for Ding Shan. After all, he always thought that professional people should do professional things. However, today's recording broke Director Sun's prejudice. Chen Tong, who came from a variety show background, did not bring out her professional qualities. Instead, it was Ding Shan, who came from an actress background, who was at ease on this stage. She had adapted well to the stage performance from the beginning. It was a pleasant surprise. Director Sun was highly grateful for Yin Hui's decision at this moment. It was a great idea to invite Ding Shan over. Perhaps she would be able to collide with this program and create an inspiring spark. Yin Hui, who was upstairs, was also smugly banging his shoulder against Xiang Hong. How is it? This decision of mine is too brilliant. Ding Shan is too amazing. Xiang Hong moved his body away in disdain. He frowned and glanced at Yin Hui, who was restless beside him. He unceremoniously exposed him. Your decision. Brilliant. Yin Hui quickly pretended to be obedient. It's you who's brilliant. Thank you, Xiang, for your advice. That's why I'm signing Ding Shan. This treasure girl, she doesn't have stage fright at all. She's just like a real singer. Only then did Xiang Hong smile proudly. She's still smart and has some ability, but she's still a little nervous. She can still perform better. Yin Hui gave a mischievous smile. Oh, what a strong sense of family. You seem to be praising your daughter. You're too fatherly, and girls don't like it. As he spoke, the door was pushed open, and a tall man walked in. He was dressed in a suit and leather shoes, and his leather shoes reflected the light. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose, and his entire person exuded a strong domineering CEO aura. However, compared to Xiang Hong, he was a little more reserved. Yin Hui was speechless and teased. Which big boss is this? Is he here for an international conference? I think he's in the wrong place. Lin Sai's face was cold as he replied thoughtfully. He just ended a conference and didn't have time to change his clothes. Yin Hui rolled his eyes and mumbled, at least this is an entertainment variety show's recording studio. All of you are so serious. Don't you feel that you don't fit in? With the two of you together, there's no way I can stay in this room. I'll either freeze to death by your stinky faces or be bored by your serious expressions. Lin Sai and Xiang Hong ignored Yin Hui and exchanged a look. Everything was said without a word. Xiang Hong nodded at Lin Sai. Long time no see. A smile appeared on Lin Sai's face. Yeah, I've been too busy recently. You look pretty good. Xiang Hong nodded. Why are you here? Lin Sai walked over to the sofa and sat down. I heard that there was a commotion, so I came over to take a look. I saw someone singing, so I didn't dare to disturb them. I only came up after listening to them. Is this the reason why you're working overtime? Xiang Hong raised his eyebrows and looked at Yin Hui with a knowing smile. You told them. Yin Hui's face was filled with embarrassment. Sweat was almost dripping down his forehead. I couldn't hold it in for a moment. Xiang Hong continued to smile. Well done. Yin Hui resigned himself to fate and closed his eyes. With a solemn expression, he said, Brother, I was wrong. Can you stop smiling? I'm scared. Xiang Hong snorted coldly. In his heart, he was thinking about how to deal with Yin Hui. When Lin Sai saw this scene, he laughed evilly. Yin Hui spread the news in the group. Li Chen is already on his way. He just sent me a message and got on the plane. Yin Hui glared at Lin Sai fiercely. You sassy scum, can you hold it in if you don't speak? You sold me out so quickly. Weren't you and Li Chen the ones who forced me to tell you? Although Lin Sai did not like to laugh or talk, he had a very sullen personality. Therefore, Yin Hui was not as afraid of Lin Sai as he was of Xiang Hong. Instead, he kept calling him a refined scum. Lin Sai was not annoyed. He tilted his head and smiled evilly. Do you want me to show Ah Hong our chat logs? 194 Chapter 194. Prejudice. Yin Hui pressed Lin Sai's hand and widened his eyes. Are we still brothers? Are you asking me to be tortured to death by the big devil? Xiang Hong held his forehead helplessly and sighed. Does that mean that Li Chen will be arriving soon? One person is already boisterous, and another brainless one is coming. This is really... Yin Hui disagreed. What do you mean noisy? Do you want us to be like you guys and act like we're not familiar with each other when we meet? We've been brothers for so many years. It's normal for us to gossip occasionally. Everyone is just concerned about you. Yin Hui said obediently, that kid Li Chen is indeed brainless, but I'm brilliant. Although I talk a little too much, I'm the one who created such a good show. I even gathered the four of us together. Brother, don't be angry. After saying that, he winked at Xiang Hong. Yin Hui's expression almost showed that he was a lackey. Lin Sai watched from the side and sneered, Kid, you're still so afraid of Xiang Hong. Can you have some backbone? Xiang Hong snorted coldly. I'm his investor. He sold my privacy just like that. He doesn't have to be afraid. It's not even worth it to die to apologize. Lin Sai kindly advised him. I haven't heard from you in such a long time. I heard that you're moved. Don't you want to come and take a look? Please don't blame him. Your little girlfriend is that Ding Shan who just sang, right? Seeing Lin Sai speaking up for him, Yin Hui quickly changed the topic to Ding Shan. Yes, yes, yes. How is she? Isn't she perfect? She's a perfect match for our Xiang. Xiang Hong stared meaningfully at Yin Hui and sneered. However, he did not say anything else. Yin Hui heaved a sigh of relief. According to his understanding of Xiang Hong had been pleased by his words and had temporarily let him off. He did not expect that he still had to rely on Ding Shan at this crucial moment. As long as he praised Xiang Hong and Ding Shan for being a good match, he would be able to please the great devil and escape this calamity. However, Lin Sai was silent for a moment at the side. He looked at Xiang Hong with an unknown meaning. Are you sure? A female artiste? Xiang Hong also looked at Lin Sai. The corners of his lips curled up into a smile. He did not say anything, but his expression explained everything. Lin Sai frowned slightly. On the way here, Lin Sai had already found out about Ding Shan's information. At their level, they naturally found not the scandals that were exposed on the internet, but a more detailed introduction, including all of Ding Shan's previous performances. Although she was a movie queen, she was not outstanding. Instead, she was a doormat. Although some of her recent actions could have changed, she was still a female artiste who toyed with people's hearts. In the past, Ding Shan was too cowardly. Now, Ding Shan revealed her cunning and ability. No matter what it was, Lin Sai did not think highly of her. Lin Sai did not want to admit that he was biased against the entertainment industry. Still, experience told him that the women in the entertainment industry were too good at acting, not to mention that Ding Shan was also the best actress. Regardless of whether she had a pitiful background, such a person was not suitable for a simple-minded person like Xiang Hong. Lin Sai knew that although his brother was invincible in the field of business, he had no experience in love. Lin Sai did not want Xiang Hong to fall in love for the first time and be hurt by the women in the entertainment industry, especially Ding Shan. Her personality had changed too quickly, and she was very suspicious. Even though she had experienced a blow, it was understandable. However, Ding Shan's background was too complicated. Once such a woman became smart, it would be terrifying. Xiang Hong had countless wealth, and his strength was extraordinary. In the eyes of any woman, he was a dazzling existence. Lin Sai was worried that Ding Shan's intentions were not pure. Initially, he had intended to probe Xiang Hong, but when he saw Xiang Hong's expression, Lin understood that he was being serious. When he thought about how Yin Hui kept praising Ding Shan, Lin Temple glared at Yin Hui. Yin Hui was confused. What's wrong? Ding Shan was indeed pretty good. Lin Sai sighed and did not try to persuade Xiang Hong anymore. Instead, he quietly hid this worry in the bottom of his heart. Lin Sai's face was cold as he looked at Ding Shan, smiling like a flower, talking to Li Yang beside her in a low voice. Lin Sai curled the corners of his lips, and cold silver light was reflected from his lenses. Ding Shan, let me see what you are capable of to be able to move Xiang Hong. If I discover that you have evil intentions, your career will be cut off. Xiang Hong looked at Lin Sai and sensed that something was wrong with Lin Sai. He frowned slightly. He knew Lin Sai had always been biased against people in the entertainment industry, but he had never mentioned the reason. Xiang Hong patted Lin Sai, which was rare. Relax, she's fine. 195 Chapter 195 was enough. Yin Hui noticed something as well. Lin Sai was usually the same as Xiang Hong. No, it should be said that he was the same as Xiang Hong before. He avoided female artists in the entertainment industry and had no interest in them. He even despised them. However, Xiang Hong had changed entirely because of Ding Shan. Although it seemed that he was still not interested in other people in the entertainment industry, at least for Ding Shan, he had come to watch the variety show's recording, and even Chen Tong, who had a conflict with Ding Shan, could remember it. However, Lin Sai did not look too good. His expression showed that he did not have a good view of Xiang Hong and Ding Shan's relationship. Yin Hui advised, Lin Sai, don't worry about it blindly. When has our President Xiang ever suffered a loss? It's already good enough that others have not been toyed with to death by his hands. It would help if you were thankful that Ding Shan is a female artiste with a tenacious character. That's how she can move our President Xiang's heart. Do you think that he would be interested in an average person? Ding Shan is not bad. She's pretty and has a good personality. You've heard the song she just sang, right? How is she not worthy? Lin Sai smiled noncommittally. You know her quite well. You're almost praising her to the point of flowers. Is she that good? Lin Sai still had something to say. For people in the entertainment industry to be able to get to where they were today, which one of them was a simple character? Ding Shan's previous actions on the internet also proved this point. When faced with dirt, not only could she retreat unscathed, but she could also turn the tables. A woman with a pitiful background and intelligence was indeed tempting, but it was different when it came to relationships. Lin Sai retreated to advance. Since you and Ah Hong have said so, let me see what ability this Miss Ding Shan has to conquer both of you. Yin Hui glanced at Xiang Hong. He promptly said to Lin Sai, don't talk nonsense. What do you mean by subjugating both of us? It's enough that Ding Shan subjugated Xiang Hong. I'm purely looking forward to Miss Ding's business ability. We're partners. Xiang Hong narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. Lin Sai shook his head and laughed. Why are you so afraid of him? Fine, fine, fine. You're not subjugated. It's just a simple partnership. Yin Hui let out a long sigh and looked at Lin Sai resentfully. This Lin Sai only knew how to spout nonsense without knowing the situation. Just wait and see. There would come a time when he would be shocked. Xiang Hong's feelings for Ding Shan were not ordinary. If he had not been quick-witted and quickly drew the line, Xiang Hong might have done anything out of jealousy. Yin Hui did not want to challenge his and Ding Shan's position in Xiang Hong's heart. Although he had been Xiang Hong's brother for many years, Yin Hui was very experienced when it came to love. Under the influence of hormones, men did not necessarily use their brains to think. If they were involved, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yin Hui did not want to take the risk at all. It seemed that Lin Sai still had a prejudice against Ding Shan. However, Yin Hui trusted his excellent brother's character very much. He knew that Lin Sai, as a man, would not dare to make things difficult for Ding Shan. At most deliberately, he would say some unimportant words to try to interfere with Xiang Hong's operation. However, that was not something that he could interfere with. Yin Hui thought wickedly. Lin Sai did not understand the situation, yet he dared to challenge Xiang Hong, the man who had been restless during the blooming of the 10,000-year-old iron tree. If he said the wrong thing, Xiang Hong would punish and take revenge for him. He asked Lin Sai to leak his secret the moment he arrived. Yin Hui raised his eyebrows in an excellent mood. He crossed his legs and looked at Ding Shan downstairs. Ding Shan, you have to perform well. I have given you my guarantee. Please don't disappoint me. I look forward to seeing Lin Sai's face smacked and Xiang Hong's mesmerizing look. It was simply outstanding. Downstairs, the 5 coaches had finished their performances. The production team confirmed that there were no problems with the recording. The host went on stage and pushed the next step forward. He let the contestants in the waiting room write their favorite coaches on the cards as the instructors for their future training and learning. They would then be divided into groups to go on stage for the first performance. The coaches would choose against each other. If some coaches and contestants chose each other, the groups would be successfully divided. The coaches would then assign the remaining contestants. The contestants in the waiting room were all rubbing their hands together. They racked their brains and began to choose the instructor they liked. 196 Chapter 196 Mentor Selection. The styles of the 5 mentors were pronounced. The contestants who were good at rapping naturally thought of Su Yang, and those who were good at singing pop songs worshipped Chen 11 very much. The difficulty was that each of the mentors had a limited number of spots. The competition between Su Yang and Chen 11 would be fierce, and most contestants would lose. It would be better to target the other 3 female coaches from the start. But who would be the best choice? Li Yang was a gold medal manager in the industry, and her training in style, aesthetics, and typhoons was worth mentioning. Moreover, even if you did not learn anything, you would still have countless benefits in the future. The resources flowing from Li Yang's fingers were not accessible to ordinary people. Chen Tong could be considered everyone's senior sister. As a talent show artiste, Chen Tong had more experience and could give the most comprehensive advice. However, Chen Tong's performance just now was unsatisfactory. This made many contestants who had wanted to choose Chen Tong from the start hesitate. Many people began to think about Ding Shan. Although everyone was more interested in Ding Shan, in the beginning, few people chose Ding Shan. Everyone knew that Ding Shan was the youngest movie queen of the generation, and her acting skills had been questioned in recent years, but it could not be denied that Ding Shan's influence was undeniable. Moreover, after the incident a while ago, the misunderstanding was resolved, and her popularity was even higher. The waiting room was in uproar when they saw Ding Shan's figure appear in the camera. They could see Ding Shan in person. One had to know that Ding Shan was famous for being a loner in the past. She would only appear when acting. Her sudden appearance on the variety show stage was so beautiful that it couldn't be described with words. The contestants were all young people who were full of vigor. Who wouldn't be excited? However, even though they were excited about participating in the talent show competition, these contestants quickly calmed down. After all, these contestants weren't kids who had just entered society. When they came to participate in the talent show competition, no one was without ambition. The competition system determined the importance of a mentor. Who would not want to go to the end with a strong mentor? Ding Shan was indeed beautiful, and her acting skills were good. However, what could she teach them on the stage of the talent show? Acting. It was useless. That was why the contestants did not choose Ding Shan at the beginning. However, this thought was quickly broken. Ding Shan's song on stage completely shattered everyone's prejudice against her. Who said that an actor could not sing well? Who said that an actor couldn't participate in a variety show? Ding Shan used her strength to prove to everyone that she still had many surprises waiting for the show to explore slowly. Indeed, in the past, other than acting and advertising endorsements, Ding Shan rarely appeared in front of the public. Everyone saw the various roles that Ding Shan played, and they all ignored what kind of person Ding Shan was. No one knew that Ding Shan could sing. Then, did she have other skills that she did not show? All the contestants were intrigued. Although Ding Shan might not be the most professional singer among the 5 coaches, she was the most comprehensive. Chen 11 and Su Yang were the help with singing skills, Chen Tong was the help with experience, and Li Yang was the help with style and temperament. Thinking about it carefully, only Ding Shan could combine all of these and give her singing advice. She also had the unique aesthetic skills of an actor. Moreover, Ding Shan had been an actress for many years, so her ability to perform on the spot must be excellent. There was nothing to say about her experience. The more the contestants thought about it, the more they felt that Ding Shan was the most comprehensive coach. Many changed their minds and silently wrote Ding Shan's name on the small card. At the recording studio, everyone was waiting for the contestants to decide to perform on stage finally. After a short break, Su Yang sat down at his phone in boredom. Chen 11 was busy confirming his performance with his manager and wanted to send a video to warm up his version. Meanwhile, Li Yang took out her phone and quickly processed her work. She kept making calls to see if the artists she was responsible for had completed their work. Only Ding Shan and Chen Tong were left sitting there. Ding Shan did not want to talk to Chen Tong, so she closed her eyes to rest and acted as if she did not want to be disturbed by strangers. However, Chen Tong did not know what was good for her and insisted on coming over. "Sister Shan, are you tired? I told you, this recording variety show is not something that ordinary people can handle." 197 Chapter 197. Harsh words. Ding Shan's brows twitched slightly, but she was still too lazy to open her eyes to deal with Chen Tong. She only said indifferently, "If you spoke a little less, I would be more relaxed. Recording variety shows isn't tiring. My head hurts from your noise." Chen Tong was stunned. She did not expect Ding Shan to be so straightforward. Was she directly declaring war on her? Ding Shan sighed and raised her eyelids slightly. She glanced coldly at Chen Tong. "I like to speak frankly. If you are willing to record a variety of shows, honestly, we can still work together on the same stage. If you continue to look for trouble everywhere, don't expect to get any good looks from me." Chen Tong was at a loss for words. Ding Shan exposed her hidden thoughts in front of her, making her seem like a clown. Chen Tong's face gradually turned red, and she seemed to be at a loss. The corners of Ding Shan's mouth curled up. "You're right. I don't have any experience in recording variety shows. If it's because I don't understand the rules or can't learn your fake flattery, Miss Chen, please don't take offense. Director Yin invited me here to perform well and bring out the champion team. Everyone will rely on their abilities. If you're that energetic, put all your energy on the stage. Could you not come and talk to me? Am I clear enough? Ding Shan did not avoid looking directly at Chen Tong. Although she looked lazy, her eyes were full of vigor and hidden danger. Chen Tong looked into Ding Shan's eyes and thought of the feeling of being suppressed by Ding Shan. She knew that Ding Shan was serious. She could do something to embarrass her in public. Chen Tong was a little timid. Could she resolve the crisis in front of everyone and the cameras? Could she beat Ding Shan? Thinking of these few exchanges, Ding Shan always had the upper hand. Chen Tong was not confident. However, Chen Tong was not willing to admit defeat just like that. It was as if she was terrified of Ding Shan. Chen Tong curled her lips. All right, you said it. Everyone will rely on their abilities. If we have the ability, we will meet on stage. Don't think that you are amazing just because you sang a song. Aren't you still relying on your popularity in the past? There will be many more stages in the future. Those contestants know who will be able to bring out the champion team. We'll wait and see. Ding Shan closed her eyes again and gave a bored smile. Sure, we'll just wait and see then. Chen Tong rolled her eyes. Ding Shan always had such a confident look on her face. It was as if nothing would make her afraid. It was wishful thinking. Could it be that those contestants were blind enough to choose Ding Shan as their mentor? Following Ding Shan was not as good as following her. She was well versed in the unspoken rules of variety shows. She knew how to arrange the stage shows that the audience liked. The champion team would be born from her hands. The recording had already begun. This was not only a competition between the contestants but also a competition between the mentors. There was a lot of knowledge in deciding who was more capable and who would be able to bring out the final champion team to debut smoothly. Every detail was important. Every single factor could lead to the impact of popularity. This was also a reflection of the coach's ability. Chen Tong was very confident. In terms of the talent show, no one understood it better than her. Even Chen 11 was only a singer who could sing. On the stage, those who sang well might not have the chance to be seen. There were many other ways to be outstanding, not to mention Ding Shan, who was only a half-baked singer. She would choose some people to accompany her on stage to perform the drama. Humph, what a joke. The cameras recorded the conversation between Ding Shan and Chen Tong at the side. As the material for the tidbits, it was saved by the director. Naturally, the director would not send out all the content for the audience to see. However, if they were slightly edited, the scene of Ding Shan and Chen Tong's harsh words being cut into the tidbits and placed in the promotional film would attract a lot of attention. For a variety show like this, the most needed thing was conflict. Without conflict, how could the audience enjoy watching it? For a variety show like Ding Shan and Chen Tong, the undercurrents were surging, and each of them was full of confidence. It was most suitable to attract the audience to watch. The atmosphere between the coaches could be considered a good start. Next, they only needed the contestants to perform well and retain the audience. The audience would then choose the contestants they liked as if they were betting. Then, they would follow the coach's team and watch the contestants learn and grow bit by bit. Then, the program would stand still. After making some adjustments, the contestants in the waiting room had already chosen the coaches they liked and were ready to go on stage to perform. 198 Chapter 198 Participants. The recording continued. The host walked up to the stage and announced the rules. He allowed the 5 coaches to show their results based on the contestants' performances. He also gave them an invitation card to invite the contestants to join their team directly. The contestants could also refuse. Each would propose to their favorite coach that he wanted to join his team. However, there was a limit to the number of spots on the team. If the contestants were selected too quickly, they could only watch the contestants they liked to fall into the hands of other coaches. If the contestants were chosen too slowly, the spots would not be filled after the end of the performance. Then, those who failed to make the selection would be automatically assigned to join the team. This would depend on which of the coaches had the best foresight. Chen 11 laughed to liven up the atmosphere. Ah yeah, this is going to be difficult for me. I will think that everyone is good, and I don't know how to reject people. Li Yang also said humorously, that's great. Hurry up and fill up your slots. The remaining outstanding seeded contestants will all belong to me. Li Yang did not forget to interact with Ding Shan. Ding Shan, you have to keep your eyes open. We will ally and beat those 2 brats. Chen 11 shook his head and could not help but laugh. Su Yang also smiled. He looked like he was in a good mood. Ding Shan blinked and nodded playfully. Sis, keep your voice down. Don't let them hear our plan. She cooperated with Li Yang and Chen 11 to liven up the atmosphere. In this kind of talent show competition, the role of the host in the performance segment was not very important. The primary purpose was to push the process forward. The atmosphere at the venue still had to be controlled by the 5 coaches. Su Yang did not like to talk. He had a socially fearful look on his face. He would nod and smile at most, but Chen Tong always said shocking things. Moreover, perhaps because of Ding Shan's presence, Chen Tong seemed to be venting her anger. She did not talk as much as she used to. Moreover, Li Yan and Chen 11 did not initially have a good impression of Chen Tong. They did not want to take the initiative to provoke her, so in the end, only Ding Shan, Li Yan, and Chen 11 were left chatting and laughing merrily, trying to liven up the atmosphere. Chen Tong held back a smile at the side and did not say anything. When Ding Shan spoke, Chen Tong gave her a meaningful look. Then, as if she had been isolated, she smiled alone in a lonely manner and did not participate in it. Li Yan noticed it and asked Chen Tong, "How is it? Is little Tong confident?" Chen Tong smiled reservedly. "Sister Li, don't tease me. What confidence can I have? I still have a lot to learn with seniors like Sister Shan and you. I can only say that I will try my best." Li Yan gave Chen Tong a shot to speak and stopped there. She did not want the audience to think they were isolating Chen Tong. Li Yan did not want to talk to Chen Tong. Ding Shan lowered her eyes and smiled silently. This Chen Tong was good at making polite remarks. No one would have thought she would have such a willful and domineering personality in private. The first group of contestants was ready. The performance officially began. Ding Shan quietly supported her face with her hands and seriously enjoyed the contestants' performances. Some of the contestants were particularly outstanding. The directing team would give them a few extra shots. At this time, the coaches understood and asked a few more questions to interact with each other. They silently memorized the names of the contestants. Everything went smoothly. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the contestants had gone on stage. Chen Tong was delighted because many of these contestants had chosen her as their favorite coach. Chen Tong had half pushed and had also recruited many strong people. There were many strong singers among them. The high notes were steady and accurate. Those who did not choose Chen 11 also praised Chen Tong highly. The only thing Chen Tong was not satisfied with was that there were people who chose Ding Shan. Moreover, there were quite a number of them. Although they did not surpass her overall, Chen Tong still felt unhappy. They should have embarrassed Ding Shan so that no one would choose her. She was kind enough to give a few to her. That would be more interesting. The directing team did not know how to market at all. Ding Shan had always been very calm in accepting the adoration of the various contestants. She seriously kept a record of it on a piece of paper. She gave suitable suggestions according to the direction that everyone was good at. One of the contestants was a rapper. Moreover, she said that she was a fan of Ding Shan. It was likely that Ding Shan had persuaded Ding Shan's team to hand it over to Su Yang. Ding Shan was clear that her team did not depend on the number of people, and not everyone had to be outstanding. However, they had to have a balanced strength to be able to complete all kinds of stages. Apart from that, giving reasonable suggestions to the contestants who were unsuitable for her team was also a piece of cake. Delaying the future of others would attract hatred. 199 Chapter 199. Jealous. Although more than half of the contestants had gone on stage, Ding Shan had been waiting in her heart. Most of the spots in her team had been filled up, but Ding Shan had not forgotten that her excellent ex-boyfriend had not gone on stage yet. Ding Shan was looking forward to meeting him on this show. Wen Ziyu did not know her at the moment, so he probably just thought of her as the star, Ding Shan. She recalled that Wen Ziyu had treated her respectfully and fawningly when they first met in her previous life. His gentle and refined appearance quickly broke her defenses, making her feel that he was different from others. Then, he took advantage of this good impression. He walked closer to her step by step, not to mention the difference in their statuses. He only quietly protected her, making her feel that he did not seek fame and fortune, did not want fame and class, and only adored her. That was why she was willing to find resources for Wen Ziyu. In the end, this poisonous snake tasted the sweetness and became increasingly excessive. From time to time, he would complain in front of her. However, she was already unprepared at that time. Every step she took was wrong. Every time, she would take the initiative to take over everything. She did not ask for anything in return and only hoped he could be as happy as he was at the beginning and treat her better. Ding Shan looked at the list in her hand. When Xiao was about to go on stage, this time, he had signed up as a rookie from an entertainment company. In his previous life, it was after this show that he had a little fame and had the opportunity to get to know her. In this life, she had come to participate in this show and pushed the time he had met Wen Xiao forward by quite a bit. She looked forward to how Wen Xiao would react when he met her at this time. Would it still be the same as in her previous life? Ding Shan smiled and looked at the stage with her eyes flashing. A whore did not differentiate between men and women. A man like Wen Xiao, who pretended to be a gentleman, who was gentle and fawning, who acted to be pitiful and relied on women to get to the top, was not only a whore. He was also a slut who only knew how to eat women's food. Tearing a slut apart with her bare hands was the most enjoyable. Let her have a good time with this ex-boyfriend in this program. Ding Shan sneered. In the past, she was the butcher's meat. Now, when Xiao's chance to debut was in her hands, she had the strength, so why would she need a man with a beast's heart? She was so stupid in her previous life that she didn't even understand this logic. What a pity. Didn't Wen Xiao want to debut and become famous? She had to ask if she would agree to it. Xiang Hong, who was on the second floor, was very sharp. He sat up slightly and looked downstairs. Ding Shan's condition was a little different. The stage performance was already more than half done. Ding Shan's performance had always been professional and gentle. When she met someone who was not good, she would frown slightly and give advice. When she met someone compelling, she would smile and give him a few words of praise. However, she had never been like this before. It was as if she was looking forward to something. Even her eyes lit up a little. The smile on her face was no longer gentle. Instead, Xiang Hong was very familiar with a hint of craftiness. Yin Hui was a little curious. What's wrong? What did you see? Xiang Hong asked. Who's going to go on stage next? Yin Hui was confused. There were already so many people on stage, but he had never seen Xiang Hong show any concern. Didn't he keep staring at Ding Shan? Why was he asking about this? However, he still flipped through the name list in his hand. He mumbled, "There's nothing special about them. They're just a few people signed by entertainment companies and sent here. Oh, there's one who's a little special. I even mentioned it to you before. There's one who's pretty good-looking, clean, and handsome. He's the type that girls like nowadays. We had quite a lot of expectations for him during the auditions." Xiang Hong frowned slightly. What's his name? Yin Hui took Wen Xiao's information and handed it to Xiang Hong. It's here. Wen Xiao. His name is pretty good too. What's the matter? Xiang Hong took the information and roughly flipped through it. He put it aside without much interest. Do girls like men who look like this nowadays? If you punch him, he'll probably fall to the ground and look for his teeth. What kind of weird aesthetic sense is that? Yin Hui curled his lips unwillingly. Then who asked him to be so marketable? He won't be able to withstand a punch from your bodyguards, but his face can arouse a little girl's desire to protect him. Xiang Hong said disdainfully, "You still need bodyguards to beat him up?" Yin Hui looked puzzled. "No, did he provoke you? Why do you want to beat him up?" 200 Chapter 200. For me to participate in the competition. Xiang Hong then remembered that Wen Xiao had indeed not provoked him. The reason for Ding Shan's change in condition was not necessarily because of this man, but when he heard Yin Hui say that all the girls nowadays liked this style, Xiang Hong could not help but compare Wen Xiao to himself. Subconsciously, Xiang Hong was afraid that Ding Shan was also like what Yin Hui had said and was interested in this man who was completely different from him. Otherwise, why would it be when it was Wen Xiao's group's turn to go on stage, and Ding Shan's performance was so unusual? Xiang Hong was irritated by this sudden worry about gain and loss. He frowned in annoyance and sat on the sofa with a sad expression. It was as if someone owed him money, exuding a thick sense of irritation. Yin Hui did not understand what was going on. He looked at Xiang Hong a few times and did not dare to ask any more questions. He was afraid that he would get into trouble. Xiang Hong was not someone who could release his emotions. It was rare for him to be able to make his feelings change so obviously. Usually, someone would be in trouble if Xiang Hong acted like this. However, the program was currently being recorded. Why was he unhappy after mentioning a contestant? Yin Hui guessed that the reason why Xiang Hong's emotions had changed so much was most likely related to Ding Shan. However, he suddenly asked about Wen Xiao and belittled a person he did not know. Why was that? Was it like what he said? Was he afraid that Ding Shan would be snatched away by a younger and handsome boy and became aware of the danger? That was not to the extent that he would suddenly lose his temper for no reason to a person who had yet to go on stage. It was extraordinary. Yin Hui was not a meticulous person. He did not know why Xiang Hong was suddenly unhappy. However, Lin Sai observed from the side from the beginning to the end. Xiang Hong was not interested in a stranger for no reason, nor did he have such malicious intentions toward Wen Xiao. He was feeling uneasy because of Ding Shan's unusual behavior. Xiang Hong's keen insight allowed him to smell danger, but this sense of trouble came from nowhere. Xiang Hong had nowhere to vent the hostile fire in his heart and could only suppress his anger toward himself. Lin Sai looked at Ding Shan downstairs with a complicated expression. He did not expect this woman to be able to influence Xiang Hong to such a terrifying extent. She had such a great charm. However, compared to Xiang Hong's attitude, Lin Sai was more curious about why Ding Shan was so excited all of a sudden. Yin Hui did not notice it, but Lin Sai was the same as Xiang Hong. He realized that Ding Shan's mental state was different from before. It was as if she was waiting for someone. Could it be that Ding Shan knew someone coming up on stage next? Or someone who was interested? On the stage, music started playing. A few boys began to perform. The three men upstairs, who were rarely distracted, began to watch the performance. Ding Shan immediately saw Wen Xiao in the crowd. At this time, Wen Xiao was still young, and his face had lost much of the maturity and philistinism of the later stages. There was also a hint of innocence in it. His eyes were shining brightly, but Ding Shan knew that. That was Wen Xiao's ambition. The performance ended, and the effect was perfect. Wen Xiao's forehead was slightly sweating. He panted and tidied his messy hair, revealing his smooth forehead. It had to be said that Wen Xiao's appearance was outstanding, especially after the intense dance. This panting appearance was very good at pinching the little girl's infatuation. The photographer felt Wen Xiao's advantages and gave him a few more shots. Wen Xiao smiled gently and shyly at the camera. He was as clean as a piece of white paper. He was the popular image of a milk dog. Ding Shan's eyes flashed, and she smiled at Wen Xiao. Wen Xiao was straightforward. He took a step forward and looked at Ding Shan shyly as if he was looking at an idol he adored. He bowed sincerely and expressed his thoughts to Ding Shan generously. Teacher Ding Shan, you have always been the goddess in my heart. Please give me a chance to join your team. I will win a championship for you. Everyone was waiting for Ding Shan. According to Ding Shan's habit of choosing people, she would probably smile and thank them. Then, she would slowly analyze and give her opinion. However, this time, Ding Shan was exceptionally efficient. She smiled brightly and said directly, "Welcome, Peng." Just as Ding Shan finished her words, Xiang Hong, who was upstairs, threw the teacup on the table with a blank expression, making a loud sound. Yin Hui looked at Xiang Hong in confusion, his heart trembling. What's wrong? Xiang Hong said something shocking. I'm going to participate in the competition too. I'd like to see who dares to snatch the champion from my hands and give it to him. Chapter 201, Nonsense. The moment Xiang Hong said this, the other two people present were shocked. The room was silent, and only Xiang Hong's heavy breathing and the sound of items falling could be heard. Yin Hui blinked his eyes and asked in disbelief, "I didn't hear wrong, did I? Old Xiang Hong, what do you think you're doing?" Xiang Hong gave a meaningful look to Wen Xiao, standing on the stage downstairs, and then looked at Ding Shan, who was in the teacher's seat. He slowed his breathing and returned to his original appearance. He leaned back on the sofa calmly, but his face was still cold. Anyone could tell that he was not in a good mood. Xiang Hong raised his brows. "You didn't hear wrong. I want to participate." "Why, can't I?" Yin Hui's mouth was wide open. He didn't know what to say, and his face was horrified. Lin Sai was the first to react, understanding why Xiang Hong had suddenly made such a decision. Wen Xiao might not be a threat, but Ding Shan's attitude was strange. Others might not have noticed it, not even Yin Hui. Xiang Hong would do this because of the undercurrent between Ding Shan and Wen Xiao, which could be ignored. However, Lin Sai understood. This was because Lin Sai knew that Xiang Hong and himself were both sensitive and suspicious people, and they were very possessive. In the eyes of others, a small interaction that seemed insignificant was already a threat in Xiang Hong's eyes. This was enough to make him lose his mind and his original calm. Xiang Hong could spend 2 months in advance to finish his most crucial work, rush here to watch the selection of consorts, and still sit calmly on the second floor because he had this ability. He was confident and determined to win Ding Shan over. He even enjoyed the feeling of slowly hunting for prey in the dark. However, now that an accident had occurred, Xiang Hong, the hunter, naturally could not sit still. He would never allow Ding Shan's attention to be stolen from him. This was a provocation and an insult to any man. Moreover, Xiang Hong was a possessive and plundering businessman. His many years of pride would not allow him to sit still and wait for death. Although Lin Sai understood what Xiang Hong was thinking, he disagreed. Lin Sai frowned slightly and said softly, "Nonsense. What is your status? What if people know you're participating in a game like this?" At first, Yin Hui was still in a daze, but when he heard what Lin Sai said, he was immediately unhappy. "Lin Sai, what are you saying? What do you mean by playing house? This is a talent show. It's very formal and high class, okay? I won't allow you to insult my project." Then, as if he didn't mind watching a show, he beamed at Xiang Hong. "Old Xiang, are you going to participate?" "Ah yeah, I support you." Don't listen to Lin Sai's nonsense. What's wrong with participating in the talent show? Everyone has the dream of becoming a star. In my opinion, you should also step down from the altar and experience the joy, anger, sorrow, and joy of ordinary people. Xiang Hong's mood had calmed down quite a bit, and he returned to his lazy appearance. His eyes revealed a dangerous light. After hearing Yin Hui's words, he smiled evilly. "It's easy for me to get off the altar. I'm afraid that this show of yours can't bear the burden." Yin Hui laughed so hard that he couldn't close his mouth. That's right. If the god of war in the business world wants to participate in one of my talent shows, it's lowering his status. But if you're interested, then I'll welcome you. Seeing that you're my biggest investor, it's a piece of cake to add a spot for you at the last minute." Lin Sai still disagreed. "No, Yin Hui, don't mess around with Xiang Hong. Xiang Hong, I don't care if you're chasing after a woman, but I'm happy for you, but you can't be impulsive. There's no reason for the boss of a top corporation to participate in a talent show. If your employees and shareholders know about this, I'm afraid they'll think your company has gone bankrupt." Yin Hui pursed his lips indifferently. "Lin Sai, don't be so old-fashioned. Don't you know how to be happy with people?" After being a big boss for so long, old Xiang was still not allowed to relax. How could he be recognized so easily? He is usually at work every day and rarely accepts interviews. Other people only hear about the famous reputation of the Xiang Group's boss and don't know what he looks like. Even if he is discovered, it is not something to be ashamed of. So what if he participates in a talent show? Can't you have some hobbies? Xiang Hong's lips twitched as he looked at Lin Sai calmly. He shook his head and said, "Don't try to persuade me. I know what I'm doing. It's quite interesting to be impulsive sometimes." 202 Chapter 202. They are all crazy. Lin Sai sighed helplessly and pinched his brow bone. He did not understand why his good brother, who was always intelligent, powerful, noble, and authoritative, had suddenly gone crazy after not seeing him for a while. Lin Sai felt his head throb. Was this Ding Shan that charming? The more abnormal Xiang Hong was, the more Lin Sai felt that there was something wrong with this female celebrity. Could Xiang Hong's sworn enemy have found someone to put on a honey trap to seduce Xiang Hong? Otherwise, why would Xiang Hong be so obsessed that he not only came to watch the competition but also personally participated? This person was too vicious. Lin Sai's dangerous eyes glanced at Ding Shan below the stage. Ding Shan was still smiling and interacting with Wen Xiao. Xiang Hong also saw it and was a little unhappy. He sat on the sofa with disdain and urged Yin Hui, "Go and arrange it quickly. When can I go on stage?" Yin Hui nodded repeatedly. Big boss, I'll arrange it now. But look, don't you want to change your clothes? Don't scare the audience with this Italy-tailored suit. Xiang Hong shook his head. I'm not used to wearing other clothes. You don't have to worry about the rest. I won't break your rules. Yin Hui raised his hands in surrender. I don't have to ask. Just treat it as a game. Do whatever makes you happy. Xiang Hong laughed. I'm not going there to play. I only want success in whatever I do. Lin Sai couldn't bear to hear this anymore. He covered his eyes and sighed. They're all crazy. We're finished. Yin Hui was relatively happy. No matter why Xiang Hong suddenly wanted to participate in the competition, he felt it was interesting. Xiang Hong's aura and the figure would add many points to the show. Moreover, Yin Hui believed that he was very loyal. If Xiang Hong wanted to participate, he would just let him play. It was a program he made, so wouldn't it be a small matter to allow his good brother to participate? As for whether he could succeed or not, that would depend on Xiang Hong's ability. This was a great devil. He would sing and dance on stage to show off his talents and win the audience's praise and support. This scene was something he would never dare to imagine in his life. It was exciting just thinking about it. Things were getting more and more enjoyable. Downstairs, when Zayu's bold display of goodwill made everyone present look at him in a new light, they felt that when Zayu had a pure heart, and his words were heartfelt, it seemed like he was Ding Shan's fan. Moreover, when Zayu's image was as gentle as jade, he stood there obediently, giving people a very comfortable first impression. A lot of the contestants were secretly resentful. They would have been more direct if they had known earlier and confessed to their favorite coach. The effect of this show was perfect, and there were many more shots. Li Yang smiled kindly at Ding Shan. It seems that our movie queen's charm is still great. I think this young man has good potential. It's a pity that he's not interested in my team. Otherwise, I'm thinking of snatching him away. Are you willing to accept? Otherwise, you'll give him to me? Ding Shan gave a meaningful smile. Sister Yang, you have the best taste. I also think he's a good seedling. Ding Shan slowly spoke the excellent seedling. The others didn't notice anything strange or hear the faint ridicule in Ding Shan's tone. After Ding Shan finished speaking, she smiled. It's rare for such an excellent seedling to be willing to join my team. Sister Yang, I won't stand at ceremony. I can't let you have him. Wen Xiao, welcome to my team. I'm looking forward to you and getting along in the future. When Wen Xiao heard this, he quickly bowed in thanks. The joy in his eyes could not be hidden. Thank you, Teacher Ding Shan. I will work hard. Ding Shan just smiled, but in her heart, she thought, I'll let you understand that just by working hard, your aptitude is far from enough to support you to go far. In your previous life, your brilliance was because of my favoritism. Without this favoritism, you will find it difficult to move forward. When Xiao left the stage happily. Following that, a few other contestants who were not special went on stage and performed, as usual, choosing from each other with their coaches. Chen Tong was a little bored and didn't have the mood to choose anyone. She hated him in her heart. When Xiao just happened to be her type, but that fool insisted on joining Ding Shan's team. He had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. He was good-looking, but his brain wasn't too good. He created a topic for Ding Shan for nothing and made the audience think that Ding Shan was in high demand. Let's wait and see. Since he didn't choose her, he couldn't blame her for having her team eliminate him in the future. When that time came, he would know how stupid his decision today was. The remaining contestants were quickly divided into groups. Ding Shan and the other coaches thought this episode's recording was about to end. Li Yang was on the older side and didn't usually participate in the recording, so she was already a little tired. 203 Chapter 203 The Mysterious Person X. The last player on the list finished his performance and joined Chen 11's team. In this way, the instructors had already selected all the team members. Each instructor had 20 team members under them, each with a similar level and specialty. The 5 instructors and 100 team members were delighted with the division. But unexpectedly, the director quietly called for a pause at this time. The MC hurried to the director's side, and the two whispered for a long time. The MC quietly glanced at the second floor and nodded, then returned to the stage. Li Yang was suspicious and whispered to Ding Shan, "What is this? Are there other arrangements?" Ding Shan didn't know either. She shook her head and quietly waited for the MC to speak. The host smiled mysteriously. The 100 students participating in the audition this time have already completed the mutual selection with our 5 instructors. Seeing so many outstanding students regretting not meeting our instructors earlier, I am sincerely happy for everyone. However, the festival group has prepared a surprise for everyone. A mysterious person X will be participating in the competition. As soon as he finished speaking, the students at the side began to whisper, "Mysterious person X." Why hadn't they heard of this before? It couldn't be someone planted by some big shot. Yin Hui cupped his fists apologetically from the second floor. "I'm sorry, everyone, but I can't stop the Great Devil from participating in the competition. I'm thrilled to do so. Only this once. I will never go through the back door in the future." Chen Tong, on the other hand, was very interested. Previously, they had agreed that 100 students would participate in the competition, and now one had suddenly appeared. It was apparent that he had some background. He had to raise his spirits and pull him into his team. Ding Shan was curious. Mysterious person X. Strangely, he doesn't even have a name. The host was only satisfied after deliberately being mysterious. Only God knew how surprised he was when the director told him. It was a pity that it was not convenient to disclose the identity of this mysterious person. However, the appearance of a big shot was a rare thing. This program would become more and more exciting. It was worth it for him to come here this time. After the MC changed the atmosphere, he said, "Now, let's welcome the mysterious man." The lighting technician cooperated and dimmed the lights at the venue, leaving only a spotlight behind the stage. A pair of slender legs wearing hand-sewn leather shoes stood at the end of the stage. As the owner of the legs strode forward, everyone could see that this mysterious X had an extraordinary aura. From head to toe, it was written, "I'm very expensive, I'm not an ordinary person." He stood on the stage imposingly as if he were in his living room. His eyebrows were sharp, and his eyes were bright. The light in his eyes made people not dare to look directly at him. As long as the people present were not blind, they could tell that this mysterious person was on a completely different level from the other students. Where did this handsome man come from? With such a face, figure, and temperament, how could he escape the eyes of a talent scout? How could he only participate in the talent show now? He should have been famous all over the country. All right. There was an inside story. Which star's second generation is participating? However, no matter how one looked at him, he did not look like someone from the entertainment industry. With this suit on, he looked like a big boss who had entered the wrong conference room and was about to talk about a business deal worth tens of millions. He did not fit in with this broadcasting studio at all. On the other hand, Xiang Hong was very calm. He didn't feel that he was out of place in any way. He didn't put this scene in his eyes at all. In his eyes, other people's opinions were like floating clouds. No matter where he went, he would always become the focus of attention. This was a very normal thing. As soon as Xiang Hong went on stage, his eyes were locked on Ding Shan, looking at her with a faint smile. "Little fox, I didn't expect we would meet in such a way. Are you surprised? I'm looking forward to when you can recognize me." Ding Shan felt the burning gaze and turned around. Xiang Hong's imposing manner also attracted her. It was undeniable that Xiang Hong's appearance was indeed a surprise after seeing so many young boys. He was indeed worthy of being called the mysterious man. He was indeed a pleasant surprise. Even if he were dressed indifferently, as if he had come to the wrong set, his temperament and appearance would have still been the crowd's focus. He was not an ordinary person. However, the more Ding Shan looked at him, the more she felt that something was wrong. Why did this person give her a feeling of déjà vu? 204 Chapter 204 Melting Icebergs. Ding Shan couldn't figure out what was wrong. Ding Shan was sure she had never seen this mysterious person X before. Even if he didn't participate in the talent show and joined the entertainment industry, he would be a dragon among men. Clothes could be bought, but his temperament could not lie. This man was not an ordinary person. Even if one had met such a person once, he would leave a deep impression on others. There was no reason not to remember him. Whether in this life or her previous life, Ding Shan had never had such an outstanding man in her mind. But for no reason, Ding Shan felt an inexplicable feeling between her and this man. Especially how this mysterious man looked at her from the stage made Ding Shan even more confident that this person knew her, and it was not the understanding ordinary people had for celebrities. Ding Shan blinked her eyes in a rare moment of confusion. This man gave her a dangerous feeling. That gaze was like a wolf that was about to pounce and tear its prey apart. This feeling was not very pleasant, but the man had a dignified appearance, and the light in his eyes was invasive but not mixed with evil thoughts. It was not repulsive, but it made people feel helpless, as if facing an opponent thousands of times more potent than themselves, and their bodies subconsciously wanted to retreat. Ding Shan forced herself to focus and looked back with a bit of doubt, trying to find other information in the man's eyes. Xiang Hong looked at Ding Shan's confused and helpless little face, still pretending to be calm. He opened the corner of his mouth and smiled. The curve of his lips was not big, but it was adorable. His eyes were slightly narrowed, and there was a hint of evil. However, there was also a trace of inexperience that did not match his suit. His eyebrows and eyes were gentle, and he seemed in a good mood. Xiang Hong's smile completely mesmerized the other people present. Originally, Xiang Hong's appearance and temperament were more cold and distant. Coupled with his sudden appearance, everyone present was so frightened that they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. They were all guessing Xiang Hong's background. However, humans were still visual animals. Xiang Hong's appearance was undoubtedly outstanding, even a few levels higher than the other students. This mature man's temperament instantly captured the young girls' hearts. Heavens, where did this earth-shattering handsome man come from? President Yin was able to poach such a character. Did he save the handsome man's life? Yin Hui was grinning from ear to ear upstairs. He nudged Lin Sai and said, "Look, old Xiang has a lot of potential. Why is he smiling so sweetly? He's quite something. Look how he's charmed our female directors." Lin Sai snorted. "Don't you know who he's laughing at? In ancient times, there was a beacon fire toying with the feudal vassals, and now a group president is selling his art. It's lively." Yin Hui shrugged his shoulders. "I think it's pretty good. Don't you think that old Xiang is more humane like this? Do you hope he will only fight in business and die alone? That's so pitiful. I think he's quite good like this. It's not easy for him to be moved, so he should be impulsive. At least there's someone who can affect his happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy. Have you ever seen old Xiang smile so brightly? I'm getting goosebumps." Lin Sai hesitated for a moment. Although he was unwilling to admit it, he still nodded helplessly. "It's been a long time since I've seen him so happy." Yin Hui continued to persuade him. "That's right. I don't even remember the last time he was so happy. He's always like an ice-cold robot. No matter how we tease him, he's not interested. Now that he finally has someone he wants to fight for, let him feel it. Besides, I don't think Ding Shan is an ordinary girl. Maybe old Xiang will be humiliated this time. Just wait and see. I don't care if he's a listed CEO, he's just an ordinary person in the face of love." Yin Hui laughed evilly. From Yin Hui's point of view, although Xiang Hong was very successful, he still lacked something, and he might be able to rely on Ding Shan to make up for it. Regardless of whether Xiang Hong could successfully woo Ding Shan in the end, this experience was enough for Xiang Hong to walk down from the altar and experience all kinds of feelings of love. This was what a real person was like. When Lin Sai heard Ding Shan's name, he was still very disdainful. With Xiang Hong's net worth, playing with him is fine. However, I don't believe that woman will refuse him after knowing his identity. Of course, the act of welcoming and rejecting is even more disgusting. I'm afraid that her true nature will be exposed in the end, and she will cling on to Xiang Hong and not let go, completely cutting off Xiang Hong's yearning for love. 205 Chapter 205. A warm face met with a cold butt. Yin Hui laughed. "I say, Lin Sai, why do you have such a bad opinion of Ding Shan? You didn't know each other before, did you? I think you're just biased. Those who don't know might think that you like Xiang Hong and treat Ding Shan as a love rival. You're making it sound like there's no true love in this world." Lin Sai glared at Yin Hui angrily. "If you talk nonsense again, I'll send all your chat records in the group to Xiang Hong and see how he'll deal with you. I believe there is true love in this world, but I don't believe I can see any sincerity in this female celebrity. If she dares to act smart and play with Xiang Hong, I'm afraid she won't even know how she died." Yin Hui pouted. "I don't know who you got this bad temper from. Has a female celebrity hurt you before? I think Ding Shan is quite good, She's independent and good-looking and doesn't have as many bad intentions as you say. It'll be better if you know her for a long time. Lin Sai didn't say anything and didn't want to argue with his good brother because of Ding Shan. He only felt that Ding Shan was not an ordinary female star. She could charm Xiang Hong and even make Yin Hui speak for her. The consequences would be unimaginable if she were a person with bad intentions. He had to keep a close eye on her. On the stage, Xiang Hong was still wearing a faint smile. He even accepted the overly hot gazes of the surrounding people and stood there, letting them size him up. Otherwise, if it were any other time, Xiang Hong's face would have long sunk when he was being criticized like this. Chen Tong sat in the teacher's seat, her eyes shining. She tried her best to be reserved, but she couldn't hide the smile on her face. Chen Tong was highly excited. She initially thought that this mysterious person was someone with a robust background. He may have been pushed into use the show to gain some sense of existence and then be sent out of the entertainment industry. However, she had never expected this person to be so handsome and even more outstanding than Wen Xiu. Chen Tong was not old and was obsessed with looks. Looking at the man on the stage, cold with gentleness, she couldn't help but feel restless. It was true that Chen Tong had a sugar daddy, but how could a girl her age be willing to accompany an old man daily? Chen Tong was very open-minded. It was true that she needed to rely on her boss to invest in her, but wouldn't she be happier if she could get a handsome and gentle boyfriend? Anyway, the old man still had his wife to deal with, so he didn't have much time to accompany her. She still had 2 months to participate in a closed-off program recording here. No one would find out if she were to date a young boyfriend here. It would be an excellent choice to have a relationship with such a handsome man. Chen Tong adjusted her sitting position and wore a shy look. She put on her most beautiful posture and threw flirtatious glances at Xiang Hong. In her heart, she was determined to win him over. Whether it was his background or his looks, Chen Tong had high hopes for him. It would be a waste if she didn't pull such a person into her team. Chen Tong adjusted the microphone in front of her and turned her face to the side. She wanted to be the first to speak to attract Xiang Hong's attention. "Hello, mysterious X. What's your identity? I'm inquisitive. Can you tell me about it?" Xiang Hong was still staring at Ding Shan, his eyes filled with deep meaning as if he was isolated from the outside world. At this moment, there was only him and Ding Shan. Ding Shan felt uncomfortable under Xiang Hong's gaze, but she did not want to be disadvantaged, so she looked back at him. For a moment, it was as if there was an invisible wall between the two of them, and there was an inexplicable atmosphere. Xiang Hong was a little impatient when this atmosphere was interrupted by Chen Tong. However, he still remembered that he was participating in a program. He glanced at Chen Tong and replied indifferently, "Since you already know it's the mysterious man, why do you still want me to talk to you? Don't you think it's self-contradictory?" Chen Tong was stunned. She didn't expect the handsome man to be so aggressive and disrespectful to her. Having gotten used to the flattery of other students, Xiang Hong's attitude was too different. Chen Tong couldn't accept it for a while and frowned. "Don't you have your name? One can't even ask." Xiang Hong impatiently said, "Can you ask me a more productive question? I've already said I'm a mysterious person, yet you still want to get to the bottom. So what if you know my name? I'm not interested in you." Chen Tong was angry for a moment. She had just started a conversation and was retorted twice. No matter how good her temper was, she would still get mad, not to mention that Chen Tong had a dramatic character. Chen Tong originally had a good impression of Xiang Hong, but in the end, she was given the cold shoulder. How could she swallow this? 206 Chapter 206 Putting on airs. Chen Tong threw a tantrum and said unhappily, "Don't you have the most basic sincerity to join the show? If you're a mysterious person, you should have some special skills, right?" Xiang Hong looked at Ding Shan and blinked. "I think I'm a person with many special ties, don't you?" As Ding Shan listened to Chen Tong's angry and embarrassing questions, she looked at Xiang Hong, who was acting like a good boy and confidently said that he was good at everything. She couldn't help but burst out laughing. This person was quite interesting. Li Yang also laughed. "Is this the legendary having looks and being free? You're terrific, but you must perform something to participate in the talent show, right?" Xiang Hong raised his brows, but he still did not say anything. He had come up with the idea to participate in the program at the last minute and was usually working. How could he suddenly have a schedule? But obviously, Xiang Hong did not need to worry about this problem. Yin Hui had already thought of it for his good brother. The MC stepped forward to smooth things over. This is the surprise of Mysterious X. The reason why he appeared last was to give the 5 mentors a difficult question. He won't be showing off his talents this round but will have to rely on the mentors to identify them and see if you want to take our mysterious man into your pocket. Who knows, you might be able to unearth our mysterious man's talents and skills in future training. The people present were in an uproar. What kind of trick was this? All 5 teams had the same number of people, and their strengths and specialties were similar. If they were to join a mysterious person now, and they didn't know what his thing was, he might be a trump card in the team in the future, but he might also be a burden that didn't fit in. And so far, although this mysterious man's looks were good, he didn't look like someone who could sing or dance on stage. Once he joined her team, it would be a significant uncertainty. Everyone looked forward to seeing which coach would be willing to take him into the team. The host smiled and looked at the 5 mentors. Please choose carefully. If you have any ideas, you can try to fight for them. Su Yang didn't say much, but he directly expressed his attitude this time. He lowered his eyes slightly and said in a low voice, "We're a rap team. This mysterious person doesn't seem interested in rap, so I won't fight for him." After that, he put down the microphone and returned to his silent look. Chen 11 also followed closely. "I have the same idea as Su Yang. Our team's current allocation is just in line with my expectations. Although difficult, I can only regretfully pass by this mysterious person. But I have to say, you're handsome. It's a waste of talent for someone with such good looks to join my vocal team." Su Yang and Chen 11 were very polite. Everyone present knew that Su Yang and Chen 11 were the 2 most professional instructors among the 5. Their battle teams comprised students with more distinctive and outstanding abilities. The mysterious person on the stage was more dangerous than a surprise to them. Like the other 3 female instructors, he was more suitable for a comprehensive battle team. Xiang Hong's face was indifferent. He was here for Ding Shan. Even if someone else wanted to choose him, they would have to see if he would agree. However, Chen Tong didn't know where Xiang Hong's confidence came from. She only felt that others despised Xiang Hong, and no instructor was willing to choose him. Chen Tong laughed proudly, hoping Ding Shan and Li Yang would tactfully ignore this weird-tempered man. Then, this mysterious man who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth could only wait for her to take him kindly. When he came to her team, he would be taught well by her. At that time, she would pretend to be in a difficult position and regain some face. It would also be considered as giving him a chance. Xiang Hong was not flustered at all. He looked at Ding Shan calmly and even had the time to adjust his tie. Ding Shan looked at Xiang Hong, and the doubts in her heart grew. She had only noticed the mysterious man's face earlier, but now that she had taken a closer look, his body shape and posture gave her a familiar feeling, as if she had seen him somewhere before. Although the memory was vague, Ding Shan was sure that it had only happened in this life. Ding Shan could feel that this mysterious man was interested in her, and it was almost as if he was coming for her. However, Ding Shan was not in a hurry. She sat there slowly, thinking she should let this mysterious man wait a little longer. Although he was handsome, he was too arrogant. It was time to kill his arrogance. Xiang Hong saw through Ding Shan's intentions and smiled helplessly. This little fox not only recognized him, but she also guessed his purpose and even put on airs. 207 Chapter 207 Boss Trainee. Xiang Hong looked at Ding Shan with a mischievous expression. Ding Shan smiled proudly. She knew what Xiang Hong meant, but she did not say anything. Chen Tong noticed that something was wrong. What did this mysterious person mean? Could it be that he was here for Ding Shan? Why did he ignore everyone after he went on stage and only stared at Ding Shan? As soon as this thought appeared, Chen Tong couldn't sit still. What kind of charm did Ding Shan have? Whether it was Wen Xiao or this mysterious person, both rushed toward Ding Shan as soon as they went on stage. Were they not in their right minds? What good could he do by following Ding Shan? Was he hoping to get an extra role in a TV show by relying on Ding Shan? They were also useless, and it seemed like they didn't have any other abilities. They knew they had no hope of becoming successful, so they wanted to curry favor with Ding Shan and rely on their handsome faces to work hard in the film and television industry. They could keep dreaming. She didn't even think about Ding Shan's current situation. Ding Shan could barely even protect herself in the film and television industry. Seeing that she couldn't survive in the entertainment industry anymore, she decided to participate in a talent show. She was probably going to be laughed at behind her back. It seemed that Ding Shan had won the public opinion storm some time ago. But so what? Did she think that she could return to the peak? She was cooking cold rice here. She still wanted to go on variety shows to get a share of the pie, but now she had to make a living by listening to other people's faces, so how could she have the energy to support a newcomer? Unlike herself, although he was not an A-lister, she had at least made a name for herself in the talent show circle. Yet, these brainless men with only looks insisted on currying favor with this has-been female star, Ding Shan. They didn't even put her in their eyes. Li Yang also saw through the situation and glanced at Ding Shan mischievously. She didn't think that Ding Shan would be so famous. Not only did she take in Wen Xiao and a few other handsome men, but even this mysterious person who didn't look simple also seemed to have a good impression of Ding Shan. He couldn't even hide his gaze. No, it should be said that this mysterious person didn't want to hide at all. This evil behavior showed that this mysterious person's background was not simple. Could it be that Ding Shan's suitor had found a way and chased her here? Li Yang's gossipy heart was burning. After looking back and forth for a long time, she couldn't help but ask, from an agent's point of view, I see unlimited potential in this mysterious person. Why don't you take a look? Before she could finish her words, Xiang Hong raised the microphone. This action was very ordinary, but a kind of superior temperament came over. It was as if some magic made people unconsciously quiet down and listen carefully to what he said. Even Li Yang, who had been in the entertainment industry for many years, subconsciously slowed down her speech and waited for Xiang Hong to speak. Xiang Hong looked at Ding Shan helplessly and smiled indulgently. Finally, as if he had admitted defeat, he took the initiative to say, I'd rather join Miss Ding Shan's team. What do you think? Trust me, you won't regret choosing me. After he said this, Li Yang completely understood. He was here for Ding Shan. This was going to be a good show. The rest of the people also began to gossip. One had to know that the other students addressed the instructors as teachers to show respect, but this mysterious person just had to call her Miss Ding Shan. There was an indescribable ambiguity when he called her that. It was the aura of a boss. What kind of new character is this? A trainee underboss and a beautiful female instructor. This combination was a little exciting. Ding Shan's face was slightly red. He couldn't help but express his goodwill to her, whether he wanted it or not, depending on her mood. She had managed to resist his strange gaze with incredible difficulty. When he took the initiative to speak, he said some strange things. What about Miss Ding Shan? Won't she regret it? Those who didn't know would think that he was confessing. And this person's voice was particularly familiar when it was profound. Just now, Xiang Hong had been impatiently dealing with Chen Tong, and his words were not very pleasant, so Ding Shan ignored it. However, at this moment, Xiang Hong's deep and magnetic voice suddenly reminded Ding Shan of the night she was reborn. That man's hoarse voice had come to her ears. Ding Shan shook her head slightly, trying to stop herself from overthinking. With that kind of identity, he couldn't come here. Moreover, the mysterious man in front of him had such an imposing aura that he didn't seem like someone who would do that job. She was overthinking. 208 Chapter 208 Welcome. While Ding Shan was in a daze, everyone was looking in her direction, waiting for her response. Li Yan teased, Look, our Ding Shan doesn't even know how to choose. I'd be so happy if there's such a handsome guy who wants to join my team. But Ding Shan must have her considerations. Let's give her a little more time. Chen Tong couldn't hold it in anymore. She pretended to tease him like Li Yang, but in reality, she secretly mocked him. Yeah, Sister Shan must be thinking about what she can teach everyone. After all, she can't assure the students' futures. Sister Shan has always been serious and responsible. It's only right for her to take longer to consider. Ding Shan came back to her senses and glanced at Chen Tong indifferently. She smiled and said, Of course. After all, what I can teach them is something they can't learn from others. I have to consider whether they are suitable for it. If they don't know and pretend to know, blindly recruiting them into my team will only harm them and others, don't you think? Chen Tong snorted coldly in her heart. What can you teach? Aren't you afraid of hurting your back when you talk big? Wait until the first team performance, everyone will know how ridiculous your words are today. The one who will harm others and herself is you, Ding Shan, and not me, Chen Tong. Xiang Hong's sword-like brows twitched as he also joined in. He had heard that Chen Tong wanted to cause trouble for Ding Shan before the filming started, and she had long disliked her. This time, she still dared to say such things in front of her. Where did she get the courage from? The feeling of standing face-to-face with Ding Shan on the same front line made Xiang Hong very proud. He did not care whether Ding Shan had agreed to accept him, as he had already regarded himself as part of Ding Shan's group. To Xiang Hong, this was an undoubted matter. You don't have to worry about that. I can make Miss Ding Shan's team stand out. I will personally give her the throne of the champion. As soon as these words came out, everyone present was scared silly. Was this mysterious person all right? What was he talking about? Was it good to be so confident? He wasn't the only one on Ding Shan's team, and the strength of the other groups couldn't be underestimated either. How could he be so arrogant in the first episode? However, no one could guess Xiang Hong's strength. Could he have such a powerful strength? How could he make such arrogant remarks in the first episode of the show? Little did they know that Xiang Hong's ability was more substantial than anyone present had imagined. The ability to make money and the mind of a business genius. Who could resist it? Ding Shan was shocked. This mysterious person was getting more and more outrageous. If he continued, she was afraid that he wouldn't be able to end the scene. Li Yang also quickly tried to smooth things over. Look, this mysterious X is full of energy. It seems like you're very confident. Our team is waiting for you to challenge us. Ding Shan, how is it, seeing how confident he is in winning the championship? Have you thought about it? Ding Shan understood and quickly agreed to Li Yang's words. That's right, it's my honor as a mentor to have such a confident team member. Welcome Mysterious X to our team, and I look forward to the surprise you'll bring. She glared at Xiang Hong with her beautiful eyes, hinting at him to stop talking nonsense. His temper was nothing like a trainee's. Other people would carefully think over a sentence several times before opening their mouths, but he spoke arrogantly. Who on earth was he? In any case, this person gave her a very familiar feeling. There must be many things that she had overlooked. She would first stabilize him and put him by her side. She would observe him in detail in the future. She didn't know what he would say if she disagreed, and it would be a mess. When Xiang Hong received Ding Shan's gaze, he smiled and did not say anything else. He had achieved his goal, and the unhappiness upstairs had dissipated. He had been told that he would win the championship for Ding Shan, and she had heard it. That was enough. In the future, she would believe his words. He, Xiang Hong, had never lied to women, especially his own. The host heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the matter had been settled. This big shot finally got what he wanted. If he continued to cause trouble, he would not know how to end it. Fortunately, Ding Shan was quick-witted, and Li Yang was experienced. Although the process was a little strange, he managed to fool them. The MC quickly said, "Okay, then Mysterious X will officially join teacher Ding Shan's team." From now on, the 5 teams would begin a 2-month training period. During this period, there would be 3 large-scale performances. The strongest team and the top 9 trainees would be chosen through audience voting. Guys, chase your dreams, follow your mentor and charge forward. At this point, the first episode's recording was completed. 209 Chapter 209. Do you remember? The follow-up work began at the venue, and a staff member brought the coaches back to their rooms to rest. Xiao Zhao rushed over to help Ding Shan up. Only God knew how nervous Xiao Zhao was just now. It was good that Sister Shan was famous, but she was afraid that being too popular would bring trouble to herself. After the show was broadcast, there might be people who would maliciously speculate about Sister Shan, especially the arrangements of the mysterious person at the end. What he said was too scary. Xiao Zhao had already come up with several sets of emergency plans in her mind, afraid that someone would make an issue out of it. Xiao Zhao lowered her voice as she asked, "Sister Shan, do you want me to go and get in touch with President Yin? At the same time, I can also learn more about this mysterious person X. What kind of scheme is this? Could it be that he is setting a trap for you?" Ding Shan hesitated for a moment before she said, "It's fine. I believe that President Yin would not do this. He has no reason to find someone to cause trouble for me purposely. This should be a normal arrangement. Xiao Zhao frowned. But I can't help but think about what he said. Is he not trying to get you involved in the publicity? We have no choice but to be on guard. Ding Shan laughed. It's fine that he's so bold. What's more, I'm afraid of those who play dirty tricks behind my back. This mysterious man speaks without any scruples. I'm not afraid that he will cause any trouble. Everything he says is out in the open, so there's no need to be afraid. I'll be more careful and get to know him first. Just as she said that, she saw Xiang Hong walking over. The recording had ended. The instructors were all escorted out while the students waited on the other side to be assigned to their dormitories. Initially, there was a clear boundary, but when Xiang Hong walked over, it was very abrupt, and no one came forward to stop him. Ding Shan seemed to sense Xiang Hong's presence before he walked over. She turned around and looked in his direction. Xiang Hong strode over. The recording studio was full of people, but Xiang Hong felt like he had crossed a sea of people. He had a clear goal and was full of vigor. This scene made Ding Shan's heart tremble. It was as if this person only had eyes for her, avoiding all obstacles and walking straight toward him. Xiang Hong's eyes were filled with emotions. He stood in front of Ding Shan and smiled. Xiao Zhao was a little nervous. She looked around and saw that no one was stopping him. She cursed in her heart. She had to look for Yin Hui and talk with him later. It would be strange if he did not arrange this man. He was a trainee but more natural than Yin Hui in the studio. He could come and go as he pleased, and no one dared to stop him. What exactly was going on? Xiao Zhao hastily blocked Ding Shan's path and mustered up her courage to say to Xiang Hong, "You should wait for the director's arrangements over there. You can't contact the coaches in private." Xiang Hong was used to doing whatever he wanted, so when the recording was over, and he saw Ding Shan walking in this direction, he followed her without a second thought. It had been a long time since someone said he couldn't do anything. He was a little unhappy for a moment, but he also knew that with his current status, especially in front of Ding Shan, he needed to restrain himself. Thus, he frowned and didn't say anything but refused to leave. Xiao Zhao felt a little guilty. Xiang Hong's aura was too strong. Xiao Zhao dared to say what she had just said, but she did not dare to look him in the eye. Xiao Zhao swallowed her saliva and could only pretend to be calm and continue to stop him. "Is there anything I can help you with?" Ding Shan asked after some thought. Only then did Xiang Hong's expression relax as he asked, "Do you remember?" Ding Shan was taken aback, thinking that this man knew her. But she was puzzled and asked directly, "Remember what? We've met before, right?" Upon hearing this, Xiang Hong frowned in disappointment. He put his hands in his suit pants, showing a trace of irritation, and refused to say anything more. Ding Shan's head was full of questions, and she wanted to ask more. At this moment, Yin Hui squeezed in with a smile. "I've been looking for you for a long time. You're here." Yin Hui patted Xiang Hong, then smiled at Ding Shan and said, "Ding Shan, congratulations, you've gained quite a several strong contestants, and you've even gained a mysterious person as a surprise. This is a king bomb, you have to teach him well." After he finished speaking, he raised his eyebrows and smiled meaningfully. "TSK." Xiang Hong clicked his tongue in frustration and glanced at Yin Hui. "Let's go." After he finished speaking, he strode away with his long legs. Yin Hui smiled awkwardly and said to Ding Shan, "His temper might be a little weird, so I'll leave him to you in the future. Then let's do this first." After saying that, he also ran away. Ding Shan and Xiao Zhao were left confused. 210 Chapter 210. Not a small background. Xiao Zhao scratched her head. "Sister Shan, you know him?" Ding Shan and Xiao Zhao had nothing to hide. "He's very familiar, but I don't seem to know him." Xiao Zhao continued to ask. He was a little confused. He came over and said something that no one could understand. Then, he left angrily. Ding Shan laughed. "You can tell that he's angry too." Xiao Zhao made an exaggerated face. "Wow, his face is so deep that it's almost touching the ground. He looks so unhappy." "I'm not blind." Ding Shan was in a good mood and smiled. She didn't know why, but this mysterious man's aura was threatening, but she didn't feel any fear. Instead, she thought that it was pretty interesting. Maybe it was because this person's attitude towards her was slightly different, so she didn't feel any distance from him. It was their first meeting, but after several eye-to-eye exchanges and conversations, it was as if they had known each other for a long time and had a tacit understanding. Xiao Zhao was still thinking about it. Sister Shan, look. He did not give any face at all in front of President Yin. President Yin seems to be quite afraid of him. If things are abnormal, there must be something going on. If his status is higher than President Yin's, but he purposely came to be a trainee by your side, this is not good. I am afraid. Ding Shan also understood that Yin Hui's attitude earlier was indeed strange. No matter what, he was the project's boss, but he seemed to be on excellent terms with this mysterious person, even though Yin Hui was at a disadvantage. If it was someone of Yin Hui's level and status, it was not good for him to participate in a talent show and come to her side. Although Ding Shan knew that Yin Hui wasn't wrong, one could only see a person's face but not his heart. Ding Shan was still a little resistant to the people in that circle and didn't want to be close to them. She had been reborn and only wanted to work hard for her career and be beautiful. The people in that circle were either brainless fools who only knew how to do whatever they wanted or had high intelligence and played with power. The former was just a paper tiger, and there was nothing to be afraid of, but if they met the latter, then even her own life would not be enough for those people to play with. Ding Shan did not want to get into trouble. Ding Shan instructed little Zhao, try your best to investigate it so you can be prepared. However, I think that if he has a unique identity, we won't be able to find anything. We can only wait and see and stay away from him. Xiao Zhao nodded and noted it down. At this moment, Xiao Lu ran over. Sister Shan, I'll take you back to your room to rest. Xiao Zhao's eyes lit up. He grabbed little Lu and asked, did you see that mysterious person just now? What is his relationship with your President Yin? Xiao Lu was stunned for a moment and scratched his head. I'm not too sure about this. Xiao Zhao did not believe him. Are you hiding it from us on purpose? Aren't you from President Yin's company? He sent you over to take care of Sister Shan. It shows that you are also competent. His relationship with that person is not normal. Have you not heard of it before? Xiao Lu laughed awkwardly as he said, older Sister Zhao, don't tease me anymore. My position is not high. I am just a normal employee. I could not even see President Yin's face much in the past. I don't know what happened this time, but my supervisor recommended I go to President Yin for an interview. He said it was a good opportunity, and I was sent over. President Yin's friends, I have no way of coming into contact with them, but he does look a little familiar. Xiao Zhao pouted in disappointment. There are many people who look alike. It's fine if you don't know them. Little Lu continued to scratch his head. No, I'm sure I've run into him somewhere, but I really couldn't remember. Why? Is there a problem with him? Ding Shan laughed and said, it's nothing much. We feel that something is off. He doesn't seem to be someone from this circle and seems to have a perfect relationship with President Yin. We were curious, so we asked. As a man, it was inevitable for Xiao Lu to be careless and not sensitive in this aspect. He did not understand Ding Shan and Xiao Zhao's worries. After hearing Ding Shan's words, he smiled and did not mind. Xiao Zhao snorted. How could you forget such a handsome man if you've seen him before? Don't talk big. Little Lu immediately felt a little unconvinced. I think he looks familiar, but I can't remember where I've seen him before. Just wait, I'll remember. Xiao Zhao rolled her eyes. It'll be too late by the time you remember. I'd rather go and find out for myself. Little Lu wanted to argue. Ding Shan quickly stopped him. All right, you two should stop bickering. This isn't a big deal. So what does it matter if you know each other? Hurry up and go back. My feet are hurting from wearing high heels. Hearing Ding Shan's tired voice, Xiao Zhao quickly removed a pair of slippers from her bag for Ding Shan to change into. 211 Chapter 211 The Princess. Ding Shan stepped on the soft slippers and sighed in comfort. She smiled. As expected, it's still so comfortable. After so many years, I still can't get used to high heels. Xiao Zhao nodded in agreement. Sister Shan, it's admirable that you can sway in high heels. Those things are beautiful, but it's too torturous. I'll prepare slippers for you in the future. You can change into them when you're not in front of the camera. Little Lu teased her by the side. If I were as considerate as Xiao Zhao, I might have been able to be promoted faster. I would not have worked for so many years before President Yin arranged a job for me. Xiao Zhao laughed. Do your best and take care of Sister Shan with me. Isn't this your chance to be promoted? Xiao Lu nodded and agreed readily. Of course. Sister Shan is such a good person. How can I not take good care of her? Let's go. I've cleaned the room up. It's spacious. The three of them went upstairs. It was a space that Yin Hui had specially opened up for the instructors to rest. It was separated from the students' dormitories. Every floor had a perfect security system. Although it was for 2 months, it could still ensure privacy. As soon as Ding Shan entered the rest area, she saw a group of people coming and going in front of a room. They were all pushing their suitcases and carrying large boxes into the room. Ding Shan looked. Sure enough, it was Chen Tong's room. Chen Tong came back first. She was sitting in the room and directing the staff. Piles of items and clothes were moved into the room. Those who didn't know would think that Chen Tong had moved the entire house. She heard Chen Tong screaming, "Be careful, that's my limited edition Frost. You can't buy it. And you, that dress is real silk. You can't put it there." The poor staff members were all conscientious. They were so tired that they were panting and had to be ordered around by Chen Tong. Xiao Lu shook his head. She thinks she's a princess. In ancient times, servants served their masters in such a way. Xiao Zhao couldn't stand it anymore and frowned. Isn't this a little too much? We will be here for 2 months. Do you have to go through so much trouble? Ding Shan frowned and said in a low voice, "We have no choice. Let's not meddle in other people's business. It's not good to talk about others behind their backs. Let's go back to our rooms." Ding Shan's room was quite far from Chen Tong's, so they were not afraid of disturbing each other. However, just as she was about to enter, she could still hear Chen Tong complaining, "This room is too small. It can't even fit my things. How can it fit people?" Xiao Lu opened the door to Ding Shan's room and quickly ushered her in. "Sister Shan, you do not have to worry. President Yin specially arranged your room. It has a lot of space and is better than all of their rooms." As soon as Ding Shan entered the room, she saw a large soft sofa in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. The sunlight was hot. The decoration of the entire room was not complicated, but it was all in warm colors, which relaxed people. Xiao Lu was not spouting nonsense. Although the room was not very luxurious, when she passed by Chen Tong's room earlier, Ding Shan also glanced at it. Her room was much more spacious than Chen Tong's, and there was more sunlight. Ding Shan was satisfied as she laughed. "President Yin has put in a lot of effort. I like it a lot." "That's good. The 3 female mentors live on this floor, but each has a suite. If Sister Shan doesn't want to talk to Chen Tong, it won't be inconvenient for her to stay in her room. Also, your assistants can stay on this floor. Xiao Zhao has a room next to Sister Shan's." Xiao Zhao was happy. "That's good. I was worried that taking care of Sister Shan would be inconvenient. President Yin is so thoughtful." Ding Shan walked over to the sofa and sat down, panting slightly. It had been a while since she had done such high-intensity work. 100 students, one by one, being reviewed was a little tiring. Fortunately, everything else went smoothly apart from the episode with Mysterious Person X. Ding Shan already had an impression of this variety show, and with her judgment, she found that the team members she had chosen were all outstanding. They all had a lot of potentials, and there were also a few unpolished jades. This made Ding Shan a little impatient. The first step was to bring out the best in these students and gain many fans. The next step would be to develop their individual behind-the-scenes career. The management company that Ding Shan had asked Xiao Zhao to prepare had been completed, and now they needed some capable new faces to join in and make the first shot. 212 Chapter 212. A little special. Ding Shan was prepared to spend more time with these team members with potential in the next 2 months. She would try to select a few strong ones who were on good terms with her and persuade them to sign under her company. At that time, she could use the popularity of the show's broadcast to save a lot of trouble, and her own management company could also make a name for itself as soon as possible. Xiao Lu pointed at the luggage piled up at the door. "Sister Shan's things are all there. Compared to Chen Tong, there's so little. Sister Shan, if you need anything else, tell me. I'll go buy it for you." Ding Shan nodded. "I'm almost done. There's nothing else." Xiao Zhao ran over to open the luggage and began to organize the items according to Ding Shan's habits. Xiao Lu quickly said, "Then I'll go first. Leave Xiao Zhao here to help. We, the male staff, live downstairs. If there's anything, give me a call. I'll come over immediately." As he spoke, Xiao Lu walked out of the door and suddenly remembered to come back. "By the way, the director should be here soon. They will install a few cameras in the room first and use them for post-editing. There will be some material. Sister Shan, remember to turn it off when you sleep at night or when it's inconvenient. There was a party tonight to celebrate the official recording, and they wanted to get to know each other better. Sister Shan, you guys, rest for a while. I'll come and find you later." After giving these instructions, Xiao Lu left. "Sister Shan, don't you think we're on a summer camp?" Zhao laughed as she packed up. "Everyone lives in the same building and has all kinds of parties and galas. They are not afraid of playing until late, and they can go back to their rooms to sleep after a period. How blissful. I like the feeling of living as a group." Ding Shan looked at little Zhao's innocent expression, and the corners of her mouth twitched. "It's quite lively, but I'm afraid it's too lively. I'm sure there will be a lot of good shows in the next 2 months. Xiao Zhao turned around and looked at Ding Shan worriedly. Listening to Ding Shan's tone, Xiao Zhao suddenly had an inexplicable feeling, as if many dangers were lurking around Sister Shan. This made Sister Shan's style even more melancholic. "Are you not happy, Sister Shan?" Zhao asked softly. Ding Shan was stunned for a moment. "No, I feel a little emotional and full of anticipation. It's better if there's more drama, we won't be bored." Xiao Zhao nodded as if she understood. She felt that Sister Shan had something on her mind. Some things made Xiao Zhao confused during today's recording. Other than the appearance of the mysterious person at the end, Xiao Zhao also realized that Ding Shan's attitude towards a particular student was very different. Xiao Zhao's heart was full of Ding Shan. They had been working together for so long, so she naturally understood Ding Shan. During the recording, little Zhao feared something would happen to Ding Shan, so she kept a high concentration. While Ding Shan was on the stage choosing her team members, Xiao Zhao was also watching from the audience. Then, she noticed that after the trainee called when Xiao went on stage, Xiao Zhao vaguely felt that Sister Shan's aura seemed to have changed, and there was a more invasive look in her eyes. Logically speaking, Sister Shan and every student were strangers. She had always had a gentle and indifferent attitude, so why was it so special with this Wen Xiao? However, little Zhao thought about it and suppressed the doubts in her heart. Sister Shan naturally had her thoughts. Maybe it was a privacy issue. Although in this industry, the manager had to be in charge of the artists' big and small matters and even make them abandon their privacy and hand over all their social media accounts. Yang Hua and Ding Wan treated Sister Shan like this, so Xiao Zhao didn't dare to ask too much. She feared that Sister Shan would think he was trying to control her like Yang Hua. No one liked to be ordered around by others. Xiao Zhao secretly warned herself that she should never prevent or hurt Sister Shan because it was for her good. Sister Shan could do whatever she wanted. She would protect her and deal with the risks. This was what a manager should do. If they were afraid of trouble and controlled their artists tightly, not allowing them to do anything or have any thoughts, that would be the incompetence of a manager. Xiao Zhao prepared herself mentally and suppressed the doubts in her heart. Her hands did not stop, and soon she finished cleaning. Unexpectedly, after a moment of silence, Ding Shan said, "Little Zhao, help me keep an eye on Wen Xiao. He's a little special, I'm worried about him." Xiao Zhao's eyes widened. Sister Shan said something that she had been struggling with for so long. What did she mean by a little special and worried? Sister Shan wouldn't have some special feelings for that Wen Xiao. 213 Chapter 213. Are you being punished? Sister Shan, there's something wrong. Is there anything special about Wen Xiao? Xiao Zhao asked. Ding Shan furrowed her brows. The ill-fated relationship between Wen Xiao and her in her previous life was too deep. In this life, their interaction had also been brought forward because of her participation in the variety show. Xiao Zhao had also been with her for quite some time. She couldn't know Wen Xiao. It was indeed strange for her to pay attention to him suddenly. However, Ding Shan had no way to explain that she had to be more careful of Wen Xiao, so she could only ask Xiao Zhao to help her keep an eye out. Hence, Ding Shan could only come up with an excuse. He looks a lot like someone I know, so I have a deep impression of him. Moreover, his looks are not bad, so paying more attention to him is only fitting. I'm preparing to observe his character. I usually have a lot of filming time, so I might be unable to take care of it. Can you help me see who he usually interacts with and if there are any suspicious actions? Xiao Zhao nodded thoughtfully and agreed. Okay, Sister Shan, I understand. If he's outstanding, do you want to sign him into our company? Ding Shan's mouth twitched. Well, I haven't thought about this yet. Let's see how he gets on. Ding Shan only knew that in this life, she would never let Wen Xiao live his life. As for whether she would directly throw him into the dust and never let him climb up again or hold him up high and let him fall ruthlessly after he was immersed in the beautiful dream of his imminent meteoric rise, Ding Shan had yet to decide. In any case, he was now in her hands. Ding Shan didn't mind using her teacher's authority to take revenge for a private matter. From the beginning, she should have been the one with more power than Wen Xiao, and the stupid thing of being controlled by him would never happen again. Little Zhao wanted to say something but stopped. Sister Shan's attitude was getting stranger and stranger. If she thought highly of Wen Xiao, it was natural to judge his character. However, Sister Shan's attitude seemed to be guarded against Wen Xiao. There was a faint sense of hostility in her words. What was the inside story? Wen Xiao was just an unknown little trainee. He didn't have the opportunity or ability to make Sister Shan care so much. Ding Shan could see Xiao Zhao's confusion. She sighed and comforted him. Little Zhao, there are some things I have an intuition about. I don't have any evidence yet. But don't worry, I won't do anything. He can't affect me much, and he's not important. Don't take it to heart, be careful. There was something that Ding Shan did not say out loud. Wen Xiao was still not mature enough. He had just entered the circle and was still considered innocent. However, it was difficult to change his nature, so it was inevitable that there would be some signs. Ding Shan didn't want any accidents to happen, so she told Xiao Zhao to keep an eye on Wen Xiao, but she didn't want Xiao Zhao to be too worried. Ding Shan smiled and continued, "You're afraid I'll fall for him? I won't have any scandals during this period. He isn't worthy of me." Xiao Zhao heaved a sigh of relief and pretended to be angry as she pouted. "You scared me to death, Sister Shan. You've never paid so much attention to a man before. I thought it was a man, but I don't think so. Just don't hide anything from me. I'll do anything you want for you. Please don't hold it in yourself. I'm not stupid. I can help you come up with ideas." Ding Shan smiled in relief. "I know you're the best, that's why I gave you this mission. Now that he's on my team, it's inevitable that we'll have more contact. I'm just taking precautions." Xiao Zhao was relieved and nodded. This Wen Xiao is considered one of the best among this batch of trainees. He looks gentle, but he's very bold. Others are carefully testing each other, but he's the only one who directly fought for a spot with you, Sister Shan. It will be a bit of moral kidnapping and hype if they aren't your fans. After thinking about it carefully, he's not simple. It's good that he doesn't cause any trouble in your team. I'll pay attention to him. Just as he was speaking, a strange sound came from the door. Xiao Zhao's eyes turned cold. She quickly walked to the door and opened it. Chen Tong was still slightly bowed with her ear close to the door. When Xiao Zhao opened the door, Chen Tong gasped and was shocked. "Ah yeah." Xiao Zhao looked unhappy and asked politely, "Miss Chen, what's the matter? You're standing in front of our Sister Shan's door without even knocking. Is there a problem?" 214 Chapter 214 Sarcasm. Chen Tong laughed awkwardly and crossed her arms in an attempt to bluff. "I was just about to knock when you opened the door. I didn't even blame you for scaring me." Then, she put on an act and smiled at Ding Shan. "Sister Shan, your assistant has quite a temper. Is your room a forbidden area that I can't come to? Is there a need to be so angry? Are you questioning me?" Ding Shan did not cooperate with her. She leaned back on the sofa coldly and replied, "My room is naturally not a forbidden area, but Miss Chen has been standing at the door quietly for who knows how long. Are you sticking your ear to the door to hear if I'm in my room? Even a weasel paying a New Year's visit to a chicken should know some manners and behave. Miss Chen, don't forget to knock next time. Of course, I'll open my door to welcome you. Otherwise, others will think I'm mean and deliberately lock you outside the door." Chen Tong's face turned pale. She gritted her teeth and forced a stiff smile. Sister Shan is so eloquent. It's a pity that she's not a host. Ding Shan rolled her eyes impatiently and replied casually, maybe I'll try it in the future. After all, I'm versatile and like to experience interesting things. Then, she thought of something. She smiled and looked at Chen Tong. Of course, I'm afraid some incompetent people will think I'm snatching their job. They'll be angry and target me. That won't be good. Chen Tong put on a fake smile. How could that be? Professionals will naturally do professional things. No matter how others challenge them, they're just experiencing it once. Naturally, they'll give up after suffering. Ding Shan raised her eyebrows. It's good that Miss Chen understands this. It's still a matter of professionalism. As artists, we have to have some real skills. That way, we won't be afraid no matter who tries to compete with us. Chen Tong saw that Ding Shan would not let it go and secretly scolded Ding Shan for being mean. She left the camera, and her words became even more infuriating. She couldn't do anything to her, so she couldn't just take her as her own. Chen Tong had no choice but to change the topic. She frowned and looked at Ding Shan's room. I just came to look at your room, Sister Shan. I thought our rooms were the same and I couldn't fit all my things in there, so I wanted to ask you for some advice. But why is your room so much bigger than mine? Ding Shan tilted her head innocently, her expression saying, I don't know either. Xiao Zhao stood in front of Chen Tong impatiently. She did not want her to look at her anymore and replied stiffly, President Yin arranged it. We do not know either. Miss Chen, if you have any questions, why don't you ask President Yin? Chen Tong rolled her eyes. As expected, this was Ding Shan's assistant. She was just as unlikable as Ding Shan. How dare a small assistant to talk to her with such an attitude? However, due to Ding Shan's presence, Chen Tong did not dare to make things difficult for Xiao Zhao in front of Ding Shan. She looked around and said to Ding Shan, Sister Shan, I like your room. It should be able to fit my things, so why don't you let me have it? I'm young and love to look pretty, so I inevitably have a lot of clothes and makeup. Sister Shan, please be understanding and agree to it. Xiao Zhao was furious. What did she mean? As an artiste, who didn't like to be beautiful? Who was she mocking by using her age as an excuse? Was my sister Shan older? Even though she was 10 years older than Chen Tong, she was still more beautiful than her. Xiao Zhao straightened her neck and snarled, Miss Chen, our sister Shan also has a lot of things. I'm afraid she can't exchange with you. Chen Tong chuckled, her face full of mischief. Ah yeah, I saw it all. Aren't they just a few boxes? Sister Shan is low-key. She only brought this much for a variety show. As a female star of Sister Shan's level, isn't it a little shabby? Ah yeah, could it be that Sister Shan and you are blaming me for being too careless? Sister Shan, I still have a lot of cosmetics, I'll give them to you. You'll get more endorsements shortly, so that you can use mine first. It's fine. Chen Tong finally found something to use against her. She was secretly happy. Didn't Ding Shan get into an accident some time ago? She lost many of her endorsements. Who knew how miserable her days were? She must have been so poor that she couldn't support herself anymore. So she came to do variety shows to make money, right? 215 Chapter 215. The Difference. Chen Tong started to show off like a villain. I'm quite troubled too. The brand has sent too many things, and I can't even pile them up. Sister Shan, if you go bankrupt, don't be embarrassed. You can help me share some of the burdens. After saying that, she even smiled at Ding Shan proudly. Ding Shan paused and looked at Chen Tong with a smile. May I ask who told you that I'm bankrupt? Since you care so much about me, you should know that I'm already independent. I'm now my boss, and all my assets belong to me. I'm not at the point where I need Miss Chen's help. Chen Tong's heart skipped a beat. Ding Shan's words provoked her. Of course, she knew that Ding Shan had a falling out with her family after she became independent. The news at that time was all over the place. Everyone said Ding Shan had no conscience and stole her parents' assets. Her parents even acted pitiful on the internet and asked Ding Shan to come home obediently. In the beginning, Chen Tong was like most people, watching the show. Later, when she found out that Ding Shan had legally taken away the assets, she was disappointed. She thought she could use this opportunity to publish more public announcements to slander Ding Shan. But Chen Tong didn't expect Ding Shan would open her studio. Ding Shan had announced that she would not be working for 2 months, and there had been no news for the past 2 months. It was as if she had disappeared from the world. Who knew when she had opened her studio? Chen Tong wanted to say that Ding Shan was lying, but she knew there was no need for Ding Shan to say such things in front of her. The studio could be found, and she had opened it. Almost every mature artiste would choose to go through the process of setting up their studio after becoming famous. This meant the celebrity had enough capital and courage to compete with other big management companies and grab resources. Chen Tong thought that Ding Shan would find a management company to help her after she had fallen from grace. However, she had never heard of any company signing Ding Shan, so she thought she was being picky and trying to get into a better company. She didn't expect that she would choose to do it alone at this juncture. Damn it, I didn't even get this information. Chen Tong secretly regretted it. This was a big move. So Ding Shan's strength had been hidden all along. That's right. A starving camel is still more significant than a horse. Ding Shan was a child star, after all. After so many years, she should have accumulated a lot of wealth. Although her manager and family may have ruined a lot for her, Ding Shan has been shooting many bad movies in recent years. Those kinds of films took a short time to shoot and earn money quickly. She could probably shoot 2 or 3 of them in a year. There were also all kinds of garbage endorsements. It must have been a considerable income. Now that Ding Shan had all of that, she did have the capital to open a studio. Chen Tong's heart felt even more unbalanced. Although she was angry at Ding Shan's sarcasm, she was furious at the sudden gap between them. Ding Shan was already her boss. No matter how good or bad the resources were, at the very least, all the income would go into Ding Shan's pocket, and Ding Shan would make all the decisions. But what about her? It looked impressive, but she had no say at all. A part of the painstakingly earned advertising fees had to be paid to the company. The company had the final say on what variety shows they accepted, how they performed, and what character profile they set up. If she weren't smart enough to get close to her boss and act like she was wronged, she wouldn't be able to live such a relaxed life. The company would have used her. However, how could Chen Tong be satisfied? The feeling of living under someone else's roof and fawning over others was utterly different from being a boss herself, not to mention that she had to socialize with the old man and sleep with him. It was a pity for her beauty. This was also why Chen Tong wanted to take advantage of these 2 months of closed filming to find a handsome man to accompany her. How could a young, energetic woman accept staying by an old man's side? It was so annoying. And she still had to be on guard against the lady boss coming to find trouble at all times. How could it be as comfortable as being the boss? By then, it would be a small matter for her to keep a few young and handsome men. However, Chen Tong knew that she could no longer leave the company and did not dare disobey her boss. She enjoyed first-hand resources in the company, had many assistants, and had someone to deal with her little willfulness daily. She had already enjoyed too much treatment that others did not dare to imagine, but where was there a free lunch in this world? 216 Chapter 216. Do as you please. Chen Tong understood that unless something happened that made her boss tired of her and the company abandoned her, she would be asking for trouble if she wanted to be independent. But if that was the case, even if she went solo, she might still be able to stay in the industry if she was lucky. She would not be treated like she was now. And if she was unlucky and her boss thought of it, she could be banned just like that. While enjoying the convenience of taking the shortcut, she had also blocked her way out. So how could Chen Tong not be angry, even jealous? Why was Ding Shan so lucky to have money and to open her studio? She was sitting here and mocking her so freely. Chen Tong's eyes turned red as she simultaneously felt sad for herself and hated Ding Shan. Xiao Zhao was still angry and continued to add, and Miss Chen's memory can't be that bad, right? Our sister Shan had just joined the program, and a dress brand already came to sponsor her. Your eyes were sharp. Miss Chen might have a lot of endorsements, but she's always wanted to exchange dresses with our sister Shan. Obviously, endorsements and sponsorships are not about the number of endorsements, but the value of the sponsorship. Chen Tong was utterly at a disadvantage. She was so embarrassed by Ding Shan and Xiao Zhao's words that she couldn't even show her face. Initially, she just wanted to walk around Ding Shan's place, show off a little, and inquire about Ding Shan's situation. She did not expect that she would have a bad start. As soon as she reached the door, she could vaguely hear Ding Shan's voice. However, the sound insulation of the door was not inadequate, and Chen Tong only heard Wen Xiao's name. She said something about prevention before a disaster happened. Xiao Zhao opened the door just as she was about to get closer. After that, she was repeatedly mocked by Ding Shan and her sharp-tongued assistant. Every word was directed at Chen Tong's sore spot, and Chen Tong almost couldn't help but cry. But how could Chen Tong allow herself to be so embarrassed? She gritted her teeth and pretended to be nonchalant. She continued to act coquettishly toward Ding Shan. "You're right, Sister Shan. Everyone knows that you're beautiful. You don't need so many external things to be radiant. Also, Sister Shan doesn't seem to care about these external things. Then, let me have your room. I'm not as natural as you, Sister Shan. I can only bring more things to dress myself up." Chen Tong was able to get to where she was today at such a young age. It wasn't just that she was stupid enough to lose her temper and offend people. It was all a bad habit that she developed after receiving protection. Before this, she was intelligent and good at showing weakness and analyzing people's thoughts. She had a little trickery. She knew how to use her own advantages to quickly stand on the weak side and raise the other party up high. In the end, she unwillingly falls into her trap for the sake of her face. To put it bluntly, it was moral kidnapping. But she had forgotten that Ding Shan didn't like to be threatened by others. After her rebirth, she became even more rebellious and free-spirited. It was not going to work in front of Ding Shan. Ding Shan's expression didn't change as she asked matter-of-factly, "I don't care about worldly possessions. Then what's the point of being a star? Wouldn't it be easier to go to the mountain and become a Taoist nun?" "Miss Chen, you've misjudged me. I'm the one who loves pleasure the most, and I'm also very eager to win. If I participate in the competition, I'll believe in winning. Miss Chen, you have to be careful." She stood up and stretched before continuing, "As for the room, I am fine with it, but I cannot disappoint President Yin's good intentions. He specially arranged a room for me, and I can only accept it. I'm also tired, so I'll go back to the bedroom to catch up on my sleep. Miss Chen, please help yourself." After that, Ding Shan ignored Chen Tong and opened the bedroom door on the side. As the bedroom door closed with a click, Chen Tong's face was hideous. Every time, Ding Shan would use the method of lifting 1,000 catis with little effort, using an attitude of disdain to lower herself to her level, ignoring her, mocking her. This was even more unbearable than scolding her in her face or hitting her. Xiao Zhao chuckled at the side. When dealing with people like Chen Tong, it was useless to use force. She would only be more unreasonable than you and make a scene. It would be better to play dumb and let her ask to be snubbed, preventing her from complaining and acting pitiful. There was nothing wrong with Sister Shan's words, but her attitude was enough to make Chen Tong feel uncomfortable for a long time. 217 Chapter 217. I've lost too much face. "Miss Chen, Sister Shan has gone to rest," Xiao Zhao asked deliberately. "Why don't I prepare something for you to drink? You can sit and rest for a while." Chen Tong glared at Xiao Zhao, her eyes almost spewing fire. "Who do you think you are? You're just a small assistant, yet you dare to treat me with this attitude." Xiao Zhao looked at Chen Tong calmly. "I haven't had the time to correct you. I'm now Sister Shan's manager, representing her in all her affairs. Sister Shan's attitude is the same as mine." Chen Zhao was so angry that she laughed. "I can't do anything to Ding Shan, but I can deal with you. Do you think Ding Shan is so kind? I'd like to see if your Sister Shan will protect you if something happens to you." Chen Tong was not willing to be repeatedly humiliated by Ding Shan. Even this little girl, who was not much older than her, dared to make her suffer. Was Ding Shan's team going crazy? If you want to do whatever you want in the entertainment industry, you must have the ability first. Ding Shan had set up her studio, but her current situation might not be that good. She had just returned, and who knew what her future resources would be like? Money has always been an essential thing in the entertainment industry. Chen Tong did not believe Ding Shan could grow 3 heads and 6 arms to handle everything. If anything happened to her as an agent, wouldn't Ding Shan sacrifice her life to protect the car? Now that the two of them were echoing each other, it would be interesting if something happened. Since Righty was the least valuable thing in the entertainment industry, Chen Tong despised Ding Shan for being able to make the people around her so obedient and willing to work for her. She, Ding Shan, was also a hypocrite. Xiao Zhao was very calm. She even smiled and did not take Chen Tong's threat seriously. Miss Chen, my relationship with Sister Shan is not afraid of anyone's instigation. Even if I make a mistake one day, I don't need Sister Shan to protect me. I will resign voluntarily and apologize. I will not drag Sister Shan down. Just because you can't feel sincerity doesn't mean this world has no gravity. Xiao Zhao's eyes were firm as she looked straight into Chen Zhao's eyes. Chen Tong's eyes were wide open, and her face was strange. Are you crazy? Have you been brainwashed? It's too strange, Ding Shan and the rest of you. Are you guys deliberately acting like you're so noble and aloof? Or do you think you can be a clear stream in the entertainment industry? Xiao Zhao smiled but did not say anything. Chen Tong frowned and couldn't stay any longer. Ding Shan returned to her room grandly and asked her to leave. If she continued to stay, it would be even more embarrassing. Moreover, Chen Tong was a little scared now. The feeling Ding Shan gave her these few times could almost be described as unbelievable. The way she quarreled with her fearlessly and confidently, and even the manager beside her refused to give in. They were at loggerheads with her everywhere and even dared to threaten her. It didn't look like she had gone through a crisis at all. Could it be that she had someone backing her? Was that why the storm had calmed down so quickly and Ding Shan had won? Chen Tong could not figure out what was going on. For the time being, she did not dare to make things difficult for Ding Shan. She constantly failed to gain any benefits. When Ding Shan's words angered her, Chen Tong felt it was boring. Chen Tong rolled her eyes and walked away in her high heels. Only then did Xiao Zhao relax. She also rolled her eyes and scolded in a low voice, "You're crazy." On the other side, Yin Hui surrounded Xiang Hong as if he were watching a good show. Seeing Xiang Hong's unhappy face, he laughed secretly. Xiang Hong frowned impatiently. "If you keep laughing, you'll have to wait for death." Yin Hui quickly covered his mouth and asked, "How is it? It felt good to be on stage for the first time, right? Tell me the truth, were you nervous?" Xiang Hong sneered, "Nervous? Why? Your talent show is even better than the Global Top 500 Enterprise Summit. I don't even know nervousness when standing there and talking." Yin Hui had a mischievous look. "How is that the same? Is there someone you like in the Global Top 500 Enterprise Summit?" Xiang Hong was stunned for a moment before he replied with an unnatural expression, "Don't talk nonsense." Yin Hui laughed. "Look at how unhappy you are. Did you hit a wall with Ding Shan?" Xiang Hong was secretly annoyed. She didn't remember him. But Xiang Hong didn't say it out loud. It was too embarrassing. He only looked irritated as he walked quickly, competing with himself. 218 Chapter 218 Possessiveness. Yin Hui could only catch up quickly and did not dare to ask more. Xiang Hong walked alone, feeling a little disappointed in his heart. This little fox had no conscience. She looked strange and intelligent, but at this critical moment, she had made a mistake and forgotten about him. However, Xiang Hong did not believe that Ding Shan had no feelings for him. This little fox was used to pretending to be polite and distant. Still, when he was staring at her on the stage just now, she clearly knew what he was thinking, but she still pretended to be calm and secretly competed with him, forcing him to take the initiative to be nice to her. This already showed that she treated him differently from others. Xiang Hong bitterly smiled. When did he learn to comfort himself like a woman? He was getting more and more useless. However, Ding Shan's reaction was not surprising. Xiang Hong knew that the incident that night had been carried out in the dark. The little fox had hidden well, and he had only found her because of that unique jewelry. To her, she had thought that the man from that night was a particular service staff member of the club. She would never think that way when he appeared in front of her like this. For the first time, Xiang Hong regretted not giving her a memento the other day. He had been playing hide-and-seek for fun, but when he discovered that Ding Shan did not recognize him, he couldn't help but feel a little angry. Could it be that he was blaming himself for hiding too profoundly? Xiang Hong, who had been single for so long, could not understand the ambiguous way of playing hard to get. He thought he could hide his identity from Ding Shan and quietly pay attention to her. Then, he would suddenly appear and give Ding Shan a surprise. That would be interesting. However, to most people, that night's experience was purely an accident. Even if the two were very compatible, the story's origin was not good. Most people would not be willing to recall that night when they were drugged and escaped into a stranger's room. This dangerous and helpless memory, and the more open-minded people, would directly treat it as an everyday experience. As time passed, they would forget it. Fortunately, both Xiang Hong and Ding Shan were not open-minded people. Although the two of them had accepted everything that had happened that night, and Xiang Hong had even fallen into it and become more interested in Ding Shan, they were self-disciplined and had emotional misophobia. Up until now, Xiang Hong was only interested in work. Part of the reason was that he had a strict requirement for love. It was not that Xiang Hong did not understand or care about love. It was just that there were too many men and women around him. The sweetness was even sweeter than sugar. Which of those people didn't have countless thoughts hidden behind their backs, each taking what they needed, and in the end, constantly quarreling, not giving in to each other, and ending up without a solution? If this were the love that society acknowledged, then Xiang Hong would not be willing to have it. Was it not easy to earn money, or was it not fun to acquire things? In Xiang Hong's opinion, the current society was deformed. True love was already too rare. He did not have the time to play love games with some evil, big-breasted, brainless women. That was why he always kept a respectful distance and a clean record. Ding Shan's appearance was like a little elf who had barged into a quiet place. She exuded a faint alluring aura and cheekily left behind a gift. Little did she know that the hunter would take the gift and follow her scent to find her again. Xiang Hong thought, as a hunter, I should be more patient. It's bad for me to be tempted, so I don't scare my little fox away. She couldn't remember him, so he had to stay beside her and guide her. This game only belonged to the two of them, and the prize was naturally Ding Shan herself. Of course, if any blind people were coveting his prize, Xiang Hong would not mind using unique means to get rid of them. He could play however he wanted with the little fox, but no matter what, Ding Shan was already his woman. It was rare for him to be moved. Xiang Hong did not want to deny it, nor did he want to miss it. From this moment on, Ding Shan was already his woman. Xiang Hong's dominance and possessiveness as a president began to stir again. Since he had recognized his own heart, it was even more natural for him to place Ding Shan under his protection. No one was allowed to disturb her, let alone covet her. 219 Chapter 219. The God of Fortune's favorite. Xiang Hong quickly adjusted his state of mind. The little fox couldn't remember him for a while, or it could be said that she didn't dare to associate him with the man from that night. This was also good. Xiang Hong was a little curious. How would she view him if Ding Shan did not know that the two of them had such a fate and met each other in a more formal identity? Would she fall in love with him like how he was attracted to her when she was more lively? If she recognized him, it would be troublesome, and their relationship would not be so pure. Xiang Hong finally understood, and his complexion looked a bit better. Yin Hui had been secretly peeking at him, heaving a sigh of relief when he saw that the great devil's expression had softened. It was his first time on stage. It would be troublesome if he lost his temper and refused to participate again because of Ding Shan. It was better to calm him down and make him participate in a few episodes. Yin Hui pulled Xiang Hong back. Why are you walking around by yourself? We've already made quite a few rounds. I'll take you to your place. You're going to participate in the recording, so you have to stay, right? Xiang Hong was not too happy. I'm not used to living here. Which dormitory do you want me to live in with them? Are you kidding me? Let the driver pick me up every day. Yin Hui rolled his eyes. Big brother, I know you're picky. I'm afraid you'll scare others if you stay in the dormitory. Just treat it as a good deed. Don't harm others. It's enough to harm me. You've already been divided into groups, and we'll start formal training tomorrow. Staying up all night might be a common thing, and it's not convenient for you to run back and forth. I'll stay here too. I've just found someone to prepare a room for you next to mine. I guarantee you'll be satisfied, so please do me the honor of staying. After hesitating for 2 seconds, Xiang Hong reluctantly nodded and agreed. He said, I'll get my assistant to add some more things. Thinking of his office that had been changed, Yin Hui sighed helplessly. He had to do it again. Xiang Hong had come to his office to do the renovation. Knowing his brother's bad habit, Yin Hui didn't bother about it anymore. He followed Xiang Hong and carefully warned, but old Xiang, we'll agree. I have no problem with you participating in this show. I fully support you, but you can't mess around. The president must at least control his temper and have the right attitude. I've put a lot of effort into this program and even pulled Ding Shan in, so you have to perform well. You were so obvious today. One look and they knew you weren't an ordinary trainee. You can't do this in the future. Xiang Hong raised his brows. I'm acting out of my instincts. Isn't it good to show everyone something new? Don't tell me you'll have to stand on stage and laugh with me. Yin Hui laughed helplessly. I didn't make you become like that. Maybe the audience will like you, but what I mean is, don't always pick on the instructors. I know Cheng Tong is not likable, and besides Ding Shan, you don't care about the other instructors and trainees. But since you're participating, you'd better keep a low profile. I've already promised Ding Shan that there's no inside story. For you, I've stood her up. Don't be too obvious. When Xiang Hong heard Ding Shan's name, he reluctantly nodded and agreed. All right, I'll bear with it for a while and pretend to be an ordinary person. She's tough to deal with. Yin Hui was so angry that he pretended to hit Xiang Hong. You bastard, who would be angered to death? I know you're a proud son of the heavens, a dragon among men. Just treat it as a favor for me and Ding Shan. Yin Hui dragged Xiang Hong to look for Lin Sai, and the three went upstairs together. The entire top floor of the building was reserved for Yin Hui, and there were 3 rooms available for Xiang Hong, Lin Sai, and Li Chen, who had yet to get off the plane. It had been a long time since the 4 brothers had gathered together. Yin Hui was a little excited. Even Lin Sai, who was usually cold, had a gentle expression and ignored the slight unhappiness. Xiang Hong asked Zhu Yang to find someone to tidy up this floor. This time, the space was more significant. The bedroom environment was complete, and entertainment facilities such as a billiard room, a gym, and a wine cabinet were available. Yin Hui was pleased with himself. It's all thanks to me, the future media tycoon, who is bold. We have not gathered together and had fun for a while. Now, we can mix work and entertainment. What a great idea, Lin Sai snorted. You're working and playing at the same time. We've all abandoned our work to join you. Yin Hui glared at Lin Sai. Can you not be such a wet blanket? Don't you guys earn enough money? It's time for me to taste the taste of success. Compared to you guys, I'm like an orphan abandoned by the god of fortune. I'll pay for what I did. I won't fail again this time. Lin Sai looked at Xiang Hong with a smile. This time, even the favorite of the god of fortune is here to perform for you. It's hard for you to fail even if you want to. 220 Chapter 220. A worry-free makeup artist. Yin Hui laughed happily and even took a lot of videos to send to Li Chen. Even though Li Chen couldn't see the news on the plane, Yin Hui couldn't help but crave for him so that Li Chen could come quickly and make it to the party tonight. In the blink of an eye, the sky had darkened. Xiao Zhao carefully opened the bedroom door, planning to wake Ding Shan up to clean up. Ding Shan was not in a deep sleep. After a short rest, she was no longer sleepy. There would be a recording for the party that night. Ding Shan forced herself to nap to maintain her excellent state. When Xiao Zhao opened the door, Ding Shan opened her eyes and sat up. Xiao Zhao quietly handed her a glass of warm water. Sister Shan, the makeup artist, is here to touch up your makeup. What a coincidence, he's our acquaintance. Ding Shan was also a little curious, but she had just woken up, and her mouth was dry. She took a few sips of warm water, then got up and walked out. In the living room, a fashionable girl was sitting obediently on the sofa, waiting. When she heard the sound, she turned around in surprise, her eyes smiling. It was the makeup artist who had attended to Ding Shan during the photo shoot. It's you? Ding Shan asked in surprise. This time, this was the 3rd time. It was fate. The makeup artist nodded happily. Sister Shan, I've also applied for this job opportunity. I didn't have time to tell you when I was making you today. Besides, I can't guarantee that I'll be assigned to you, but I applied with the head planner to come to you, and I didn't expect her to agree. I'll be in charge of your makeup from now on. Ding Shan was also pleased. This makeup artist was outstanding, and she was also charming and likable. Then why didn't you make me up for the recording just now? The makeup artist scratched her head in embarrassment. Wasn't I at the photoshoot just now? I didn't manage to rush over. Ding Shan smiled and nodded. That means you're competent. The capable do more work. Thank you for your hard work. What's your name? The makeup artist pouted shyly. Sister Shan, you can just call me Genjin. Then, she took out her makeup box and placed it on the dressing table. Sister Shan, let me touch up your makeup. Ding Shan walked over and allowed Xiaojin to work on her face. Xiao Jiao also went over to take a look. Genjin was handling the details unhurriedly. After the photo shoot, she was already very familiar with Ding Shan's appearance and style, so she was very confident in her work. Ding Shan looked on with satisfaction and was in a good mood. It was much easier to have a makeup artist who understood her. Ding Shan instructed Xiao Jiao, Genjin is about the same age as you. You've got a little sister now, so I'll have to rely on you to take care of her. Xiao Jiao agreed readily. No problem, Genjin, you can follow me for this period. Genjin's eyes narrowed into slits as she smiled. That's great. I like working at your place, Sister Shan. I'm so lucky. Xiao Jiao had already met Genjin twice, so she said in a friendly manner, of course. It's a good thing you weren't assigned to Chen Tong's place. Let me tell you, that woman is terrifying. She'll bully you if you go. Ding Shan helplessly glanced at Xiao Jiao. Xiao Jiao, don't say these things outside. It's not good to talk about people behind their backs. Xiao Jiao squinted her eyes. Genjin is one of us now. I know my limits. I won't say a word when I go out. Genjin also knew Chen Tong. She frowned. I know her. Our industry is quite mobile. We go wherever there's a performance. She was in a variety show before, and I was assigned to her. She was indeed a little hesitant. Genjin is still young and doesn't dare to say some things. Ding Shan smiled to comfort her. Don't worry, you can relax a little here. Genjin nodded her head heavily. After touching up Ding Shan's makeup, she used a hair curl stick to curl Ding Shan's black hair. Because it was a party, they didn't need exquisite waves like during the day. Instead, they changed it to a lazy, slightly curled style, which was very suitable for activities at night. Xiao Jiao pushed a portable clothes hanger over. Sister Shan, I've already ironed the clothes we brought and hung them here. Xiao Lu just sent over some clothes from other brands. Which one should we wear tonight? Ding Shan looked at it and finally chose a more casual rose-red camisole dress, a black suit jacket, and a pair of silver-pointed flat shoes. The style revealed a French languidness and comfort, and it matched her curly hair very well, especially for the party atmosphere. 221 Chapter 221. Using too much strength. The sky was getting dark, so the director, cameraman, set up a small camera and prepared to follow Ding Shan to the party. Ding Shan put on rose-pink lipstick and smiled at the mirror, looking very charming. The director's surname is Jin. He was not too old, but he had been in the industry for a long time. Even with her rich experience and unfamiliarity with the female stars in the entertainment industry, he was inevitably dazzled by Ding Shan's beauty. Director Jin did his job and secretly took a picture of Ding Shan's charming face in front of the mirror with her lipstick. No director could refuse to have such a beautiful scene in his shot. Director Jin sometimes zoomed in and sometimes out to the distant view, intoxicated by the scene. Ding Shan looked at the camera as if she was interacting with it. She said softly, "All right, let's go." Director Jin nodded in surprise. Ding Shan knew how to make use of her beauty. As expected of an actor, her camera sense was great. The effect would be beautiful if this clip were cut out and placed in the opening. Ding Shan stood up. Even though she was wearing flat shoes, her steps were wide and graceful, but she still walked with a swaying posture. She rarely wore clothes like this in the past, but today, she had changed into 3 sets of this kind of stylish dress in a row. To many people, it was still very fresh. Director Jin walked in front of Ding Shan and took a few steps backward, recording her languid French style. Ding Shan stopped in her tracks and tried to pull Director Jin back. Be careful. However, she was still a step too late. Director Jin and Chen Tong's team had just walked out of the door and bumped into each other. Director Jin ignored what was behind him. Chen Tong's assistant director, cameraman, was also filming Chen Tong. Both looked at the cameras in their hands, moving backward, and then they bumped into each other. As colleagues, this little interlude was naturally nothing. Since the filming was interrupted, the two of them let it go and indicated that their respective artistes could walk normally. Ding Shan nodded slightly and ignored Chen Tong, planning to go first. On the other hand, Chen Tong's eyes quickly scanned Ding Shan from head to toe, her expression not looking too good. How did Ding Shan change? She was dressed sexier and sexier each time. Didn't she go for the national daughter route in the past? Detestable. Chen Tong looked at her dress and felt a little upset. Her dress was very nice just now, exquisite and cute, but it instantly became exaggerated compared to Ding Shan's dress and suit. It made Ding Shan's style seem more advanced and light. However, it was too late to change now. Chen Tong could only clench her teeth and lift her skirt as if she was bluffing. It didn't matter. Her dress was more extensive and shiny. No matter what, it would be more eye-catching than Ding Shan's. However, she was still unhappy. She vented her anger at the director and complained, "Can't you take a good picture for me? You've been filming for a while, and look at what you've done. It's a waste of my expensive dress. Shoot more and cut it into the opening titles and trailers. Do you still need me to teach you?" The accompanying director was also very innocent. This dress might be costly, but this style was almost the same. All the female celebrities wore it. There was nothing much to shoot. It was enough to record some scenes as a backup. However, the director couldn't say anything since Chen Tong had said so much. He accepted his fate and raised the camera to shoot again. His professionalism was being questioned, so he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. In the end, he just did it perfunctorily. The director cursed Chen Tong in his heart. Didn't he know? He had seen Chen Tong's style just now. If they wanted to cut her off, the focus would be on Ding Shan. Her many years of good looks were not in vain. Chen Tong's dress was fine on stage, but it didn't match an occasion like a night party. Even the photos wouldn't be recorded, let alone a video. However, the photographer knew that if he said this, Chen Zhao would probably explode in anger. He should talk less and work more. But even if the photographer didn't say anything, Chen Tong's face was livid when she arrived at the party. She looked at the self-service dessert table on the lawn, the tents surrounded by starlights, and gritted her teeth. Why didn't anyone tell me it was an outdoor shoot? It's a party of this style. Chen Tong thought it was the kind of banquet hall with flashing lights, so she chose a diamond-studded dress. But now, as she stood on this patch of grass, she looked ridiculous. She was like a country bumpkin who had never seen the world and used too much force. 222 Chapter 222. Old Xiang has become inexperienced. The assistant and director beside her were also dumbfounded. Indeed, no one had informed them of this. The clothes and style were all chosen by Chen Tong, and no one was allowed to say anything bad about it, so no one dared to stop her. Chen Tong asked her assistant to ask the planning director, but the planning director also looked innocent. "That's right, we only informed them to hold a party, so everyone can wear whatever they want." "What? The indoor kind?" No, we've made it clear that it's a party, not a gala. It's more convenient for everyone to communicate in such a venue." Chen Tong listened to the words the assistant brought back and endured the heavy breathing. It's like this again. This program seemed to be her nemesis. She made things difficult for him in every way. Chen Tong instructed her assistant to find other dresses and bring them over quickly. She didn't want to wear this dress for another second. It was simply too embarrassing. However, the others didn't feel anything was wrong with Chen Tong. They said she could dress up as she liked, so everyone chose their favorite clothes. Although Chen Tong's clothes were slightly exaggerated, they still looked good. Little did they know that after Chen Tong saw Ding Shan's outfit, she felt she had lost a layer of her confidence. Regardless of whether others were looking at her with malice, she thought she had made a fool of herself. However, she had already wasted a lot of time doing her makeup. Almost all the people at the party had arrived, and the MC had also come on stage to remind everyone that they could sit on the chairs in front of the stage. Chen Tong had no time to leave, even if she wanted to. Moreover, she was unwilling to leave just like that without any cameras. She could only grit her teeth and sit down. Some trainees came over to say hello out of courtesy, but Chen Tong was not in the mood to respond. With a cold face, she nodded indifferently, and the trainees all left awkwardly. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd. Chen Tong looked up and saw that it was Ding Shan. Ding Shan should have arrived long ago, but Xiao Jiao felt it was a pity that she didn't leave some photos with such a good look, so she pulled her along. The group walked and stopped, taking many photos before arriving. Under the dim yellow light, Ding Shan's dress was lazy and casual. The rose-red dress accentuated Ding Shan's snow-white skin, making her look charming and bright under the flickering stars. However, the black suit perfectly balanced this flamboyance. The curved cuffs gave the original dress a low-key and elegant charm. Only a pair of silver flats were left, shining brightly, and becoming the finishing touch. All the boys present were in their 20s, and they were instantly struck by Ding Shan's charming big sister style. They stared blankly, not even knowing how to exclaim in surprise. Xiang Hong was also sitting among them. He wore a casual black suit, and his aura was slightly restrained. His hair was not meticulously tied up with hair gel like usual but was wrapped around by Yin Hui. He had asked the hairstylist to make a fashionable style more suitable for this young atmosphere. She casually grabbed it a few times and even let a few strands of hair hang down, making Xiang Hong less unapproachable and showing a rare youthful aura. Xiang Hong's suit was no longer as steady and capable as it used to be. It did not have a tie, and the collar was slightly open, revealing a charming Adam's apple. Yin Hui looked at him and applauded. He praised him repeatedly. Old Xiang has become younger. You've become a small item. You are too inexperienced. I support you. Even with Xiang Hong's cold face, he still felt slightly uncomfortable after being disturbed like this. Because of the change in Xiang Hong's appearance, some courageous trainees even came forward to talk to him. Xiang Hong remembered Yin Hui's instructions, so he did not put on any airs. Although he was not enthusiastic, he still responded politely. However, when Ding Shan appeared, Xiang Hong's expression changed again. His eyes were locked on the beautiful figure, and he narrowed his eyes. Sooner or later, this little fox would have to stay by his side obediently. This was her job, so she would just let her do as she pleased for a while. Xiang Hong looked around. When he saw the enchanted eyes of those men, he pinched the space between his eyebrows in frustration. Naturally, Xiang Hong could not bear to see Ding Shan exude such unscrupulous charm, seducing other men into being fascinated by her. However, Xiang Hong was still rational. Ding Shan was born to be dazzling, and thousands of people should recognize her beauty. Xiang Hong tried his best to suppress the sourness in his heart and once again focused his attention on Ding Shan. He had to put in more effort. The little fox could release her charm to her heart's content, but it was safer for her to release her charm by his side slowly. 223 Chapter 223 A Glance for 10,000 Years. Ding Shan smiled, slightly bowed, and took her seat. With Ding Shan's arrival, the party's atmosphere lit up. The host took the opportunity to give an opening speech. There was no complicated speech, and the instructors and trainees could move around freely and enjoy the beautiful night before the training. Li Yang pulled on Ding Shan's hand and couldn't get enough of it. She praised, "You're young and so good-looking. You should have dressed up like this a long time ago. You used to look good, too, just not as stunning as you are now. Your beauty has never faded." Ding Shan was like an obedient little sister by Li Yang's side. She kept Li Yang company and spoke softly to her. The two of them were very warm. The trainees were all talented young people. Each of them was endowed and liked to show off their skills. Most of them were more open-minded, so they did not need to be heated up and naturally started to play. People were playing the guitar, singing, and even some people dancing. With a beauty like Ding Shan around, as well as the various instructors and trainees, they all secretly hoped that they could get more attention. The more they played, the more excited they got. In the end, a few of them became bolder and came over to invite Li Yang and Ding Shan to dance. Li Yang waved her hands. "Yeah, I don't know how to play with these things. Please let me go. Let's go and play with Chen 11 and the others." She turned around and found that Chen 11 had already sat down on the ground with the boys in his team and had begun to compose songs on the spot. It was very lively. Even Su Yang, who was usually quiet, was moved by the atmosphere and began improvising with a few boys in his team who did rap. Meanwhile, the boys near Ding Shan and Li Yang eagerly waited for their mentors to interact with them. Li Yang pushed Ding Shan helplessly. "I'm counting on you." Ding Shan never had stage fright, but she was still slow to warm up. These young boys were all tall and handsome, and they were having fun. Ding Shan didn't know how to interact with them. The trainees also learned that the female instructors naturally could not interact with them as freely as the male instructors. After waiting for a while, they did not force it and started singing. Someone even took out an electronic keyboard, and everyone sang whatever song they wanted to. Gradually, Li Yan's enthusiasm was aroused. She sang a few lines and laughed happily. Ding Shan smiled and joined in, humming occasionally. She was in a good mood. Sometimes, her eyes would wander, and she would see the mysterious X sitting on a chair not far away with his legs crossed. He still looked domineering, but it was very different from his image on the stage during the day. He gave off a sense of alienation but also a sense of relaxation. It didn't seem to be as aggressive as before. Ding Shan and Xiang Hong looked at each other. The music was either soothing or high-pitched, and the atmosphere was lively. However, the two seemed to be walking on the party's edge, with the flashing lights and music in the background. Ding Shan's face was slightly red. She didn't know why, but she was a little shy, which was rare. She was the first to look away. The corners of Xiang Hong's lips curled up. He was in a perfect mood. The party's atmosphere gradually heated up, and the young men had a good time and began to drink. The drunkenness made the live performance slowly calm down. The speakers on the lawn played music, which was louder and brought the atmosphere to a new climax. The boys were no longer in different teams. They gathered together and started dancing. Their bodies naturally swayed to the music. They looked at each other and smiled. At this moment, there was no competition, no trouble, and they were finally relaxed. Xiang Hong suddenly stood up and walked toward Ding Shan. Fortunately, everyone was having a good time. Only a few people nearby noticed this scene, but they quickly diverted their attention. Ding Shan's heart beat slightly faster when Xiang Hong walked over. This mysterious person never played by the rules, so what did he want to say? However, Xiang Hong did not say anything. Instead, he performed a standard and elegant gentleman's bow, palm up, and smiled at Ding Shan. Ding Shan was slightly taken aback. Such a formal gentlemanly invitation was different from the boos of the team members just now. For a moment, she didn't know how to refuse. Li Yang secretly nudged Ding Shan and whispered, "Go. What's the big deal? Everyone's having fun. Young people, don't learn from my old ways. Go quickly." Ding Shan silently looked at Xiang Hong. Xiang Hong was not in a hurry. His expression was calm, and his eyes were filled with tolerance and gentleness. His phoenix eyes were not cold at all, and they flickered under the light. 224 Chapter 224 Gentlemen. Ding Shan slightly pursed her lips, gently placed her hand in Xiang Hong's, and gracefully stood up. The smile in Xiang Hong's eyes became even more intense. Only then did the people around them notice. They all exclaimed excitedly, and some mischievous ones whistled. Ding Shan's face gradually reddened. In this dark and ambiguous atmosphere, she seemed particularly delicate. She was not as stiff as before nor as gentle as usual. Instead, she revealed a unique girlish mood. Even Xiang Hong, who had been silently watching Ding Shan, was stunned for a moment, let alone the others. He had looked through all of Ding Shan's photos and videos, but none could compare to the beauty of Ding Shan standing in front of him. Li Yang looked on from the side with a gratified smile. Ding Shan's age was not much older than her daughter. It was a pity that her daughter was a tomboy who ran around all day. Her personality was tough to deal with. Ding Shan was more like a girl when she was obedient. The two of them looked like a good match when they stood together. Under everyone's excited and envious gazes, Xiang Hong firmly held Ding Shan's hand and placed it on his shoulder. His other hand gently rested on Ding Shan's waist, barely touching her. Ding Shan's height was outstanding, but she looked petite in front of Xiang Hong. With Xiang Hong's embrace, it was as if he was holding Ding Shan firmly in his arms, protecting her. Ding Shan shyly tilted her head, feeling a little uncomfortable. However, Xiang Hong's actions showed no signs of frivolity, and he was very gentlemanly and polite. While watching the show not far away, Yin Hui was so excited that he wanted to scream. He was indeed a great devil. Well done. Although old Xiang had never been in a relationship before, this was amazing. During the day, he was cold-faced in front of Ding Shan, but at night, he directly attacked and even danced. Under Yin Hui's instruction, the program team sensibly changed the music to the waltz, which was more suitable for two people to dance. However, it was not a piece of lingering music. After all, they had to consider the occasion. Therefore, they chose a song with a relatively cheerful and relaxed rhythm. Even if others did not have dance partners, they could dance to the music. When the music started playing, some of the more innocent ones had enough of watching the commotion and stopped staring at Xiang Hong and Ding Shan. They picked up their wine glasses and started to sway along with the music. It wasn't strange for a man and a woman to be in an ambiguous relationship. That mysterious ex was born out of nowhere. Even a fool could see that his identity was not simple. It was not surprising that he had a relationship with a big star. Could it be that Ding Shan would dance with him? However, not many people can take things to heart like this. Most of them were envious, and some were even jealous. They surrounded Xiang Hong and Ding Shan and watched them dance with longing. A handsome man and a beautiful woman were dancing on the lawn. Since it was an outdoor party, Xiang Hong did not formally complete the waltz dance. Instead, it was more like he was leading Ding Shan on a stroll back and forth. However, Xiang Hong held the right to lead. He placed one hand on Ding Shan's waist and the other on her back. With a clever pull, Ding Shan was led in a different direction by his force. Back and forth, Ding Shan felt as if she was really about to float up. Her rose-red dress danced with the wind, raising a moving arc like a butterfly dancing between her legs. Such a beautiful scene became particularly eye-catching in the eyes of some people. Because of their yearning and envy for beautiful things, they instinctively thought, "It's so beautiful, wow. How nice it would be if I were the main character in such a romantic scene." Then, they realized that they could only applaud and cheer for others at the side. They felt a little disappointed and could only cast envious gazes at them and cheer for the beautiful romance of others. Among them, one gaze was scorching and filled with malice. It was Chen Tong, who everyone from the beginning had ignored. Chen Tong clutched her dress tightly as she watched Ding Shan and Xiang Hong dance in the crowd, stealing the limelight. As for her, she could only sit there like a fool and watch them play so happily because of the gown. Ding Shan was getting all the attention. Why are they all surrounding Ding Shan? Why? 225 Chapter 225 Chen Tong's Ruthlessness. Chen Tong felt aggrieved. She used to be very popular because she was young, knew how to act coquettishly, and had company behind her. Even if she occasionally had a bad temper, many people rushed to tolerate and coax her. Moreover, no matter where she went, whether young or old, as long as they were men, they would give her some face and never ignore her. However, everyone's attention was on Ding Shan after she joined the show with Ding Shan. All the men ran to her side. She was sitting here. Did no one notice? Chen Tong's thoughts were wrongly directed. Other people might not have noticed Chen Tong, but the trainees in her team still wanted to get in touch with her and make a good impression. However, they were helpless. From afar, they saw Chen Tong wearing a puffy dress and sitting there with an impatient look. The trainees thought Chen Tong was in a bad mood, so they did not dare approach her. Moreover, she was dressed like this at such an event. Perhaps she deliberately told everyone that she didn't want to participate in any activities and only wanted to be beautiful alone. The trainees didn't dare to act rashly, so they had to give up the idea of looking for Chen Tong and going and playing by themselves. Chen Tong had never felt so embarrassed. Looking at Ding Shan dancing shyly in Xiang Hong's arms, Chen Tong gritted her teeth and clenched her fists tightly. She did not care that her hands had broken her manicure. She only glared at Ding Shan. After a while, Chen Tong sneered. "Ding Shan, you've stolen my limelight repeatedly, humiliated me, and looked down on me. I've had enough of this. So what if you have a strong background? What if you're intelligent and cunning? What if you know something that can be used against me? I won't endure it anymore. At most, it would be a life-and-death struggle. I will never let you step on my head again. I indeed have the title of Little Ding Shan in my head. Perhaps this is heaven's will, and only one of us can stay. Down with you. Only then will I be able to capture more people's attention and love. Only then could I obtain more fame and fortune. Let's wait and see." Chen Tong's face was twisted. She stood up with a cold front and left the party without looking back. Chen Tong thought to herself, since I can't be the most brilliant protagonist, what's the point of staying? Look at Ding Shan's smug face. I'll go back and think of a way. Ding Shan won't be smug for long. Chen Tong's assistant came to find her in a light chiffon dress. When she discovered that Chen Tong was no longer there, her face turned pale. It wasn't easy to find a dress at the last minute, not to mention that Chen Tong was so picky, and her assistant had to pick from a lot of clothes, which was why she was late. However, the assistant knew that Chen Tong did not impress the crowd as she desired. Instead, she made a fool of herself. According to her personality, she loved to show off. She must have left on her own because she could not stand it. The assistant sighed. This time, she was going to be blamed again. The assistant went away dejectedly, hoping she wouldn't be scolded too severely when she saw Chen Tong later. Some more observant people saw this scene from afar and thought about it in puzzlement. However, they did not realize that there was one less coach on the scene and felt it was just a staff member passing by. Although Chen Tong wore an oversized, out-of-place dress, she was still overshadowed by Ding Shan. Everyone was having fun, and no one thought of her. On the other hand, Yin Hui was still looking around. He was smiling non-stop as he watched Xiang Hong and Ding Shan dance. He was even happier than when he was in a relationship. Lin Sai's face was still cold. That's enough. You're a man, and you're acting so sneaky. Aren't you the boss? Can't we go there directly? Yin Hui waved his hands. If I go, they won't be in the mood to play. They'll be pulling me to talk and toasting me. I don't want to experience it. The boss and the employees need to keep a distance from each other. You guys taught me that. At this moment, his assistant called. Yin Hui's eyes were still fixed on the phone. He picked up the phone and asked, "What's wrong?" "Boss, young Master Chen has arrived. Should I bring him up to see you now?" the assistant reported. Yin Hui was overjoyed. "He's here. Come up quickly. You can even catch a rare scene of the century." Chapter 226, Falling in Love. Not long after he finished speaking, Li Chen came over, panting. "Where's old Xiang?" Yin Hui quickly went over to hug his brother, who he hadn't seen for a long time. He couldn't wait to point at the party and said proudly, "Come, I'll broaden your horizons. How is it? Have you ever seen old Xiang hugging a girl to dance? Have you ever seen him so gentlemanly? Have you seen him smile so lewdly? It's all realized by me." Li Chen had been on the plane for half a day, and he rushed over as soon as he got off the plane. When he heard Yin Hui on the phone that there was a rare scene, he was so excited that he started rushing. However, when the scene unfolded before him, Li Chen still couldn't believe it. He rubbed his eyes and pinched Yin Hui hard. "My God, is this still my cold-faced killer, arrogant, and evil brother Xiang Hong, who only wants to work his whole life? Are you sure?" Yin Hui gasped in pain and slapped Li Chen's head. "What's there to be uncertain about? You should pinch yourself. Don't be scared, silly." Yin Hui had been in contact with Ding Shan for some time now. He was also aware of some of Xiang Hong's dirty tricks during this period. Yin Hui had already gotten used to the relationship and atmosphere between the two of them. He could even use Ding Shan to provoke Xiang Hong. It was a tried and tested method. Lin Sai was born with a cold face. He was still hostile and prejudiced against Ding Shan, so he did not want to see them being sweet. Only Li Chen, from the moment he received the news and rushed back to the scene to the moment he witnessed his best friend's transformation, was utterly stunned. Li Chen was anxious. He grabbed Yin Hui and wanted to leave. "What's the point of watching here? Let's go and find old Xiang. Go to his side and take a closer look. This is your territory anyway." Yin Hui frowned helplessly, but he could understand Li Chen's anxiety. After all, he was also shocked when he discovered that there might be a story between Ding Shan and Xiang Hong. If there was anyone to blame, they could only blame Xiang Hong for being too abnormal in the past. This was the first time in his life that they had seen him dance so carefully and gently with a woman. Furthermore, there was no skill involved in the dance. If this were any other time, Xiang Hong would scoff at this kind of activity, thinking it was a complete waste of time. What was the point of sticking close to a person and walking back and forth? Even at some business evening parties, when some business partner, intentionally or unintentionally, tried to promote his daughter to Xiang Hong, he would push them away if he could. If he could not refuse, he would just put on a cold face and go through the motions perfunctorily. But look at the current situation. Xiang Hong's eyes were smiling so much that fine lines were forming at the corners of his eyes. Anyone could see that Xiang Hong seemed to have lost all his aggressiveness and given all his gentleness and care to the girl in his arms. He had fallen in love. Yin Hui stopped Li Chen and said, "Why haven't you learned your lesson? Now that you're here, will he let you go when he returns? If you interrupt their romantic time and ruin old Xiang's image in front of Ding Shan, you'll see how old Xiang will deal with you when he returns." Li Chen could only look around anxiously. He wished he could turn invisible and fly to Xiang Hong's side to watch the show. On the other hand, the male and female protagonists, who were the center of attention, were very quiet. They only danced to the music, but the atmosphere did not cool down. Xiang Hong was still leading Ding Shan, and for the first time, Xiang Hong hoped the song could be longer and longer. He couldn't bear to let go of the little fox in his arms. It was not easy to have a reasonable opportunity to get close to her. He didn't know if it was because of the change in his style, but Ding Shan didn't seem so wary of him tonight. She agreed to his invitation and accepted it directly. Did this mean that she was also very interested in him? When Xiang Hong thought up to this point, he happily brought Ding Shan for 2 rounds. Ding Shan let out a soft cry, and her entire body followed Xiang Hong's movements. The scenery around her shook and blurred, and the chest of this mysterious Project X in front of her was hot. The two of them were very close, and she could hear his strong heartbeat. It mixed with her heartbeat like a drum. 227 Chapter 227. Consider it. In a low voice, Xiang Hong lowered his head and asked Ding Shan, "What's wrong?" Ding Shan had been silent the whole time. She did not even raise her head. She stiffened, so Xiang Hong thought Ding Shan was not feeling well. But who knew that when Xiang Hong spoke, his chest was like a musical instrument, vibrating in Ding Shan's ears. It was magnetic and accompanied by the perfume on Xiang Hong's suit. Ding Shan was a little dizzy. She sighed to herself. This was a man with good taste. Just like the fragrance on his body, it was cold, domineering, and dangerous. After a moment, Ding Shan sniffed the fragrance again. He seemed to have smelled this scent somewhere before. There were a lot of people wearing perfumes, but this unique smell was not typical. Ding Shan was sure that this was not a popular style, so where had she smelled this cold and domineering perfume before? Ding Shan couldn't remember, but she felt the man in front of her was full of secrets. His mysterious origin, mysterious attitude, and mysterious eyes made Ding Shan instinctively want to stay away from him. This kind of person was too dangerous. Although she thought this, Ding Shan couldn't deny that such a man was undoubtedly attractive. Before she knew it, Ding Shan said to the man in the next second, "The fragrance is exquisite." After she finished speaking, Ding Shan realized that she had said something very ambiguous. When a man and a woman were dancing together, it was easy to misunderstand if perfume was suddenly mentioned. Ding Shan's face turned red. She couldn't care less about her shyness as she raised her head and wanted to explain. "As long as you like it." Xiang Hong smiled brightly. Ding Shan did not dare to raise her head all this time. Now that she had suddenly raised her head and Xiang Hong had lowered his head slightly, their faces were very close. In front of Ding Shan was Xiang Hong's handsome and charming smile. So he could smile like this too, Ding Shan thought to herself. She felt this mysterious person would only have a stern face or a provocative smirk. He could smile so quickly and beautifully. Ding Shan didn't want to be fascinated with him in public, so she blinked and silently lowered her head. Xiang Hong looked at the woman in his arms, who was hiding away like a little quail. He shook his head helplessly. Was he that scary? He didn't even dare to take a look. Ding Shan struggled slightly, trying to take back her hand. "That's enough, stop dancing." Xiang Hong refused. He clasped Ding Shan's waist tightly for the first time and did not let go. Feeling Xiang Hong's silent refusal, Ding Shan was a little annoyed. She had already danced a while, so why was he unwilling to let go? She should not have agreed on impulse just now. The two of them did not even know each other, which was too intimate. Xiang Hong's hand was placed initially on Ding Shan's waist, but now he had increased the pressure. Ding Shan felt that the big hand on her waist was firm, making her uncomfortable. Xiang Hong could sense Ding Shan's mood, so he lowered his head and coaxed her softly, "Dance with me for a while longer. The music isn't over yet." He had decided not to let anyone take Ding Shan from his hands to dance. Who knew if there would be someone not afraid of death who would try to imitate him and dance with Ding Shan? "Then let go of me a little," Ding Shan said softly, frowning. Xiang Hong laughed and released his hand, which then returned into a gentle grip on Ding Shan's waist. Are your hands not sore? Ding Shan heaved a sigh of relief and asked. He had been holding his arm around his waist all this time, and Xiang Hong had to hold her arm himself. An ordinary person would have felt sore long ago. Xiang Hong smiled slightly. She was a considerate girl. It's my honor, he replied coolly. Ding Shan didn't say anything else. She just swayed with Xiang Hong, listening to the rising and falling music in her ears, and her mood calmed down. Ding Shan suddenly felt that there was nothing to worry about anymore. She asked the question she wanted to ask. We've met before, or rather, we should know each other, right? Ding Shan's question was specific. Although she still couldn't recall anything, the familiar feeling the man gave her couldn't be wrong. Once was a coincidence, but more coincidences couldn't be ignored. Many things about this man made her feel like thousands of threads entangled in front of her, like a cloud of fog, real and fake, and she couldn't see through it. Ding Shan didn't like this feeling. No matter his purpose, he had to tell her who he was. 228 Chapter 228. Don't be afraid. After Ding Shan asked, she no longer felt shy. She raised her head and looked at Xiang Hong seriously. People always said that the eyes wouldn't lie. Ding Shan wanted to see the true face of this man in front of her. Xiang Hong was very calm. He had always known that Ding Shan was smart. Earlier in the day, he was a little upset that Ding Shan didn't recognize him. But now, Xiang Hong realized that Ding Shan had already sensed him. It was just that this little fox was too cautious, and she had held back until now. She only asked after she felt he had no ill intentions toward her. However, Xiang Hong knew that Ding Shan had become so cautious because she had been hurt and suffered too many grievances for no reason. She had probably thought about it and observed for a long time before she came to ask for a definite answer. Only in this way could she feel safe. Otherwise, his mystery would become her burden. Xiang Hong sighed in his heart. Once again, he felt heartache for this young lady. However, Xiang Hong knew that Ding Shan was a strong person. She would not completely open up her heart if he did not dispel her doubts. Looking at Ding Shan's flower-like charming face and her pair of alluring eyes that sparkled under the light, Xiang Hong replied in a severe tone, "It's probably more intimate than meeting or knowing each other. I hope you can remember by yourself. I believe in you. It won't be too long. Don't worry." Looking at Ding Shan's slightly dazed eyes, Xiang Hong smiled gently. As the music gradually died, Xiang Hong slowly released his grip and leaned over to Ding Shan's ear. "I'm here, so you are very safe here. You can do whatever you want, don't be afraid." After saying that, Xiang Hong took 2 steps back and performed another gentleman's bow. He brought Ding Shan, still in a daze, back to her seat and left. Li Yang approached Ding Shan and asked, "What are you two talking about? I saw that you were whispering to each other in the second half. You've become familiar with each other so quickly." Ding Shan recalled Xiang Hong's words and felt a little depressed. In the end, he still didn't tell her anything, but he told her not to be afraid. This was the first man to say such words to her. Ding Wan from the past and Wen Xiao from her previous life only knew how to take things from her. How sad was that? It was this man she didn't even know the identity of who told her not to be afraid and that he would protect her. In the dark, Ding Shan felt that this mysterious man's every word and action was laying a massive trap for her, waiting for her to fall. All the bait he threw out was precisely what Ding Shan wanted. Ding Shan smiled and looked at Li Yang. "He's a cunning fox." Li Yang was confused. She didn't understand the kind of riddle the young lady was talking about. Xiang Hong left as if finishing the dance with Ding Shan was his only mission tonight. Wen Xiao, who was in the crowd, watched Xiang Hong's back as he left. His eyes were filled with vigilance. The festival group indeed arranged this mysterious X. He did have the strength to threaten him. Wen Xiao was proud. He had initially come to participate in this show to become the champion. As far as the eye could see, no one was better than him and more in line with the current fans' taste. As long as he earned enough attention and popularity, it would be easy for him to become a famous young man. Hence, when Xiao had cleverly chosen to directly express his intentions to Ding Shan on stage, hoping to join Ding Shan's team. When Xiao could see clearly that Ding Shan was not a dejected person in the eyes of others, she was full of heat from head to toe. Even though her resources had been so bad in the past few years, and the audience had scolded her for not living up to her expectations, no one dared to question her beauty. As Ding Shan exposed her family's scandal, the heartache and pity the fans and passers-by felt for Ding Shan were enough to help Ding Shan rise again. At this juncture, those who offended Ding Shan and looked down on her would be the most foolish. How could they dare look down on a beautiful woman who had become famous since she was young? And the more popular she became, the more people scolded her. Some people were born to be the entertainment industry's focus, and they had no choice but to accept it. Wen Xiao also firmly believed that he was such a person, therefore, he placed all his bets on Ding Shan. Even though he was better at singing, he did not choose Chen 11, who had better vocal skills. This was because too many people could sing in Chen 11's team. Even if he were outstanding, he would be suppressed and not so special. It was too difficult to have a topic to talk about. He might as well join Ding Shan's team. Not only would he be popular, but he could also be one of her most capable team members. He would have a lot of screen time. Furthermore, Wen Xiao had another thought. 229 Chapter 229 Wen Xiao's scheming. Ding Shan was too beautiful, and her past experiences showed that she wasn't brilliant. She had been oppressed by a pair of non-biological parents for many years and forced to the police station by a green tea sister. This kind of woman was undoubtedly very kind, but she was also weak. Kind and weak women were the easiest to deal with. Wen Xiao was scheming, thinking that with his appearance, he might be able to gain Ding Shan's favor. When the time came, he would be expected to rely on her resources and connections in the industry to get some help. Who would call such treatment when they had just stepped into the industry? Wen Xiao acknowledged that he was handsome and good at coaxing people. Moreover, Ding Shan was so beautiful. No matter how he looked at it, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage, so he might as well take a gamble. However, Wen Xiao never expected a mysterious person X to appear out of nowhere. Wen Xiao felt a sense of crisis when he saw that mysterious person X had also joined Ding Shan's team. At tonight's party, seeing Ding Shan accept the mysterious person X's invitation to dance, the two of them intimately finishing the entire song, and even whispering non-stop, Wen Xiao was as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Could it be that this mysterious person X was thinking the same thing as him and planning to move on Ding Shan? And he had seized the opportunity. How hateful! Just like that, a strong competitor appeared in his perfect plan. The success that seemed so close to him was now in jeopardy. Wen Xiao panicked. This mysterious person X was utterly different from her, but Ding Shan didn't seem repulsed by him. She was even willing to be in close contact with him. How could he attract her attention? Wen Xiao gritted his teeth, unwilling to give up. He could not care less about other people's gazes as he walked straight toward Ding Shan. Ding Shan was currently talking to Li Yang. When she saw Wen Xiao suddenly appear in front of her, the smile on Ding Shan's face did not change, but her eyes turned cold. She asked distantly, "What's wrong?" A warm and amiable smile hung on Wen Xiao's face. He slightly bowed and stretched out his hand. He deliberately raised his eyebrows and said to Ding Shan, "I've been waiting for teacher Ding Shan. Can you give me a chance to invite you to dance?" The corners of Ding Shan's mouth curled up. "The music has stopped, there's no need." Wen Xiao was not discouraged. "Just ask the festival group to play another song. It won't dampen your spirits." Ding Shan's brows furrowed slightly. What was wrong with Wen Xiao? Usually, he was the best at reading people's expressions, but he still insisted after her rejection. After thinking about it, Ding Shan understood. It turned out that Wen Xiao was not a simple person from the very beginning. She initially thought that he was tempted by the fame and fortune of the entertainment industry and gradually became unscrupulous. It turned out that he had already been scheming since he was a trainee. When he saw her, he thought of climbing the social ladder. Now that mysterious person X had taken the initiative, he couldn't sit still and took the risk to attract her attention again and again. Unfortunately, Ding Shan would not give him this opportunity. "I'm tired, I don't want to dance anymore." Ding Shan shook her head and refused again. Being rejected once again, Wen Xiao was a little annoyed. He awkwardly retracted his hand and saw everyone around him looking at him. His face was a little red. He secretly hated Ding Shan for not giving him any face. He also hated that mysterious B** starred for getting his way while he failed. Could it be that he was not as good as him? However, on the surface, Wen Xiao only smiled regretfully. "Yeah, that mysterious person X dragged you to dance for so long. He's so inconsiderate. Then, he looked at Ding Shan with his slightly dark eyes, inadvertently revealing a trace of grievance. It was just enough for others to notice his disappointment. Wen Zai knew that this look of his would easily arouse the desire to protect and pity others. In the past, in school, countless girls had been fascinated by his appearance. However, Ding Shan acted as if she didn't see it. She only said indifferently, "It has nothing to do with him. I don't want to dance anymore." She was short of telling Wen Zai that she didn't want to dance with him. No matter how good Wen Zai was at acting, his expression also froze at this moment. What did Ding Shan mean by this? She had smiled at him on stage during the day and agreed to his request. She even said that he had potential and looked very optimistic about him, letting his imagination wild. Why did her attitude change at night when he joined her team? She was so cold and even a little impatient. Wen Zai didn't want to doubt his charm, so he could only blame that mysterious ex for snatching Shan's good feelings away. It must be like this. They had been talking for a long time. Perhaps that mysterious person had given Ding Shan some bewitching potion. Ding Shan was as gullible as he thought. She was coaxed by a few words from others and refused to dance with him. 230 Chapter 230 Unstoppable Disgust. Li Yang was also a little curious about Ding Shan's attitude. According to logic, Ding Shan had been feeling relaxed throughout the day. Although she didn't talk much, she wasn't hard to get along with. On the contrary, she didn't like to show off, but she was a warm and gentle girl. That was why Li Yang was willing to chat with Ding Shan and occasionally help her. Li Yang had some impression of this Wen Zai. He was one of the best in this talent show. During the day, he shone brightly on the stage and was very good at catching people's eyes. Li Yang had met countless people, especially young people like this, who wanted to make their debut. They all had one thing in common, and that was that they were not sophisticated enough. The ambition in his eyes could not be hidden, but Li Yang always felt that this was understandable. Who wouldn't desire success? It was a good thing to have ambition. It meant that he had the drive to rush up. To put it in a good way, it meant that he was more hardworking than others. However, he was afraid he could misunderstand and turn his ambition into an unscrupulous cover. Li Yang sized Wen Zai up again. This boy seemed to be more mature than the other trainees. The others had not yet learned how to deal with their ambitions tactfully and would occasionally make people feel uncomfortable. However, this boy in front of her seemed to have everything planned out. His warm smile looked like he didn't fight for anything, making people want to protect him and not let him be tainted. He hid his ambitions so well that Li Yang didn't notice it during the day. But now, because of Ding Shan's repeated rejections, Wen Zai's eyes were filled with intense unwillingness and jealousy, which seemed somewhat out of place on his clean face. As she looked at Wen Zai meaningfully, Li Yang seemed to have realized something. She also understood why Ding Shan's attitude changed so quickly. However, she didn't expect Ding Shan to be so good at judging people and to discover Wen Zai's two-faced nature even earlier than her. She relied on decades of experience and countless artistes to come to this conclusion. Ding Shan was so young, but her observation skills were terrific. However, even if Wen Zai did not mean what he said, it did not matter if he hid it a little. Since participating in this program, he must have had some ambition. After all, he was still young, and it was okay for him to have some small thoughts and emotions. Even if Ding Shan had noticed something, her attitude should not be so cold. Li Yang looked on silently from the side. She couldn't understand Ding Shan's thoughts and didn't want to interrupt. On the other hand, Ding Shan maintained her indifferent attitude as she sat firmly on her chair. She had no intention of responding to Wen Zai and only left him there. Wen Zai was highly embarrassed and regretful. He shouldn't have been so impatient and come here to humiliate himself. But before he came, how could he have expected Ding Shan to have such an attitude? This was only the first night, and the competition had not even started. Ding Shan's attitude toward him had taken a 180-degree turn as a teacher. How could he still have a future in her team? Wen Zai really couldn't figure out what the problem was. Could it be that Ding Shan hated him just because she had danced with mysterious person X? Wen Zai was confused and afraid. He asked in a wrong tone, "Teacher Ding Shan, what did I do wrong? Or, was I rude? Please don't be angry, I didn't mean to." Ding Shan loathed Wen Zai's innocent, pitiful, and clingy appearance. He was a grown man, but he always acted weak and pathetic. It just so happened that she loved this the most in her previous life, and his hypocritical affection also destroyed it. After her rebirth, she couldn't help but feel disgusted to hear him repeat such things. Ding Dan didn't even want to look at Wen Xiao. Her hands played with the buttons on her suit jacket as she lazily replied, "When did I say you were wrong? I don't want to dance anymore. You don't have to make a mountain out of a molehill. Don't tell me I don't even have the right to refuse. Do I have to cooperate with you?" Wen Xiao's heart sank again. Ding Shan's attitude was too strange. Could it be that she hated him? Why? Ding Shan knew that she couldn't show too much. How would he play in the future if she doused all his enthusiasm from the start? Thus, she sighed and raised her head. She looked at Wen Xiao and said softly, "I'm exhausted. Let me rest, okay? You're my team member, so we'll have plenty of opportunities to work together in the future." In short, she was trying to comfort Wen Xiao. 231 Chapter 231 Dirty Thing. When Wen Xiao heard Ding Shan's words, he heaved a sigh of relief. Ding Shan said there would be many opportunities for cooperation in the future, which meant that she didn't intend to give him the cold shoulder and was willing to provide him with more stage. That's good. Wen Xiao was most afraid of losing Ding Shan's favor for no reason and not using him in the future. But thinking about it, although many trainees chose Ding Shan, and there was no lack of good ones, they were not particularly outstanding. He was a strong general, and his overall strength should be the strongest. Who else could Ding Shan use if not him? The mysterious ex that only knew how to dress up in a suit. He was very handsome but only suitable for a magazine shoot. If he wanted to perform on stage, he had to rely on skills and dynamic expression management, which he had studied for a long time. At the thought of this, Wen Xiao's heart settled a little. Perhaps Ding Shan was tired. Female celebrities were weak, to begin with. After a busy day and even dancing, it was customary for her to be mentally exhausted. Perhaps he was too sensitive and thought that Ding Shan was fascinated by a mysterious man and did not like to talk to him. He had given up on a team of mentors with better professional standards to choose Ding Shan's popularity. If Ding Shan did not like him, everything would be in vain. She might as well join Chen 11's team and be an ordinary singer. However, Ding Shan's popularity was too attractive to Wen Xiao, so when he saw that Ding Shan's attitude had eased, he quickly adjusted his mentality and suppressed the confusion and anger in his heart. His eyes still flickered as he looked at Ding Shan with anticipation. Wen Xiao put on a considerate look and gently said, "Then go back to your room and rest. Don't tire yourself out. We'll start filming tomorrow, and we still have to fight side by side." Ding Shan looked at Wen Xiao's hypocritical face and laughed coldly in her heart. This man was good at deceiving himself and others. He had adjusted himself so quickly. This is the effect I wanted. I'll let you repeatedly struggle in hope and despair and fight for your life. Ding Shan nodded in agreement. Then I'll go back to my room first. Sister Yang, do you want us to go together? Li Yang, watching everything from the side, smiled and nodded. I'm tired too. Let's go back together. Seeing that Ding Shan had agreed to his proposal, Wen Xiao was overjoyed. She would think that he was very considerate, right? It didn't matter if he had that mysterious person to compete with him. She was a woman, after all. She liked being careful, gentle and cared for by others. These were his advantages. As long as he stayed by Ding Shan's side and cared about her a little more, she would be moved sooner or later. It had to be said that Wen Xiao was quite good at handling women. His many years of experience with women allowed him to know how to react to different women. He was always successful. In her previous life, he had seized the opportunity to use Ding Shan's long-neglected and suppressed background. He had appeared when she needed love and had used a gentle image to give Ding Shan warmth and care constantly. This made Ding Shan fall in love with him. In this life, Wen Xiao intended to do the same. But Ding Shan was no longer the Ding Shan of the past. As Ding Shan left her seat, she thought Wen Xiao's current behavior was greasy. This hypocritical and irrelevant consideration and concern were undoubtedly the cheapest. He just moved his lips and wanted someone to fall in love with him. Did he think that he was that powerful? This kind of person was probably only suitable to rely on a rich woman and sweet-talk her every day to make her happy. when Xiao was only worthy of being a pet lover at her beck and call, a dirty thing who thought he was smart and couldn't be shown in public. Suddenly, the dangerous and mysterious man in the black suit appeared in Ding Shan's mind. Ding Shan suddenly had a random thought: in this life, if she liked someone, she should enjoy a strong, steady, and capable man. When Ding Shan realized what she was thinking, she frowned in embarrassment. What was wrong with her? She didn't even know who that man was, yet she had such thoughts. Not daring to think about it anymore, Ding Shan quickly pulled Li Yan towards the building. For the time being, she would treat it as the wind tonight, being too gentle and affecting her head. Ding Shan thought, I've finally understood that only when I'm strong can I be firm. That was why she especially admired those experts. They must have paid a lot in exchange for their strength today. 232 Chapter 232. I'll become the light. Ding Shan found it funny. She had gone through so much in this life and had become a strong person. She had probably been dragged down for too long and couldn't take it anymore. She didn't want to empty herself to help others anymore. Her future other half must also be an influential person. She didn't want to experience being used by others again. She would become more robust in this life, but she hoped that someone would be willing to protect her. That low and hoarse "don't be afraid" rang in her ears again. Ding Shan's face turned red. Why was she thinking of him again? Perhaps he was also a liar who only knew how to say nice things. Ding Shan shook her head and warned herself not to lose her head. Li Yan saw Ding Shan's expression change again and again. She was silent for a moment, shy, and then troubled. She thought she was still troubled by Wen Zai's matter, so she asked, "What's wrong? What are you thinking about? If you don't like him, just ignore him. Don't worry, don't be too obvious. After the show is broadcast, he would have fans, and they'll inevitably find fault with you." Ding Shan was taken aback. Realizing that Li Yang was talking about Wen Zai, she replied, "I know what I'm doing. It's not that I don't like him. She just hated him." Li Yang sighed. That child might look smart and pretentious, but that's not a big mistake. Who doesn't want to make a name for themselves in this circle? As long as it's not outrageous, it's fine. This is the reality. Ding Shan smiled. What if it's a crime? Some people can't hold back after they've tasted the sweetness. Li Yang thought about Ding Shan's family and sighed. That's right, a man's heart is not content. Like a snake swallowing an elephant, desire cannot be satisfied. Let's not talk about anything else. Just take Yang Hua, for example. We've dealt with each other before. You were still young then. I've also seen her fight for resources for you. Who knew that things would turn out like this? Li Yang recalled the past and became more talkative. Everyone knows that the entertainment industry is a big divert, but they all want to jump in one after another. They think they can earn money without being stained, but when they get to that point, they discover how difficult it is. When Ding Shan recalled Yang Hua, she felt those people seemed to be very far away from her, as if they had become memories of her previous life. However, all the heartache she had felt along the way had seeped into her bones and blood, and she could not forget it. Li Yang was afraid that Ding Shan would be upset when she recalled her sad past, so she patted Ding Shan's hand and consoled her. "I really shouldn't have mentioned this. You've suffered enough, so everything's fine. This industry is hopeless sometimes. People like this are endless, so you must relax and be more careful in the future. Fame brings trouble, so don't be used again." Ding Shan knew that Li Yang was reminding her of good intentions. Although she politely called her sister Yang, according to age, she might not be much older than her child. At this moment, Li Yang was more like a lady who had gone through hardships and consoled herself. It was the first day they met, but they already had a heart-to-heart connection. Ding Shan smiled gently at Li Yang. "I understand, Sister Yang." Li Yang laughed. The two felt a little heavy in their hearts and didn't say anything else. After a while, when they were almost downstairs, Ding Shan couldn't help but say to Li Yang, "But Sister Yang, I still think that just because everyone's like this doesn't mean that these are the rules. Everyone thinks the industry is a mess, but they're all dancing with wolves. How many more people will follow in my footsteps and be drowned in this circle, or be even worse off than me, so much so that it may not be discovered in time?" Li Yang was a little shocked as she looked at Ding Shan in a daze. Ding Shan's eyes lit up with stubbornness as she said, "I'm not convinced. If the right to speak is always in the hands of the strong, then I will become the strong. I will become the light if this circle is dark and dirty. After she finished speaking, there was silence. From afar, they could hear the faint laughter of the party. Under the light of the building, there was no one around, only Ding Shan's voice was loud and clear. Li Yan blinked and looked at Ding Shan as if he had never seen her before. After Ding Shan finished speaking, she felt a little shy. 233 Chapter 233 Heart-to-Heart Talk. To change the entire entertainment industry with her power, this kind of thinking would probably be laughed at by others, but Li Yan's words just now made Ding Shan feel very emotional, and she recalled all her past experiences. Li Yan was also one of the rare gold-class managers in the industry who had a strong approach but was also very upright. After a day, she was also very friendly and considerate to her. Ding Shan thought about it for a long time and couldn't help but say these words. After she finished speaking, Ding Shan looked at Li Yan with a slightly red face. She didn't expect Li Yan's eyes to become slightly moist as she looked at her. "Is this what you think?" Li Yan asked softly. Ding Shan nodded. "Yes." Li Yan smiled with relief. "Good child, you're a good child." Ding Shan looked at Li Yan in a daze, not knowing what to say. Initially, Ding Shan thought she was making a self-declaration, but when she saw Li Yan's reaction, she realized she was probably trying to get Li Yan's approval. She was trying to find some people who were on the same page as her. And Li Yan's reaction also confirmed this point. She was the same as her. She wanted to resist injustice. Li Yan wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and smiled in embarrassment. "Look at me, I'm too emotional." Then, she took a deep breath and said with emotion, "Ding Shan, to be honest, after so many years, I thought I was used to it. When I occasionally talk about it with others, I can say without changing my expression, isn't this society and the industry environment like this? It doesn't sound like much, and I'm already numb to it, but you know how much I hate all of this." Li Yan's expression gradually became determined. She was no longer the amiable and approachable person talking to Ding Shan earlier. The look in her eyes changed, and one could see Li Yan's appearance progressively as a strong woman who had fought her way out of the entertainment industry. Li Yan chuckled. "I entered the industry when I was 20 years old. From a little doe that didn't know anything, I became the respected Sister Yang now. In the past 30 years, what kind of dirty things have I not seen? What kind of mess haven't I cleaned up?" Thinking of the past, Li Yan's eyes were full of mockery. "I thought this circle was rotten, and I couldn't stay anymore. But I couldn't bear to give up the foundation I had built over the years. I could only force myself to continue and pretend to be numb to it." Li Yan shook her head. "But I'm old, and my heart isn't as strong as before. When I was young, I tried to snatch people from private rooms and throw a tantrum with beer bottles. I can't do that anymore. I'm afraid I'll be swallowed by this man-eating whirlpool and become someone I don't even recognize. If I become a gold-class manager on the surface and do all kinds of bad things behind my back, I'm afraid that I'll lose my innocence and my daughter will look down on me. With this thought, I've persevered until today." Li Yan looked at Ding Shan's beautiful face and sighed in her heart. "I'm not as brave as you. You have such determination and courage at such a young age. I'm ashamed of my inferiority, and I'm happy for you. I was wrong in the past. The entertainment industry will not be over. With a good child like you, there will be hope." Ding Shan had been silently listening to Li Yan's words as if she could feel the hardships and inner turmoil that Li Yan had been through. To be able to fight a way out of the numerous wolves, tigers, and leopards and not be dragged down by them was not something an ordinary person could do. It was probably just as Li Yan had said, she was afraid that she would let her daughter down for all the hardships she had gone through. "Your daughter must have made all your clothes for you," Ding Shan chuckled. Li Yan laughed in surprise. "How did you know?" Ding Shan looked at Li Yan enviously. "I can see that you treasure your clothes a lot. Even your eyes are filled with sincerity. I'm guessing that an ordinary person did not make this. Furthermore, this dress suits you. She put a lot of effort into it." Li Yan touched her clothes proudly. "That's right, Chen Tong was talking about my suit before, but I didn't like to talk to her. This is my precious daughter's work, so it's naturally the best. I don't want her to enter the entertainment industry. She has her hobbies, and that's enough." 234 Chapter 234. Duty-bound. Ding Shan nodded. With your current status, it's easy for you to support your daughter. However, if she can find a career that she likes, it's much better than entering the entertainment industry. Based on this point alone, she could tell that Li Yang wasn't someone who would become blind to fame and fortune. After Ding Shan guessed the source of her clothes, she felt that Li Yang was even more suitable to be her friend. Not to mention her daughter, anyone with some status and power in the entertainment industry would want to introduce all kinds of cousins in their family to get a piece of the pie. One should not let one's fertile water flow into other fields, which leads to complicated relationships in the entertainment industry. There were people with backdoors everywhere. The fact that Li Yang and her daughter had such awareness and gave up the opportunity to make money in the entertainment industry showed that they were pure and clear-headed people. Ding Shan held Li Yang's hand gently. Sister Yang, I know that with my strength, it's still fragile for me to say such things. I might be overestimating myself, but I believe that I can do it. Li Yang patted Ding Shan's hand. This was also my original dream. Although I don't dare to do something early, I hope it's not too late. Ding Shan, based on what you said today, if there's anything Sister Yang can help with in the future, I'll do it. Speaking of which, it isn't very comfortable for you to call me Sister Yang. You're about the same age as my daughter, so I'll treat you like my daughter from now on. Ding Shan revealed the shyness of a girl. She had never felt her parents' love since she was young, so she was pleased that Li Yang could say this. But Ding Shan still winked mischievously. I'm still going to call you Sister Yang. You're still so young and beautiful, I can't call you old. Li Yang was grinning from ear to ear. She liked Ding Shan even more now. The two of them held hands as they walked upstairs. Li Yang's suite was on the other side of the stairs. Because she feared her schedule would be different, she purposely separated it from Ding Shan and Chen Tong. Li Yang patted Ding Shan's shoulder. Go back and have a good sleep. We'll be busy tomorrow. Ding Shan also bid farewell to Li Yang and returned to her room. At first, Ding Shan had already forgotten about Chen Tong, but when she passed by Chen Tong's room, she subconsciously remembered that she had not seen Chen Tong that night. It seemed she had only seen her in a big dress initially, but she had not seen her since. Logically speaking, with Chen Tong's restless personality, she shouldn't be so quiet. Wasn't she dressed so exaggeratedly to attract the attention of everyone present? So when Ding Shan passed by, she subconsciously looked at Chen Tong's room. For some reason, Chen Tong's door was left open. Ding Shan saw Chen Tong sitting at the end of the bed. She had already changed into her casual clothes and looked depressed. When she heard the sound, she looked at Ding Shan with a gloomy expression. Ding Shan was shocked and stopped in her tracks for a moment. Ding Shan couldn't be blamed for making a fuss. It was already late at night, and it was a bit scary to see Chen Tong sitting alone on the bed in the quiet corridor without closing the door. Especially the look on Chen Tong's face, even if she was expressionless, one could see the deep malice. She didn't say anything or provoke Ding Shan like before. She just looked on silently, making people feel uncomfortable. Ding Shan furrowed her brows, not knowing what kind of madness Chen Tong had gone through this time. Although Chen Tong was always provocative during the day, she was not bright. She was full of loopholes, like a jumping clown. However, Chen Tong was like a venomous snake hiding in the dark, staring at her. She didn't know when she would suddenly come out and bite her. Although Ding Shan felt that with Chen Tong's scheming and strength, she probably couldn't be considered a poisonous snake, it was still troublesome to jump out and bite her from time to time. She didn't know how she had offended Chen Tong again, that had made her hate her so much overnight. However, Ding Shan also understood that some people's hatred was inexplicable. No matter what she did, she would never be satisfied. Then why bother? Ding Shan looked away and walked away. 235 Chapter 235. The Big Shot. Returning to her room, Ding Shan tidied herself up, removed her makeup, and took a good bath. It had been 2 months since she last appeared in front of the camera. Although it felt different from filming, Ding Shan still thought it was pretty novel. Ding Shan liked the feeling of having a scene dedicated to her. It gave her a strong desire to show off, and she was able to show her best side. In the past, Ding Shan had also thought that if Ding Wan and his wife had not sent her to shoot advertisements and movies because of her lovely appearance when she was young, she would not have been able to do anything now. If she didn't become an actor and didn't enter the entertainment industry, she would have become a different person, right? But Ding Shan quickly rejected this thought. In the beginning, she didn't have the right to choose. She was arranged to go down this path, and the things that happened after made her feel depressed and desperate. But Ding Shan had never hated acting, nor had she ever hated the camera. Ding Shan had even suspected that she had an acting personality. Was it because she had formed a conditioned reflex since she was young that she was used to acting? Or was it because she was used to pretending to be obedient in front of Ding Wan and the others, so she was always pretending? Later, Ding Shan lost the opportunity to act and was arranged to shoot some rubbish advertisements and films. In Ding Shan's eyes, that was not even an act. Even at the end of Ding Shan's life, there was no more trash. Ding Shan was sent from one bed to another. In that dark moment, compared to the despair of life, it was not enough to crush Ding Shan. But the thought of can't act anymore had made Ding Shan cry for countless nights. At that moment, Ding Shan realized that she truly loved it and it was not a habit. Perhaps it was because she had lost love when she was young, but Ding Shan could feel a sense of achievement and happiness from acting. It was probably like what people said, she was born to eat this rice bowl. Ding Shan lay in the warm water, filling the bathtub with soft bubbles. She smelled the faint fragrance, which soothed her nerves. Ding Shan thought she just wanted a beam of light dedicated to her. She wanted everyone's applause to be encouraging for her. No one could stop this. The glory that belonged to her would be completely taken back by her. The official recording tomorrow would be the starting point of this battle. At this moment, Xiao Zhao quietly pushed open the door and walked in with a fruit plate in her hand. She looked around the room. When she did not see Ding Shan, she ran to the bathroom door and knocked. "Sister Shan, are you back?" "I'm here, please wait a moment," Ding Shan replied. Xiao Zhao obediently went to the living room and waited. After Ding Shan finished her bath, she walked out in a bathrobe, feeling refreshed. As she dried her hair, she asked, "Where did you go?" Xiao Zhao looked at Ding Shan, a lotus flower out of the water. She couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed, even if she was a girl. After hearing Ding Shan's words, her lips curved into a smile. "I went to help you get some information. I saw that mysterious person X dragged you to dance. I thought of what you told me during the day, so I went to get close to the director's team. I had no choice, so I went to look for those staff members in President Yin's company." Her heart skipped when Ding Shan heard it was related to Mysterious X. She quickly sat down and listened to Xiao Zhao. Xiao Zhao continued, "The result is that this mysterious person is really as his name suggests. Most people don't know him, but when I asked a few secretaries, they all had strange expressions. They were different from the others. However, no matter how I asked, I couldn't get anything out of them. Only one person secretly told me he was a big shot that I couldn't afford to offend and told me not to ask. I'm back." After she finished speaking, Xiao Zhao looked at Ding Shan apologetically. "Sister Shan, he seems to be good at hiding his identity. I didn't manage to find out. What should I do? He wouldn't be plotting against you, would he?" Ding Shan thought of the man's unruly appearance and guessed that he was no ordinary person. To have such prestige within Yin Hui's company was even more extraordinary. Ding Shan sighed and patted Xiao Zhao's hair. It's okay. If he's a big shot, he won't go through so much trouble to plot something against me. I don't have anything worth the big shot's attention." 236 Chapter 236. A little expectant. "Of course not," Xiao Zhao retorted with a straight face. "Think about it, Sister Shan. He's a big shot. He's rich and powerful, and he doesn't lack anything. He must be after your beauty. Wasn't that disgusting CEO Jin a good example? However, this mysterious man is much more handsome than President Jin. If such a handsome man is also an amazing big shot, God, this world is so unfair." Ding Shan found it funny. How is it unfair? Who said that the big shots had to be ugly? And that CEO Jin isn't even a big shot. He's just a nouveau riche who can't be put on the stage. He's not at the elite level at all. Xiao Zhao blinked. If this mysterious person is more powerful than CEO Jin and has more power than him, what should we do? Wouldn't you be doomed if he really took a fancy to you? Ding Shan thought of the man's oppressive aura and suddenly felt helpless. There was always a lot of power in him that people couldn't refuse or resist, and they would unknowingly fall into his trap. If he was a bad person and wanted to harm her, she might not have the strength to resist. Ding Shan was silent for a long time. Xiao Zhao was a little anxious. Sister Shan, what's going on? Did we get into trouble? Ding Shan shook her head slightly. I don't know either, but my instinct tells me that he doesn't want to harm me. Think about it, if he was a big shot with power that we can't resist, and if he wanted to harm me, it wouldn't take much effort. Then he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble participating in this show. Isn't that just lowering his status? Ding Shan's thoughts gradually became clear. Since he's here, it means that no matter who he is, he wants to use this seemingly stupid and thankless method to achieve his goal. What do we have to worry about? If he doesn't use his power to suppress us, and we are the ones afraid, that would be troublesome. He must have his reasons for doing this, and I also have my reasons. That's enough. Xiao Zhao lowered her head in frustration. She thought, I'm just afraid that he's pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. He's thinking about swallowing Sister Shan alive. That person's eyes are simply plundering. However, Xiao Zhao also knew that the mysterious man was in the dark, and so many people were helping to hide him. In addition, this mysterious man's behavior was different from others. Although his identity was unknown, it was self-evident. He wasn't someone that Ding Shan and herself could afford to offend. Since that was the case, it would be dangerous to alert the enemy. Sister Shan was right. Since he had hidden his identity and had no intention of making things difficult for her, she might as well pretend not to know and play a role-playing game with this big shot. Xiao Zhao grumbled indignantly, he's earned enough money and has nothing to do. He's here to copy others and participate in the talent show. Are big shots that bored? Is he here to experience life? He's making everyone else tremble with fear. Ding Shan laughed and felt that what Xiao Zhao said was true. Many rich second generations in the entertainment industry chose to enter the industry out of curiosity or true love. After entering the industry, their family background and funds would give them a lot of help, but this was only external help. Most of them still conscientiously took care of their businesses and fought for their road to fame. However, this mysterious man was not like that. He did as he pleased, not caring about the reactions after the broadcast or any human relationships. He said whatever he wanted and left when he finished dancing. He was bored and had earned enough money and just wanted to play and experience life once. Ding Shan thought of the man who was always cold and only occasionally had a faint smile. She suddenly wondered what he usually did for a living. Did he usually manage his business as he pleased? He always had a cold face, so the others should be afraid of him, right? Such a person would participate in a variety show and perform on stage starting tomorrow. Ding Shan's heart was filled with a sour taste. If he were a big shot, it would be a little embarrassing to go on stage to dance and sing. Suddenly, she was looking forward to it. 237 Chapter 237 Gathering. At the same time, the men on the top floor also started to chat. Li Chen flew here, and the four brothers finally reunited. Of course, they had to celebrate. Yin Hui generously brought champagne and red wine and poured them for the other three. The four of them raised their glasses, each of them looking extraordinary. This aura instantly set off Yin Hui's penthouse as if it was some Vanity Fair. This class was even more advanced. It must be known that the combined wealth of these four people was no small matter. The valuation of Xianghong's global assets and all the brands under them was enough to describe them as wealthy enough to rival a country. Although Yin Hui's business was a little unlucky and had just started, his family was in charge of the top jewelry and ore industries. His friends always joked that Father Yin wanted to send Yin Hui out to mine. It was not a joke. Father Yin naturally hoped his son could take over the family business, but Yin Hui was not interested. Instead, he plunged into the media industry. He would not turn back until he made a name for himself. He was very persistent. Meanwhile, Lin Sai and Li Chen obediently took over the family business and became the pillars of their companies. Most of them were in the financial and construction industries. The two of them were trained to be the successors of their companies from their youth. Li Chen had a lively personality and was very popular in front of the elders. They were also willing to give him a face. With a set of tricks, he often got the contract. Lin Sai's family had a more solid foundation and was not to be underestimated. Lin Sai was more reserved and did not smile easily. However, the Lin family had the most variety of businesses and was involved in all kinds of industries. However, the Lin family rarely appeared, so all the heavy responsibilities fell on Lin Sai. Sometimes, Yin Hui and his brothers were curious about Lin Sai's family situation. Even though they were a wealthy family, they were not old-fashioned at all. They had been keeping up with the pace of development. Their business was doing very well, and they invested in high-tech products. However, why did it feel like this family was very mysterious? Sometimes, Yin Hui's heart would ache for Lin Sai. His family would fly worldwide without him knowing, and Lin Sai would hold up the company alone. In the past, everyone had suspected Lin Sai's family might be involved in the underworld business, so the other family members often flew away secretly to deal with these matters, leaving Lin Sai behind as a cover. Later, Lin Sai found out about this conjecture and gave the mastermind, Yin Hui, a hard punch. "That's because I'm capable," Lin Sai sneered. However, Lin Sai, still young at the time, had an aggressive look in his eyes. At that time, Yin Hui's friends did not know the hostility in Lin Sai's eyes. They only knew that Taoism had difficulties, so maybe there was an inside story. Later, they heard Lin Sai's family had been looking for something or someone all over the world. They probably wanted to do business in all walks of life for convenience. However, rumors were just rumors. These friends had grown up and relied on each other's trust to keep in touch. It had nothing to do with these family matters. The four drank some wine and started playing pool at the pool table. Li Chen took the lead and shot the balls swiftly, sending the colorful balls flying in all directions. Li Chen changed his position and tried to find an angle while peeking at Xiang Hong. Xiang Hong didn't even turn his head, but he saw Li Chen's sneaky expression. He glanced at Li Chen and shook his head helplessly. He said coldly, "If you want to ask, then ask. Don't hold it in." Li Chen immediately perked up as if he had just received a pardon. "I really can't take it anymore. Are you going to participate in this show? This is a talent show. Big brother, are you awake?" As soon as Li Chen opened his mouth, he started to talk non-stop as if trying to express all the questions and shock he had for the day. "Big brother, you like that actress? Your dance tonight almost stopped my heart, and your smile was so scary. Why did you suddenly become like this, my brother? What's wrong? Did you get poisoned?" Xiang Hong glanced at him from the corner of his eye and said in a low voice, "It's almost done." Li Chen held his breath and didn't dare to say another word. He may have exaggerated a little in desperation, but this is outrageous. 238 Chapter 238 Unscrupulous Means. Xiang Hong had a cigarette in his mouth. As the smoke swirled around him, he squinted his eyes slightly. His face was calm, and he still looked cold. Li Chen was confused. "How did you do it? Are you trying to win the girl's heart with that face of yours?" Yin Hui frowned. "Why do you have to make it sound so ugly? We also look at talent, okay? Girls nowadays do not only look at appearance but everything else. Besides, with our old Xiang's face and temperament, didn't he manage to win over a large number of fans in a matter of minutes? You might be able to do it with your looks alone." Li Chen still couldn't believe it. "You guys are acting like he's the devil on stage. I can't imagine that scene." Xiang Hong's brows twitched, appearing somewhat devilish. "I only need to please one person. It's enough to make her like me." Li Chen's mouth was wide open. "Wow, I can't believe I'm hearing such words from you in my lifetime. You've changed." That female celebrity had such great charm. "She knows magic." Yin Hui was smiling kindly at the side. He was very optimistic about Xiang Hong and Ding Shan. He nodded and said, "I think old Xiang's performance tonight was not bad. Your dance was so good. From tomorrow onwards, if you perform like this, you'll win the goddess heart." Xiang Hong recalled the dance with Ding Shan tonight. The little fox was shyly hiding in his arms, but she was stubborn and did not raise her head to look at him. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile as if he understood what it meant to feel a touch of sweetness in his heart. So this is what love is like. Lin Sai was drinking red wine at the side and watching indifferently. The atmosphere was just right, and he didn't want to say anything to break this rare relaxing night. He could only sigh in his heart. Xiang Hong was gradually falling into a trap. If the outcome were good, everyone would naturally be happy. However, if there was an accident, the more bottomless Xiang Hong fell into the trap, the more difficult it would be to end things, and the situation would become terrible. Lin Sai had always stubbornly maintained his prejudice against this relationship. However, he also knew that no matter how good a brother he was to Xiang Hong, he could not interfere with Xiang Hong's freedom of love. It would inevitably affect their relationship. He had tried to persuade him a few times but to no avail. He could no longer provoke Xiang Hong directly. He could only observe from the side and see what Ding Shan would do. Yin Hui was pleased. He was the most satisfied tonight. So you'll be staying here for the next 2 months. This was something that he could not even dream of. Old Xiang, you have to hold on until the end. As the boss, I can't abuse my power anymore. But as your brother, I'll always cheer you on. I'll personally vote for you. Xiang Hong proudly said, you don't need to worry about me. Since I've decided to do it, I will succeed. Giving up halfway or getting eliminated halfway won't happen to me. Li Chen nodded in agreement. That's true. I've always felt that there's something crazy about old Xiang. He would do anything to achieve his goals. Of course, I'm not saying that you've done something bad. Others are unscrupulous in harming others, but you're unscrupulous to yourself. Li Chen recalled the past and sighed. Even though you're so arrogant now, you went through all kinds of hardships when you started your business. At that time, I had just met you, and I was thinking, where did this person come from? He's courageous, intelligent, and looks like a warrior venturing into society alone. Once he has a target, he'll never let go, and he's willing to bend down and do everything himself. To discuss cooperation, he drank 2 catties of white wine and said good things in a low voice. But you said that if the result is what you want, some insignificant losses in the process don't matter, and you'll always pay the price. Brother, I've been learning this until today. Yin Hui also thought of that period and was a little impressed. Of course, at that time, I was still a rich second generation with nothing to do. I only knew how to play with women and drive cars every day. I was threatened by my father and dragged to the sponsors' meetings. I saw old Xiang doing it with ease among a group of old men. I was stunned. At that time, I realized how ridiculous I was. I was just a little kid. When I got home, I was shocked. I had never seen a man so handsome at work. I wanted to be a big boss too. 239 Chapter 239. Have you confessed? Yin Hui and the others could become good brothers with Xiang Hong and never leave him even after being hurt by his vicious tongue countless times because Xiang Hong's strength had conquered them. Their luxurious family conditions and elite education gave them a sense of superiority from a young age. It might be an exaggeration to say that they were condescending, but they usually looked down their noses at people. But Xiang Hong had appeared out of nowhere. At the same age as themselves, he had reached the peak at a breakneck speed. This impact made people admire him from the bottom of their hearts. Seeing Xiang Hong's thunderous methods and how he handled things, these second-generation rich people, who either lived their days muddle-headed or obediently followed arrangements, were shocked. In those years, they had been shrouded in the shadow of a person called Xiang Hong. They had probably sighed behind his back that he was an expert. The few people who had also been provoked tried to get close to Xiang Hong, wanting to make friends with him. After getting along, the few outstanding friends of the same age helped each other out and benefited from each other, and their relationship improved. Speaking of which, in the beginning, it was because of Xiang Hong that everyone had gathered together. Lin Sai recalled that time and smiled. Lin Sai had been raised as the family's heir since he was young. He had a calm personality and was always meticulous and confident. However, there were times when he hesitated and lost the initiative. After meeting Xiang Hong, Lin Sai realized he had always lacked iron-blooded methods and bold attempts. Xiang Hong relied on these 2 points to run the company well and was at the peak of his career. Under this stimulation, Lin Sai strengthened his clan's business innovation. Xiang Hong had also generously given him many good suggestions. To Lin Sai, Xiang Hong was initially a worthy competitor, but he later became a good role model to learn from and finally became a trustworthy brother. Lin Sai was grateful to Xiang Hong and truly treated him as one of his own. Thus, he could not bear that the expert in his heart had become so crazy over a woman. That was what Li Chen thought initially, which was why he was so shocked. However, Li Chen wasn't as prejudiced against Ding Shan as Lin Sai was. He saw that Xiang Hong had already made up his mind and knew that no one could stop this devil once he had decided to do something. Li Chen just smiled and said, "This is great. I can finally enjoy watching dramas again. I want to see if old Xiangwing Girls is like starting a business. It's thrilling, inspiring, and touching." Li Chen turned around and punched Yin Hui. "I'm going to stay here for the next 2 months. Since I'm already back, I'll leave the business overseas to my sister and the others. I'll also take a break. I'll regret it for the rest of my life if I miss this opportunity. It's a pity, my second sister always complains about how good old Xiang is. She can't wait to see old Xiang as her brother. If she knew old Xiang had pursued a girl to a variety show, she would probably cry all night, ha ha." Li Chen was gloating over Xiang Hong's misfortune. Xiang Hong had no interest in love in the past. So many women had a crush on him, but he was the only one cold to them. Li Chen's second sister once had a crush on Xiang Hong, but she was a lady from a wealthy family. Because Xiang Hong didn't intend to marry her, she didn't force him. She only treated Xiang Hong as a brother like Li Chen, but she was still a little upset. She would probably be scared to death if she knew about this. Lin Sai disagreed immediately. He looked through his phone and said after a while, "I have an important meeting in a while. I can't push it back. I'll be away for a few days and return when I'm done." The others all knew he was busy with the family's business and under a lot of pressure. They all nodded to show their understanding. After Xiang Hong finished smoking his cigarette, he lightly extinguished it with his fingers and exhaled the last mouthful of smoke. His expression revealed a hint of laziness within the smoke as he coldly snorted, "All of you like to watch a show. Do you want to see me chase after someone?" Yin Hui's ears perked up for gossip. "Old Xiang, you haven't told us yet. How did you fall for Ding Shan? Why do I feel that the relationship between you is so complicated? Is she familiar or not? Have you confessed?" 240 Chapter 240 Giving Advice. Naturally, Xiang Hong would not discuss his and Ding Shan's private affairs with his brothers. His meeting with Ding Shan was an accident. This little fox's performance aroused his intense interest, which allowed him to get closer to Ding Shan step by step, understand her, help her in secret, and come to her side. Moreover, if this bunch of bad friends knew that after he and Ding Shan had sex, she had recognized him as someone from that profession and even left him jewelry to reward him, wouldn't he be a laughingstock? When had he ever been so embarrassed? Thinking about it now, he still felt his teeth itch. Xiang Hong's mouth twitched. "Why are you asking so many questions? In short, she's someone I must have." Yin Hui looked at Xiang Hong suspiciously. "Why are you avoiding the question? Don't tell me you've never confessed to her before. You guys haven't made a clean break yet." It was no wonder that whenever Yin Hui mentioned Xiang Hong in front of Ding Shan would always look like she was out of it. Initially, Yin Hui thought this was a little secret between Ding Shan and Xiang Hong. Ding Shan was also the movie queen, so it was easy for her to pretend that nothing had happened and hide their relationship. Yin Hui also suspected whether the two of them were together or in an ambiguous relationship. Xiang Hong had always used his name to help Ding Shan when he was doing good deeds, and Ding Shan had never suspected anything when she received benefits. Yin Hui had always known there was a story between them, but he had never expected that Xiang Hong had not even confessed yet. Yin Hui's disdainful eyes fell on Xiang Hong, which made Xiang Hong a little unhappy. Xiang Hong coldly glared at him. "What's with that look?" Yin Hui shook his head and started to tease Xiang Hong. "I didn't expect a genius who has always been successful in the business world would be so messy in love. So cowardly. What do girls like to hear the most? Sweet nothings. How would she know your feelings if you don't even dare to confess? How does she know that you're nice to her because you like her and not for any other purpose?" Xiang Hong felt a little uncomfortable. "What do you mean by that? I feel that it's not the right time yet." From Xiang Hong's point of view, he had indeed paid more attention to Ding Shan than he had expected. He had a good impression of her and was determined to get this little fox. However, when it came to confessing, Xiang Hong felt that he could not be careless. The little fox had yet to recognize him, and the two had such a memorable encounter. Everything seemed to be a coincidence of fate, and under such coincidences, it was easy to ignore many inner things. Xiang Hong wanted to spend more time with Ding Shan before coming to this conclusion. This way, it would be fairer to Ding Shan. Xiang Hong hoped that Ding Shan had chosen him without any pretense and not misled by his actions. Li Chen also came up with an idea. If you ask me, I think the ambiguous period is the most beautiful in a relationship. It's right that he didn't confess. First, enjoy the ambiguous feeling. Once you feel it, you will naturally be together. It's not that complicated. Yin Hui disagreed. Doesn't that depend on the person? Ding Shan, the nation's daughter, she had been the queen of looks in the entertainment industry for over a decade. This time, after her comeback, she was a few levels more beautiful. Did such a woman lack suitors? So many pairs of eyes were eyeing her covetously. Old Xiang, if you don't hurry up and confess your feelings, what if someone else snatches her away? Li Chen was not convinced and started arguing with Yin Hui. Is Xiang Hong not popular? He's still single now, and this has nothing to do with him. I think that female celebrity has a good impression of old Xiang. Even Lin Sai could not help but interject, that's true. She only agreed to dance with Xiang Hong tonight. It's enough to show that her attitude is not ordinary. And speaking of being popular, so what if she was popular? Xiang Hong stared at her like a wolf. Who dared to step forward? Do you think anyone will dare to come forward and snatch her tonight? Lin Sai looked at Xiang Hong in exasperation and shook his head. Men are terrifying when they go crazy. Li Chen grinned. It's a man's nature to conquer. Since ancient times, we have had to protect our territory and women. Whoever dares to snatch it will have to consider if they have the qualifications. Xiang Hong had been silently listening to the whole time. These three brothers were talking one after another, consciously giving Xiang Hong advice, each of them bringing out their love experience and teaching Xiang Hong how to show his charm. However, all of them said their things and had their ideas. When put together, they were simply a mess and made no sense. 241 Chapter 241. She is mine. After listening for a while, Xiang Hong felt his head getting bigger. He took the cue from Yin Hui, who had been chattering on, and bent over to shoot the cue. After a few crisp sounds, a few balls fell into the hole. Xiang Hong rubbed the cue stick and paced around the table, looking for the next position. He felt at ease with a trace of nonchalance. His action interrupted the discussion of the other three. Li Chen shook his head and sighed. Look, what do you call a refined scum? What was an abstinent male god? Our old Xiang has the appearance of a sinful person. Yin Hui touched his chin. I knew it. It's a waste of old Xiang's talents to be a celebrity. The audience will be crazy over him. I don't think we need to worry about Ding Shan not being interested in old Xiang. When the time comes, we'll have to be on guard against others snatching old Xiang away. Li Chen was interested in Ding Shan as well. Speaking of which, I think Ding Shan is quite interesting. I've heard about the rumors and I didn't expect her to be able to get rid of the scandal and come to your place. She's a smart girl and she's pretty. Yin Hui raised his brows. Isn't it because the great god guided me to poach Ding Shan? Otherwise, I wouldn't have expected Ding Shan to be so capable. Her presence here has added a lot of color to my show. Li Chen understood what he meant and glanced at Xiang Hong. I see. As expected of old Xiang, you've already made the arrangements. You didn't plan to join the show at that time, did you? Lin Sai was stunned when he heard this. It turned out that Xiang Hong had asked Yin Hui to win over Ding Shan. From the looks of it, he had misunderstood. He thought Ding Shan had been prepared for this and deliberately participated in the show because of Xiang Hong's relationship with Yin Hui to get close to Xiang Hong. Lin Sai could not figure out why Xiang Hong had paid so much attention to Ding Shan 2 months ago. He could not find out what had happened then, and Ding Shan's goal was still a mystery. Although her current attitude seemed to be avoiding Xiang Hong, it was hard to guarantee that she was not pretending. Lin Sai was speechless. He had been very resistant to Ding Shan, but now that he had heard that she did not come to him of her own accord, he felt he had thought too poorly of her. Perhaps she was just an ordinary female star. However, no matter what, he could not be careless about the issues between men and women. It might ruin Xiang Hong, so Lin Sai still decided to investigate Ding Shan's background in private. Lin Sai tapped on his phone and ordered his men to investigate Ding Shan's past. He had to find out if she had contacted anyone secretly and investigate her background. Didn't they say that her parents weren't her biological parents? Then her birth parents were a mystery, whether they had been found or not, whether they had recognized each other, And what the truth was, all of these might have affected Ding Shan's sudden change. Otherwise, Lin Sai would not have believed that a woman who had been controlled for 20 years would suddenly go all out and become so strong. Even if she didn't want to harm Xiang Hong, there were still things people couldn't figure out, and they always had doubts. Li Chen walked over and patted Lin Sai. "What are you thinking about? I say, don't always think so far ahead. You'll age very quickly if you overthink. Don't just sit here. Come and play billiards." The corner of Lin Sai's mouth twitched. He got up and went to the table to play with Xiang Hong. Xiang Hong's angle was tricky, and he took care of more than half of the balls on the table in 2 or 3 moves. Lin Sai was responsible for hitting the rest into the holes. The two of them cooperated well and did not communicate throughout the process. They only looked at each other and smiled at the end. Yin Hui shrugged. "You two are the most similar. You're both people who do great things in silence. Li Chen and I talk too much. Li Chen, don't keep saying that Lin Sai overused his brain. Our biggest problem is that we don't use our brains much." Li Chen glared at Yin Hui. "It's enough that two of them are pretending to be profound. I'm a man of great wisdom, and I'm not stupid. You should worry about your brain." Xiang Hong did not care about the two noisy buffoons and only indifferently said to Lin Sai, "She's mine." Lin Sai understood. "Don't worry, I won't meddle in other people's business. But I have to be at ease." Both of them knew each other well. Xiang Hong knew that Lin Sai was thoughtful, and he was used to ensuring that everything went smoothly. He was warning Lin Sai not to do anything that could hurt Ding Shan because of his prejudice. Lin Sai also understood but insisted on helping Xiang Hong feel at ease. 242 Chapter 242 Background Investigation. Xiang Hong's eyes turned cold. He did not like Lin Sai's insistence. The two looked at each other for 2 seconds, then Lin Sai shook his head helplessly. "You don't trust me. I promise I won't do anything. It's just an investigation. Why are you so nervous? You don't want to know? I'll ask her myself. There's no need to investigate behind her back," Xiang Hong coldly replied. Lin Sai laughed. "Her background is a mystery. If she had no ulterior motives or had been used by someone, she probably wouldn't even know who her biological parents were. Don't you want to help her? Our Lin family can do it." Xiang Hong became silent. Xiang Hong knew Ding Shan was not one of the two situations Lin Sai suspected. He wasn't stupid to that extent, and Ding Shan wasn't a pawn that his opponent could buy to frame him. In the past 2 months, he had watched little by little as Ding Shan turned defeat into victory and gradually grew up. He had also once asked Xu Yang to investigate her growth experience. This little fox made people's hearts ache, but they couldn't help but be proud of her. However, the other possibility suggested by Lin Sai made Xiang Hong pay attention. Ding Shan had already severed all ties with her black-hearted parents, and she no longer had any legal or moral ties with them. Xiang Hong also understood that the police had been dealing with the case for a long time, but because it had been too long, there was not enough evidence, so they could not investigate. Ding Wan and Wang Chun could only cry in prison and couldn't get anything out of them. Some even had mental disorders so that they couldn't be used as valuable confessions. The case had been in a state of stagnation. Thus, Ding Shan's background became a mystery. Xiang Hong tried to use his power to help the police, but it was not in his heart. After all, that was more than 20 years ago. There were too many missing and trafficked children in the country. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Xiang Hong also thought of using some methods to start with Ding Wan and Wang Chun. Be it torture, mental or physical, he would make them spit out the truth. The police could not do anything about it, but he was not afraid. However, they did not do so. No one would know the truth if they found something wrong with them. But Lin Sai was suitable. The Lin family might have a way. The Lin family had been a noble family for many years. They had a deep foundation and a vast family. Their power could not be underestimated. Naturally, they had an extensive network of connections. Furthermore, the prominent family of Lin family had been away all year round. They had invested significantly in the technology market and established the Angel Foundation. They were dedicated to finding missing children and cracking down on human trafficking. Many wealthy and powerful families did charity. It was common for them to donate money, do public welfare, and set up foundations. However, it was strange for the Lin family to invest their entire family power in charity. It was only later that he found out that the Lin family had also lost a child before, which was why they had gone through so much trouble to find a way to find him. Over the years, it accelerated the development of domestic technology in the search for people and indirectly helped many families reunite. Those who knew the inside story praised the Lin family for being affectionate and loyal. The whole family was good, and good people would be rewarded. However, the Lin family never revealed whether they had found the person they were looking for. They also kept their mouths shut and continued to travel around the world. No one knew if they were doing business or something else. The domestic market had also maintained investment and research in high-tech people searching. Lin Sai spread his hands and said, "I mean no harm. I want to make sure bad people are not using her. Maybe I can help her." Xiang Hong muttered for a moment, frowning and not saying a word. Li Chen and Yin Hui realized that the atmosphere between them was not right, and they stopped their bickering. "What are you two talking about?" Yin Hui asked hesitantly. "I haven't heard from you for a while, and you two are already having such a serious conversation." But Lin Sai and Xiang Hong ignored him. Xiang Hong only glanced at Lin Sai and warned, "Don't go too far. Don't overdo it. Don't make her feel uncomfortable." Lin Sai raised his hand and promised, "No one will know, okay?" Then, he sighed in his heart. He had good intentions and wanted to help Xiang Hong eliminate the danger. If he could prove that Ding Shan was innocent, wouldn't that be even better? It would be a happy ending if they could also find out her background. But now, Xiang Hong treasured Ding Shan so much that he feared she would feel uncomfortable if she found out about it. It made him look like a bad person who made things difficult for Ding Shan. He owed them. 243 Chapter 243. Don't interrupt, kid. With Lin Sai's guarantee, Xiang Hong was temporarily at ease. There was no need to doubt Lin Sai's character. The Lin family was more professional and had an advantage in this aspect. Perhaps they could bring some information that he could not find. Xiang Hong nodded. "If you have any news, tell me immediately." Lin Sai nodded in agreement. Li Chen and Yin Hui looked at each other. They didn't understand how they could finish their discussion with just a few words. Was he saying something they didn't understand? Li Chen complained unhappily, "You're so disloyal. Are you hiding something from us? Are you guys trying to split up?" "I'll be the first to disagree." Lin Sai smiled and didn't say anything. Xiang Hong lightly rolled his eyes. "If you two are done quarreling, then hurry up and go back to sleep. When adults are talking, children don't need to interrupt." Li Chen and Yin Hui's eyes widened in anger like two pufferfish. Lin Sai walked over, grabbed Li Chen's neck, and carried him away quickly. "Come, I'll take you back to wash up and sleep." Then, he glanced at Yin Hui and said to Xiang Hong, "You should also take care of your unfilial son. Oh, right, when you have time, take a look at his records in the group. We were all summoned by him. He even wanted to extort me for an investment." Just like that, Lin Sai dragged Li Chen away. Li Chen was still not convinced and wanted to struggle. "Why are you bullying me? I want to protest. I haven't played enough yet." "What did you two say just now?" His voice was getting weaker and weaker. Lin Sai forced him into the room, leaving Yin Hui laughing awkwardly on the spot. "Ha ha, Lin Sai has been taking care of Li Chen since he was young, but their relationship is still so good. I don't need you to worry about that fellow. I'll go back myself. I'll go back immediately." After he finished speaking, he wanted to slip away quickly. However, he did not expect Xiang Hong to directly straighten the cue stick in his hand and place it in front of him, blocking Yin Hui's path. Yin Hui wanted to cry but had no tears. He cursed Lin Sai in his heart. This black-hearted and evil man. He came to watch the show but still betrayed him. He just wanted to extort a sum of investment from him. He was so stingy. Yin Hui smiled apologetically and looked at Xiang Hong pitifully. "Brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have spread the news of you dating in the group chat. I was just too excited. I wanted to share it with my brothers." Xiang Hong's face was cold, and he looked terrified. "Share? Get them here and collect some ticket money? Do you want to watch me make a scene in a broadcasting studio?" When Yin Hui heard this, he became anxious and said hurriedly, "They're all misers. He took advantage of me and betrayed me. I did have a loose mouth and let it slip, but don't take it out on my show. Didn't we agree yesterday that you would perform well?" You just said you wouldn't give up halfway. Xiang Hong nodded. That's right. So, from tomorrow onwards, you'd better be smart and let me train with Ding Shan in a good mood. Then, I won't ruin your show. Please don't make me do stupid things, and don't let those idiots disturb us. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself. Yin Hui was stunned by Xiang Hong's words. He subconsciously agreed to it. That's for sure. If you don't throw a tantrum and expose your true nature, I'll help you solve other problems. You can train in peace. Xiang Hong nodded satisfactorily, put away the cue stick, and left. Yin Hui still had some lingering fear. He looked at Xiang Hong's back and asked worriedly, "You're not angry anymore, are you? You wouldn't cause a scene in the studio, right?" Xiang Hong turned his head and smiled. Then, he snorted and left. Only then did Yin Hui realize that Xiang Hong was not angry at all. He was teasing him. He even made him say that he would help him solve the problem. He had already thought it through. In the future, he would not abuse his power to get Xiang Hong through the back door. He still wanted to watch Xiang Hong put on a good show. This old fox kept giving him difficult questions. Yin Hui scratched his head. He had no choice. After all, this was his brother. He couldn't possibly let the big boss, Xiang Hong, embarrass himself by singing and dancing on stage, right? Yin Hui sighed, resigned to his fate. He found all the prominent directors overnight to make a more detailed and comprehensive plan for Xiang Hong, the mysterious X. This would allow Xiang Hong to perform more freely without affecting the other trainees' competitions. Yin Hui wanted to cry but had no tears. This was hegemony. He and Li Chen were at the bottom of the food chain. 244 Chapter 244 A Human Spirit. Early the following day, Ding Shan was awakened by a loud noise outside the door. After opening her eyes and thinking for a while, Ding Shan finally remembered that she was in a video recording base. Today was the day of the official team training. Ding Shan hurriedly got out of bed and tidied herself up. Xiao Zhao had already prepared breakfast. Jinjin had also rushed over and was waiting to put on Ding Shan's makeup. Ding Shan walked out of the bedroom after cleaning up. She smiled apologetically. "I think I woke up late." When she saw that the director had also arrived, she smiled and nodded in greeting. The follow-up director stood at the side with a smile and raised his camera. He looked at Ding Shan, who was showing her bare face, and adjusted the angle. Zhenjun shook her head. "No, Sister Shan, I'm early. It's the first day of training, so the makeup won't be as exaggerated as the stage makeup, but it'll have to be more meticulous. I came early to prepare." Ding Shan nodded. Daily makeup tested the artist's condition more. They couldn't use heavy foundation to cover it up, and they couldn't rely on exaggerated makeup to bluff. It tested the artist's foundation and the makeup artist's skills. Xiao Zhao handed her a cup of Americano. "Here, Sister Shan, to pep you up." Ding Shan took the coffee and picked up a vegetarian sandwich. Artists needed to maintain their body shape for a long time, especially Ding Shan, who was very strict with herself. Breakfast was usually settled like this. Xiao Zhao then pushed some clothes for Ding Shan to choose from. Since she didn't need to go on stage, she naturally couldn't wear a formal dress. She also didn't need to wear the sponsored ones. So, Xiao Zhao tidied up the private clothes that Ding Shan had brought for her to decide which one she liked to wear according to her mood today. Ding Shan was chewing on a sandwich lazily, looking back and forth. She chose a more casual shirt and jeans, which were retro and fashionable. The tight jeans outlined Ding Shan's beautiful slender legs even more. Even if she didn't show her legs, it showed her excellent figure. Zhenjun was watching from the side. She had already thought of Ding Shan's style and was preparing without stopping. Ding Shan didn't have a big appetite. She ate a simple meal and sat in front of the dressing table, allowing Zhenjun to take all kinds of tools and apply the makeup on her face. It was still extremely noisy outside the door. Ding Shan lowered her eyes and asked curiously, "What's going on outside?" Xiao Zhao turned to look at the director, who made a gesture and turned off the camera for the time being. "It's all because of Chen Tong," Xiao Zhao replied. "She went crazy early in the morning. It seemed like she couldn't find something and was scolding someone." Ding Shan was speechless. This was a cunning person. She couldn't be quiet for even a moment. Zhenjun couldn't help but gossip. "I heard about it when I came. It seems that she didn't bring many clothes." She lost her temper, and everyone is busy coaxing her. Xiao Zhao snorted coldly. If you can't make it, why blame your style? Sister Shan is pleased every time she picks her clothes and changes her style, and she's still as beautiful as ever. Isn't she just an ugly person who makes a lot of strange things? Zhenjin snickered. Sister Zhao, you seem to hate her. You have this attitude every time she's mentioned. Xiao Zhao sneaked a glance at Ding Shan. Seeing that Ding Shan was not unhappy, she muttered, I was talking. I wouldn't say I like her pretentious behavior. She always treats our Sister Shan as an imaginary enemy. Sister Shan doesn't want to fight with her at all. It's her fault for finding trouble and always acting like a big shot. What's so great about that? Zhenjin nodded in agreement. She is indeed too much at times, but I heard that the power behind her is quite strong, so everyone is obedient to her and dares not offend her. Actually, in the industry, people like Sister Shan are the minority. People like Chen Tong are the normal ones. Ding Shan was silent, but she found it funny in her heart. Zhenjin didn't know, but she naturally understood. It wasn't the first time Chen Tong had relied on her boss and financial backers' power to intimidate others. The identity of the media company's boss was still very influential in the industry. Chen Tong was stupid but intelligent and knew when to do as she pleased and when to be humble and act small. It wasn't easy for her to be favored by her financial backer these years and sit firmly in the company's top sister position. Chen Tong was the one who requested this show to stabilize her popularity. Now that she had ruined it, she was furious and had nowhere to vent her anger. She wouldn't calm down in a short time. She could only hope that she would be able to accept reality soon, that the two of them would mind their own business and maintain some superficial feelings. Otherwise, Ding Shan would be annoyed to death if she continued to be tormented like this. 245 Chapter 245 Youthful Energy. While helping Ding Shan with her makeup, Zhenjin continued, aren't many people like this in the entertainment industry. If we wanted to compete with them, we couldn't live. We're all doing this for work. Otherwise, who would want to see her face so early in the morning? Xiao Zhao frowned. That's right. No one liked to be ordered around by her. However, this is not normal in Zhenjin, no matter how many people like Chen Tong there are. This is wrong, a deformed phenomenon, and it will be over sooner or later. Ding Shan raised her eyebrows and looked at Xiao Zhao happily. Xiao Zhao, you've grown up. You're very aware of what you're saying. Xiao Zhao chuckled. Following my Sister Shan, I must improve my awareness. Zhenjin smiled. Yes, we can't ignore the bad side of this phenomenon just because everyone is like this. We're almost numb to it. I'm afraid I'll become muddle-headed one day and have my dignity trampled on. Ding Shan's lips curled up, and after a long time, she said, the world isn't black or white, so there's no absolute right or wrong in many things. However, there's one thing that I've always believed in, and that is karma. Whatever causes you to plant, you'll get the same result. Those who trample on dignity will be trampled on sooner or later. Just as Ding Shan finished speaking, the sound of Chen Tong throwing things and scolding came from outside. Her manager was also trying to persuade her in a kind tone. She could faintly hear her say, little ancestor, don't throw it, don't be angry, can't you change to another set? So many people are watching. Don't also mess around with the filming. Chen Tong's voice was sharp. What are you looking at? Delete all of them. I'll see who dares to broadcast it. I want those sets of clothes. These things are so ugly. Who would want to wear them? Is this how you guys take care of me? You are all good for nothing. Idiots. From her tone, it was as if everyone had let her down and had to give their lives for her. The director of photography who was following her also ignored her. He stood silently at the side, trying to reduce his presence as much as possible, but the machine in his hand did not stop shooting. The one who paid him was President Yin, and his job was to record the artists' daily lives. As for whether he wanted to release them or not was the decision of the judging director and President Yin. He had already been here for half an hour listening to her make a scene, and it was already annoying enough. Who would still care if she allowed them to film or not? Chen Tong's filming director had a terrible impression of her. He didn't care if she looked good on camera or not. He just casually positioned the camera and only recorded Chen 11 in it. After all, Chen Tong didn't allow him to photograph her now. It would be terrible if she got excited and came over to smash the camera. If he was hidden, at least he could finish the work. As for whether she looked good or not, or if there was a wrong angle, he couldn't care less. In contrast, Ding Shan's director was doing his best. The camera perfectly recorded the morning after Ding Shan woke up, from a plain-faced girl full of energy to a delicate female artiste. Zhenjian also put on youthful and energetic makeup to match Ding Shan's outfit. Apart from painting Ding Shan's eyes big and round, she also emphasized the blush. Her seaweed-like long hair was slightly curled and tied into a high ponytail. Some naughty strands of hair were left on her forehead, making her look more natural. Ding Shan blinked, her eyes bright. When she turned her head, her ponytail fluttered in the air, and her hair exuded a strong sense of youth. She looked like a female university student, but there was also a sense of calmness and wisdom that female students did not have. The two unique auras mixed, making Ding Shan look like an alluring apple, white with a tinge of red, full and juicy. When Xiao Zhao witnessed the entire process of Ding Shan's dressing, she felt that it was pleasing to the eye and her mood improved. Sister Shan, if you go to train those trainees now, they might be confused and think that you are a little girl who came out of nowhere. Ding Shan glared at Xiao Zhao. Don't talk nonsense. I want to dress more casually and comfortably and, at the same time, close the distance between us. But if there's no distance between us, I won't be able to convince the public. After saying that, she thought for a moment, then found a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and put them on. She instantly lost some of her student-like aura and felt more distant. Zhenjian put a pair of golden earrings on Ding Shan and said with a smile, other female artistes all try to look younger, but Sister Shan has to look more mature. It's frustrating to compare. 246 Chapter 246 Xiang Hong the trainee. When Ding Shan was ready, Director Jin motioned for her to go out. The group of people left the room in light clothes. Ding Shan walked in front, feeling refreshed. When she passed Chen Tong's room, she didn't stop and allowed Chen Tong's side to be in a mess. When she walked to the elevator, she met Li Yang, who was walking out. Li Yang was also very energetic and in high spirits. She was wearing a smart suit and holding a thermos cup. She had the aura of a mentor. Li Yang greeted Ding Shan enthusiastically. Xiao Ding, you're in good shape today. You look so young. That's more like it. People your age make people feel comfortable just by looking at them. Ever since the two of them had a heart-to-heart talk last night, even how they addressed each other had become much closer. Ding Shan smiled warmly. Good morning, Sister Yang. Let's go together. Li Yang nodded. I've spoken with Director Sun. Today is the training for each team. The main purpose is to let us understand more about the trainees and prepare for the first public performance so we can film separately. The training rooms are 2 floors below, and our 2 teams are close. Ding Shan was also looking forward to it. What are the requirements for public performance? We're free to play. Li Yang blinked mysteriously. I heard there's still a small game segment, but it hasn't started yet. The tune and lineup for the public performance are all essential. We have to fight for it. Ding Shan laughed. This show is exciting. It looks like I made the right decision to come. The two of them walked to the training room floor before waving goodbye. Xiao Zhao and the other staff members could only stay out of the shooting range while Ding Shan walked into the training room herself. In the training room, Ding Shan's team of 25 had already sat down obediently. Ding Shan glanced around and saw Xiang Hong standing among the crowd like a crane among chickens. Ding Shan almost couldn't hold back her laughter. All the trainees wore the same uniform, distinguishing them from the other teams by color. Ding Shan's team was wearing a uniform of lake blue. The others were dressed well. They were youthful and incredibly fair. They had their hair done and looked particularly energetic. It was just that Xiang Hong had appeared in an exquisite handmade suit for the first 2 times. Now that he had suddenly changed into such youthful sportswear, he looked particularly demure, giving the illusion that he had put on the wrong clothes. Xiang Hong also felt a little uncomfortable. Since graduating from junior high school, he had never worn this kind of sportswear uniform. He felt uncomfortable all over, but to avoid looking strange, he could only accept his fate and change into it. Only God knew how much effort he had to spend to convince himself to put on the clothes when Zhu Yang brought them to him after he got up in the morning. Until now, when he thought of how Yin Hui's 3 bad friends wanted to laugh but didn't dare to, he couldn't help but be angry. When Xiang Hong saw Ding Shan looking at him as soon as she entered the room, he felt embarrassed for the first time. Would she think that he was ugly? It seemed strange for him to be like this. It was hateful. What kind of lousy clothes did Yin Hui pick? Ding Shan held back her laughter considerably and nodded thoughtfully at the people present. Good morning, everyone. I don't have to introduce myself, do I? We'll train together from now on, so don't be so reserved. Everyone, bring out your energy. Ding Shan even winked at him meaningfully and said playfully, I believe that the people on our team are the best and the most handsome. They look so good in their sportswear, so they'll shine on stage. After she finished speaking, her gaze stopped on Xiang Hong with a smile in her eyes. Xiang Hong laughed helplessly, looking at Ding Shan, who had her hair tied up in a ponytail and had a mischievous smile on her face as she pointed out in front of the crowd that he looked good in sports attire. The awkwardness in his heart vanished into thin air. Forget it, so be it. Sportswear is indeed more comfortable than a suit. You'll get used to it. Looking at Ding Shan's youthful outfit today, Xiang Hong no longer wanted to be restrained. It was as if the young impulse suppressed in his heart was gradually returning to life. Usually, he had to act appropriately and powerfully so that others wouldn't get hold of his weakness. Only then would he be able to give his subordinates strong support. As a person in power, only by acting emotionless and cold enough would he be able to convince others. However, here, he seemed to be able to return to being a young man in his 20s. He could laugh, curse, relax, and look at Ding Shan through the crowd. It was as if he had returned to his school days, relaxed and at ease. Xiang Hong was looking forward to these 2 months of being a trainee. 247 Chapter 247 Little Captain. Ding Shan took out the name list and compared it one by one. Her time on stage yesterday was limited, so she couldn't get to know these people very well. Ding Shan was a little face-blind. In particular, all of these young people were dressed very similarly. They had white skin and long hair, all of which were very feminine. This made Ding Shan a little worried. Looking at it, only Mysterious Excess style was the most eye-catching, and Wen Xiao could barely be considered one of the more special ones. Standing in the crowd, the two were the most noticeable and had the most distinctive features. But other than that, the others all looked very handsome, but she could no longer remember what they looked like after one look. Ding Shan held a ballpoint pen in her hand and knocked on her notebook thoughtfully. Her eyes constantly swept across the people present. The trainees were all stunned and at a loss for what to do. They stood there in a daze, not knowing what Ding Shan was thinking. However, Ding Shan was sizing them up. Many stood quietly, wanting to show their best side by standing out from the crowd, but most of it was in vain. The twisted aesthetic and direction of the entertainment industry had made them lose their understanding of themselves. Many people did not care whether it was suitable, they just applied what was popular to themselves, imitating the trend and pretending to be excellent. In the end, it became weird. There was not much difference between the 20 or more of them. They were all dressed in the same uniform. Ding Shan was confused by the sight. This could not go on. Ding Shan had always believed that beauty was diverse, unique, and could not be replicated. If only 20 or so people were similar, how could they stand out from a team of 100? After watching a performance, the audience's minds would be filled with clones whose looks and characteristics could not be remembered clearly. It would be like a copy and paste. What kind of viewing experience would there be? In the past, the entertainment industry was full of flowers and spirits, at least when Ding Shan was young. Celebrities of all styles could dress however they wanted. They could be as beautiful and handsome as they wanted. As the general trend of fashion, a few celebrities often led the aesthetic and fashion trends of the new year. But now, no one knew when it started, but the entertainment industry's aesthetics became more singular and conservative. Celebrities became the ones who had to pay attention to the elements of fashion at all times, and everyone dressed the same. Ding Shan had suffered the same loss before. Ding Wan and Yang Hua treasured the title of national daughter, so they had a stereotype that only wearing a princess dress and being obedient would meet the public's aesthetic standard for Ding Shan. Thus, Ding Shan was dressed up like a doll. However, the current Ding Shan was increasingly aware of the importance of a unique style. Therefore, the first thing she did after returning was change her style and makeup in front of the camera. There was never a lack of handsome men and beautiful women in the entertainment industry. It depended on who was so beautiful that it could shock people and make them unable to forget. Ding Shan had an idea. Her eyes flickered, and she took the lead to look at Xiang Hong. Xiang Hong noticed the look in Ding Shan's eyes and felt something. He knew this little fox, Ding Shan, was planning something in her heart. She probably needed him. What's the matter? Xiang Hong raised his brows and asked directly. Xiang Hong's words broke the silence in the room. Some slower ones did not know why Xiang Hong had suddenly spoken, so they all turned their heads to look. When Ding Shan saw Xiang Hong's smug look, she found it funny. The two of them had an inexplicable tacit understanding. They could read each other's minds with just a glance. Ding Shan found it interesting, so she smiled and said to Xiang Hong, "Mysterious person X, please come to the front." At this moment, the others watched as Xiang Hong walked to Ding Shan's side alone, their hearts filled with envy. Wen Ziyu was so nervous that he didn't even blink. He didn't know why Ding Shan had suddenly called this mysterious person to her side. Ding Shan's eyes curved into crescents as she smiled at Xiang Hong, then continued, "For the convenience of training, I'm going to split the team into 5 small teams of 5. You'll be the leader of the first team." Xiang Hong did not expect Ding Shan to find him a job immediately. Xiang Hong was at a loss for words. He had been a president before. He had also been the president of the student union when he was in school. But what was this little captain? 248 Chapter 248. Being in the limelight. However, Xiang Hong did not want to reject Ding Shan. He was stunned for a second before he quickly reacted. He glanced at Ding Shan, twitched the corner of his mouth, and nodded in agreement. Ding Shan looked at the man's helpless yet cooperative look with satisfaction, and she felt a faint joy in her heart. When the others heard this, they were a little restless. "I didn't expect there to be a small team. Does that mean I can also be a small team leader?" This way, Ding Shan would remember him first, and he would have more opportunities to perform. Most people were eager to try. When Ziyu looked at Xiang Hong and Ding Shan, exchanging flirtatious glances, the atmosphere was very ambiguous. He knew he was already at a disadvantage after the last night's dance. There were many indescribable things between the two of them. If he didn't put in more effort, Ding Shan might not be able to see him. When Ziyu secretly cleared his throat and took the initiative to step forward. "Teacher Ding." Ding Shan turned her head to look, and Xiang Hong's cold gaze landed on Wen Ziyu's body. Wen Ziyu's face stiffened. Why did he feel that the two of them were looking at him with unfriendly eyes as if he had disturbed them? Wen Ziyu steadied his mind and put on an innocent smile. "I want to recommend myself to head a team. Can you give me a chance?" The surrounding people all looked at Wen Ziyu. Everyone had the same thought in their hearts, but Wen Ziyu was one step ahead and took the initiative to stand out. He would inevitably give people the impression that he liked to show off. When they were on the first stage, Wen Ziyu boldly fought with Ding Shan for a spot on the team. At that time, they thought he was frank and natural, and his courage was commendable. But now that things had turned out this way, many people already felt it was unfair. Why was he everywhere? Everyone was waiting for the instructors to arrange the distribution, and he was the only one who would fight for it. However, Wen Ziyu's qualifications were clear for all to see. Everyone also knew that Wen Ziyu had some capital. It was just that this way, everyone felt that Wen Ziyu was just like the good student in the previous class who did well in his studies. His various performances in front of the teacher and his claim of credit made people unable to say anything, but they really could not like him. Wen Ziyu noticed the strange looks around him, but his expression didn't change. He even mocked them in his heart, saying that they were a bunch of ordinary ugly people. There was no point in being jealous of him. At least he had the capital to fight for it. If they fought for it, they would be overestimating their abilities. Besides, he didn't come here to be friends with these trash. Would he be polite to them as brothers if he didn't fight for it? A bunch of idiots. Wen Ziyu didn't care about anyone else at all. The only threat to him now was the cold-faced mysterious man standing next to Ding Shan. Hence, he couldn't care less and only wanted to compete with Xiang Hong for the position in Ding Shan's heart. Ding Shan looked at Wen Ziyu's face and gradually revealed a smile. She had slowly stirred the conceit and uneasiness in Wen Ziyu's heart. The more arrogant he was, the more he would offend people. The more uneasy he was, the more mistakes he would make. Ding Shan had the intention of making Wen Xiao a team leader. First, she wanted to raise him and watch him get arrogant. Second, Wen Xiao's style was very distinct and could also change some people's aesthetic values. Ding Shan's goal of splitting up into small teams was to let the team leaders with distinct styles drive the others so that everyone could find their style. It just so happened that Wen Xiao had walked right into the trap and created a lousy sense of existence in front of everyone, drawing a wave of hatred. This was precisely what Ding Shan wanted. Ding Shan's smile was beautiful, and she gently nodded in agreement. All right, then, the leader of the second small team will be Wen Xiao. Wen Xiao was overjoyed. Ding Shan called out his name. It sounded so lovely. He must perform well and regain Ding Shan's good impression of him. Ding Shan was still laughing when she felt her right shoulder being hit. She looked back in confusion. Mysterious Person X's face was dark, and he seemed calm. He said coldly, "Oh, sorry, I didn't stand properly and touched you." Ding Shan looked at the mysterious man's unhappy face and blinked thoughtfully. A smile appeared in her eyes, even more moving than the smile just now, but it disappeared quickly and was quickly concealed by Ding Shan. 249 Chapter 249. A complete makeover. Xiang Hong was a little depressed. This little fox, why did she smile so happily at others, then smile at me, and then retract her smile? Initially, Xiang Hong didn't care much about being the team leader. Since his little fox wanted him to do it, he would do it. However, now that Wen Xiao had jumped out and put on a performance, he had also won the title of squad leader. Moreover, he was so confident in front of Ding Shan. This made Xiang Hong want to take this more seriously. Usually, Xiang Hong would not be so childish as to care about the title of team leader with these 5 people. But now, he didn't even want to share the insignificant and challenging title of squad leader with anyone else. The little fox was the first to ask him to do it, so what was this Wen Xiao doing here? Xiang Hong was sulking at the side with a sour face, but Ding Shan smiled beautifully at Wen Xiao. Xiang Hong really couldn't bear to watch it any longer. He endured it repeatedly and pretended to inadvertently bump Ding Shan's shoulder, trying to make Ding Shan notice him and put away that damn smile on her face. As expected, Ding Shan turned around and noticed him. She laughed a moment before turning her head again, making Xiang Hong even angrier. Little did he know that the smile in Ding Shan's eyes deepened when she turned her head away. Ding Shan guessed that the mysterious man was jealous. Why was he still acting like a child, fighting for all this unnecessary attention? She was smiling at Wen Xiao because she was waiting to see him make a fool of himself, but this mysterious man was sulking. He really couldn't hide it at all. Ding Shan understood this, but she didn't want to show it in front of him. She held back her laughter and quickly hid it. Ding Shan cleared her throat and deliberately avoided looking at Xiang Hong. She then picked 3 boys from the crowd who were relatively unique and had their styles, making up 5 people. Next, the 5 squad leaders and the others can choose freely and split into 5 small teams. I hope the team leader can take the lead and lead his team to show off their abilities. The first task is for everyone to change into a new hairstyle tomorrow. Boys who are putting on makeup, please keep your bare face. If you don't want to, you can look for the team leader and let him give you some suggestions. Ding Shan had a set of mature aesthetic concepts, but men's and women's outfits differed. Ding Shan knew how to appreciate it, but she was not good at the details, so it was better to let the boys help each other. They should know how to adjust it. Afraid that the 5 team leaders would keep it to themselves, Ding Shan specially instructed, "The 5 of you are the type that I like more, and you have your unique styles. That's good, but no matter how handsome you are, you still need the teammates around you to cooperate perfectly with you. Otherwise, you won't stand out but out of place. I'll leave this to you guys. I hope to see a different team tomorrow." After Ding Shan finished speaking, the room was filled with wails, and many boys looked troubled. This was already their most handsome side, but Ding Shan was still unsatisfied. How could they have any good ideas if they had to change their hairstyles overnight? Moreover, everyone who wants to enter the entertainment industry nowadays, regardless of gender, wears makeup. Appearing on camera with a plain face was worse than killing oneself. When Xiang Hong heard Ding Shan's words, he was in an excellent mood. It turned out that the little fox was just like him. She couldn't stand the sight of these men who were neither male nor female. They had put on makeup and were almost all dressed up. Just looking at them made his eyes hurt. Xiang Hong was happy. Yin Hui and the others had been overthinking. Ding Shan did not like this type of people at all. She even despised them. This kind of feminine appearance was not attractive at all. She would prefer someone like him, who was masculine and had inner qualities. Ding Shan blinked. I'm counting on you. Xiang Hong laughed. It's no big deal. Don't worry. Ding Shan smiled and looked at Xiang Hong, but she didn't say anything. Xiang Hong's heart melted at this glance, and a surge of energy suddenly welled up in him. He wished he could tie up everyone present and bring them to a barber's shop to get their hair cut until Ding Shan was satisfied. At this moment, not to mention that Ding Shan had only asked him to be in charge of their image, even if she wanted the stars in the sky, Xiang Hong would immediately call the China National Space Administration to buy an asteroid. However, the other 4 team leaders were not so happy. They had thought being a captain would be an excellent job, but they didn't expect the first task to be troublesome. 250 Chapter 250, Morning Run. The trainees who came to participate in this show all wanted to squeeze into the entertainment industry. In their opinion, their teammates who were on the same team were all competitors. They had thought that they would be able to get more screen time or receive more attention and guidance from Ding Shan after becoming the team leader, but they did not expect that their first task after becoming team leaders would be to help their team members build a new image. The team leaders looked at each other, and their attitudes didn't seem very positive. Ding Shan had been in the entertainment industry for many years, and she could understand the competitive mentality between the players. Today was the first day of training with her team members. They were unfamiliar, so it was normal for them to see each other as competitors. She was not in a hurry to change this situation immediately. All right, if there are no other questions, everyone follow me downstairs. Let's go for a morning run. Ding Shan flicked her slightly curly long hair, revealing a gentle and understanding smile. Xiang Hong stood at the side, looking at the woman exuding radiance. His eyes could hardly move away from Ding Shan. He wasn't like the other trainees who were afraid to look at Ding Shan. He stood beside Ding Shan and looked at her without any hesitation. His expression was remarkably relaxed, and his natural attitude made people feel that he and Ding Shan were already very close acquaintances. When Xiao looked at Xiang Hong and slightly clenched his fingers, the atmosphere between Xiang Hong and Ding Shan gave him a strong sense of danger. Last night, he saw the two dancing together and whispering to each other. However, he didn't take it to heart because he was very confident in his charm as a man. Even if Xiang Hong had seized the first opportunity last night, Wen Xiao didn't think that Ding Shan would be able to become familiar with Xiang Hong so quickly. Wen Xiao had his analysis. In Wen Xiao's opinion, Xiang Hong was too overpowering. Such a person would be unable to move women quickly and even bring about a sense of oppression. Ding Shan had been a famous movie queen for many years, but she had lacked the care and warmth of a family from her childhood. She needed a considerate and gentle man, and it is evident that Xiang Hong was not that kind. However, Wen Xiao didn't expect that although they didn't talk much when they met today, the atmosphere between them was very cordial and familiar, as if they had known each other for a long time. Ding Shan also noticed the change in Wen Xiao's expression, but she didn't know what Wen Xiao was thinking. At this moment, there were more than 20 trainees in the room. She needed to remember their names and faces as soon as possible and understand each person's characteristics and personality. Although it was Ding Shan's first time as a mentor, she was a very responsible person. She didn't participate in the program just for popularity and attention like Chen Tong. She wanted to be a good mentor who could help and guide the trainees. She also hoped that the trainees could learn something valuable from her. Hearing that they were going for a morning run, the trainees immediately wailed, their faces revealing an unwilling look. Some of the students with exquisite makeup even widened their eyes in horror. Everyone knew that sweating from exercise would ruin one's makeup, and when running, the muscles on one's face would go out of control. It would not look good if the camera caught it. The trainees who came to participate in the talent show didn't want the audience to see them in a sorry state. They wanted to sing and dance beautifully on the stage, showing their most dazzling side. Ding Shan could also see their reluctance. She had already expected this. Just as she was about to say a few words to help them overcome their psychological barriers, Xiang Hong, standing behind her, suddenly said, "What are you all dawdling for? Didn't you hear what Miss Ding said? You guys, come down with me." Xiang Hong pointed at his team members and said with an unquestionable tone. Xiang Hong's attitude could not be considered gentle, but he was born with the authoritative and strong air of a superior. His words did not seem to be out of place at all. On the contrary, it immediately caused the somewhat chaotic crowd to be quiet. Several of Xiang Hong's team members were stunned, but they quickly followed behind Xiang Hong and walked out of the training room. Wen Xiao looked at Xiang Hong's departing figure and gritted his teeth. He thought, this mysterious ex likes to show off. Ding Shan had just given the order, and he immediately stood up and was the first to respond. This man was trying to please Ding Shan. Damn it, why didn't he react earlier? 251 Chapter 251 Devil's Mentor. Then we'll go too. You guys follow me. Teacher Ding, we'll go first. Do you have any other arrangements? Wen Xiao gave Ding Shan a gentle and reserved smile. I'll tell you guys after we finish running. Ding Shan's tone was calm. All right, he said. Wen Xiao waved his hand at his team members and the others, indicating for them to follow him. Wen Xiao's active response was also to establish his leadership position in the team quickly. However, he did not have the natural aura and noble temperament that Xiang Hong had. At this moment, when he ordered the others, it made everyone feel a little disgusted. Mysterious Person X's identity was not ordinary. This could be seen from all aspects, so the students had some respect for Mysterious Person X. But what was Wen Xiao? He was slightly more outstanding than the other trainees in terms of appearance. They were all ordinary trainees, so why did Wen Xiao put up the air of a leader at this moment? Was he worthy? Although everyone didn't have a good impression of Wen Xiao, no one wanted to stand out. If they caused trouble on the first day of training, not only would the audience hate them, but it would also anger Ding Shan. The trainees all left with Wen Xiao, leaving Ding Shan alone in the classroom. Director Jin, who was in charge of filming, arranged for a few team members to follow the trainees while he and a small assistant continued to follow Ding Shan. Ding Shan looked at her watch, got up, and went to the nearby supermarket to buy a few water boxes. Director Jin couldn't help but praise, Instructor Ding, you care about the students. This kind of thing could be left to the staff. You even had to do it personally. It's been hard on you. Ding Shan smiled at the camera. It's not hard on me, it's the students who are hard on me. They might regret choosing me as their devil mentor now. How can that be? A strict teacher produces a brilliant student. The children will understand your painstaking efforts in the future. Mentor Ding. Instructor Ding, there are stairs here, please be careful. Ding Shan and Director Jin chatted as they walked and soon arrived downstairs. They saw Xiang Hong leading his team members running past the training base's dormitory building. The training base did not have a field, so the trainees ran around the few buildings. They had been running for more than 20 minutes. Some of the trainees with weaker physical fitness were already as slow as snails. One by one, they wailed and begged Xiang Hong to slow down. Captain, how long will we have to run? I can't hold on much longer. Xiang Hong, who was running at the front of the team, still looked very relaxed. Even his breathing was very steady. It was obvious that he had been exercising regularly. He seemed to be a little disdainful of his team members. He turned and ran backward while urging, "Can you guys hurry up? I've never run so slowly in my life. The snails on the ground are almost surpassing you. Captain, I really can't run anymore. I feel like I'm going to faint. Am I here for the talent show or military training?" One of the team members said weakly. That's right, I don't see the other instructors letting the trainees out to run either. What on earth is Instructor Ding thinking? Another team member couldn't help but start complaining. What did you just say? When he heard these people talking badly about Ding Shan, Xiang Hong's face instantly darkened. If you don't want to come, you can get lost. Ding Shan is your teacher, would she harm you? Xiang Hong's expression was too terrifying. He was initially the kind of ice-cold tyrant boss with "I'm not to be trifled with" written all over his face. Now that he was angry, he was even more terrifying than Asura. The team member who he was staring at was so scared that his legs almost went soft. He hurriedly waved his hand and explained, "I didn't mean it that way." Xiang Hong's eyes narrowed slightly. He dared to speak ill of the little fox behind her back. Did he think she was dead? Xiang Hong was just about to teach the other party a lesson when he heard Ding Shan's voice. What are you guys doing? Ding Shan walked over from a distance. She saw that the atmosphere was not right and quickly came over to ask about the situation. When Xiang Hong saw Ding Shan, he frowned and gave his team members a threatening look. Then, he turned to Ding Shan and said, "Nothing, I was just playing around." 252 Chapter 252. Looking down on, Ding Shan was still in doubt and looked at the team member, who was still trembling. Why did she feel that this oppressive and mysterious person X was the one who bullied her team member? Ding Shan gave the team member a warm smile. What just happened? Did you guys fight? Or is there a conflict? When he saw Ding Shan smiling so gently at someone else, Xiang Hong's face immediately darkened. A sense of displeasure and jealousy welled up in his heart. Xiang Hong did not expect that Ding Shan would not believe his words or even smile at someone else. No, the captain just asked me to follow everyone. We have no conflicts. I like the captain very much. When the trembling team members saw Xiang Hong's cold eyes, they immediately shook their heads frantically, denying Ding Shan's guess. Seeing that the other party was unwilling to tell her, Ding Shan did not continue asking. All right then, since nothing happened, you guys take a break and do some stretching exercises. Later on, you guys will go back with the rest. After saying that, Ding Shan turned her head and saw a tall, handsome man looking at her with his arms crossed. His eyes seemed to be filled with dissatisfaction and a trace of grievance. The slight grievance quickly disappeared. Ding Shan felt that she must have been mistaken. The man in front of her was a natural-born expert. He didn't look like the kind of person who would have weak emotions. Xiang Hong waved his hand, gesturing for them to go and get some water. He still wanted to have a few words with Ding Shan. After the team members left, Xiang Hong was about to speak when a cheerful and expectant voice sounded. "Teacher Ding, I've already led them to run 8 laps. I saw that the first team went over to get some water. Can we rest too?" Ding Shan turned her head and saw Wen Ziyu's sparkling eyes looking at her. Probably because they had run for too long, Wen Ziyu was a little breathless when he spoke. Sweat was also dripping from his forehead, and his chest was violently heaving. When Ziyu looked at her, his eyes filled with pure anticipation as if he was a child who had done a good deed and wanted to be praised. This kind of gaze was too harmless and could easily arouse a woman's desire to protect. Even the most heartless woman would be soft-hearted under such a gaze. Ding Shan couldn't help but sigh in her heart. He's amazing, he's so good at acting. Although Ding Shan did not want to bother Wen Ziyu had not done anything wrong so far. She could not make things difficult for Wen Ziyu in front of the trainees. Moreover, she had to draw hatred for Wen Ziyu. Hence, Ding Shan could only suppress her disgust and show Wen Ziyu a gentle smile. "It's been hard on you. You guys can go over there and get some water to drink." "Alright, Teacher Ding. By the way, can I get you a bottle of water too?" After Wen Ziyu finished speaking, he seemed a little embarrassed as he lowered his head with a red face. Then, he quickly raised his head to look at Ding Shan, looking like a nervous and shy pure male student. Ding Shan felt disgusted at the sight of Wen Ziyu's hypocritical mask. She was about to reject him when Xiang Hong's cold voice with a hint of irritation rang out. "Are you done?" The perfect smile on Wen Ziyu's face froze, and a hint of resentment flashed across his eyes. He innocently smiled and said to Xiang Hong, "What's wrong? Can't I show some concern for Teacher Ding? This doesn't seem to have anything to do with you." Teacher Ding didn't even say anything. "It's not very polite of you to interrupt our conversation like this, okay?" In Xiang Hong's eyes, Wen Ziyu was just a hypocritical and laughable clown. He didn't even put Wen Ziyu in his eyes, but he was a little annoyed that he had interrupted his time with Ding Shan, and also that disgusting and scheming look he had when he looked at Ding Shan. "First of all, you're the one who interrupted our conversation. Also, Miss Ding is a celebrity mentor. It's not up to you, a member of the battle team, to care about her." Xiang Hong disdainfully snorted. "You came here by relying on your abilities. Don't think of climbing up the social ladder all day long. I despise men who rely on women the most. You." Wen Ziyu's face turned red with anger as he gritted his teeth. Just as he was about to open his mouth to refute, Ding Shan spoke up. "We'll all be teammates of the same battle team in the future. so stop arguing. Wen Xiao, you can bring your team members over first. Ding Shan seemed to be trying to ease the conflict between them, but she was quietly retorting Wen Xiao's rebuttal. Unable to vent the anger in his heart, Wen Xiao was so angry that his expression was twisted. Ultimately, he could only glare at Xiang Hong before turning around and leaving. 253 Chapter 253. Are you concerned about me? After Wen Xiao left, Ding Shan turned to look at Xiang Hong, her eyes twinkling with a smile. I didn't expect you to be so impolite. Is not you, why should I be polite? Xiang Hong was initially a little unhappy, but when he saw Ding Shan's bright rose-like smile, all his emotions instantly disappeared. However, Ding Shan hesitated for a moment but still said, this is the training camp, after all. It's best if you don't cause any trouble. It's easy to form small groups in a crowded place. It'll be troublesome if someone doesn't like you. Ding Shan had only reminded Xiang Hong of good intentions. She could tell that the man in front of her did not know how to control his emotions and did not care about anyone here. This personality would easily attract hatred, especially in the entertainment industry, where people's hearts are unpredictable. It would be even easier for him to attract trouble. Upon hearing Ding Shan's words, Xiang Hong raised his brows and smiled. His smile was arrogant and overbearing to the extreme. Do you think I'm afraid? After a pause, Xiang Hong seemed to have thought of something. His smile gradually became playful, and he looked at Ding Shan curiously. Are you concerned about me? The man looked perfect when he smiled, especially when wearing a colorful and bright training suit. Without the cold and elite aura he usually wore in a suit, he looked more like a sunny teenager in a campus idol drama that made countless young girls' hearts flutter and scream. His smile seemed to be able to light up the hearts of the young girls. Ding Shan didn't know why, but her heartbeat rhythm seemed a little chaotic. She hurriedly lowered her head and coughed. You're a student of my battle team. Isn't it normal for me to remind you? Moreover, you were the first to respond to my request in the training room. I should thank you. It was precisely because Xiang Hong was the first to respond to Ding Shan's request that the others dispelled some of their thoughts of resistance. Most of the time, in a group, the first person to stand out would always be able to guide the people behind. If the first person to stand up was not Xiang Hong, who had raised an opposing opinion, then those dissatisfied would probably have had the courage to resist. Even if they dared not question Ding Shan's arrangements in person, they would still say that Ding Shan was unprofessional in private. After all, the other team members were probably already training to sing and dance. Who would come out for a morning run? So I'm overthinking things. Xiang Hong smiled nonchalantly. When he lowered his head, he saw that Ding Shan's fair lips seemed to have been dyed with a touch of pink. The smile in his eyes deepened. Captain, do you want some water? A cautious voice suddenly rang out. Ding Shan raised her head and saw that it was the trainee who had just had a conflict with Xiang Hong. He was holding a bottle of water and looking at Xiang Hong nervously. Xiang Hong was stunned for a moment. Then, he arrogantly raised his chin. The trainee hurriedly handed the water to Xiang Hong, and the anxiety in his eyes turned into joy. Captain, I'll go back first. Call me if there's anything. Looking at the trainee running away, Ding Shan realized that her worries were unnecessary. If it was someone else who was as arrogant as Xiang Hong, he would probably bear a grudge. However, there was a type of person who was born with the powerful aura of a king. When faced with such a person, the first reaction of others was not to be unconvinced or resist but to submit and acknowledge. All humans admired the strong. Animals would choose the strong to be the leader of their species, and so would humans. They would prefer to follow the strong but would also involuntarily try to please the strong. Xiang Hong didn't expect Ding Shan to think so much. In his world, many people took the initiative to follow and please him, so he was used to it all. Xiang Hong unscrewed the mineral water cap and handed it to Ding Shan in a gentlemanly manner. Ding Shan was stunned for a moment before politely rejecting him. Then, the two walked to the space where the trainees were resting. Don't you think X and teacher Ding are quite a good match? In the crowd, a trainee suddenly sighed. Everyone turned around and saw Ding Shan and Xiang Hong walking over. Behind them was the rising sun, and its gentle rays fell on the two of them. It was as if a soft light was filtering the scene, and it also made the scene look like it was destined to be a scene from a love life drama. 254 Chapter 254. Who is X? The follow-up director also quickly discovered this strong visual impact. He excitedly directed the long-range camera team to capture the scene of the two people walking together and also a few close-up shots of the two people from the side. In the video, a gentle breeze blew over. Ding Shan squinted her eyes and tidied up her hair that the wind had messed up. Her actions were natural and charming. Her slender, swan-like neck was so white that it seemed to glow under the sun. Her skin was so good that there were no flaws under the high-definition camera. She was like a goddess of beauty who had descended to the world, and even her hair exuded a charming aura. Xiang Hong, who was standing next to her, was not inferior in any way. In addition to his perfect facial features, the man's temperament made people unable to look away. His every move carried the elegance and calmness of a noble. For a moment, director Jin had forgotten that this variety show was a talent show. He wanted to film the two of them from all angles. He believed that the audience would be amazed by the scene of the two appearing together. The trainees continued to discuss. It's true. It's a pity that I didn't bring my phone. It would be great if I could film this scene. Who do you guys think X is? I think he's a little like a young master from a rich family. He's probably here to experience life, right? Definitely. I saw the custom-made watch he was wearing. That watch had long been discontinued, and it was said that there were only 23 of them in the world. What did that mean? Money might not be able to buy it. It's priceless. Is it that exaggerated? Oh my God, he's my captain. Now that you've mentioned it, I'm under great pressure. The crowd discussed spiritedly. Suddenly, a sneer was heard. It seemed a little abrupt. What, young master? Don't make wild guesses if you haven't seen the world, okay? And a watch that was limited to 23 in the world. I think it's fake. If he was a young master, how could he not be famous? No matter what, he should be in the media frequently, right? The one who spoke was Wen Xiao. He was already in a bad mood after being ridiculed by Xiang Hong, but now that the people around him were discussing how well-matched Xiang Hong and Ding Shan were, he felt even worse. Although Wen Xiao knew that Xiang Hong's temperament did not seem ordinary, he did not think Xiang Hong's status would be that high. Why would a wealthy person from the top class come to an ordinary talent show? What the rich cared about the most were their status and face. It would be too degrading to compete with a group of trainees. Xiang Hong might be an ordinary rich second generation. Although he was rich, he wasn't that rich. There were so many rich people in this world. What was there to be surprised about? These people had not seen the world. When Xiao's words made the trainees around him silent for a while. Most of the trainees did not like Wen Xiao very much because when Wen Xiao spoke, he always put on the attitude that everyone had to listen to him. However, Wen Xiao himself was not much stronger than the other trainees. He did not convince everyone in their hearts, but because they did not want to cause trouble, they did not have a conflict with him. Seeing that no one around him refuted his words, Wen Xiao was even more pleased with himself for the time being. I think you guys should be worried that this person doesn't have any talent to perform at all the first time he goes on stage. He definitely can't sing or dance, so what if he holds us back? The upcoming large-scale performances are significant to all of us. I don't want to be on the same team as someone who doesn't know anything. I don't know what you're thinking by praising him. After hearing Wen Xiao's words, some trainees began to feel that what he said made sense. Mysterious X has not shown his strength, but he has only demonstrated that he was out of place with the other trainees. If this person couldn't sing or dance, he would undoubtedly be at the bottom of the team, and at that time, he would definitely implicate the other trainees. I don't think X knows nothing. How did he become a mysterious player if he didn't have any trump cards? The festival group can't possibly find someone who can't do anything to cause trouble, right? Someone retorted. When Xiao glanced at the man, this person happened to be a member of Person X's team and had just delivered water to Person X. He probably wanted to curry favor with Person X because he was a wealthy second-generation heir. What a spineless idiot. Would he expect X to reward him with a bone if he sucked up to someone useless? 255 Chapter 255. The first lesson. Why is it not possible? It's just a gimmick by the festival group, and it might be forced in by the capital. When Xiao laughed coldly, this is a talent show. Only the most capable people will have the chance to shine. This person will be eliminated in the first round. Just wait and see. The trainees were all engaged in a heated discussion. When Ding Shan and Xiang Hong arrived, Ding Shan gave the students a curious and friendly smile and asked, "What are you guys talking about? Tell me about it so I can hear it." After Ding Shan finished speaking, the trainees immediately turned to look at Mysterious X, who was standing next to Ding Shan. Their eyes were filled with embarrassment, curiosity, confusion, doubt, and other complicated emotions. Ding Shan immediately understood what was going on. The trainees had been talking about Xiang Hong just now, and they were probably trying to guess his identity. Ding Shan also noticed that many people seemed to doubt the mysterious person X. This couldn't happen. Ding Shan hoped that her team would be a cohesive whole. She wouldn't allow anyone to look down on and question their teammates from the start. Ding Shan pondered for 2 seconds, and her expression gradually became serious. She walked to the front of the trainees and said, "I'm guessing that everyone is very interested in our team's mysterious person X and curious about his identity and strength. Like everyone else, I'm also looking forward to his performance in our team in the future. If we are in the same team, then other than being competitors, we'll also be comrades fighting together." Seeing the trainees looking at her earnestly, Ding Shan continued, "So, I hope that everyone doesn't have prejudices and stereotypes about a certain teammate from the beginning. Our team has all-rounders who are both good at singing and dancing, as well as newbies who have just started their training. This is an objective fact. Everyone is now standing on the same starting line and has to accept the choices of the 5 mentors and the audience. It was hard to say who would suddenly become a dark horse. You only need to give it your all and give your best performance to let the audience see your attitude and progress." Ding Shan didn't make her words too blunt. These young people still did not know the cruel side of the entertainment industry. Although strength was an essential part of this industry, many other complicated factors determined a person's fate. For example, capital, popularity, marketing methods, and so on. The entertainment industry was a Vanity Fair that did not exist. She was only telling the trainees this to give them a heads up. The cruelty and horror of the entertainment industry would gradually be revealed to them in the next 2 months. There was no point in scheming against each other. She wanted to remind them to seize the time to grow and improve so the audience could see their attitude and potential. This was a cultivation variety show. The audience might not necessarily like the contestants who were already very strong. Some people were more interested in the newcomers or felt that the newcomers had more potential for development. Therefore, everyone's starting point was the same. There was no need to feel a sense of superiority or disdain. After Ding Shan finished speaking, the trainees looked at each other. Many of them had confused expressions on their faces, while many were deep in thought. However, after listening to Ding Shan's words, at least everyone's disdain and contempt for those who were not as strong as they were decreased. Many people realized the 3 main points in Ding Shan's words. First, the other trainees around someone were also teammates, and they would have to perform together in the future. It was not right to treat them as competitors. Second, the most important thing was to show off one's advantages and potential in front of the camera and make the audience interested in him. After all, there were so many trainees participating in the show. Whoever could get the audience's attention first would be able to surpass the others in advance. Third, those who were not strong could also become the final dark horse. After Ding Shan finished speaking, she waved to the trainees. "All right, everyone, there's no need to be so heavy-hearted. You're already luckier than many people to have the opportunity to participate in this program. Even if some of you don't have the chance to make it to the end, making the audience remember your names on this show will still greatly help your future professional careers. Everyone calm down. Let's go to the training room first. The festival group will announce the next task." 256 Chapter 256. The show's theme song. The trainees caught up with Ding Shan's pace. Many of them had learned a lot from Ding Shan's words. Compared to some singing and dancing techniques, what Ding Shan taught them seemed to have opened up a new window for them. Some of the trainees who had initially chosen Ding Shan as their mentor because of her fame were pleasantly surprised at this moment. They could feel Ding Shan's sincerity and importance to them. Perhaps they would gain more from following Ding Shan in the future. It seemed to them that they had chosen the right mentor. When they arrived at the training room, the trainees were lined up in 5 rows and sat on the chairs prepared by the festival team. The team leaders sat in front. After everyone arrived, a young lady in a staff uniform handed Ding Shan a letter with the show's logo printed. Ding Shan opened the letter. 5 days later, the program's theme song would be evaluated. The instructors would grade the trainees' performance and rank them according to their scores to decide their positions on the stage for the first public performance. Ding Shan's expression gradually became serious. The first challenge had arrived. Ding Shan announced to the trainees the contents of the mission in the letter. When the subordinates heard this news, they immediately started a heated discussion. Some of the stronger trainees showed excited and nervous expressions, while some of the trainees who had not been training for a long time were a little panicked. Ding Shan walked to the LCD screen in the training room. The festival group had already uploaded the song to the cloud. Ding Shan picked up the remote control and played it. Yin Hui had spent a lot of money on this show. He had specially invited famous composers and songwriters in the music industry to write the theme song for the show. The theme song was called The Sea of Stars. The youthful and cheerful music slowly played, and 7 dancers appeared on the screen after the camera zoomed in. They danced to the music, and their fantastic dance matched the strong rhythm of the music. In an instant, all the trainees in the training room were excited. When it came to the rap part of the song, the climax was pushed to the peak. Even for a calm person like Ding Shan, she could feel her blood boiling. Under the influence of the music and dance, the trainees screamed. Some even took off their hats and threw them into the air to express excitement and agitation. The rap part ended, and the song entered the moving part. It had this breathtaking moment, a firework that streaked across the horizon. The future journey is like the stars and the ocean. The bright high pitch seemed to be telling the desire and cry of a dream-chasing teenager, directly hitting the deepest part of people's hearts. After the music ended, the trainees were still immersed in their excitement. After a few seconds, someone finally took the lead in clapping. A warm round of applause rang out in the training room, and everyone began to discuss the theme song in a low voice. Several creative singers were whispering to each other, all praising the combination of pop, world music, electronics, rap, and other elements of the theme song. The production level was terrific. A few trainees with higher dance standards also mentioned the dancers who had just appeared in the scene. One of them whispered, "The choreographer must be Juan. This is his style, so unique. Those dancers must be from the Phantom Dance Studio. They are amazing." Every detail was handled perfectly. A few new trainees asked in confusion, "Who's Juan? Is the Phantom Dance Studio that good?" "You don't even know this." Juan was a master-level choreographer who had won the 3 most prestigious International Professional Choreographers Awards. At 26, his annual salary was 10 million, and he was the #1 genius in the choreographer's world. The Phantom Dance Studio, it's the dance studio that Juan used to stay at in his early years. It's now the most expensive dance studio in the country, and the threshold is frighteningly high. This dance studio choreographed the chair dance popular all over the internet last year. Hearing the trainees' discussion, Ding Shan was also a little surprised. It seemed that Yin Hui was giving it his all this time. He had put so much effort into the theme song for the show. Ding Shan asked the trainees to sit down first. She thought for a while, then took out a stack of trainees' information forms, which she had made a mark on. She flipped through the information sheet and read out a few names. The trainees whose names were called stood up in confusion and looked at each other, slightly nervous. "You are all players who performed very well in your first performance, so I want you to be the team's technical guidance and help the other members during the training process. I don't know if you are willing." 257 Chapter 257 The Proud Wen Xiu. When Ding Shan was selecting her team members, she did a detailed analysis of the strength of her team members. Although she couldn't remember all the names of her team members, she had a record of everyone's strength. Now, she would directly pick out the stronger ones and let them help the weaker ones. It could be considered taking advantage of their strengths to compensate for their weaknesses. Wen Xiu was also among the people she called out. When Wen Xiu heard Ding Shan's words, his face immediately revealed a happy expression. Wen Xiu didn't want to help the other members at all, but he felt that since Ding Shan had pointed him out, it meant that Ding Shan recognized his strength. Wen Xiu looked at Xiang Hong with a smug look, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. However, He did not expect Xiang Hong did not even look at him. He only quietly looked at Ding Shan's side profile. Hearing Ding Shan's words, the other people who were called out let out a sigh of relief. However, a few of them didn't seem particularly willing, but they were afraid to say it out of respect for Ding Shan. Besides these few people, most of the people called didn't have any objections to Ding Shan's words. Some quick-witted people even felt that this was an excellent opportunity. They could increase their screen time and take advantage of this opportunity to create an image of themselves as helpful in front of the audience. They might even be able to earn some popularity with the audience. Ding Shan could easily guess that the people called out probably had their thoughts, so she didn't mind. Seeing no one refused her request, she nodded and said, "Okay, then it's decided. You can decide how to allocate the music and dance practice time. Every day at 5 p.m., I will check your training results. I hope you will make good use of the 5 days. This is your first challenge, so everyone must take it seriously, understand?" "Understood," everyone shouted. After Ding Shan left the training room, when Xiao saw that the camera was still recording at the side, he rolled his eyes and stood in front of the camera, shouting, "Let's assign our tasks. Come here and listen to me." After Ding Shan left, the trainees suddenly lost their leader and were all a little lost. At this moment, when Wen Xiao shouted, everyone looked at him. Even though everyone did not like Wen Xiao, he was indeed the person that Ding Shan had named. The trainees hesitated but still walked to Wen Xiao's side. Seeing everyone surrounding him and their gazes falling on him, Wen Xiao's vanity was greatly satisfied. He smiled confidently and said, "I'm more skilled in dancing. Those with a weaker foundation in dancing can come to my place first. I'll break down the dance in the video into a few smaller parts in a while. Everyone, please practice the simpler parts first to get used to it. What do you think of this arrangement?" Wen Xiao's arrangement was reasonable, and the trainees had no objections. After that, those who were good at dance and music were divided into 2 groups and decided to practice separately. They would combine dance and music for singing and dancing practice the next day. This way, they could also take care of the trainees' level. After making the arrangements, when Xiao turned his head and saw Xiang Hong watching him, Xiang Hong did not go to the music team, nor did he come to his side. When Xiao gloated in his heart, he's probably terrible at singing and dancing, so he doesn't know which side is better. When Xiao walked to Xiang Hong's side and smiled complacently with sympathy, "Person X, do you want to come to my side first? I can teach you some simple ones later." Xiang Hong turned his head and looked at Wen Xiao. A strange smile appeared on his face. "Can you teach me? What's wrong? Are you not convinced?" "This is Instructor Ding's arrangement." Wen Xiao puffed out his chest and smiled warmly. "Are you dissatisfied with her arrangement? You might have misunderstood me. I mean, you're not qualified to teach me." Xiang Hong's status was slightly higher than Wen Xiao's, and his aura was also overbearing. Wen Xiao had initially wanted to show off in front of Xiang Hong, but at this moment, he was firmly suppressed by Xiang Hong's aura, not even having the room to struggle or resist. Xiang Hong has been in the business world for so many years. He had seen the bloody storm on the negotiating table, the brutality of the enemy, and the sudden changes in the situation. Wen Xiao's provocation was nothing to him. If it weren't because Wen Xiao was also a Ding Shan's battle team member, Xiang Hong would have long made this ignorant brat disappear from his sight. 258 Chapter 258 Recording in the observation room. Xiang Hong didn't want to cause any trouble for his little fox. Since she valued Yin Hui's variety show so much, he would try his best to follow the rules of this little game. Xiang Hong turned around and walked towards the main door without looking back. When Xiao felt that Xiang Hong did not take him seriously, embarrassment and anger caused his voice to crack. "What are you going to do? It's training time now. Person X, don't go too far." Xiang Hong did not respond to Wen Xiao's words and left the training room. This scene was seen by a few trainees who were memorizing the lyrics. They did not expect Mysterious X not to give Wen Xiao any face and even ignore Wen Xiao. They lowered their heads and whispered. Hearing the voices of the people around him, Wen Xiao felt his face burning as if he had been slapped hard. Xiang Hong left the training room and saw Yin Hui not long after that. Yin Hui immediately waved his hand at Xiang Hong. "Old Xiang, you still look better in this dress. You've become 10 years younger." How could Xiang Hong not understand that Yin Hui was mocking him for his age? He laughed coldly. Do you think that your variety show is too plain? Do you want me to give you more stimulation? The smile on Yin Hui's face disappeared immediately. No, no, no. Don't cause trouble for me. I've just finished filming the first episode, so I'm begging you to behave yourself. I'll call you brother, all right? Xiang Hong was too lazy to pay attention to him. He looked left and right and asked, "Where's Ding Shan?" Yin Hui showed an "I knew it" expression and pointed to the recording hall not far away. She went to the observation room. When the trainees are training, the instructors must observe and comment in the observation room. Xiang Hong nodded. Since Ding Shan was working, he did not want to disturb her. He turned around and prepared to leave. "Where are you going? Aren't you going to train?" "The training room is over there," Yin Hui asked, puzzled. Xiang Hong looked at Yin Hui as if he was looking at an idiot. He wanted him to train with those little brats. Was Yin Hui still sleeping? "President Xiang, you're here. Jessie is already here. Are you going to see her now?" Just as the two of them were talking, Xiang Hong's assistant, Zhu Yang, ran over, panting. Xiang Hong nodded. "I'll be there in a while." Yin Hui could not understand what the two of them were talking about. He scratched the back of his head and asked in confusion, "Who's Jessie?" "Old Xiang, what are you trying to do now?" Zhu Yang saw that Xiang Hong had no intention of explaining to Yin Hui, so he could only take the initiative to say, "Jessie is a student of the choreographer, Juan." Mr. Xiang wanted Mr. Juan to come in person, and Mr. Juan agreed at that time, but Mr. Juan injured his knee while training some time ago and couldn't come, so he asked his student Jessie to cancel her schedule this month and come here to guide Mr. Xiang. "What?" Before Zhu Yang could finish, Yin Hui screamed, "You're looking for Juan? Is there a problem?" Xiang Hong quirked his brows. "Do you know how long I begged him before he agreed to arrange the dance for our show's theme song? I even used my father's favor to invite him, and you want him to come and teach you personally? He even agreed." Yin Hui looked very unconvinced. "Why do you have more influence than me? On what basis?" Xiang Hong didn't want to answer such a pointless question. He was about to leave when he thought of something and asked Yin Hui, "When will the recording in the observation room end?" In the observation room, which was not very spacious, a white conference table took up half of the space, and the 5 instructors sat in a row. In front of the conference table was a giant display screen showing the training situation of the 5 teams in the training room. A few cameras were shooting at the instructors on the side. To enrich the program's content, the instructors' comments in the observation room would also be inserted when the trainees' training was broadcasted. After Ding Shan entered the observation room, she saw that Li Yang and Su Yang were already in their seats. Li Yang waved at her affectionately, indicating for Ding Shan to sit beside her. Ding Shan smiled and sat down beside Li Yang. "How are the kids on your team? They're obedient, aren't they?" Li Yang asked with a smile. "Do they dare to disobey? I'm not as easy to talk to as I seem. I'll check on their training in the afternoon. If anyone doesn't train well, I'll punish them." Ding Shan sat down and tidied her clothes. After greeting Su Yang, she turned her body slightly and started chatting with Li Yang. 259 Chapter 259. Team Cohesion. "You look so gentle, they won't be afraid of you. Unlike me, I just made a child cry. You see, the air pressure in my team's training room is even lower than the other teams." Li Yang's work attitude was strict, so this style also affected her team members. Not many people were talking at this moment in the training room that Li Yang's team was in. Everyone sat on the floor, analyzing the music and memorizing the lyrics. Team Su Yang's atmosphere was much more lively, probably because there were more rappers in Team Su Yang. The trainees who rapped were much more energetic than the other trainees. At this moment, Su Yang's team's training room was noisy. Many people were holding the lyrics and had already begun to practice the rap part. Everyone was practicing on their own, and the scene looked chaotic. After all, Su Yang was still young and didn't have much experience in leading a team. Before this, he only explained the difficulties that needed to be paid attention to in the music part to the trainees in his team and didn't give them any other arrangements. So after he left, the scene went out of control for a while. 2 rappers with fiery personalities quarreled because of their different understanding of music. Su Yang looked at the situation in the other team's training rooms and realized his problem. He blushed and said in a self-deprecating manner, "How embarrassing." The two of them started quarreling. Su Yang wished he could go to the training room and teach the two little rascals quarreling a lesson. Unfortunately, after entering the observation room, the instructors could not interfere with the situation in the training room. Li Yang laughed. "It seems like the students need to train and grow. Our instructors also have things to learn. Little Su, you see, Ding Shan's team has been divided into two large groups. Each group is surrounded by a few trainees with better strength, training the music and dance parts separately. This is a very efficient method. Ding Shan, I've underestimated you. It seems like you came prepared this time. I'm even feeling the pressure." Ding Shan was a little embarrassed. "Sister Li, please don't make fun of me. I'm an outsider as a teacher, so I'm under pressure. I'm afraid that I'll hold them up. However, seeing that they are so sensible, I have less to worry about. Sister Shan, don't be humble. I can see that the relationship between your team's trainees seems to be better than that of the other teams. It seems like they're already familiar with each other." Su Yang, being a very meticulous person, quickly discovered this. Li Yang also looked at the screen and saw that the atmosphere between Ding Shan's teammates was not as awkward as the other teams. This phenomenon was also within Ding Shan's expectations. In the morning, when Ding Shan came to the training room, the first thing she did was to let them go out for a morning run. During this time, the trainees quickly became familiar with each other, and they might even secretly complain about her together. After that, Ding Shan reminded everyone not to treat the other trainees as opponents but to focus on improving themselves. Under her words, everyone let down their guard against their teammates and began to work towards the same goal. It could be said that Ding Shan's battle team was the first to form team cohesion among the 5 battle teams. As for the other battle teams, they would announce their training tasks from the start, and the instructors would immediately start guiding the trainees on complex professional problems. This naturally couldn't be said to be wrong, but by doing so, the trainees would lose the process of familiarizing themselves with each other and adapting to the environment. Li Yang looked deeply at Ding Shan, his eyes revealing a look of approval. As a senior who had been in the industry for many years, although she had a lot of experience as a leader, she didn't understand the psychology of the trainees as well as Ding Shan. It seemed that she had things to learn from Ding Shan. This young lady was not simple. While the three of them were talking, the observation room door was pushed open, and Chen Tong and Chen 11 walked in. The two of them seemed to have met on the way. However, Chen 11 was not talkative, so it seemed that the two did not communicate much. When Chen Tong entered the room, she saw Ding Shan talking to Li Yang. The atmosphere of their conversation was very relaxed and harmonious, as if they had already become good friends. Seeing this scene, Chen Tong suddenly felt uncomfortable. She still remembered that during the first episode of the variety show, she had specially gone over to curry favor with Li Yang, but her warm face was met with a cold butt. Now that Li Yang was so close to Ding Shan, it is evident that she had pushed her out. 260 Chapter 260 Counter-attack on the sneer. Chen Tong was a female teacher and was not familiar with Chen 11 and Su Yang. Now that Li Yang and Ding Shan were so close, people would guess that she did not have a good relationship with the other two female teachers after the program was broadcast. Forming a small group in a variety show like this, Ding Shan, this woman, was scheming. Chen Tong's face darkened as she looked at Ding Shan. Ding Shan could feel Chen Tong's unfriendly gaze. She didn't understand how she had provoked her again, but she couldn't be bothered to guess the reason. She just nodded politely to Chen Tong and Chen 11 with Li Yang. After the 5 sat down, Chen Tong used her hand, which had a sequined manicure, to tidy up her skirt. Then, she looked at Ding Shan and said with a smile, "Sister Shan, I saw your team members running outside just now. What's going on?" "Oh, I see. Is it because you don't know how to guide them professionally, so you can only find them something else to do? Those who don't know better might think you're in military training." Before Ding Shan could say anything, Chen Tong looked at her with a hint of blame. "Why didn't you tell me? You can come to me if you don't know how to coach the students. Although I'm also swamped, I'm happy to help a senior. Sister Shan, you don't have to feel embarrassed. You're good at acting, but you don't understand music. In my opinion, you'd better find more professionals to help you. Don't be so stubborn for the sake of your face." If you delay the trainees, you might even be scolded by the audience. After listening to Chen Tong's words, Chen 11 and Su Yang's expressions were a little awkward. Both of them could tell that Chen Tong's attitude seemed to be very warm, but every word she said was mocking Ding Shan for not being able to guide the trainees. The smile on Li Yang's face faded. Just as she was about to speak up for Ding Shan, she was stopped by Ding Shan's eyes. Li Yang saw that Ding Shan wasn't angry at Chen Tong's words. Instead, she had a faint and elegant smile on her face. Li Yang admired Ding Shan's heart. Li Yang thought about how Chen Tong had never been able to take advantage of Ding Shan before. Although Ding Shan looked like she had a good temper, she wasn't the person who would take a loss for nothing. Thinking about this, Li Yang didn't speak up for Ding Shan. Sure enough, Ding Shan gave Chen Tong a cold smile the next second. She crossed her arms and said, "Thank you, Instructor Chen Tong, for your concern for my team members. However, every instructor has a unique style, and I also have strengths. Since the festival group has invited me to be their instructor, I have the ability." Are you questioning the judgment of the festival group? Even though Chen Tong had a powerful backer, she was only a tiny star. She had to beg CEO Wang for a long time to get the opportunity to come to this show. How could she dare to say that the festival group had a problem with their choice of coaches? Chen Tong's face was pale, and a hint of panic flashed through her eyes. She quickly squeezed out an unnatural smile. "Of course, I didn't mean that. I just wanted to help Sister Shan. Sister Shan might have misunderstood me." At this point, Chen Tong's tone became a little aggrieved and helpless, as if Ding Shan had misunderstood her good intentions. "Since you know that others will misunderstand, don't say anything that will cause them to misunderstand. Instructor Chen Tong isn't young anymore. You don't need a senior like me to teach you how to speak. Alright, let's not delay the program's recording because of us. Let's look at the performance of the trainees. I believe that the performance of my team members will prove whether I am qualified to be their mentor." Ding Shan's tone was very calm, but Chen Tong could feel the confidence and certainty in her words. What made Chen Tong even more annoyed was that Ding Shan used her seniority to suppress her. To be lectured as a junior by a person she despised and hated, Chen Tong's expression at this moment was hideous, as if she had eaten a piece of tea. Chen 11 saw that the atmosphere between the two instructors was not quite right, so he took the initiative to mediate the atmosphere. "It seems that both of you are very responsible. Since everyone is thinking for the trainees, the starting point is the same. Su Yang, don't you think so?" Su Yang tacitly agreed with Chen 11. "Of course. Seeing how serious Instructor Ding and Instructor Chen are, I feel a lot of pressure. When it's the first public performance, I hope the two of you won't be too ruthless and leave me, a junior, a way out." 261 Chapter 261. Trainee Wang Le. Under the adjustment of Chen 11 and Su Yang, the atmosphere in the observation room became harmonious again. The 5 coaches began to watch the performance of the team members on the big screen. The trainees did not know that the instructors were observing them. After they got used to the shooting in the training room, they gradually became less nervous and began to show their true personalities and characteristics. Among the trainees, there were a few interesting people. One of them was the Ding Shan team's Wang Le. This player Wang Le was a little special. He was not a trainee but a nutritionist for a trainee company. On the day of the show's recording, their company's trainee who came to participate in the show suddenly had appendicitis and was sent to the hospital. The company did not want to waste the precious participation slot, so when the person in charge saw that Wang Le, a nutritionist of mixed blood from 3 countries, was tall and handsome, he had an idea and kicked him onto the stage. When Wang Le went on stage, everyone was dumbfounded. "Who am I? Where am I? And what am I doing?" were written all over his face. Because Wang Le wasn't a trainee, the prepared singing and dancing program was no longer needed. Wang Le, who didn't know anything, was urged by the host to sing a folk song from his mother's hometown. Although no one present could understand the exotic song, it was still a complete performance. Everyone politely applauded him, and the 5 coaches reluctantly gave some comments. However, the 5 instructors could also see that Wang Le was a contestant with zero foundation, so they did not want to choose him. The trainee Wang Le had chosen Ding Shan as the coach before going on stage. Ding Shan saw that the other 4 coaches did not want Wang Le and that Wang Le was standing on the stage alone in a daze, feeling awkward and pitiful. After hesitating, she chose Wang Le to join her team. At this moment, Wang Le was very eye-catching to the camera. He went to the music group, but when the other trainees were discussing, he just stood in a daze, his eyes dull, like a walking corpse. After the discussion ended, they were free to practice. Wang Le weakly leaned against the wall again. After reciting the lyrics, he whispered to the cameraman beside him, "When do we get off work?" Wang Le was a nutritionist. In his opinion, he had not joined Ding Shan's team for any dreams or pursuits. He was just a pitiful person who was forced to go to work. The photographer was also confused by Wang Le's question. "You're at work. Aren't you training?" However, the photographer still answered Wang Le, "You can leave after lunch." When Wang Le heard that there were still more than 3 hours left, he was instantly disappointed. He rubbed his body against the wall and fish in troubled waters, his expression like a dead salted fish with no dreams. The 5 instructors also saw Wang Le's performance in the observation room. Su Yang was amused by Wang Le's "When do you get off work?" and almost spat out the water in his mouth. "Sister Shan, isn't your teammate a little too unmotivated?" He looked at Ding Shan and laughed. Wang Le's aura also amused Ding Shan. "I'll go over to talk to him in the afternoon." Seeing that Ding Shan's team had such a weak and unmotivated trainee, Chen Tong was happiest. She covered her mouth and laughed. "Sister Shan, I don't think you should have chosen him back then. Your team's strength is already relatively weak, and now there's another player with no ambition. What will you do when the time comes for the public performance? Why don't you tell the production team not to let this person go on stage so he won't embarrass himself? If the audience sees this, they might think our show is just for fun, ha ha ha." Although Wang Le's strength wasn't much, Ding Shan, Wang Le's instructor, was yet to say something, but Chen Tong was here mocking Wang Le from above. Ding Shan was immediately unhappy. She took a sip of water expressionlessly and didn't even look at Chen Tong. "You don't need to worry about my team members. You should take care of your team members. It's normal for the trainees to be of different standards in a team. This is where instructors are tested. Why would the festival group hire instructors if all the trainees were perfect? Are you here to be a mascot?" Hearing Ding Shan's words, Su Yang almost laughed out loud. He had to suppress his laughter with incredible difficulty. Chen Tong was rendered speechless by Ding Shan's words, and she clenched her fists so tightly that her nails were about to break. She did not understand why she had never won a fight with Ding Shan. 262 Chapter 262. It's unfair. What was even more outrageous was that the few people beside her had never stood on her side to speak up for her. These few people seemed to stand up to regulate the atmosphere every time, but anyone with a discerning eye could see that they were all helping Ding Shan. Chen Tong took a deep breath and suppressed the anger and resentment in her heart. She looked at the screen and suddenly realized that Ding Shan's team's mysterious person X did not seem to be in the training room. Because mysterious person X's appearance and temperament were outstanding, Chen Tong had a deep impression of him. At first, she had wanted to recruit him into her team, but she didn't expect the other party to choose Ding Shan. What bad taste! Why isn't that mysterious person X from your team here? Chen Tong seemed to have made an enormous discovery, and her tone was wildly exaggerated. Could it be that he doesn't want to listen to you, so he doesn't train with the other trainees? Sister Shan, you can't control your team members either. When I saw how confident and arrogant some people were, I thought they were competent. I didn't expect that they were just so-so. Look, all my team members are here, and they're all obediently training. Ding Shan didn't expect that mysterious person X wasn't in the training room, but after thinking about it carefully, she could figure out why. That mysterious person X seemed to have a close relationship with Yin Hui. Judging from his temperament, he was not an ordinary person. Coupled with his identity, he naturally had the capital to be independent. Although this would make them seem a little out of place with the other trainees, it might be a gimmick after the show was broadcast. It might arouse the audience's curiosity and increase the show's popularity. Ding Shan didn't know the festival group's arrangements, but since this mysterious X was now in her team, she naturally had to bear the responsibility. Although Chen Tong's words weren't pleasant to hear, after the show was broadcast, there would probably be many audience members who had the same thoughts as her. She might as well make this matter clear now. Ding Shan smiled calmly and turned to look at Chen Tong as if she had just said something funny. Instructor Chen Tong, you said it yourself. That person is Mysterious Person X. Since it's a mysterious identity, it's natural to maintain a sense of mystery. If he trained with the other trainees, wouldn't his every move be exposed to the camera? Then what mystery would there be to speak of? Don't you understand this? Chen Tong was stunned. She didn't expect Ding Shan to say that. After a few seconds, her eyes widened, and she snarled, "You're being unreasonable. If you're not convinced, ask the festival group yourself." The festival group set up the identity of Mystery X. Even as a teacher, I have to respect their arrangements. Therefore, I don't have full control over Mysterious X's actions. Of course, if you think you can do better, you can go to the festival group and ask them to put Mysterious X back into your team. Ding Shan also blinked innocently, but her acting skills were much better than Chen Tong's. She had the right amount of control, making her look natural and relaxed. Chen Tong couldn't say a word. She couldn't go to the festival group and ask for Mysterious X, right? She didn't need to think to know that it was impossible. Ding Shan knew this, but she still said it on purpose. She was hypocritical and vicious. Li Yang watched the two of them argue for a long time and finally said, "Ding Shan is right. Since it's a mystery person, it's natural to take some measures to keep it a secret. It's normal not to train with other trainees. I think this setting is quite interesting. I'm sure the audience will be interested. But isn't this unfair to the other trainees?" The festival team even said they wanted to create the fairest talent show selection in the country, but now someone is already making a special case. When the show airs, the audience will criticize this situation. What mysterious person? He might have come in through the back door. Chen Tong was full of anger, and her face was hideous. She didn't care that cameras were recording in the observation room and directly said these words. When Chen 11 heard this, he lowered his head and pondered with a severe expression. Chen Tong saw Chen 11's reaction. She suddenly remembered that Chen 11 also came from a talent show background. She guessed he probably did not like seeing such a different standard setting in talent shows. Chen Tong immediately looked at Chen 11. Instructor Chen 11, what do you think? You also think this is unfair to the other trainees, right? Chen 11 didn't expect Chen Tong to mention him. He was a little embarrassed. He hesitated for a moment before saying, perhaps the festival group has its reasons for making such an arrangement. 263 Chapter 263. Closing in step by step. Although this sentence did not directly agree with Chen Tong's words, it also vaguely expressed Chen 11's attitude. Chen 11 had a talent show background. From the trainee's point of view, he naturally felt that the appearance of Mysterious X had broken many rules of the festival group, which was unfair to the other trainees. Many people had the same thoughts as Chen 11. Although Su Yang had not spoken, Ding Shan guessed that Su Yang had the same ideas. Mysterious Person X's appearance was too sudden. Even the 5 instructors did not know about it in advance. This mysterious person was so independent. The trainees probably had many thoughts but did not dare to say them out loud. Suppose the audience was to question the fairness of the variety show because of the appearance of this mysterious person. In that case, the talent show that Yin Hui had put in so much effort to create would probably cause a lot of criticism. Ding Shan realized the seriousness of the matter. Ding Shan hoped this variety show could achieve as absolute fairness as possible. After all, there were too many unfair phenomena in the entertainment industry, and the chaotic and dirty entertainment industry needed a clear stream. However, one has to admit that fairness is always affected by many complicated factors. Absolute fairness might only appear in utopia. Ding Shan furrowed her brows. Her impression of this mysterious person X wasn't bad. He was also a member of her team. From a personal point of view, she didn't want others to see him as an unstable factor that destroyed fairness. Ding Shan pondered for a moment and looked up to see Chen Tong looking at her with a smug expression. Her eyes seemed to be forcing Ding Shan to give a reasonable explanation. Even if the appearance of Mysterious X had nothing to do with Ding Shan, he was still a member of Ding Shan's battle team. If Ding Shan could not give a reasonable explanation, then Chen Tong would be the winner of this debate about Mysterious X. Thinking of this, Chen Tong's mouth curved up. Perhaps Person X's appearance has brought about many uncertainties, which has made everyone feel a little uneasy. They even question the show's fairness and concept. Ding Shan's tone was calm, and her speed was moderate. There was no panic. However, I think it's too early to come to this conclusion. What do you mean by this, Sister Shan? Don't take others for fools. As you said, Mysterious X's appearance is not in line with the program's original settings. The 5 of us coaches were not notified at all. This is the truth. Chen Tong closed in step by step. She raised her chin and looked at Ding Shan with a sneer. That's the truth, but don't forget that the festival group gave out their first mission today. The first review isn't over yet. All the trainees will only be able to report the results in 5 days. So, Chen Tong didn't understand what Ding Shan was trying to say, and her tone was a little impatient. What are you trying to say? 5 days from now, we will be conducting the evaluation. I don't think anyone here will be lying. We'll definitely give the trainees true marks at that time, right? Ding Shan looked at Li Yang and the rest, and the other 3 mentors nodded. Chen Tong immediately said, "Of course, I will also give fair marks." "Do you even need to say that?" Ding Shan laughed. "Since the 5 of us will give him fair marks, we'll give him a low score if he performs badly. If the festival group decides to interfere with our grading, then that would mean that the show is unfair. But if the festival group respects the 5 judges' grading results, then that means that Mysterious X's appearance won't affect the show's fairness. He's just a slightly special trainee. In the end, who can step out of the Taoist path still depends on strength and popularity." Chen Tong was shocked. She never thought that Ding Shan would turn the situation around. Chen Tong was very unwilling. She gritted her teeth and said, "You're quibbling. Am I wrong? There are many special things in this world, and we must allow them to exist. For this show, Mysterious X is just a unique identity. I haven't seen that the appearance of Mysterious X has affected the rights and fair treatment of other contestants. Look at the trainees on the screen. Aren't they all practicing normally?" 264 Chapter 264. Drinks and Desserts. Ding Shan is right. If the final score is affected by Mysterious X, then it would be unfair. If that happens, then as a teacher, I'll stand up and question the festival group, Li Yang said in a severe tone. Then, she looked at Su Yang and Chen 11. The 2 of them nodded in agreement. Seeing that Chen 11, who initially agreed with her opinion, also agreed with Ding Shan's explanation, Chen Tong was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. Are these people performing crosstalk here? Was everyone trying to ostracize her? All right, Ding Shan, you win this time. After the debate on the program's fairness ended, Ding Shan heaved a sigh of relief. Thinking of that mysterious B** starred, Ding Shan couldn't help but feel that she was secretly protecting him. He really should thank her. Originally, Ding Shan only wanted to come to the program and be a dedicated mentor, but the appearance of this Mysterious X had added a lot of work to her. She had to find out where this person had gone later. Was he lazy and didn't want to train, or was there another reason? After all, he was a member of her team, and she couldn't just leave him be. The 5 coaches continued to record in the observation room for more than 2 hours, and Ding Shan's back was sore from sitting. After the recording ended, she rubbed her neck, stood up, and prepared for lunch. Chen Tong glared at Ding Shan, and Ding Shan could feel a piercing gaze following her. However, she was already used to Chen Tong's hostility. She didn't even look at Chen Tong and directly walked out of the observation room while holding Li Yang's arm. "Teachers, please wait a moment. These are the drinks and desserts that the festival team has prepared for you. Thank you for your hard work." A familiar voice rang out. Ding Shan turned her head and saw Xiao Lu, waiting outside the observation room, walking towards the instructors. Lu beckoned to the staff and handed the drinks and snacks to the coaches. Chen Tong was in a bad mood. She took the drinks and snacks in frustration and threw them into the trash can next to her. She glared at Ding Shan and left. The remaining 4 instructors took the drinks and snacks. Li Yang opened it and took a look. Her portion was filled with tea and almond crisps. Ding Shan opened her portion, too, and realized that she had lime, half-cooked cheese, masher, and heart-flowing puffs. Li Yang was a little surprised. It's not the same. The festival group is attentive. However, I wouldn't say I like to eat apricot crisps. Green tea is not bad. Shan, do you like almond crisps? I'll give you my share. You can share it with your studio's staff if you don't like it. Ding Shan took the almond crisps. Xiao Zhao should like it. I'll accept it. After taking the almond crisps, Ding Shan looked at her drink and dessert and fell into deep thought. She likes masher-flavored drinks and Lucien puffs. What a coincidence. The person who gave her the gift seemed to know her preferences. Could it be that the person who gave her the gift was her fan? Although not many people knew about Ding Shan's preferences, some of her fans who had liked her for many years might know. She had once seen a post written by a fan. The post specifically analyzed all the food and drinks in her Weibo photos and then deduced her taste preferences. Ding Shan was dumbfounded by the post. She never thought that her fans would be so attentive. She was shocked and touched. It was likely that the person who arranged for the staff to deliver the drinks and desserts was her fan. Otherwise, it would be impossible to deliver them so accurately. Ding Shan took a sip of the lime half-cooked cheese masher. The taste of the lime was robust when it first entered her mouth. After swallowing, the rich flavor of the cheese gradually emerged. The fragrance of the masher enriched the drink, and the sweetness of the sugar was just right. Sister Shan, you seem to be in a good mood. Did today's recording go smoothly? As soon as she went downstairs, Xiao Zhao, waiting at the door, ran over. She saw the things in Ding Shan's hand and asked curiously, "What are these?" Ding Shan handed the Liuqin puffs and almond crisps to Xiao Zhao. "These are from the program team. They're quite delicious. You should try them." "Wow, I didn't expect the festival group to be so considerate." Xiao Zhao happily tasted a few pieces of apricot crisps, but before she swallowed them, she thought of something and asked Ding Shan in confusion, "Sister Shan, did that Chen Tong give you any trouble? I think I saw her just now, but she didn't seem to be in a good mood." As she walked, she was scolding her assistant, and her face was dark. The smile on Ding Shan's face deepened. "Oh, then I'm sorry. She might be angry because of me."